Reverend Insanity. Chapter 101 to 101. The person is as old as his heart has aged. 2,125 words. With his abilities, Gu Yue Clan could easily find Fang Yuan's residence. He was wearing the Gu Master's uniform which he rarely wore. He had leg wrappings around his legs and was wearing a red belt around his waist. Everything was neat and clean, and gave off a faint feeling of majesty. He looked at Fang Yuan who was slowly coming over and his line of sight fell on the latter's belt. Deep emotions emerged in his heart. Only C-grade aptitude but he has already broken to rank 2 at 16, it is truly surprising. I really don't know how he succeeded. However, this quick speed should be mostly attributed to the liquor worm. Pity that liquor worm has no use at rank 2. Following that, he saw the faint smile hanging on Fang Yuan's mouth. This smile made Gu Yue Clan's heart chill. Anger rushed through his mind. This kid acts so calm. Does he think he has me trapped within his palm? Fang Yuan slowly walked over and stopped in front of Gu Yue Clan. He knew the latter was definitely here for him. Sure enough, Gu Yue Clan opened his mouth. Fang Yuan, I think we can have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Fang Yuan slightly frowned. Gu Yue Clan laughed but then talked of another thing. Do you know, I was the same as you. I became a Gu master when I was 15. It was right at the time of Wolf Tide. There was a large number of casualties and we, students, also had no choice but to fight. I had B-grade aptitude. I reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17 and peak stage at 18. When I was 19, I was already beginning my charge to rank 3. At that time, I believed I could be a rank 3 Gu master at 20. Ha ha ha, I was too frivolous. I thought I was above everyone else and thought I could accomplish anything. I even thought I was omnipotent. I simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was when I was 20. I went out to do a mission and was beaten by a Shang village's Gu master. I was on the brink of death but fortunately, Medicine Hall's elder personally moved and saved me. But after that event, my aptitude dropped down to C grade. I couldn't recover from this shock for a whole of 8 years. At my 29th birthday, I started to have another look at myself in this world. I discovered that a single person's strength was limited. So what if I had broken through to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing is not individual strength, but the connections with others. I began my life anew when I was 30. I stepped down from the front lines when I was 45. 100 Gu masters jointly petitioned to elect me as an elder dozens of times. Even though I only had the cultivation of rank 2 peak stage, I couldn't take that final step but there was also no need. I had already achieved success. Clan members call me as the hidden elder. Most of my peers have already passed away but my life sailed smoothly. I still have influence on many Gu masters. After giving a lengthy report, Gu Yue Clan returned to the main topic. He looked at Fang Yuan, his mouth curved up. Fang Yuan, you are too young and inexperienced, just like I was back then. Believing you can accomplish anything and finish everything by yourself. Hee. Gu Yue Clan shook his head and continued, but when you gain more experience, you will understand that human is a social animal and not a lone beast. Sometimes we need to lower our heads and take a step back. Being an extremist and arrogant person will only bring isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group will take you and everyone is leaving you out. Even if you receive the family inheritance mission, what would that do? As a person who has been left out by everyone, you definitely won't have the chance to finish the task. Give up. Fang Yuan indifferently looked at the middle-aged man, his expression calm. I wonder what expression he will show if he knew I have 500 years of experience. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of smile when he thought this. Actually, his uncle's way of thoughts had been his life's concept for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he had created the Bloodwing Demon sect, relying on the system and human emotions to create an enormous influence. 10,000s would come forth with his one call, seizing resources and fighting enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely new scene. Gu masters up to rank 5 were mortals but rank 6 were immortals. When he stood at that height and looked at the world, he suddenly comprehended, an enormous influence was indeed a powerful help but at the same time was an enormous burden. No matter which world, there was only one thing which one could truly rely on, that was oneself. Only that such people were usually weak. People couldn't endure loneliness and liked chasing after family love, friendship and romance to fill in their spirit. They indulged in being in a group and were afraid of being alone. When they received setbacks, they would hide in the group, complain to relatives and share with friends. They didn't dare to confront their fears and defeats by themselves. When there was pain, they would be busy sharing it. When there was something good, they would be anxious to boast of it. Gu Yue Clan succeeded. No doubt he succeeded. He couldn't walk his original path, so he went in another path and left for a new scene. But at the same time, he was also a failure. He had lowered his head because of one setback. He was no more than a coward, but he was content with his running away. Gu Yue Clan didn't know Fang Yuan had already labeled him as a coward. He saw Fang Yuan made no reply, so he thought the latter was absorbed in his speech. He continued, Fang Yuan, I won't beat around the bush, you are not Fang Zhang. If you give up your idea of inheriting the family assets, you will receive my friendship and you can use all my connections. I will also give you 1,000 primeval stones. I know you are hard pressed for money these days and you are even late in paying the rent by 2 days, right? Fang Yuan indifferently smiled and spoke, Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Gu Yue Clan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fang Yuan would suddenly talk about this. Fang Yuan was indeed correct. He had already been retired for a long time now. This uniform was usually stored deep in a box. He had worn this uniform especially to meet Fang Yuan today. It was to increase his persuasion and deterrence power. Fang Yuan sighed. He sized up Gu Yue Clan's clothes and continued, a Gu master's uniform isn't so clean and neat. It would be covered with sweat, mud and blood. It would be in shreds and patches. That is the smell of a Gu master. You are old, uncle. Your great ambitions and aspirations have already disappeared from your youth. These years, you have lived an easy life and it has corrupted your heart. You are vying for the family assets, not for cultivation but to maintain your rich life. With such a mentality, how could you obstruct me? Gu Yue Clan's face instantly turned ashen, anger surging through his mind. There was always a group of old people in this world. They touted their social experience everywhere. They considered others' dreams as illusions, considered others' passions as frivolous, considered others' persistence as arrogance. They would seek their own existence and superiority by lecturing the later generations. No doubt, Gu Yue Clan was such a person. He wanted to educate Fang Yuan, but he had never thought that Fang Yuan not only didn't listen to him or yield to him, but would instead lecture him. Fang Yuan, Ji Yu Dongtu shouted, I wanted to guide and persuade you with good intentions as your elder, but you don't know what's good from bad. HMPH, since you want to go against me, then so be it. I am not afraid to tell you that I already know the contents of your family inheritance mission. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Haha, I really want to see how you will complete this mission. Fang Yuan had a ridiculing smile on his face, there was no need to conceal now. Anyway, they could no longer reconcile, so there was no harm in enjoying Ji Yu Dongtu's upcoming wonderful expression. Thereupon, he took out the bullskin water bag and opened it. A fragrance that was specific to honey wine floated out. What do you think is in here? He asked. Ji Yu Dongtu turned pale with fright, his mood immediately sank to an all-time low. How can this be? Where did you get this honey wine? He roared, a stunned expression appeared on his face. Fang Yuan ignored him, closed the cap, put the water bag back and walked towards the internal affairs hall. Ji Yu Dongtu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, many thoughts surging in his mind. Where did he get the honey wine? I already made sure that as long as he looks for other groups, I would get the news the very first moment. Could he have done this alone? No, that's not possible, he doesn't have a defense Ji Yu worm. Someone definitely helped him. No, the point now is not finding the reason. This kid already has the honey wine, he is going to hand over the mission. Ji Yu Dongtu was already panicking as he thought this and no longer had the calm appearance from moments ago. He quickly chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan didn't speak and continued to walk. Ji Yu Dongtu could only follow beside him. If 1,000 primeval stones won't do, then how about 2,000? No, 2,500. Ji Yu Dongtu kept on increasing the offer. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to Ji Yu Dongtu, instead increasingly having some expectations towards the family assets. On seeing how Ji Yu Dongtu was so anxious and was continuously raising the offer, the real family assets should definitely be very good. Ji Yu Dongtu was perspiring. He saw Fang Yuan was not moved. His face revealed a fierce look and he threatened, Fang Yuan, think this through clearly. What end will you have if you offend me? HMPH, don't blame uncle for being cold-hearted if you miss an arm or leg in the future. Fang Yuan laughed. This Ji Yu Dongtu was really a lamentable person. He was bound by rules and regulations. The water bag was clearly within his reach, but he didn't dare to snatch it. If he didn't even have this much guts, how could he succeed in fighting for the benefits? Riches and danger went together. No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you need to pay its price. Fang Yuan, you think everything will be well after you get the family assets. You are too young, you don't have a clue about society and its dangers. Ji Yu Dongtu snarled by Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan shook his head and ignored him, walking into the internal affairs hall in front of his glaring eyes. Actually, he didn't hate or even loathe this uncle of his. He had seen a lot of such people and understood this type of people. If Fang Yuan had enough primeval stones to support his cultivation, he wouldn't even fight for the family assets. But what good will giving such insignificant benefits to uncle do? For what reason was he reborn? It was not for this momentary period, but to step to the highest peak. This type of passerby, as long as they didn't interfere with this and only raged from the side, Fang Yuan would disdain to even step on them. But unfortunately, this Ji Yu Dongtu obstructed Fang Yuan's path. Since it was so, then he will stamp on this obstacle and move forward. Fang Yuan, Uncle Ji Yu Dongtu watched on as Fang Yuan stepped into the internal affairs hall. His whole body shook and veins bulged up on his forehead. The light of the setting sun shone on his hair which was already turning white. He was indeed old. When he sustained that injury at the age of 20, he had already aged. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 102-102. Spring comes after the winter winds. 1929 words. Fang Yuan arrived at the internal affairs hall and turned in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male GU master in charge was very surprised. While holding his pen, he asked, you completed the acid mission already? What do you think? Fang Yuan retorted. The middle-aged male GU master frowned. This was the mission he chose specifically to make life difficult for Fang Yuan. To think he completed it so quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes threatening, saying solemnly, young man, answer whatever I ask you. If you do not reply honestly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Say the truth, we will investigate thoroughly. Of course I finished it myself. Fang Yuan replied. Good, I will note that down. The middle-aged GU master recorded while laughing internally, you're just a newbie, how could you complete it alone? Such a falseful report, the clan would definitely investigate. You will have trouble then. But unexpectedly Fang Yuan continued, but this situation is slightly peculiar. That day I only went to scout out the area, but to think the bear was digging the beehive. Using that chance, I retrieved this honey wine. What? The middle-aged man's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged, smiling, what, did you think I could accomplish this mission alone? To say the truth, this is all thanks to you, finding this mission for me. The middle-aged GU master was stunned on the spot, a complex and unexplainable feeling in his heart as he laughed dryly and continued to record in the book. Fang Yuan stared at this man calmly, knowing full well that his extremely difficult acid mission was all thanks to this man. Unfortunately, he had already completed the mission. Even if the clan investigates, Fang Yuan had the appropriate setup already. He could stall Fang Yuan no longer, even if this matter was handled by him. This is the grief of being in the system. Your status is the chain that restricts your actions. Alright, your mission is complete, you can inherit the family asset already. Except, your asset is all controlled by your uncle and aunt. The Internal Affairs Hall will retrieve it for you, come back in 3 days. After recording, the middle-aged man said. Fang Yuan nodded, he knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged man's record paper, saying, according to the clan rules, the Internal Affairs mission record needs to be confirmed by the accomplisher on the spot. Please let me see this record. The middle-aged man's expression changed, he did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with the process. He snorted lightly while handling the report to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the record without any problems. A few hundred words with the final evaluation, good. He could immediately see the relationship between GU Dongtu and this GU master. This evaluation was definitely fair, showing that the middle-aged GU master did not give up on his work ethics just because of Gu Yue Dongtu. The reason he helped Dongtu was only because of their friendship and the transaction between them. It was the taking money to settle problems for others type of transaction. Giving the report back to the middle-aged GU master, Fang Yuan left the internal affairs hall. Outside, Gu Yue Dongtu was already gone. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Gu Yue Dongtu's influence was not big enough to affect the internal affairs hall. Even if Gu Yue Bo the clan leader wanted to do this, he would have to go against the immense pressure from the clan elder circle and pay a huge price in his political career. There was a phrase on earth, called, those who live in the society has to follow its rules. There were rules in the society, and that is a form of system. Those who follow the rules, being anyone's pawn piece, restrict each other, and it is not up to them to control. Unless an individual's strength has reached the point where it can oppose the entire organization, otherwise, joining an organization and wanting to retain freedom was a pointless dream. Borrowing the power of the clan system, Fang Yuan had already affirmed the truth of getting back his assets. Regardless of Gu Yue Dongtu or the clan leader, they will not pay the political price for interfering with such a small matter. In the guest hall, Brother Dongtu, there is nothing I can do anymore. The middle-aged GU master sighed, standing in front of Gu Yue Dongtu. Gu Yue Dongtu's face was grim as he remained silent on his seat. Are there really no more methods? Beside him, Ant fearfully asked in an anxious and indignant tone. The middle-aged man shook his head. The results are set in stone and have entered the internal affairs hall's procedure. Unless the two clan elders in power or the clan leader interferes. Brother Dongtu, this internal affairs hall's inventory list states clearly the inheritance items and amount. Please return them all and don't make my life difficult. Saying so, he took out the inventory list. The inventory had a ton of records, from expensive items like estates to cheap tables or chairs, other than that there were also the GU worms that Fang Yuan's parents had left behind. After a GU master dies of battle, their GU worms would be retrieved as an inheritance for their successor. This was a political move by the clan. Ant took a look at the list, before losing her composure. Damn it, you cannot do this. This is all ours, ours. Hubby, say something, think of something. Without these assets, what do we have left? Even our servants will be gone by half, we cannot afford it. Quote, slap, Gu Yue Dongtu stood up and sent his palm flying towards Ant, sending her to the ground from her seat. Noisy bitch. Uncle flew into a rage, scolding in an agitated tone. Frog in the well, the clan rules are there, you think you can choose not to return them. Dumb, ignorant. Ant used her hand to cover her cheeks, beaten into stupidity, lying on the ground in shock, staring at her husband blankly. HMPH. Gu Yue Dongtu grabbed the inventory list, gritting his teeth, scanning through. His eyes were filled with blood traces as he breathed heavily, saying with hatred, return. All these things, I will return, not a thing less. But, his veins popped from his forehead, the muscles on his face twitching, his expression full of ruthlessness. But Fang Yuan, I cannot stop the internal affairs hall, yet I can deal with you. Don't think everything is well and alive now that you have these assets, HMPH. 3 days later, Fang Yuan walked out from the internal affairs hall with a stack of house and land deeds and sold human contracts in his hands. To think this inheritance is so abundant. He was slightly stunned, even though Fang Yuan had some estimations. After receiving this asset list, it was way out of his expectations. Over 10 mu of farmland, 8 family servants and 3 bamboo buildings, and a wine tavern. No wonder uncle was so insistent, thinking of all ways to stop me. Fang Yuan could understand Gu Yue Dongtu's actions. With such a large family asset, even in this world, one could live like a king. 10 mu of farmland, 8 family servants, put this aside first. Those 3 bamboo buildings were property assets, even if they were only rented out. Every month, the rental amount was enough to support Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that there is also a wine tavern. Note that there is only 4 wine selling areas in the entire village. Such an asset, if on Earth, would be equivalent to having several mansions and a hotel. It is an aristocrat life with multiple servants. What's worth mentioning is, this world's living conditions was way more ruthless and difficult, thus the village being the safest location, priced the property assets even more expensively than on Earth. It is said that my Fang family, 3 generations ago, had a clan elder who held power and left much inheritance for his future generations. With these family assets, the 7 GU worms aside, even if that number doubled I can still afford them. But the crucial point isn't this. It is this grass GU. At this point, there was a grass GU lying quietly in Fang Yuan's palm. It was dainty and delicate, the emerald green roots resembling a ginseng's beard. There were some semi-transparent stolon that was like jadeite. 9 pieces of round-shaped leaves that were jade green covered and reflected each other, forming the shape of a round plate. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, the healing type rank 2 GU worm. If it came to normal healing, it had no difference from the life breath grass. The true value of the 9-leaf vitality grass lay in its leaves. Every one of the leaves torn from it was a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf is also a type of grass GU. At rank 1, it is an expendable type, disappearing after 1 use. It had another flaw, and that was when a piece of vitality leaf is used to heal injuries, within the next hour, other vitality leaves had no more healing effect on the person. But, all in all, it was easy to refine, and instantaneous healing together with the easy feeding of it made it the most popular healing technique among rank 2 GU masters. Healing GU master, every group needed one. But in times where multiple GU masters were injured, what can a single GU master do? If the healing GU master was the one who died, or got lost, what happens to the rest? Thus, GU masters always prepared some healing methods for themselves, and the vitality leaf was the best method. Every GU master that roamed outside needed to prepare at least 1 or 2. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every piece of leaf torn out would be a vitality leaf. Using the primeval essence to inject into the grass, I can make it grow new leaves. Thus, this 9-leaf vitality grass can be said to be a moving gold mine. The most important asset of all, without exception. Having this 9-leaf vitality grass as an avenue of business. In this dangerous world, which GU master does not get injured on their missions? They have a perpetual need for the vitality leaf. No wonder Gu Yue Dongtu was known as the hidden elder. Even after he retired many years ago, he still held great influence outside. So the reason was this 9-leaf vitality grass. GU masters needed the vitality leaf, and Gu Yue Dongtu sold the leaf. With such a relationship, it is no question that his influence remained. Fang Yuan was enlightened. Only in this world are clan relationships raised to such a level, restraining uncle and aunt. If this was Earth, with such a conflict of interest, Fang Zheng and I would already have been killed by them. This is not good. It seems I have some trouble ahead. Uncle and aunt will not let go so easily. But I have already grown up with rank 2 cultivation. If they want to deal with me and also consider the clan regulations, they would be highly restricted. HMPH, regardless of what they do, just show me what you've got. Dealing with it as it comes, I will handle them all. Fang Yuan walked on the street, his eyes glimmering in brilliance. A gust of winter wind blew on his face. It was still far from spring, but Fang Yuan knew that spring, start of his new life, had already come. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 103 to 103. The larger your ambitions, the smaller the world. 1984 words. The wine tavern wasn't big, but it was in a good location. It was at the eastern side of the village near the eastern gate. The flow of people was the largest at the eastern and northern gates. Thus, the wine tavern's business was pretty good whether it was day or night. Young lord, please take a seat. An old man lowered his head to Fang Yuan. Few waiters wiped the benches and tables with a fawning and flattering smile towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shook his head. He didn't sit, but walked around the tavern, sizing everything. He thought inwardly, this is my wine tavern. This wine tavern only had one floor, but it had an underground wine cellar. Huge and square black tiles covered the floor. There were 8 square tables, 2 tables were set against the wall and other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 benches. A dark brown, long sales counter could be seen immediately upon entering the wine tavern. There were papers, brush, inkstones and also an abacus on the counter. Behind the counter was the liquor cabinet where all sizes of wine jars were displayed. Some of these were large wine jars of black pottery, and some were small and bright porcelain wine bottles. Fang Yuan was walking around as he wished. The old man and waiters didn't dare to sit, they could only follow close behind. They were restless, the news of the landlord changing was too abrupt. The previous landlord Gu Yue Clan was cunning as a ghost, he was strict and acrimonious, they were under a lot of pressure. This boy in front of them was actually able to take the wine tavern from Gu Yue Clan's hands. Such a method of snatching was shocking. So these people's gazes towards Fang Yuan carried unease and fear. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. It is good. But this store is a bit small. The old man immediately walked forward and bowed to answer. Young lord, we put sheds outside every summer and lay tables and benches. But it is winter now and the wind is biting cold. No one would sit outside even if we put up sheds. So we took them down. Fang Yuan slightly turned. He glanced at this old man. You are the shopkeeper. The old bent his waist even lower and said even more respectfully, I dare not, I dare not. Young lord, this wine tavern is yours. Whoever you choose as a shopkeeper is the shopkeeper. Fang Yuan nodded then glanced at the waiters. They all seemed to be competent. If it was on Earth, he would be anxious that this shopkeeper and the waiters would team up and scheme against him, the owner. But in this world, GU masters were high and mighty, killing mortals would only require a thought. Even if uncle and aunt egged them, these mortals wouldn't dare to go against Fang Yuan. Alright, bring the accounting books and bring me a pot of tea. Fang Yuan sat down. Yes, young lord. The shopkeeper and waiters moved hurriedly. There were as much as 16 account books, and every book used bamboo papers which had a light green hue. The bamboo papers were more brittle than zon paper and were suitable for the damp atmosphere of the southern border. Fang Yuan casually picked up a few books and skimmed over them, asking some questions occasionally. The shopkeeper gave prompt replies. Soon, his forehead was covered with sweat. Fang Yuan had created the Bloodwind Demon sect and taught countless people in his previous life. He was rich in experience and his eyes were shrewd. Others might be confused and dazzled when they see the account books, but in his eyes, all the doubtful points were as clear as crystal. This wine tavern was the second biggest asset after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to firmly grasp it. There were only some small problems in the account books which could be attributed to mistakes and negligence. These mortals didn't dare to be presumptuous. However, when Fang Yuan turned to the last page, he saw that this month's income had already been taken by Gu Yue Clan too. Young lord, the previous landlord personally took it. We didn't dare to resist. The shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling and his face had become very pale. Fang Yuan was silent. He put down the account books on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt a huge pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was scared witless, kneeling on the ground. Seeing the shopkeeper kneeling down, the waiters also astutely knelt down one by one. Fang Yuan calmly sat and turned his gaze towards them. The waiters immediately felt like they were in a world of ice. They couldn't resist Fang Yuan's aura. They were all silent. To these mortals, the wine tavern's work was both stable and safe, the ideal job. They didn't want to lose this job. Fang Yuan stopped upon seeing that his authority had been established. Going too far could end up being detrimental. He slowly spoke. I won't bother about the past matters. I saw that your wages are somewhat low. Waiters' wages will be raised by 20% and the shopkeepers by 40% from now on. Work properly and you will get more benefits. Fang Yuan stood up and walked to the entrance. The group of people kneeling on the ground were stunned for a good while before coming back to their senses. All of their eyes brimmed with tears that flowed down their faces. Thank you, young lord, for your great kindness. Young lord is compassionate. We will definitely work with all our strength. Young lord, you are our benefactor. Please take care. Tearful sounds came from behind. There were also crisp sounds of forehead smashing on the black tiles from continuous kowtowing. Use might alongside mercy. This was the only way the top controlled its subordinates no matter in which world. Might was the foundation and under this might, any small kindness would be magnified by countless times. A benefit without might would only give a title of a good Samaritan. But as time passed, people would no longer feel grateful for such kindness and it would instead result in greed and disaster. But these ways to control people are all unorthodox methods. It would be highly esteemed on Earth, but in this world, raising one's own strength is the one true way. No, even on Earth, strength is first. Fang Yuan thought of the Scarlet Red Imperial Ancestor 1. In those days, the Scarlet Red Imperial Ancestor had gone through and experienced a trial and he had come to a conclusion. Political power comes from guns. This was the naked truth. Strength was the foundation of any political power. So-called authority is only an accessory to strength. Actually, not only authority, wealth and beauties were also derivatives of strength. Fang Yuan headed towards the 3 bamboo houses after leaving the wine tavern. These 3 bamboo houses were rented out by uncle and aunt, they were practically full. This world paid attention to more birth. To the ever-growing huge population, the space in the village seemed narrow. The clan had the system of the eldest son inheriting the property. Other sons and daughters would have to rely on their effort. Even if a lot of people relied on clan politics to get a meager split of the family assets and work hard outside, they might not even be able to save enough to buy a bamboo house in their whole life. On one hand, raising Gu consumed a lot, and on the other, the village had limited space, so the house prices were very expensive. They could naturally build houses outside the village, but that wasn't safe. Wild beasts and snakes would always roam around and could intrude into the houses. Above all, every time a beast fight occurred, all the houses outside the village would be destroyed. Extending the village was the only way to solve this. But extending meant the area to defend would increase and the village wouldn't be able to defend against beast tides attacks. Moreover, if the area was big, then it would be difficult to guard against and search for infiltrating Gu masters of other villages. Gu village had extended several times in history but had been devastated by beast tides. After learning from this lesson, the current village size was already the largest. Fang Yuan skimmed through it, and after understanding some situations, he already got the picture. These 3 bamboo houses were operated very well by uncle and aunt. The rent was also customized to get more profits, so he might as well just let it run like that. He calculated that the earnings from these 3 bamboo houses were not as much as the wine tavern, but the difference was not much. The overall situation was much better than Fang Yuan's original expectations. Just the day before yesterday, he was left with nothing and had become so poor that his primeval stones count didn't even reach 5. But now, all of a sudden, he rose to the list of richest people in the clan. The female tenants in these rented houses were all ranked 2 female Gu masters in difficulty. After knowing Fang Yuan's identity, their gaze towards him turned amorous. If they could be near to Fang Yuan and get married to him, then they would no longer have to rush about facing danger, their lives would be smooth and steady. Such a life was what they were pursuing and using all their strength to fight for. That is to say that if Fang Yuan wanted, he could retire and live a rich life now like his uncle used to. With a tap of a finger, many female Gu masters would flock to him. But that is not what I want. Fang Yuan stood at the second floor of the bamboo house, letting female Gu masters' provocative gazes fall upon his body. He frowned as he held the railings and gazed afar. Far away, stretches of green mountains went on continuously, looking like a sleeping giant with the grey-blue sky as its quilt. The endless rivers and boundless earth, when can I move unhindered on them? Amidst the winds of change, dragons and snakes rise from the lands one, when can I look down upon all living things? Since rebirth, I have been drifting with the waves like a rootless duckweed. I spared no effort to get the family assets. With this base, I can be said to have become independent and gained my footing. Next would be to unearth the flower wine monk's inheritance and put all my effort into cultivating to rank 3, then I can leave this village and go out to the wide world. Fire burned in Fang Yuan's deep black eyes. Qing Mao Mountain was one of the countless mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was only a corner of this world. Too small, too small. How could such a place sustain his lofty ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, these family assets, which others were cracking their brains to obtain, which was a thing of yearning, was as tiny as dust. Brother, come down, I need to talk to you. At some point in time, Gu Fang Zheng had reached the bamboo house. He looked up at Fang Yuan and yelled. Fang Yuan's train of thoughts were broken. He looked down at Fang Zhen with an indifferent look. The brothers' eyes met. It was silent. Younger brother Fang Zheng was downstairs and was shrouded by the shadow of another house. He was facing up. His eyebrows were raised and his 2 eyes were flickering with light. Brother Fang Yuan was upstairs. Sunlight shone on him. His slightly drooping eyes had pupils as dark as night. Similar faces reflected in each other's eyes. As to his little brother's appearance, Fang Yuan wasn't surprised. Fang Zheng was a weapon of uncle and aunt to fight for family assets. And yet, so what? Fang Yuan looked down at Fang Zheng, sighing inwardly. A great aptitude, but nothing more than a pawn, truly insignificant. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 104 to 104. Want to buy the liquor worm? 1946 words. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not go downstairs, and his brother did not go up. The two persisted, and the distance between the floors indicated that the distance between the brothers were enlarging. The talk was not smooth. Brother, you are just too much. To think that you are such a person. Downstairs, Fang Zheng stood, his brows creasing tightly as he screamed. Fang Yuan was not angry, but laughed lightly. Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother, Fang Zheng sighed deeply. After our parents died, uncle and aunt adopted us. They have the gratitude of raising us. To think that you are so heartless, returning favor with revenge. Brother, is your heart made of stone? Saying so, Fang Zheng's tone was slightly trembling. So strange, this inheritance is rightfully mine. What is there to be said about revenge and favor? Fang Yuan retorted unenthusiastically. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, acknowledging, yes, I know, this inheritance is from our parents. But you cannot take them all. You have to at least leave some for aunt and uncle to let them enjoy their life in retirement, right? Doing so, you really are making our hearts bitterly disappointed. You let me look down on you. Pausing, he continued, did you ever return home to see the living conditions that they are in now? Half the servants at home were already retrenched, they cannot afford it. Brother, how can you be so cruel? Fang Zheng's eyes were red, clutching his fist, he screamed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he knew that uncle and aunt had controlled the assets all these years and must have amassed a huge fortune. Even if this was not so, just with the profits at the end of the month from the wine tavern, they would be able to afford all those servants. They are only pretending to be poor so Fang Zheng would come and find trouble. Fang Yuan used his gaze to size up Fang Zheng and said directly, my adorable little brother, if I insist on not returning the assets, what can you do? Although you are 16, you have already acknowledged them as parents, don't forget that. You have lost the rights to the inheritance. I know, Fang Zheng's gaze had a divine light, that's why I am here to challenge you to a written war challenge 1. On the arena, let's have a match to decide victory. If I win, return a portion of the family asset to mother and father. This world's GU battles were like the Earth's martial arts competitions. Between clansmen, if they had unresolvable conflict, they could use this method to settle the problem. There were many types of Gu battles, 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, battle of arts, battle of strength, and life and death battle. Of course, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng would not be so serious as to fight to the death if they had a Gu battle. Seeing the brothers' determined expression, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. It seems that before this, uncle and aunt specifically told you huh? But, as someone who lost to me before, you have such confidence of winning me. Fang Zheng squinted, unwillingly thinking of what happened not long ago, the humiliation on the arena. Ever since, every time he thought about it, rage would rise from his heart. This rage was directed towards Fang Yuan as well as himself. He hated himself for being useless, being frantic at the critical moment. As a matter of fact, he had underperformed in that battle. His tempo was taken away by Fang Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin Gu at the last moment. In the end, he lost abruptly and very indignantly. Fang Zheng's anger towards himself fueled even more intense indignance. Thus, unavoidably, he had such a thought, if I could redo it, I can definitely perform better and defeat my older brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Fang Zheng not only wanted to take back the inheritance for the two of them but also wanted to fight Fang Yuan again to prove himself. Things are different now, brother. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes burning with determination, fires blazing around him. Last time, I performed badly and lost to you. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 Gu Worm Moon Raiment. You cannot break my defense anymore. Saying so, he emitted a vague light blue fog around his body. The fog enveloped him, and in the mist, it eventually formed into a long floating ribbon. The ribbon one looped around his waist and coiled around his two limbs. The middle section of the ribbon drifted above his head, causing Fang Zheng to give out a sort of graceful and mysterious magical breath. Indeed, it is the moon raiment. How foolish, revealing your trump card like that. Fang Yuan stood on the stairs, seeing this scene, his gaze twinkled. Moon raiment was a rank 2 Gu worm with defensive properties. Although the defense was slightly lower than the white jade Gu, it could assist others in defending and had greater contribution towards small group fights. With this Gu in his hands, Fang Yuan really could not break Fang Zheng's defense with his bare fists. Sending the fist over was like hitting cotton, absolutely losing its kinetic force. Even if he used the moonlight Gu, he could not break through unless it was the moonglow Gu. Thus if Fang Zheng wanted to fight and invited Fang Yuan to a Gu battle, according to the clan rules he has to accept. Without revealing the white jade Gu, Fang Yuan might really lose. A grade is a grade, and with the clan leader's nurture, Fang Zheng is growing rapidly. It could be said that, during the academy phase, Fang Yuan suppressed Fang Zheng. But now he had to admit, Fang Zheng was starting to show the brilliance of a genius and was showing imposing threat to Fang Yuan. But, you think I did not expect this? Fang Yuan stared down at his brother, his lips curling. He said to Fang Zheng, my persistent little brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you gotten the approval of your teammates? If during the battle, your group has to go on a mission, how would you choose? Fang Zheng paused. Indeed, he did not think of this. He had to admit, his brother was right. The group had to work together, and if teammates wanted to go on individual operations, they would need to report first. Thus, you might as well go back, find that leader Gu Yue Qing of yours, and explain the situation. I'll wait for you guys at the Northern Gates Wine Tavern, Fang Yuan said. Fang Zheng hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth. I'll go now, brother. But let me tell you, delay tactics don't work. He came to Gu Yue Qing's residence, and the family servant let him in. Gu Yue Qing was practicing using his Gu. His body was moving around in the garden's arena stage, extremely agile and fit. Green vine Gu, he lightly said, and from his right palm, a green vine shot out. It was around 15 meters. Qingshu grabbed the vine and used it as a whip, splitting, coiling and sweeping around. Pow pow pow, the shadow of the whip swept across the floor, sending the concrete on the broken ground flying. Pine needle Gu, he suddenly kept the vine whip, and flipped his long green hair. Immediately, from among the hair pine needles shot out like rain. The pine needles hit the wooden puppet not far away, piercing its entire body and creating close and numerous pinholes. Moonwhirl Gu. Next, he placed out his left palm, and a green-colored crescent insignia glowed in a bright green light. With a flick of his wrist, the green moonblade was sent flying. Different from the trajectory of a normal moonblade, this green moonblade was more curved. While flying in the air, it traveled in an arc, making it harder for enemies to predict. As expected of the number 1 Gu master among the rank 2, Senior Qingshu. With such an attack, I can't even last for 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fang Zheng stared with his mouth wide open, forgetting his original intention in the first place. Oh, Fang Zheng, why are you here? The previous mission just ended, you have to rest more, got to keep that balance between work and rest. Gu Yue Qingshu upon noticing Fang Zheng, kept away his fighting aura and smiled gently. Senior Qingshu, Fang Zheng bowed to him respectfully. This respect was sincerely from his heart. Ever since he joined the group, Fang Zheng had been attentively taken care of by Qingshu, and in Fang Zheng's eyes, Qingshu was like an elder brother. Oh Fang Zheng, it seems you have business with me. Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead while going towards Fang Zheng with a smile. It's like this, Fang Zheng said his intentions, as well as the entire story. Hearing so, Qingshu's eyebrows slightly rose. The truth is that he had heard a lot about Fang Yuan, and when compared to Fang Zheng, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. Might as well meet him for once. Thinking so, Gu Yue Qingshu nodded. I have something to discuss with your brother as well. In that case, let's go together. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Thank you senior. He, no need to thank me, we're in the same group. Qingshu patted Fang Zheng's shoulders. Fang Zheng could feel warmth in his heart, his eyes unwillingly turning red. The two got to the tavern. A shop assistant had been expecting them all along, and brought them inside. On a square table by the window, there were several side dishes and 2 wine cups, and a pot of wine. Fang Yuan sat on one side, and when he saw Gu Yue Qingshu, he smiled and extended his hand. Please sit. Gu Yue Qingshu nodded to Fang Yuan. He took his seat, then said to Fang Zheng, go take a stroll around, I'll talk with your brother. He was a smart person. Upon seeing only 2 wine cups, he knew that Fang Yuan wanted to have a chat alone. The truth is, he had such intentions as well. Fang Zheng acknowledged and left the shop indignantly. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qingshu smiled, opening the wine pot skillfully, pouring a cup for Fang Yuan and one for himself. You are a very interesting, smart person. Saying so, he raised his cup towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed and raised his cup as well to return the toast. The two drank it in one shot together. Qing Shu poured another for Fang Yuan again, as well as for himself. As he poured, he said, "There's no point beating about the bush when talking to a smart person. I'll be open, I want to buy your liquor worm, how much would you sell it?" He did not ask Fang Yuan if he was selling it, but asked directly, how much, showing his immense confidence. He was the number 1 rank 2 GU master. At a young age, he reached rank 2 peak stage, overpowering the rank 2 upper stage Kai Shan and Mo Yan. Once he appeared, he took the initiative and poured the wine and toasted Fang Yuan. His confidence together with his gentle smile formed a unique aura. It was not overbearing and forceful which could make people disgusted, but it made others feel his persistence. His long green hair, and the winter sunlight shining through the window and onto his fair, gently streaked face. This let Fang Yuan subconsciously think of the bright and beautiful radiance of spring. A truly talented person, what a shame, Fang Yuan thought. He was not bothered by Qing Shu's act of taking over the initiative. In fact, Fang Yuan was slightly appreciative of him, and he sighed lightly. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 105 to 105. I will lose extremely terribly. 2,309 words. Gu Yue Qing Shu was also an orphan like Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. His parents had died in a wolf tide when he was young. He was personally raised by clan leader Gu Yue Bo. After he was tested to have B-grade aptitude, he received Gu Yue Bo's personal guidance. His aptitude was outstanding and could be said to be at the top among the B grades. It could even be called false grade. Gu Yue Bo had been raising him as a clan leader candidate. Gu Yue Qing Shu had a warm temperament and was amicable. He was highly praised and well received by the clan members. He was also very loyal to the clan. Fang Zheng's arrival cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position, but he was instead happy and wholeheartedly took care of Fang Zheng. On Earth, Yu Fei Wen Song Dynasty patriot and general. Wei Zheng Tu Tang politician and historian, notorious as a critic, editor of history of the Sui dynasty, and Bao Zheng 3 Northern Song official renowned for his honesty, were people with such characters. Unfortunately, in the wolf tide a year later, the northern gate would fall. To block this gap and protect the clan members, he stepped forward. In the end, he forcefully used a rank 3 GU with his rank 2 cultivation, becoming an impenetrable fortress and successfully defending the village. However, his aperture was destroyed because of this and he finally turned into a treeman and died. Thus, Gu Yue Qing Shu had left a profound impression on Fang Yuan. When he saw Fang Yuan sighing, Gu Yue Qing Shu naturally didn't think that Fang Yuan was looking back on his death and thought Fang Yuan was vexed due to the liquor worm. He smiled, "Fang Yuan, you should already be clear on the limits of liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 GU worm and can only refine rank 1 green copper essence. But you are already a rank 2 GU master. The liquor worm has no use towards red steel primeval essence. Although you have a wine tavern now and can easily raise the liquor worm, why would you vainly raise something that has no use to you?" He switched the thread of discussion. The liquor worm has no use to you but it is useful to other rank 1 GU masters. Especially in the awakening ceremony next spring, there will be a new batch of students and the liquor worm will be of great help to them. So, you might as well just sell the liquor worm to the clan and contribute to clan strength. Fang Yuan didn't reply. Qing Shu pondered, guessing Fang Yuan's intention. I understand now. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm, you even want to fuse it. If I am not wrong, you should be thinking of going the route of the rank 2 white chrysalis, then the rank 3 mist perspiring butterfly fusion route, right? This is the most widespread and also the most practical recipe. The mist perspiring butterfly is a great GU worm, but the white chrysalis has no ability. This fusion route wouldn't have much value to you. You have C grade aptitude and now have rank 2 cultivation. White chrysalis doesn't have any ability and will only squander food. It will be of no help to you. What is the possibility of you reaching rank 3? Even if you succeeded in advancing to rank 3, you will probably be middle-aged by then. Will you raise the useless white chrysalis for tens of years? It will be better to use the expenses of raising white chrysalis on nurturing GU worms. That is more practical and will be more helpful to you, am I wrong? Liquor worm's true value lies in refining primeval essence and raising a small realm. If you go through this fusion, you will only be treating the liquor worm as a material, won't that be a pity? All GU worms had only one ability. For instance, the spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 GU, but it only had the ability of rebirth. The new GU worm that comes from fusion usually took an ability from one GU worm and enhanced it. White Jade GU, for instance, took the defensive ability of Jade Skin GU and enhanced it, while losing the White Boar Gu's ability to gain increased strength. That is to say, if someone obtained White Jade GU, it would only help in defense and couldn't increase the GU master's strength. Qing Shu was correct, the liquor worm's value was in refining primeval essence and raising its stage by a small realm. To GU masters, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves while also being an enormous help in nourishing their aperture and increasing their cultivation speed. If one went through White Chrysalis, Mist Perspiring Butterfly, Fusion Root, the resulting GU worms won't have the ability to refine primeval essence, which would truly be a pity. In fact, Flower Wine Monk took this route and refined the Mist Perspiring Butterfly from the liquor worm, using it to enchant women and commit evil acts. After his death, the Mist Perspiring Butterfly continued to degenerate due to not having sufficient food and finally reverted back to liquor worm. Qing Shu's eyes flashed upon seeing the silent Fang Yuan and continued, "Actually, our clan has a recipe. This recipe raises liquor worm to rank 2 Moon Harbinger GU then the rank 3 7 Fragrances liquor worm. 7 Fragrances liquor worm has the ability to refine primeval essence. Fang Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we could change it to a business transaction. You will sell the liquor worm to the clan and if the clan can refine it to the 7 Fragrances liquor worm, you will have the right to use it for 5 years. If it fails, the clan will compensate for it. What do you think?" Doing this meant the clan will bear all the risks for the fusion. With such a superior condition, others might eagerly agree to it. But Fang Yuan only sneered coldly in his heart. He knew himself. With his 44% C-grade aptitude, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had stalled at rank 2 for over 100 years before finally and coincidentally obtaining a talent-raising GU worm and becoming a rank 3 GU master. 5 years of using rights sounded wonderful, but to Fang Yuan, it was like trying to catch the moon's reflection in water. Gu Yue Qingshu had said so because he saw Fang Yuan's ambitions to charge to rank 3, so he intentionally threw this sweet bait to lure Fang Yuan. But he had miscalculated from the start. In Fang Yuan's memories, there was the best recipe for the liquor worm fusion. First was advancing the liquor worm to rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, then to the rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. Whether it was 4 flavors liquor worm or 7 fragrances liquor worm, both had the ability to refine primeval essence. However, it was not easy to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. First of all, its fusion required 2 liquor worms. Fang Yuan only had 1 currently. Next, the fusion required 4 types of wine, and these 4 wines should be of 4 different flavors: sour, sweet, bitter and spicy. Let's not talk about the difficulty in purchasing a liquor worm with there being hardly any supply of it in the market. Let's look at these 4 wines first. Spicy wines were the most common, ordinary white spirit wine were all of this type. For sour wines, you could get bayberry wine and grape wines, rice wines could fit the sweet wine criteria. But as for the bitter wines, it needed some thinking to be done. From what Fang Yuan knew, there was a type of green bitter wine which was brewed by using eye grass. Unfortunately the eye village was immeasurably far away. How would he obtain it? Fang Yuan had detained the liquor worm not because he wanted to wait and sell it for a high price. Rather, Fang Yuan had all along wanted to go through this fusion route. Using any other fusion routes could be counted as ruining the liquor worm. How could Gu Yue Qingshu know what Fang Yuan had in mind? Seeing Fang Yuan not making any moves to agree at all, he threw his trump card. Fang Yuan, if you sell the liquor worm, I can mediate between you and Fang Zheng. At least, he won't use the family assets to challenge you to a GU battle. You also know the clan rules, the challenge must be accepted. Even if the GU battle request is not approved by the higher-ups, it must first be accepted. Even if you are sure of your defeat and don't want to go to the arena, directly throwing in the towel, you still need to accept the challenge. This world promoted martial spirit, clans didn't need cowards. If there was a challenge, GU masters must accept them. Accepting the challenge proves that you are not a coward. Even if you admit your defeat in front of the public, that too would be a conduct of courage. Under the oppression of the ruthless environment, this had automatically turned and formed into a system of values. The clan's higher-ups would arbitrate according to the results of the GU battles and resolve any problems and disputes. The premise of a GU battle was to have a reason. The challenger should be in the right and the challenge should be reasonable, or the two parties could both make an agreement similar to betting, only then would the GU battle be approved. Fang Zheng's GU battle request is reasonable and fair, it will be approved. If this happens, no matter the result, whether loss or win, will be judged by the elders. Who do you think the elders will side with between you and Fang Zheng? Qingshu's smile became bigger. He looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze and continued to add pressure. Fang Yuan, if you win, you will simply have to part with a tiny bit less of the family assets. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, you will be contributing to the clan. The clan will remember you. I can also guarantee that Fang Zheng would never challenge you on the basis of family assets. The implication was that Fang Zheng could still challenge Fang Yuan for different reasons. This was one of the things Gu Yue Qingshu and Gu Yue Bo would be happy to see. They hoped Fang Zheng would defeat Fang Yuan and break the shadow in his heart to build up his self-confidence. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. He had been listening to Gu Yue Qingshu's chatters from the beginning. And now, he finally spoke. You think I will lose if we fight? Fang Yuan asked Qingshu. Qingshu also smiled. Fights are full of variations, no one can foretell what might happen. However, I need to remind you, Fang Zheng has already refined the rank 2 Moonveil GU, you won't have much of an advantage. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan shook his head, and the smile on his face became bigger. I will lose, I'd definitely lose. Qingshu stared blankly. Fang Yuan stared into his eyes and continued, not only will I lose, I will even lose very miserably. I will hand over all my parents' inheritance, and from then on I will sleep on the street and wander about begging in the village. Gu Yue Qingshu was smart, he understood Fang Yuan's true intentions. His expression became grave, no longer was it confident and graceful. Fang Yuan's words were a bare threat. Fang Zheng was being raised as the next clan leader. If it was made known that he had recognized others as his parents, used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his brother, snatching the inheritance, then there would be a devastating damage to his reputation. Even on Earth, a person who did this would be shamed and disdained by people. Let alone in this world where the values of family love was raised to a whole new level. It wouldn't be anything if Fang Zheng wanted to become a devil. But he was going to become a clan leader, a leader of the righteous path, and that meant he needed to uphold virtue and cherish it. For a moment, Gu Yue Qingshu looked dazedly at Fang Yuan. He discovered that despite hearing a lot about Fang Yuan, he had still underestimated the latter. The dominance that he built up from his many sentences since the moment they met, had now crumbled with a bang. Fang Yuan hit the nail on the head, directly indicating the main part to Gu Yue Qingshu. If it was another person, Fang Yuan would have spoken differently. But Gu Yue Qingshu was someone who had extreme loyalty to the clan, and in Fang Yuan's previous life, he would rather sacrifice himself to protect the clan. Thus, he had no choice but to worry because of Fang Yuan's threat. However, he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring at Fang Yuan as he spoke between clenched teeth. But you won't do this. Because the inheritance has been your goal all along, how will you cultivate if you give up the inheritance? Fang Yuan wasn't afraid. He met Qingshu's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile. That's why I believe you will give up the notion of buying the liquor worm and also persuade Fang Zheng to not challenge me, am I wrong? Others might not be able to persuade Fang Zheng, but Gu Yue Qingshu had this capability. Fang Yuan had no doubt on this. The situation was in a deadlock. After a moment, Gu Yue Qingshu lowered his eyes. He stared at the wine cup in his hand for a while and suddenly laughed. Interesting, we will do just that. His tone carried a hint of melancholy. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 106 to 106. Half his life savings gone to dust, only his vitality remains for eternity. 2091 words. A day later, on the futon, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A large face-sized white light was an arm's distance from his face, silently floating. Fang Yuan took out piece after piece of primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into the light ball. The white light contracted, but became more eye-piercing. When it shrunk to a fist size, the white light was glaring, and Fang Yuan could only squint his eyes to observe it. Probably the last piece, Fang Yuan played around with the primeval stone in his hand, knowing that the critical moment was here. He tossed the primeval stone into the light ball. He could vaguely see the primeval stone floating around in the light ball, like snow dropping into boiling water, constantly melting away. A large amount of rock powder fell on the ground. The primeval stone vanished, and the light ball exploded. With a bam, the 3 Gu worms flew in 3 directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 flew to the walls, and then dropped to the ground. Refining the Moonglow Gu had failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly moved his finger, calling back his Gu worms. The Moonlight Gu and Little Light Gu wavered their way to Fang Yuan as they floated around, slowly landing in his palm, but the other Little Light Gu had no response. It laid on the ground, its milky white 5-star-shaped body gradually dissipating into the air. After a few breaths' time, it had completely vanished with no lingering traces. This was the price of a failed fusion. According to the different fusing recipes, the Gu worm might get injured as a result, or when unlucky, might even die. Even with his rich experience, adding on to the fact that Fang Yuan could multitask and had the right recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not upset. He had seen such an event many times. He had already performed to his best, and if the result still failed, it could only be attributed to luck. Luckily, it was not the Moonlight Gu that died, but the Little Light Gu. I can just buy another one from the shop. It is easy to replenish. If the Moonlight Gu died, it would not be easy trying to get another one. He had lots of cash now. Even if one Little Light Gu died, he could just purchase another one. Next, he inspected the Moonlight Gu and the remaining Little Light Gu. On the surface of both Gu, it was slightly dimmer than usual. This was the result of an injured Gu due to fusion failure. Once a Gu worm gets injured, the chances of a successful fusion would drop drastically. I have to wait for them to recover before I continue trying. Fang Yuan knew that haste does not bring success, and quickly kept the 2 Gu. He estimated the time, around at least 3 days later would he be able to perform another try. Cultivation did not end there. Fang Yuan opened his right palm. His left hand was pale, and on his palm, there was a green insignia with a grass pattern, like a dark green tattoo. Fang Yuan's thought moved, and the primeval essence in his aperture began to move, like light red fog flowing towards the insignia on his left arm. The green insignia was instantly brought alive. From Fang Yuan's palm, the tip of the grass emerged, followed by the round leaves of 9 dark green leaves, lastly followed by the jade green transparent stem. As for the roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the original dark green tattoo was gone, only leaving behind traces of dark green lines. It represented the intertwining of the grass with Fang Yuan's palm. It was the rank 2 grass Gu, 9-leaf vitality grass. Right now, Fang Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and a 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on top of it, like the exquisite art made of jade stone carvings. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand's finger and plucked the leaves. With every piece of round leaf that he plucked, Fang Yuan could feel a slight pain himself, like the feeling of pulling his hair. After the 9 pieces were plucked and placed at the bedside by Fang Yuan, there was only the bare stem of the 9-leaf vitality grass left on his palm. Fang Yuan continued to deploy his primeval essence. The light red-colored rank 2 primeval essence continued to rise from his palm like a cloud of mist, and covered the jade green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and eventually a bud started to grow from deep within the stem. This budding was pinkish green, small, delicate and very fragile, breaking upon contact. Fang Yuan continued to use his primeval essence, and the bud grew bigger, its color deepening. Eventually it grew into a piece of dark green color, a completely mature leaf. I used up 20% of my primeval essence. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded. He only had 44% primeval essence in his seed. That meant that he could only create 2 vitality leaves at one go. After creating another piece, Fang Yuan grabbed a piece of primeval stone and rapidly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When the primeval essence rose to 40%, he nurtured the vitality leaf again. Rinsing and repeating like this after half a day, he had finally made the 9-leaf vitality grass grow back to 9 full leaves. He did not pluck the leaves this time, but with a thought, kept the 9-leaf vitality grass back into his left palm, turning it back into a green insignia. He took the leaves that he plucked and placed them into a small bag, bringing it with him. A piece of vitality leaf was a rank 1 Gu worm, each worth around 50 primeval stones in the market. This meant that with just these 9 leaves, it could allow Fang Yuan to earn 450 primeval stones. Of course, he incurred costs in creating them, but excluding costs, he still profited around 400 primeval stones. Among all of the family assets, the most valuable one was no doubt this 9-leaf vitality grass. Owning it was tantamount to owning a gold mine, and this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage too. It was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was virtually no cost in raising it. To Fang Yuan, he could give up all the other family assets, but for this 9-leaf vitality grass, he needed to grasp it firmly in his hands. Of course, this type of 9-leaf vitality grass Gu was not owned by Fang Yuan alone. In the village, others held this grass Gu as well. In fact, there were 5 9-leaf vitality grass Gu that was collective property owned by the clan. Every day there were specialized Gu masters whose missions were to create large numbers of vitality leaves. To Fang Yuan, this is a good thing. If he alone had the 9-leaf vitality grass, the clan would definitely strike and buy this grass Gu by force. Just like how Gu Yue Qing represented the clan and came to buy his liquor worm. Precious Gu like liquor worm, black and white boar Gu and the 9-leaf vitality grass, the clan higher-ups all wanted to control it and make it useful for the whole clan. 3 days later, a light ball under Fang Yuan's supervision suddenly exploded, and a new Gu worm floated in midair slowly. It was sparkling and translucent, bent like a crescent, resembling a piece of water blue crystal. In a nutshell, it was like the Moonlight Gu that was enlarged in size by 2-fold. Yet it was not the Moonlight Gu, but the higher-ranking rank 2 Moonglow Gu. This time, Fang Yuan's fusion succeeded. The Moonglow Gu was made by fusing a Moonlight Gu and 2 Little Light Gu. A Little Light Gu can raise the power of the Moonblade by 100%, but 2 Little Light Gu still raised its power by 100%. This boost was not additive. But the refined rank 2 Moonglow Gu, its attack power reached 3 times of the Moonlight Gu. Actually, there are many different recipes to refine the Moonlight Gu, and it has many advancement paths. Fang Yuan took this path to raise the Moonblade's attack power to the limit. The attacking range remained unchanged, it still had a scope of 10 meters. There was a route, using the Moonlight Gu and the Stone Scar Gu to perform fusion, the result would be the Moon Scar Gu. Its attack power remained unchanged, but the range doubled, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, which was using the Moonlight Gu with the Whirlwind Gu to fuse, creating the Moonwhirl Gu. Using it, the Moonblade turns from blue to green, and at the same time its attack trajectory becomes curved. Gu Yu Qing took this path. As for Gu Yu Fang Zhang, he used the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu to create the Moon Raiment. This was a rare route and had an upper limit of rank 5, becoming the Moonlight Treasure King Gu. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean it was definitely possible to create a rank 5 Gu worm. Many rank 5 Gu masters did not have a single rank 5 Gu in their possession. What causes this awkward situation is not a lack of ingredients but the success rate. Gu fusion was not a 100% success rate. The higher the ranking of the Gu worm you were trying to refine, the lower the success rate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada had a success rate of less than 1%, and it failed countless times. Sometimes, he was lucky and less Gu worms died, other times, all the Gu worms died together. To refine the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, it needed all rank 5 Gu worms. Once these Gu worms die, all of Fang Yuan's hard work and accumulation would go up into smoke, becoming an illusion. Fang Yuan failed countless times and started over many times, fusing once again and collecting Gu worms and special ingredients all over again. Eventually, he caused too much of a commotion and incurred a public outrage, causing the will of the people to become disorganized and many deaths forming seas of blood and floating corpses. He was lucky though, as he finally succeeded and obtained the Spring Autumn Cicada. But once he obtained this rank 6 Gu, all the righteous cultivators who were eyeing his Gu all along came to attack, and before he even got a chance to familiarize himself with the Gu, he suicided. Thousands of millions of years, it was because of this disgusting failure rate that caused many high-ranking Gu masters to waste their efforts and go back to square one. The only way was to slightly curb this failure rate, and that is, vital Gu. No matter the fusion result, failure or success, the vital Gu never dies. At most it gets injured. Why? Many people guessed that it was because the vital Gu was the Gu master's first Gu worm and is linked to the Gu master's life, forming a mystical relationship and connection. As long as the Gu master is alive, if the vital Gu's fusion fails, at most it would be almost dead. Of course, the other Gu worms used in the fusion had a possibility of death. Even so, a portion of the Gu master's fruits and labor can be preserved and accumulated. The vital Gu is the Gu master's greatest fortune and fallback. Whatever the vital Gu is, it can to a large extent affect the Gu master's development path. Conversely, Gu masters also find new recipes aggressively to raise the level of their vital Gu. Some rank 2 and rank 3 garbage recipes, to Gu masters, it worsened their future prospects. When Fang Yuan found that the Spring Autumn Cicada had become his vital Gu, why was he so happy? This was why. The Spring Autumn Cicada was an extremely rare Gu worm, allowing others to rebirth. It was a heaven-defying ability. No matter how it is refined, it will not die. If this was Fang Yuan's previous life where the Spring Autumn Cicada was not his vital Gu, if he continued refining, it could potentially die. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 6, something many Gu masters would never be able to reach in their lifetime. An extremely large number of Gu masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe and are still desperately searching. Spring Autumn Cicada, although unable to be used to its full potential by the current Fang Yuan, was still his greatest treasure. The Flower Wine Monk's inheritance compared to this was a difference between heaven and earth. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 107 to 107. Skillfully earning primeval stones, ill-intent customers come to wreak havoc. 1973 words. The cold snow came to an end, and spring wind took its place. Without realizing it, winter had already passed, and the days of spring arrived. The frozen mountain creek began to flow again. The ice cones under the eaves of bamboo buildings and trees were sparkling and translucent, dripping water in the sunlight. In the morning, the wine tavern was quite empty, there were not many drinkers. Fang Yuan sat inside at the seat near the window. According to his request, the surrounding was covered by wooden plank screens, creating a small room for him. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and the fresh and fragrant smell of the earth was wedged between the air, letting people who smelled it feel carefree and pleased. Xianxia sat opposite Fang Yuan, his face full of smiles. These are the primeval stones this time, please confirm it. He took out 4 money bags, placing them on the table and pushing it towards Fang Yuan. What was inside the money bag was naturally primeval stones. Fang Yuan did not open them one by one, but checked their weight by holding them in his hand. He had over 100 years of experience making deals and transactions, so he could easily tell the number of primeval stones in his hands. One lesson he could immediately tell. This was nothing special, to be honest. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a coin on the bottleneck and dripped oil inside, where the oil dripped in a line and entered the bottle through the tiny hole without any spillage. There was another divine shooter who could shoot tree leaves at 100% accuracy from 100 meters away. There was also a butcher who worked for many years, using his hands to check the weight. He could tell their exact weight and when scaled, was exactly as he said. How to train such a skill? Nothing else but, practice makes perfect. Accumulation of experience, when enough, can stir up a miracle. After his rebirth, this kind of experience was naturally brought over as well. Fang Yuan used his hand to check, and on finding no problems, he then took out a small cloth bag and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia received it with both hands and opened the bag, checking the quantity carefully. Although Fang Yuan had 9 vitality leaves in his possession, he did not plan to sell it himself. If it was Gu Yue Dong too, he would rather do this to sustain his social relationships and increase his influence. But Fang Yuan was reluctant to do this. It wasted too much time and effort. Thus, he sold them all to Xianxia, who was a shop owner, so Xianxia could sell the rank 1 healing grass Gu to the clansmen. Xianxia is Zhang Yi's brother, and when Fang Yuan was searching for the liquor worm, they met before. His brother was even Fang Yuan's half-alliance mate, thus, having him take over the transaction and sell to the clan was a reliable method. 1, 2, 3, 9. Indeed, it is 9 vitality leaves. Xianxia counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully keeping the bag close to his body. Next, he raised his cup, toasting to Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Yuan, happy doing business with you, let me toast you. His gaze towards Fang Yuan carried deep admiration, even turning into a hint of jealousy. A year ago, when it was also spring, the first time he met Fang Yuan, the latter was still a student at the academy, not even having the rights to wear the Gu Master's battle attire. But now, Fang Yuan was not only wearing battle attire, his belt was also red color, and a square steel piece in the center of the belt, a rank 2 Gu Master. However, he himself was still a rank 1, carrying a green-colored belt. Never mind that, what made him jealous was, after getting the inheritance, Fang Yuan turned from a pauper into a tycoon. He owned the wine tavern, bamboo buildings as well as the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was all fortune that Xianxia would never be able to earn throughout his lifetime. But, Xianxia did not dare to show his deep emotion of jealousy. Fang Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him and allowed him to earn the difference in price. Fang Yuan is already his money tree, and Xianxia no longer dared to offend this junior. Sigh, comparing among people is odious. Xianxia held the cup. His face was full of smiles, but in his heart, he was sighing deeply. Fang Yuan raised his cup and drank it in one shot. Xianxia's expression, although secretive, with Fang Yuan's old fox wits, how could he not tell? Fang Yuan did not put it to heart, for if Xianxia was not jealous, it showed that he had much greater heart, and that would make Fang Yuan think more highly of him. But, he stared at Fang Yuan's small fortune and got jealous. This showed how little his world was insignificant. Drinking with him was solely because he still had some value to exploit. Xianxia put down the cup, excitedly saying, the clan's vitality leaves are sold at 55 primeval stones apiece. I followed your instructions and only sold our grass GU at 50 primeval stones, and the demand is overwhelming. Lord, why don't you make more leaves daily, that way we can earn much more. Fang Yuan listened and slowly shook his head, rejecting outright, no, creating 9 leaves is already my limit, it is already wasting much of my cultivating time. This was the difference between Fang Yuan and a mere frog like Xianxia. In Fang Yuan's perspective, primeval stones were just a cultivating resource, a tool. It is all for his cultivating needs. However, Xianxia treated primeval stones as his life goal, thus he cultivates in order to earn more primeval stones. But even if Fang Yuan only made 9 leaves a day, he could earn 400 primeval stones daily, and with the accumulation, the fortune in his hands also grew to an amazing level. Seeing Fang Yuan's rejection, Xianxia did not dare to push his luck, only moving his lips in pity, then continuing to pour wine for Fang Yuan enthusiastically and then for himself. Indeed, he exclaimed, Lord has such great fortune, you do not have to waste time and effort daily. In my opinion, why does Lord have to stay in that poor old rented flat? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and stay there yourself? Then marrying a beautiful wife, and having 7 or 8 family servants to take care of you. That is truly the dream life. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, not saying anything. How could a farmer understand the ambitions of the conqueror? He turned around, looking outside the window. House after house, the bamboo roofs had remnant snow, bathing under the bright and beautiful light of spring. Far away was a willow tree, the branches of yellow-green soft leaves rolling down, gently swishing in the soft spring breeze. Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly blank as he thought about his current predicament. After solving the problem of Fang Zheng, the family asset could be said to be in the bag. The white jade GU and moonglow GU were successfully refined, he now covered attack and defense. What came next was the liquor worm, but the liquor worm was troublesome. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sweet, sour, bitter and spicy, 4 types of wine. These things, he had no idea where to get. I definitely have to refine the liquor worm. Without it, my progress will be slower by at least half. But to refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I will need to wait for the caravan and borrow the chance to showcase my white jade GU. That way, I can show off my true fighting strength and stop hiding my abilities. Fang Yuan had the moonglow GU and the white jade GU. Together with his 500 years of combat experience, he was stronger than most rank 2 GU masters. Slightly famous group leaders like Sickly Snake Zhao San, if fighting one-on-one with Fang Yuan, might not be his match. But against Kai Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan was still weaker. One was insufficient cultivation level, Fang Yuan was only a rank 2 initial stage, but they were upper or even peak stage. Next was the lack of strong GU worms. Fang Yuan only had 2 battle GU worms, but they all had at least 3 and even hidden trump cards. Among the same age group, Fang Zheng, Mo Bei and Kai Cheng were already showing their dominance, no doubt. Especially Fang Zheng, now that he had obtained the rank 2 moon raiment, he already has the ability to fight with Fang Yuan. As time passes, his cultivation level will get higher and eventually he will leave Fang Yuan in the dust. Unless Fang Yuan can fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm and maintain the same cultivating speed as Fang Zheng. As for the higher ranks, those rank 3 or rank 4 GU masters. To Fang Yuan, battle results aside, even keeping his life is a difficult thing, not to mention challenging a higher rank. Transcending rank was very difficult. One was that Fang Yuan did not have trump cards, and 2 he does not have talent. Even with his rich fighting experience, a woman cannot cook without rice, without a strong GU worm, his experience cannot display their worth. If I can successfully fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivating speed will be satisfactory. But I also have to replenish my GU worms. Defense I have white jade GU, offense I have moonglow GU, healing I have 9-leaf vitality grass, but I need a movement type and recon type GU. These 2 although are support types, they can cover up my weakness and at least triple-fold my fighting strength. Fang Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step. With his rich life experience, he already knew the direction to take. Beside him, Xianxia's voice came. I heard, recently someone is finding trouble with you, Lord. Purposely finding trouble at your bamboo building and wine tavern. Fang Yuan frowned. His train of thoughts were broken. But Xianxia was right. Fang Yuan had investigated. This was his uncle Gu Yue Dongtu's act. After Gu Yue Qing Shu warned his uncle, he did not dare to use Fang Zheng to instigate trouble anymore. But after waiting for a while, the indignance and anger in his heart rose, and using his relationships, he got a few GU masters to find trouble at Fang Yuan's places. People who do business hate these kinds of problems. Thus, recently, he had been finding time to look after the locations. Owner, someone is finding trouble again. At this time, a clerk carried a scared expression and walked towards Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows raised, not expecting to encounter this immediately. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to react, Xianxia stood up abruptly, eagerly saying, wait a moment lord, let me go see. He walked out of the partition and came back almost immediately. It is Gu Yue Manchi. Zhang Ya's expression was pale, suppressing his voice. His gaze revealed shock and worry. Gu Yue Manchi. Fang Yuan did things carefully and knew the importance of information. During this period, he had gotten the information of all the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan and memorized most of them. Gu Yue Manchi is a slightly famous Gu master, specializing in defense and having a great strength, being the Manchi group's leader. In terms of fame, he was higher than Zhao San by a little. Bam! Smashing sound came from outside. Thereafter, a coarse and arrogant voice resounded. Blah, what sort of wine is this? Tastes like horse shit, you dare sell this to me? HMPH. Fang Yuan's gaze shone with cold light as he stood up. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 108 to 108. That pair of eyes. 2,597 words. Zhang Ya saw that Fang Yuan intended to go out, and hurriedly stopped him. Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This Manchi is very strong, one of the few people who managed to escape for their lives from Binding Bing. He cannot be underestimated. Using his loss as a glorious fame, what fear is there for these kinds of people? Fang Yuan laughed lightly, stretching his hand to put it on Zhang Ya's shoulder. Just sit here and drink away. Lord, Zhang Ya was about to urge again, but he met with Fang Yuan's icy gaze. The chilliness in Fang Yuan's eyes caused his heart to stop. He was tongue-tied, helplessly sitting on the chair again while Fang Yuan took a few strides and left the partitioned room, walking towards the main hall. He saw that at the center on a square table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot stepping on a stool while another stepping on the table. His body was slightly short, but his arms and waist were thick. With a thick black beard, extending downwards from his cheeks to meet at his chin, his body emitted a strong aura of ferociousness. The ground near him had broken wine pot fragments, and most of the liquor had seeped into the ground along the concrete cracks on the floor. Only 2 or 3 petals of wine accumulated on the surface, or in the broken pots. The shopkeeper old man bowed his head low as he apologized in trepidation. Lord, please be appeased. If this wine is not to your satisfaction, the shop will give you another brew free of charge. HMPH, I don't want wine. Your wine tastes like shit, why are you opening a shop? Compensation, I must be compensated. My good mood was ruined by you guys, you have to compensate me at least 500 primeval stones. Manchi demanded a ridiculous amount. This is the 3rd time already, it seems this wine tavern has offended some people. Sigh, let's not drink here anymore. Quick, go, when Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer. The surrounding people frantically left their seats, only a few Gu masters remained and continued their chat. I heard this tavern is opened by Fang Yuan, who is it that is finding fault with him? Oh, the one whose parents died and inherited their fortune, the lad who got rich overnight. No wonder people are doing this, even if it is me, I'd be jealous. Just think, we fight for our lives out there for these fortunes to live a stable life. But he Fang Yuan is merely a newbie, what rights does he have to obtain these things? That's right, even if his ancestors are taking care of their future generations, times have changed. The clan's resources are limited. Everyone can only get a small piece of the pie. How can he, AC grade talent, enjoy such fortune at this age? Preposterous. Is Manchi trying to anger him into a duel? If they had a Gu fight, he might be able to get a piece of the pie. Someone shook his head. Hey, you think those clan elders are fools? Someone nodded. Could be true. The clan policies are there, haven't you guys understood from all these years? To a degree, they allow us to compete. The strong should get more resources, isn't that right? If the weak cannot protect their assets, they would have to give it up. It is all for the clan's prosperity. Makes sense. Let's see first. There's something going on here. I heard that Manchi has a retired elder behind him. Someone suppressed his voice and said. Who dares to leave? All of you stand there. No one is to leave. On the table, Manchi suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the doorstep, but did not dare to disobey. They all stood at the spot in horror. Some of the pedestrians found that there was drama going on and they went to the doorstep, stopping to watch the show. Purely here to find trouble. Fang Yuan upon seeing this scene, his face was emotionless but his eyes glinted with cold light. Manchi saw him. Oh, you are that Fang Yuan, right? Junior, your wine tavern is cheating my money with your horrible wine. However, since you are a newbie, I'll give you a chance to repent and apologize in public. If not, others will say that I, Manchi, is bullying a junior with my status. Ha ha ha, Manchi laughed loudly. As long as you apologize and bow to me, this matter will be over. I walk my talk, I will do as I promised. He patted his chest in thunderous volume, showing an air of magnanimity, but his intention could not lie to the surrounding Gu masters. What a bastard move. That's right, if Fang Yuan apologized, he would no longer be able to raise his head, and anyone would come over and step on him and bully his weakness. But if he does not apologize, that is disrespecting a senior, and with such an attitude, the entire community will keep him away. Yeah, he's stuck with 2 difficult decisions. Oh my, what the fuck? The Gu masters whispered, but suddenly someone's mouth went wide open, able to swallow a duck's egg. The remaining Gu masters were in a similar state. Some stared until their eyeballs almost fell out. Some choked and spilled out the wine in their mouths. Some stared in utter disbelief, like statues. They were here to watch a show, an enjoyable show. In the end, Fang Yuan not only satisfied their wish, but also gave them a great surprise. The young man instantly flicked his wrist and shot a moonblade out. Pew! The moonblade of the Moonglow Gu. The eerie blue crescent fang flew in the air, as large as a face. Trailing along a square desk, it was quickly cut like tofu into 2 halves. Manchi's laughter stood, his pupils dilated as the moonblade became increasingly larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moonblade was already near his face, showing every single strand of his mustache with its glow. Facing strong feelings of death, at the very last moment, Manchi screamed out in panic, Monolith Gu. Immediately, his entire body had a deep gray light. His skin turned and became rock skin, but before it had fully grown, the moonblade had already hit his chest. With a light sound, the rock skin tore open and Manchi's chest became a large diagonal injury. Blood spilled and poured out of his large wound. Intense pain rushed through his nerves as Manchi shouted out in horror, his voice full of disbelief and shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan to attack immediately without a single word. He dared to attack, in the village, directly using a Gu worm and attacking a clansman. Not to say Manchi, even the onlookers showed utter disbelief, and were lost for words. What situation is this? Is this lad crazy? Not saying a word and immediately going for a fatal attack. Isn't he afraid of killing Manchi and being arrested by the punishment hall, paying for his crimes? Young men are way too rash. Did you guys see that moonblade? It is definitely not the moonlight Gu but the moonglow Gu. To think Fang Yuan succeeded in his fusion already. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Manchi stood on the square table, tearing his throat and screaming in a thunderous volume with a face full of ruthlessness. His entire body's muscles bulged, growing into rock skin at a deeper intensity. The injury was also covered by the rock skin, but large amount of blood still poured out, although less of a fountain. Fang Yuan's face was calm as he continued his walk. He did not talk, or rather, he did not have the intention to talk. He made another move to reply to Manchi. Another moonblade. Pew! The moonblade flew across the short distance and shot out. Manchi had no time to talk, but raised his arms and protected his brain and chest. His limbs were covered with a thick deep gray-colored rock, as if arms made from a statue, sturdy and thick. The moonblade hit his arms, cutting a deep wound, numerous small rock fragments flying out. The moonblade's strength caused Manchi's body to fly backwards. His entire body was made of rocks, causing his weight to rise drastically. Finally, the table under him could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it collapsed completely. Manchi lost his footing and fell on the ground, his defenses revealing a weakness. Fang Yuan walked slowly, his eyes shining in cold light as he captured the weakness, and fired another moonblade at it. The moonblade tore through the air and emitted a swooshing sound of the wind. Manchi hurriedly raised his hands, but he underestimated Fang Yuan's intense battle experience. Although the moonblade was moving straight, it tunneled for an angle not parallel to the ground. Manchi's arm could block half of the moonblade, but the other half hit his chest. Injury on top of injury, Manchi's chest had even greater blood loss now. Is he going to kill him? The Gu masters who were originally sitting on the seat could not stand it any longer, and they all got up. The mortals did not dare to make any noise. They watched in fear and anticipation. Gu masters killing each other, it triggered something that had been repressed in their hearts all along. Manchi breathed heavily, wanting to climb up. But due to his injuries, the intense pain caused his hard work to be wasted as he crashed on the ground once again with a thump. Fang Yuan walked over slowly. Manchi lost a lot of blood, and his face was pale. He stared at Fang Yuan in horror. Fang Yuan was walking slowly with a cold expression, getting closer, bringing him greater pressure by the second. Fang Yuan, you cannot kill me. Killing me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall. Manchi pushed against the floor, trying to move backwards. He was still bleeding, and along with his body, carved a bright red line on the concrete. The gallery was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fang Yuan's cold aura and held their breaths as they wanted. Nobody felt that Manchi was a worthless piece of shit. Without any composure, they would not have fared any better if they were in his shoes. Fang Yuan walked to Manchi, raised a leg and harshly stepped on his chest injury. The pain caused Manchi to draw in a cold breath. Fang Yuan continued to stomp, and Manchi began to feel immense pain, like a wild boar charging around was trampling him repeatedly. He could not endure it any longer, screaming loudly. Even with the thick rock skin's protection, his chest was still enduring great pressure from Fang Yuan, and the injury area was still overflowing with blood. More importantly, Fang Yuan's right hand was covered in an eerie blue moonlight, held in place but not fired yet. This was the symptom before a moonblade attack. Manchi thought this worriedly as he did not dare to move a muscle. You cannot kill me. He stared with his eyes wide open, growling in difficulty. I won't kill you. Fang Yuan said the first sentence since he arrived. His tone was flat, and in the dead silent wine tavern, it reverbed into everyone's ears. But I can cripple you, breaking one of your arms, or a leg. According to the clan rules, I have to compensate you a number of primeval stones and be imprisoned for some time. But what about you? Your remaining life would be spent in bed, your injury would reduce your battle capability greatly, and you shall no longer be able to execute missions. Do you think this result is acceptable for you? Fang Yuan stared down at the sprawling Manchi, slowly reasoning. The emotionless voice traveled into Manchi's ears, causing his heart to stop and his body to shudder. He opened his mouth, breathing heavily, his brain becoming more chaotic. Fang Yuan's leg exerted strength that made him feel like he was being crushed by a rock, making him feel harder to breathe. Damn it. If I was on guard, if I was not caught off guard and were injured at the start, how could he, Manchi's voice came to an abrupt stop as his gaze met with Fang Yuan's eyes. He lay on the ground, staring upwards. Fang Yuan's half-narrowed eyes, dark and eerily looking down on him. Just what sort of pair of eyes was that? If it was full of killing intent, Manchi would not be afraid. However, this pair of eyes was filled with indifference. This indifference was like arrogance towards reality, the disdain towards people of the world, the trampling of life and the abandonment of rules. This pair of eyes, Manchi's eyes shrunk into pin size as the deepest memory in his heart played. The nightmare of his life. 2 years ago, at night in the bamboo forest, a young man in white clothing, similarly trampling him under his feet. Damn it, god damn it. If I had refined the monolith Gu, how could you break my defense? Death was impending. He screamed with his life, full of indignance. Oh, in that case, I shall not kill you. The white-clothed young man's lips curled, revealing a smile full of interest. Go back to the village and cultivate harder. Refine the monolith Gu and let's have a match again. He. I hope that in the future, you can bring a tint of excitement to my life. Saying so, the young man lifted his feet, sparing him. Manchi breathed roughly, lying on the ground, not expecting this turn of events. He stared at this white-clothed young man in shock. The young man looked at him like an ant, saying indifferently, why aren't you scramming? Manchi's body shook as he hurriedly got up and made his escape. This white-clothed young man was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but could already kill rank 3 clan elders. Manchi escaping from him and preserving his life caused his fame to shoot up. Through the 2 years, Bai Ningbing's facial expression had become a blur in his memories, and he could only remember those eyes. Eyes that looked at the common life, the world with indifference. The high and mighty iris, hiding an unbelievable pride that mortals cannot comprehend. To think that in his own village, he could see these eyes. At this moment, Manchi's heart was filled with terror, the indignance and anger in his heart dissipating without a drop of fighting spirit left. Fang Yuan closely observed Man Shi's facial expression. The young man was slightly shocked, not expecting Man Shi to be so cowardly. But, never mind, just a cowardly mouse. Fang Yuan's objective was achieved, and he let go of his leg. You can scram now. Man Shi felt like he had heard a divine mantra as he rolled and climbed out of the tavern with a pale face. The audience were stunned. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, his gaze sweeping the area. The surrounding GU masters, rank 1 and some rank 2, avoided his gaze subconsciously. The shopkeeper and clerks were all terrified and excitedly worshipped him. Who did not want a strong backer? Behind him, Zhang was staring dumbfounded. He heard a commotion and ran out, but saw Fang Yuan chasing away Man Shi. That is Gu Man Shi. His heart was shocked to the limit, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Jealousy had vanished. At this point, Zhang understood why Fang Yuan had such an achievement. Because he was never the same kind of person as myself. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 109 to 109. Treehouse hides the liquor worm. 1927 words. Gu Man Shi was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. The news spread quickly and caused small waves of gossip among rank 2 GU masters. Everyone was familiar with the two main characters of this event. Man Shi was a slightly famous rank 2 GU master who had managed to escape with his life under Bai Ningbing's hands. He was not to be sniffed at. And Fang Yuan was the year's champion. Many had witnessed him defeating Fang Zheng at the yearly assessment. He also obtained his family inheritance and became rich overnight, causing many to become green with envy. The gap between the two was clear, but against all expectations, the weaker Fang Yuan had defeated the stronger Man Shi. Such a discrepancy really caught the people by surprise. As more and more people continued to discuss the event, Fang Yuan's fame also rose. Rank 2 GU masters began to take this young junior seriously. He directly attacked without saying a word. Young people are too impulsive. He has wealth and has also refined Moonglow GU. He has some ability. He is a lunatic. He is too hard-handed. Reportedly, Gu Man Shi had to lie in bed for at least 3 days to recover from his injuries. People commented on Fang Yuan. He had made a sudden attack on Man Shi, initiating a head start, inflicting serious injuries on the very first attack and establishing great dominance. It felt like he did not win honestly. However, victory was victory and loss was loss. The result was everything. Maybe on Earth, most would emphasize the process instead of the results, but in this world where survival was arduous, surroundings full of deadly dangers, victory often meant survival and defeat meant death, losing everything. Winners gained everything, losers lost everything. Almost everyone approved this notion. Fang Yuan had won. It was the fact, no matter how he did it. A newbie had sprung up by stepping on Man Shi, entering into everyone's eyes. Man Shi had become a stepping stone, his reputation was destroyed. Once he recovered, he would resign from the group leader position. This was the outcome of a failure. Close relatives would sympathize with the losers, but they respected and acknowledged the winners even more. Winners represented strength and strength meant better security to the people. After this event, Gu Dong too sensibly stopped his dirty tricks. Gu Man Shi stepping down had finally made the astute uncle aware of the reality. Fang Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentment and indignation. He knew he now had no chance of seizing the inheritance. Continuing was meaningless. He had used his connections and employed other people to find trouble for Fang Yuan. This consumed his primeval stones. Yet Fang Yuan had profits coming from all sides. In case the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of primeval stones, the final loser would definitely be he, himself. Because he lost the bamboo houses, wine tavern and 9 leaves vitality grass, he was now without any source of income. The used primeval stones would be difficult to replenish. By contrast, Fang Yuan lacked primeval stones but it was increasing day by day. The main point was that Gu Dong too dispiritedly realized that the stalemate would not have any benefits. Thus, when he heard Man Shi running away in defeat, he immediately stopped these meaningless actions. In fact, when Fang Zheng had not been able to create trouble for Fang Yuan, it already signified Gu Dong too's defeat. With this, Fang Yuan's wine tavern's business returned to normal, which was a joyous thing. There was another joyous matter. The caravan would be coming early. March. In the bright and beautiful spring sunshine, the light song of the days of spring treaded a lively and cheerful beat as it arrived. With the warmth of spring, flowers bloomed and grasses grew wildly. Qing Mao Mountain was a scene of green as far as the eye could see. Wild flowers blossomed on the sunny side of the hills, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling and burbling river surged up like a flame and entangled with the sunshine. Newborn dragonpill crickets came out of their eggs and formed a batch of new swarms, enlivening the nighttime. At daytime, a large flock of colorful peacock parrots hovered in the air, chirping and twittering. The warm spring spread its favor and kindness, letting all living things grow in brilliance. In such a scenery, a caravan was slowly making its way to Qing Mao Mountain. Fat black beetles were slowly moving forward, their backs filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with brightly colored feathers were pulling handcarts. Hairy mountain spiders disregarded the terrains, winged snakes twisted and snaked forward, occasionally opening its wings and flying forward. A treasure brass toad was leading the caravan. It was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body orange-yellow in color. On its back was the rank 4 GU master, Jia Fu. After the caravan stationed in the village, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. It changed again. In my previous memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to the previous precedents too, the caravan should have only come in summer. Now, however, it has come in spring, 2-3 months earlier. And its scale is also much bigger. Fang Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation and similarly also influenced his surroundings, creating changes in the future. The root cause should be due to him killing Jia Jinsheng. Fang Yuan had deceived everyone, so Jia Fu mistakenly believed Jia Jinsheng's death was a conspiracy by his rival, Jia Gui. After Jia Fu returned to the clan, he had taken radical steps which made the competition between them more intense. To strive for exceptional achievements, the Jia brothers rushed out even before the year's snow had completely melted, leading the caravans to peddle their goods everywhere. The clan leader Gu Yu Bo received Jia Fu. The two rank 4 GU masters were the leaders of the both sides. Brother Gu Yu, I trust you have been well. Jia Fu was full of smiles and warmth, but his face had a long scar now. Ha ha ha, brother Jia Fu, you are quite early this year. Ji Yu Bo looked at the scar on Jia Fu's face. His heart jolted but he didn't ask about it. The early bird gets the worm. This time, I have brought many precious goods and I believe the noble Gu Yue Clan will have lots of needs. Jia Fu had made a big effort this time to fight for better achievements. Yes, this is good news. Ji Yu Bo's eyes flashed. Continuing on, it just so happens that the day after tomorrow is our clan's awakening ceremony, and I would like to invite brother Jia to attend it. Haha, it is my honor to be able to witness the prosperity of Gu Yue Clan. Jia Fu immediately cupped his hands and sincerely replied. Inviting others to watch the clan's awakening ceremony was treating them as honored guests. Jia Fu could feel Gu Yue Clan's sincerity from this invitation. In fact, there is also another matter. Jia Fu hesitated. You have come from afar, so if you have any requests, please say it. Our clan will definitely do our best to fulfill it. Ji Yu Bo said. Jia Fu sighed. Ah, it is regarding Jia Jinsheng's matter. I have especially brought over a few investigation experts from the clan, and I hope that in the course of our investigation, you can allow us some convenience. Ji Yu Bo immediately revealed a look of understanding. Apparently, Jia Jinsheng's death had caused Jia Fu to fall into an awkward and passive situation in the competition for family assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jia Fu had squabbled with Jia Gui in public and the situation had erupted into an intense fight. The scar on his face could very well be a trace from that fight. It was no wonder he had come running over at the start of spring, he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Fang Yuan was strolling around tents and street stalls. The scale of this year's caravan was much bigger than any of the previous years. Not only were there more tents, there was also a Ji Yu house. Ji Yu house was something only large-scale caravans had. A large-scale caravan usually had 2 to 3 Ji Yu houses. Jia Fu's caravan was at most a middle scale, but it had a Ji Yu house. This Ji Yu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall and it really seemed to reach to the sky. Its roots and branches were twisted like the tangling of dragons and snakes. The diameter of the trunk at the base was 10 meters. It decreased as it went up but the decrease wasn't that visible. The brown trunk was not actually a single entity, and had 3 layers of space inside. There were also windows on the trunk. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the window and entered the 3 layers of space inside. The branches and leaves seemed to be scarce on the trunk. Only at the treetop was it verdant and lush. The spring wind blew, and the tree leaves shook and created soft rustling sounds. This was the most common type of Ji Yu house. The rank 3 plant Ji Yu named 3-star cave. It could instantly grow once primeval essence was poured into it. There were 3 rooms arranged in these 3 layers of space. The defensive power of these rooms were incomparable to that of the tents. In the continuous stretch of tents, an enormous tree was standing aloft in the middle like a tower. It was like a crane among a flock of chicken. At the base of the enormous tree, there were 2 wide doors used as entrance. Fang Yuan followed the stream of people and walked into the enormous tree. The tree had 3 layers of space which were transformed into the layout of stores. There were rows of counters inside and on them were displayed all kinds of Ji Yu worms. These counters were made of wood and were a part of the enormous tree. On top of growing green leaves and branches, the 3-star cave tree Ji Yu could grow different designs according to the Ji Yu master's will. Apart from these counters, there were stools and benches for the customers to rest upon. A rank 3 support Ji Yu master was constantly operating and monitoring the situation from somewhere in this enormous tree. In case someone snatched the Ji Yu worms in the counters, the monitoring Ji Yu master could operate the enormous tree to immediately close the doors and create a momentary prison cell. Countless branches would be madly grown and perform group attacks. At the same time, the security Ji Yu masters in the tree would also make their moves. The treehouse was much more secure than the tents and so the goods sold inside were more precious. Fang Yuan had just entered the first layer when he saw a lone counter in the middle and on it was a liquor worm. Many Ji Yu masters were surrounding this liquor worm, assessing it. Some clicked their tongues in admiration. Fang Yuan swept his eyes over the place, where the other counters also displayed many precious Ji Yu worms. There were Jade Skin Ji Yu, Whirlwind Ji Yu, Scarstone Ji Yu and so on. All these Ji Yu worms were compatible with the Moonlight Ji Yu and could fuse into higher rank Ji Yu worms. Jia Fu wasn't completely clear on these fusion recipes, but with his many years of business experience, he knew which Ji Yu worms the Ji Yu clan might need more. Naturally, Jia Fu's caravan isn't just targeting the Ji Yu village, he is really making an all-out effort this time. It seems he was thoroughly provoked when he returned to the clan. Fang Yuan's heart moved when he saw this. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 110 to 110. Old woman, you're too tender. 2012 words. Liquor worm, Fang Yuan lightly muttered, walking to the side of the center reception desk. He only needed this liquor worm, along with the sweet, spicy, sour, bitter, 4 types of wine, to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. Of course, such a fusion also entailed a chance of failure. But if Fang Yuan did not have a second liquor worm, he does not even have a chance to try. This is life after all. Hard work does not mean results, nor success. But if one does not work hard, they are destined to fail. The demonic path was the same. The demonic cultivators are good at clearing obstacles in their way, bravely advancing in their paths. To most people in the world, they were seen as extremists and adventurous. I was still worried earlier as to where to find a second liquor worm. To think that fate sent this liquor worm right to my doorstep. The chance is in front of me, how can I give up? I must get this liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination. If my cultivation reaches rank 4 or 5, with a strong fighting capability, I would snatch it away without a thought, killing gods and slaying Buddhas in my way. If I was rank 3 or 4, with my ample experience, I can steal it without anyone finding out. Sadly I am just a rank 2 now, in fact I'm just initial stage. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, I can only purchase it fair and square like this. He looked at the price on the counter. Liquor worm, 500 primeval stones. The liquor worm's normal price is 580 primeval stones. The price here was actually 80 pieces cheaper than the market. But if Fang Yuan really thinks he can spend 500 primeval stones to buy this liquor worm, then his 500 years of living would have been in vain. The low price was just to attract customers and trigger people's mentality and greed into buying it. This treehouse was obviously Jia Fu's asset. Grandma, this liquor worm is only 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked in, screaming in shock. The young girl's eyes were glowing, shaking her grandmother's hand. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise to give me a present? Why don't you give this liquor worm to me? The young girl's grandma had a white waist belt, and the belt had a square silver piece with the number 3 on it. Once a GU master reaches rank 3 cultivation, they automatically ascend to clan elder position. Only that among clan elders, there were differences. There were elders in power who held great political power, while others were not. They would only be controlling the departments with little profits. But this rank 3 elder was not those weak clan elders. Gu Yue Yaoji, Fang Yuan recognized her immediately. This was the Medicine Hall's clan elder. The Medicine Hall is the clan's support faction. It can be said to be the most lucrative department. Gu Yue Yaoji had very great influence due to her seniority. Even towards the clan leader, she could do away with paying respects and reply while sitting. She was the #1 healing GU master in the clan and had saved many lives of the clan elders, thus having very strong network in the clan. Alright. If my obedient granddaughter wants it, Grandma will buy for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She was a hunchback and had a walking cane in one hand, helplessly sighing and saying with a benevolent face. Grandma is the best. I knew Grandma dotes on me the most. The young girl happily grabbed Gu Yue Yaoji, joyfully planting her lips on her grandma's cheek. Then Grandma, let's call the shop assistant and buy this liquor worm immediately. Gu Yue Yaoji shook her head. My lovely granddaughter, the GU worm here isn't bought like that. Let Granny teach you. You see that stack of paper and pen over at the counter? The young girl nodded. I see it. Gu Yue Yaoji said, go get a piece of paper and use the pen to write down the price of the liquor worm. After that, stuff it into the hole. If among all the bidders, your price is the highest, this liquor worm will belong to you. So that's it. Very interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen, but hesitated when writing down. Her lovely eyebrows frowned as she thought hard for a moment, then finally pouting her lips, she said, Grandma, what price would be appropriate? If I set it too low, other people will get the liquor worm, but if I set it too high, I would be making a loss. Gu Yue Yaoji laughed, teasing her, how can it be so easy to buy the liquor worm? Let's see your luck, Grandma, the young girl said coquettishly, hogging Gu Yue Yaoji's limp and shaking arm. Alright, stop swinging, my body is going to collapse. The old woman sighed, Grandma will fill it for you. The young girl quickly jumped, saying, I knew Grandma is the best. Gu Yue Yaoji wrote a price before putting her own name as the young girl watched in anticipation. After she had finished, she folded the paper and signaled to the girl, go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took the paper and found the hole in the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned beside Gu Yue Yaoji, feeling uncertain, Grandma, will this do? The old woman nodded, that's about it. But life is hard to predict, someone might put a higher price. But that price would be too high. If they really bidded so much, the person who bought this liquor worm is a fool. Don't worry, the liquor worm is in the bag. Oh, the young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go, come accompany Grandma upstairs and look around. Okay, Grandma. Seeing them leave, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with severity. This Gu Yue Yaoji, to him, was a tough competitor, not to be underestimated. But this situation, Fang Yuan had prepared and anticipated it. The liquor worm was precious. Although it was only usable for rank 1 GU masters, the liquor worm could refine primeval essence and that was very useful. Refining primeval essence and raising it by one small stage, this meant that the primeval essence storage increased and this had a great driving force towards GU master cultivation. The only flaw is that the liquor worm did not have a good prospect in the future. According to the popular recipes, liquor worm was only used as a fusion ingredient, and the new GU worm created does not have the primeval essence refining ability. This was too much of a waste. In fact, it was not worth it. Thus, most clans have the liquor worm and did not use it to undergo fusion, but is used by the academy to allow students to take turns using it. If Fang Yuan exposed his advancement recipe, the liquor worm's market value would rise drastically. Sigh, it is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandma and granddaughter is just one competitor. I wonder how many others are there who have placed the paper into this hole. Liquor worm was a good thing, and people naturally want good things. Just that among these competitors, some were sincere about buying it, while others were just trying their luck. Some were affluent, like Gu Yue Yaoji, while some were poor, like Fang Yuan. Luckily, I got back the family assets, and these few days have sold some rank 1 vitality leaves, plus the wine tavern and bamboo buildings are all rented out. Thus I could accumulate some savings. If not, I would not even be able to compete. But he had too little time to save up. On the one hand he had a lot of GU worms to feed, and in terms of fortune he could not compete with an old woman like Gu Yue Yaoji. Sigh, let's go. Lord Yaoji just tossed in a paper. I saw it too, it seems I'm not fated to have this liquor worm. The GU masters surrounding this counter all left dejected. Only Fang Yuan still stood there. His eyes were like the abyss river, shining with cold light. The GU masters who left were all scared off by Gu Yue Yaoji's aura and backed out of their own accord. But how could Fang Yuan be scared away? Some chances are just in front of you, only that people choose to give it up. I still have a chance. Fang Yuan's brain worked intensely as he fell into deep thought. To compete with fortune, Fang Yuan was not her match. Even then, that did not mean that Gu Yue Yaoji's bidding amount was definitely higher than Fang Yuan. Even though the liquor worm was precious, it was still a rank 1 GU worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would definitely not rise or fall beyond a certain limit. Thus, all price deviations have a range. The crucial point now is, what price did Gu Yue Yaoji give? She did not lack money, and for the granddaughter she doted, how much was she willing to pay? As long as Fang Yuan's price, if even a single point, is higher, he wins. This is a different kind of battle. The strong might not necessarily win, the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the fight much more exciting. If it were others, they might not be able to guess it. Gu Yue Yaoji, you purposely said some things earlier to scare away competitors. But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fang Yuan's lips curled into an angle as he smiled confidently. In this world, transactions were very interesting. If it was on Earth, the seller would definitely adopt an auction style when selling rare GU worms like the liquor worm. But in this world, auction did not work well. An important reason was that kinship is the greatest value here, it is the clan's cohesiveness. If an auction was held, the clan's members would have a subconscious animosity towards outsiders like Jia Fu. Once the auction items are priced too highly, they would step out of the competition and even try to appease the seller, making some leeways to exchange and compensate. This world's people had one viewpoint: losing to the family is okay, but for an outsider to earn from it, that is an insult to the entire clan. Unless a few clans joined in an auction together. In that case, there is competition, and it would be full of rivalry. But these auctions were hard to conduct, because transportation was inconvenient. Transport is the basis of trade, and if the transport system is not developed, the business in trade would dwindle. Because in trade, it was the movement of commodities that matter. Each village occupied a mountain and stayed far from each other. The roads that connected them are hard to travel, constantly having wild beasts, cliffs, coupled with dangerous terrain and weather, and even dangerous wild Gu worms. It was truly full of difficulties. Such an inconvenient transport system made it difficult for different clans to come together for an auction. Even at Qing Mao Mountain with its 3 clans, Jiafu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would it be held? It isn't safe in the wilds, and if it is held in the Gu village, the other 2 clans would not feel safe. He was only rank 4, and the head of the other 3 villages were also rank 4. He could not suppress the situation. Compared to Earth, trade here was not developed and had its own rules. Using his knowledge of business and enterprise from Earth, Fang Yuan managed to earn and also lose money. After some painful experiences, he finally learned from experience. Combining the complete business knowledge from Earth, along with his personal experience, without bragging, Fang Yuan had the top-tier knowledge in the business industry in this entire world. Just an old woman who had lived in the Qing Mao Mountains village her whole life, she dares to obstruct me in getting the liquor worm. Old woman, you're far too tender. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 111 to 111. Primeval stones are but material goods. 2150 words. Grandma, what Gu is this? The young girl curiously pointed at the central counter in the 3rd floor. There were 3 floors in this treehouse. The first floor sold rank 1 Gu worms, the second floor sold rank 2 Gu worms and the 3rd floor sold rank 3 Gu worms. The higher you went, the lesser the Gu worms and the more expensive the price. Naturally, the Gu worms that were put for sale in the treehouse were all rare and precious. Gu Yaoji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a round bucket-shaped, tall and thin tree stump. The stump had 5 branches like 5 fingers of a human and were intertwined in the middle. A sphere-shaped Gu worm that was thumb-sized was wrapped around by the fine branches and covered by green leaves, emitting a white silvery glow. This is a white-silver relic Gu. It can only be used once and can instantly raise a rank 3 Gu master's cultivation by a small realm, Gu Yaoji slowly explained. Relic Gu was a series Gu worm. Rank 1 had green copper relic Gu which was specially targeted towards rank 1 Gu masters. Rank 2 had red steel relic Gu which was effective only on rank 2 Gu masters, and rank 3 was this silver relic Gu. Rank 4 had yellow golden relic Gu. The price is 30,000 primeval stones. It's so expensive. The young girl was so shocked, she stuck out her tongue. Gu Yaoji nodded. Its final price should reach at least 50,000 primeval stones. Alright, we have strolled long enough here. Let's go to the 1st floor reception desk. The results to the liquor worm's bidding should have come out. In the treehouse, a rank 1 Gu worm would only be displayed for half a day once there was a bid on it. For Gu worms that people had little interest in, it would be kept on display till someone made a bid. Rank 2 Gu worms would be displayed for a day and rank 3 ones for 2 days. At first glance, this practice looked odd, but when put in practice, this was the most suitable way of doing business. At the reception desk, what? The liquor worm has been bought by someone else. Gu Yaoji immediately frowned upon seeing the results. She had put a high price and was confident in obtaining the liquor worm, but to think she had actually miscalculated. HMPH, who is it to be so bad as to snatch my dear liquor worm? The young girl angrily asked. Yaola, Gu Yaoji reminded her granddaughter. The young girl pouted and obediently shut her mouth. The sales clerk behind the counter was a rank 2 female Gu master. She slightly bowed and answered the young girl, I am sorry, we can't divulge our customers' information. Each business has special rules, please forgive me. It was this confidentiality that dispelled many customers' apprehensions and allowed them to freely take part in the bid. Sometimes, people would have some things they clearly wanted, but they would yield to others because of feelings and courtesy. After all, they would frequently see each other in the clan. But such a method of doing transactions secretly allowed one to go around the problem of sentiments. Why would such a good thing need to go to you? Because you were my senior, relative or friend. Never underestimate the dark side in everyone. Such secret transactions allowed this dark side to come out. Gu Yaoji ruminated for a while and said, I know the rules. You don't need to worry, little girl. I won't ask the name of that person who bought the liquor worm. I only want to know what the final price was. The female Gu master bowed again. I am really sorry, the price is also confidential. But please don't worry, the final price was definitely the highest among all the bids. Jia family's business has always centered around honesty. HMPH, little girl, do you know who I am? Gu Yaoji's face sank and coldly snorted. What is going on? At this moment, a rank 3 middle-aged Gu master hurried over. This treehouse was constantly being monitored. They would naturally know if anything occurred. Lord Supervisor, the female Gu master immediately greeted this middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at the girl. You can leave now, I will handle it here. He turned towards Gu Yaoji and smiled. So it was Lord Yaoji. She should be your granddaughter, right? She looks smart and sweet. Gu Yaoji's expression softened upon seeing that this man was also a rank 3 Gu master, but she still asked to know the final price. The male supervisor felt that the situation was rather tricky. He was an elder at the caravan and also a trusted aide of Jiafu. After doing business for many years, he had a deep understanding of the Gu village's situation and knew the influence this old woman had. To them, even if they offended Gu Kailian or Gu Mo Chen, they wouldn't want to offend Gu Yaoji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Gu Bo. The male supervisor pondered and said, how about this, since Lord Yaoji wants to purchase the liquor worm, I could call the shots and secretly transfer one over. To be honest, the warehouse has 3 liquor worms and Lord Jiafu personally decides where to sell them. You should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price, let's decide your bidding price is it. However, Gu Yue Yaoji slightly shook her head and knocked the cane on her hand on the ground. She said, I am not looking for a bargain. The price will be the same as the selling price of the previous liquor worm. The supervisor hesitated. He naturally saw Gu Yue Yaoji's aim. Gu Yue Yaoji pretended to be annoyed and continued to pressure the male supervisor. What? Is the price so high that you are afraid I won't be able to afford it? Of course, I didn't mean that. Sigh, alright, we will do like you say. The supervisor sighed and said a price. Upon hearing the price, the young girl first heaved a sigh of relief, but soon after that she felt somewhat indignant. What, it was only 20 primeval stones more than ours. Gu Yue Yaoji narrowed her eyes, but didn't speak. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already exited the treehouse and arrived at the wine tavern. The second liquor worm was already in his possession, and now the only things he needed were the 4 types of wines: sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wines. I already have the sweet wine. There is still quite a lot of the golden honey wine remaining from the family inheritance mission. Spicy and sour wines should not be a problem. My only concern is the bitter wine. Fang Yuan was a bit worried when he thought of this. If he had bitter wine, he could begin refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. Many things in life were like this. Whatever you fear, it will come true. Fang Yuan's worry became reality. He spent several hours rushing through countless tents. He found spicy and sour wines, but he didn't find bitter wine. Not everything in this world follows our wishes. Fang Yuan was very helpless. He could only set aside the fusion plan for the liquor worm. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivating speed would be ordinary. In the afternoon, he went to the treehouse again. There were new GU worms and many counters on the first floor. The central counter, where the liquor worm had been displayed, was now occupied by a cleansing water GU. The cleansing water GU resembled the leech on Earth, except it was much cuter than the leech. Its whole body had a light blue luster like that of the glimmering water. Cleansing water GU can remove the mixed aura in the aperture. To Kai Cheng, it is a GU worm that he must have. Fang Yuan thought of Kai Cheng when he saw this cleansing water GU. He knew Kai Cheng only had AC grade aptitude and had forcefully raised his cultivation with the help of his grandfather Gu Yue Kai Lian's primeval essence, thus Kai Lian's aura was mixed inside Kai Cheng's aperture. If Kai Cheng didn't clean it off, then his future prospects would be jeopardized. Kai Lian will definitely buy this GU worm for Kai Cheng. Let me think. His quote should be between 630 to 640. This price was much more than the liquor worm's market value. The main reason was that Kai Cheng especially required this GU worm. If I quote 650, it should get me this cleansing water GU. Just by adding 10 primeval stones, this cleansing water GU is bound to fall in my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my quote should have been about 20 primeval stones higher than Gu Yue Yaoji's. Fang Yuan coldly smiled inwardly. He had this self-confidence. His 500 years of experience and the advanced business knowledge from Earth had combined to form this self-confidence. It was beyond ordinary. With his previous life's experience, when he just put 10 more primeval stones, he had an 80% guarantee of getting the goods. When he bought the liquor worm, the reason why he had put 10 more primeval stones was because of his cautious nature. Fang Yuan didn't make a quote. He didn't need the cleansing water GU. And if he obtained it, then it would be investigated by Kai Lian. Of course, the main reason Fang Yuan did not bid was because he needed to hold on to the remaining money to see if there were any good GU worms in the coming days. I lack 2 types of GU worms, a scouting type and a movement type. The wolf tide will come in the coming year, and the caravan won't come again. Although there is the flower wine monk's hidden inheritance, that was hastily left behind by flower wine monk after he was injured. Who is to say if it is complete or not and what GU worm would be next? In his memories, the wolf tide next year will be very dangerous. Fang Yuan didn't want to be powerless just because he lacked GU worms, being injured or even perishing in the wolf tide. It would be a disaster for the current him if he were to be surrounded by wolf packs. Before that happens, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Both his cultivation and GU worms shouldn't be lacking. After this, he repeatedly went to the treehouse for 3 days. On the 3rd day, in the first floor of the treehouse, he discovered something to be happy about, a black boar GU. Black and white boar GU were GU worms that could increase the fundamental strength of GU masters. Fang Yuan had already used the white boar GU and received a power equal to that of a boar. If he used another white boar GU again, he wouldn't receive any increase in strength. But the black boar GU was different, its ability could overlay with the white boar GUs. Hence, at noon, there was 1 more GU worm in his possession. After that, there was nothing. Some scouting and movement type GU worms appeared on the counters but they couldn't satisfy Fang Yuan. These GU worms were displayed on ordinary counters and the price wasn't good, so there weren't many who would purchase them. Fang Yuan heard the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he patiently waited without becoming anxious. It was the 7th day. In the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fang Yuan discovered a red steel relic GU. It could instantly raise a rank 2 GU master's primeval essence by a small realm. Its price was marked at 3,000 primeval stones, attracting many rank 2 GU masters to bid over it, dropping papers in the counters. It was a very lively scene. If I obtain this red steel relic GU, I could push my cultivation to middle stage instantly. With the middle stage scarlet primeval essence, I would be able to use the Moonglow GU and White Jade GU many more times. Cultivation was the foundation of a GU master. An increase in cultivation meant an increase in fighting power. In terms of its effects, it was far better than getting the scouting and movement GU worms. Moreover, these 2 types of GU worms in the treehouse were all ordinary to Fang Yuan, with none catching his eyes. I have purchased the liquor worm and black boar GU. I also bought some wine. This red steel relic GU's final price will definitely cross 5,000 primeval stones and could even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows about the wolf tide, so raising one's cultivation by a small realm will be a lot of help. My primeval stones won't be enough if I want to get this relic GU. Fang Yuan instantly realized that an obstacle had appeared in front of him. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 112 to 112. Truly a great resolve. 2,153 words. Even though he inherited his parents' assets, to Fang Yuan, the time he had to accumulate wealth was still too little. Activating the vitality leaf, he could not do it daily as it consumed a lot of time. Every time he grew out 9 vitality leaves, half a day would be expended. Fang Yuan considered for a moment. The sale time of this red steel relic Gu is only 1 day. In such a short time, to come up with these large amount of primeval stones, the only way was to mortgage his wine tavern or the bamboo buildings. This was nothing to feel pity over. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. Under the wolves' attack, Gu village would desperately hold on several times, and during the most severe attack, even the front gate was broken through. The clan leader and the clan elders restrained the lightning crown head wolf, and Gu Qingshu sacrificed his own life to block the gate and stabilize the situation. The wolf tide caused Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans to suffer a great reduction in clan members. Although not as much as 90% was gone, but at least half the population was wiped out. By then, there would be more property than people. What talk would there be about renting out the bamboo building? The wine tavern was facing the eastern gates. Who would dare to drink there? Even if they wanted to drink, the tavern would have gotten used by the clan and turned into a defensive tower. Right now, the clan and many people were underestimating the severity of the wolf tide. At this point, if he could get rid of the tavern and bamboo buildings, he would be able to sell it at the best price. Money and fortune are just material goods, only one's cultivation is the root. But, selling it to the clan is too cheap. If I sell it to an individual, the price would be higher. But who would have the financial ability right now to buy my bamboo building and tavern? Such a huge transaction, it is not something that can be settled at one go. Both sides have to observe and haggle for the best prices, that would take too much time. I only have 1 day. Wait, maybe someone can. Fang Yuan's inspiration struck as he thought of someone. This person was none other than his uncle Gu Yue Dong too. Uncle and aunt were both cunning and miserly. These decades of operating the tavern, bamboo buildings and selling the vitality leaves, they must have a huge stash of primeval stones. Moreover, these assets were originally operated by them. All in all, it can save a lot of observation time. The most important part was, they desperately needed this family asset to continue operating. No matter how much assets they had, without any income, this was like a river without a source. Their primeval stones would get lesser and lesser, anyone would also be anxious over it. It could be said, uncle and aunt were the best transaction targets. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, leaving the treehouse and walking towards Gu Yue Dongtu's estate. The one who opened the door was Shen Kui, his former servant. Ah, it's you. Seeing Fang Yuan, she was very shocked. Soon, she realized her slip of the tongue, and her face turned white from horror. Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was a mere mortal. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fang Yuan was the ruthless person who dared to kill the Mo family servant, later mincing the corpse and sending it to the Mo family. This servant pays her respects to young master Fang Yuan. Welcome home, young master. Shen Kui shivered from her fear and her knees went soft, kneeling on the ground. Home, Fang Yuan took a step into the courtyard. Seeing the familiar settings, his face showed a hint of mockery. There was no sense of belonging or attachment. A year later, he had returned here once again. Compared to his mental impression, this place was much more vacant. Just as Fang Zheng had said, some family servants were already sold away or retrenched. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance had alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Matron Shen arrived at the first moment, kneeling and bowing to invite Fang Yuan into the living room, and served him tea by hand. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, observing the living room. Many of the furniture was missing, and the decor was much more simple and plain. But this did not mean that uncle and aunt had no savings. Gu Yue Dongtu was still very cunning. This is an act of self-preservation. He had already stepped into the background, and his battle strength had drastically slipped. Most importantly, he had lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, meaning that he had lost the trump card in maintaining his personal relationships, no longer able to exert influence outside. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing another's greed. After Fang Yuan inherited the assets, many clansmen were jealous and eyed his fortune. As for uncle and aunt, they faced the same problem. The huge amount of savings they had was both a blessing and a problem. Not showing off one's wealth, to them, this was the correct method of living. At this time, footsteps could be heard. The footsteps got closer, and soon, Aunt appeared at the doorstep. Fang Yuan, you actually still dared to come back here. Seeing Fang Yuan, the rage in her heart appeared out of nowhere, screaming shrilly, you traitorous scoundrel, how did we raise you? And to think you treat us like this, do you have a conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You still have the cheeks to come here, and have the cheeks to drink tea here. Are you here to see our sorry states? Now that you've seen it, are you happy? Her finger pointed at Fang Yuan, her other hand at her waist as she screamed like a shrew. If not for Fang Yuan wearing a glaring rank 2 Gu master battle attire, reminding her, she would have pounced on him and strangled him. Fang Yuan paid no heed nor showed any expressions to Aunt's finger or her angry accusations. A year of not meeting, Aunt's yellow face, although full of rage and hatred, could not hide her haggardness. Her clothes had already changed to a simple hemp garment, and the accessories on her head had reduced. Without any makeup, her mouth looked sharp and her face small, like a monkey. Fang Yuan getting back the assets had caused a great influence and impact on her daily life. To her furious bantering, Fang Yuan paid no heed to them. He held up his cup and drank some tea before saying slowly, my trip here today is to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings. Does uncle and aunt have any interest? Pa, you traitorous wolf, what good can you have, wanting to sell the tavern and bamboo? Aunt's tone stalled as she finally reacted, her face showing disbelief. What, you want to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings? Fang Yuan put down his teacup, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Better to get uncle here to discuss with me. Aunt gritted her teeth, not believing it, her eyes like erupting flames as she stared angrily at Fang Yuan, saying, I know you're trying to toy with me, that's why you said that. Once I agree, I will get harshly mocked and ridiculed. You think I'm a fool, and would be played by you. This was purely a way of thinking from a person of low social status. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, before saying one sentence to change his aunt's attitude. Say any more bullshit and I'm leaving. I believe others would be interested in these assets. By then, I would have sold it to other people, so don't you both regret it. Aunt paused for a moment, do you really want to sell these assets? I am only waiting for 5 minutes. Fang Yuan opened a slit of his eyes to talk, before shutting them again. He heard Aunt stomping her foot before a series of quick and softer footsteps. Not long after, Uncle Gu Yue Dongtu appeared in front of Fang Yuan, but Aunt did not accompany him. Fang Yuan looked at him. Uncle was already aging extensively, his originally well-maintained face had shrunk, and there was much more white hair on his head now. He had been worrying for the past few days. Losing the family assets, he lost his financial sources all of a sudden. Without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he also lost his outside influence. His hidden elder title was already falsifying. Although he had a huge amount of fortune in his hands, without his influence, these primeval stones had gotten troublesome. The clan's politics was to encourage the clansmen to compete for resources, especially the rules on Gu fighting. It was inhumane and non-friendly. But this could exterminate parasites in the appearance of a good-for-nothing second generation, allowing the clan's people to maintain a sense of alertness. This also allowed the clan's fighting force to maintain at a strong position. In this world, only strong fighting force could ensure survival. Tornadoes, floods and beasts do not speak sense with you. These years, Gu Yue Dongtu had lived a life of peace, and his fighting ability had diminished. In order to reduce his burden, the Gu worms that he used to fight with, he had sold them away already. If someone sent him a challenge now, he would definitely lose more than winning. Towards his uncle, Fang Yuan spoke openly about his purpose in coming. Fang Yuan, I shall not beat about the bush. I don't understand something, why do you need to sell the wine tavern and bamboo buildings? If you keep them, you will have a steady source of income. Uncle could not believe it, but his tone was much more acceptable than Aunt's. Because I want to buy a red steel relic Gu. Fang Yuan said honestly, there was no need to hide such things. So that's it, Uncle's gaze shone, then, you are selling the 9-leaf vitality grass too. That is impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. I am only selling the wine tavern, the bamboo buildings, the land and the 8 servants. 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable thing in the asset. Fang Yuan needed its healing ability as well as selling them to earn primeval stones. It could sustain his cultivation and also feed the Gu worms. Furthermore, next year the wolf tide was coming, and the vitality leaves price would soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass in hand, Fang Yuan would have no problems with primeval stones for his rank 2 cultivation journey. But if Uncle obtains the 9-leaf vitality grass, his hidden elder influence would instantly recover. Fang Yuan did not want to see this happen. Seeing Fang Yuan's determined attitude, Gu Yue Dongtu's heart was very disappointed. At the same time, he felt helpless. The two had a secret talk for 2 hours, then they signed an extremely secure transfer agreement. Gu Yue Dongtu regained the tavern, bamboo buildings, family servants and land, while Fang Yuan led 3 family servants who were holding a box full of primeval stones each towards the treehouse. They each got what they wanted. Hearing the news, Aunt rushed over. Seeing Gu Yue Dongtu's contracts and deeds in his hands, she stared with round eyes and showed overwhelming joy. Hubby, that lad got stupid from cultivating, he actually sold away such a profitable business. So stupid, wanting the eggs and not keeping the hen that lays eggs. Will you die if you stop talking? Shut up. Gu Yue Dongtu sounded very irritated. Husband, Aunt pouted, I'm just happy about it. Do not get complacent. With this tavern and the bamboo buildings, we have to be even more cautious now and keep a low profile. A huge tree attracts the wind. Although Fang Zheng is our adopted son, we cannot misuse this relationship. After all, Fang Zheng has not fully developed himself yet, who knows what the future entails. Gu Yue Dongtu sighed deeply. Got it, husband. Aunt listened while staring at the stack of deeds, laughing uncontrollably. Gu Yue Dongtu's face was solemn throughout. The transaction went well, and he now had income. The primeval stones he spent would be replenished with 2 or 3 years of operation. But he was not happy at all. His mind was full of Fang Yuan's silhouette. For a relic Gu, Fang Yuan unhesitantly sold the assets. This was akin to giving up the comfortable life ahead. Gu Yue Dongtu placed himself in Fang Yuan's shoes and thought, would I be able to do this? I can't. Even if he did not like Fang Yuan, filled with hatred and disgust, at this moment he could not help but exclaim in his heart, able to give up and abandon his future comforts just like that, what great resolve he has. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 113 to 113, Keeping Quiet and Earning a Fortune. 1920 words. The competition is really fierce, who knows who the final winner will be. I have been standing here for just 15 minutes and have already seen over 10 GU masters putting quotes in the counter. Ah, this is a game for the rich. People like us don't even qualify to compete. In the second floor of the treehouse, GU masters were surrounding the central counter, discussing and sighing. As night approached, the competition for the red steel relic GU had reached its peak. Many rank 2 GU masters who were observing in the dark started putting their quotes in this final hour. Some GU masters even made several bids. The final winner for this struggle should be either Mo Yan or Kai Shan, someone guessed. That's possible. Mo Yan and Kai Shan are both at rank 2 upper stage. With this relic GU, they can advance to peak stage and be at the same level as Qing Shu. In recent years, Gu Yue Qing Shu has been hanging over their heads. I don't believe these two don't have any thoughts about it. We can't say for sure. It is not only as rank 2 GU masters, there are even some rank 3 elders who have made bids. Just this morning, someone saw Lord Yaoji casting her bid. Right, I also heard that. Lord Yaoji's granddaughter Gu Yu Yaola is taking part in the coming awakening ceremony. Lord Yaoji should be preparing ahead and paving the way for her granddaughter. Ah, how good would it be if I had such a doting senior? Fang Yuan was among the crowd, his gaze tranquil as he listened to the discussions. No one had mentioned his name. In the people's eyes, Fang Yuan was only a lucky kid who had just inherited the family assets. In their minds, Fang Yuan was still not at the level of people like Kai Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu. Great, the less attention on me, the more smoothly can I get this red steel relic Gu. But with these repeated purchases, I should have attracted his attention. Fang Yuan was 99% sure of getting this relic Gu, he began to think of another problem. If the following events develop according to his expectations, then there would be a perfect ending to his several days of effort. It was time. The leaves and branches on the counter suddenly grew and wrapped firmly around the relic Gu. The green leaves blocked the people's sight, and when these leaves again unfolded, the red steel relic Gu was not there anymore and was replaced by a revert Gu. The revert Gu looked like a flat, oval, palm-sized stone. Its surface was slightly bulging and smooth, forming an eye pattern. The base of the stone was flat and felt rough to the touch. The stone was black whereas the eye's pattern was covered with white lines. About every 2 seconds, the eye would blink once and the white lines that portrayed the eyeball would swivel, giving the feeling that this stone was rolling its eyes. Revert GU had a special function. It decomposed rank 2 GU worm to rank 1. For example, if the Revert GU was used on Fang Yuan's white jade GU, the white jade GU would again change back to white boar GU and jade skin GU. This process was called reverse refining. Fang Yuan glanced at it and immediately lost his interest. He didn't need the Revert GU. The surrounding GU masters began arguing. Revert GU couldn't become everyone's focal point like the Red Steel Relic GU. Everyone was very curious on who the Red Steel Relic GU went to. Some people looked for the floor's caravan GU master and some people waited at the main desk. The crowd slowly thinned out, but Fang Yuan didn't move away. Young Master Fang Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor. Our Lord Jiafu would like to have a chat with you. A voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan wasn't surprised. There were many types of secret sound transmission GU worms in this world. He followed the directions given by the voice and walked to a wall in the 3rd floor. Branches and leaves stacked together and covered the wooden wall. Swoosh, the branches and leaves automatically parted to the sides and revealed a concealed door. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and saw an exquisite whirling staircase that moved up. He walked along the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jiafu was handling some accounts, his hand writing away speedily. He raised his head when he heard Fang Yuan's footsteps, revealing the scar on his face. He gave a gentle smile. We meet again, little brother Fang Yuan. Respects to Lord Jiafu. Fang Yuan clasped his hands and saluted. Come, sit here. Jiafu pointed at a nearest desk. After Fang Yuan sat, his left hand pushed a bamboo paper on the desk towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance and immediately recognized that this bamboo paper held all his quotes that he had made in the recent days. Under every quote was his signature. He was inwardly happy, it had gone according to his expectations. But on the surface, he wore a doubtful expression as he asked, I am not sure what Lord Jiafu wants to show me. Jiafu's smile slightly decreased, his eyes flashing as he looked at Fang Yuan. These are your quotes you made along with the quote you gave for the Red Steel Relic GU. I will be honest, I am amazed at your business talent. Do you know, every one of your bids was very close to the final sale price. Although you only succeeded in buying a black boar GU, a liquor worm and the Red Steel Relic GU, your quotes for other GU worms only lacked by 10 or so primeval stones. Brother, do you have any interest in working for me? Jiafu tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Here it comes. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He had repeatedly made bids these days and had intentionally lost on most of them, his bids differing from the final price by only 10 or so primeval stones. He had only successfully won black boar GU, liquor worm and Red Steel Relic GU. And just like he wished, Jiafu was interested in the business talent he showed and took the initiative to recruit him. However, in fact if Fang Yuan wished so, he had almost full guarantee of being able to purchase all the GU worms. Fang Yuan hesitated, then shook his head. I am greatly honored to receive Lord Jiafu's kindness, but I don't want to leave the clan. Oh, so it's like that. Jiafu's gaze flashed. Brother might have some misunderstandings towards me. A year ago, I indeed doubted you, but after using the bamboo gentleman, the suspicions on you have already been removed. Jia Jinsheng was my brother. I hope you understand what my mood was like then. There is another piece of good news. I have already invited Divine Investigator Tai Shui Lang. There isn't any case which he cannot solve. I believe he will definitely be able to investigate the truth and give justice to you. Divine Investigator Tai Shui Lang. This is a problem. Fang Yuan thought over this name. This was not good news to him. In this world, there were many magical places and also many amazing methods that could be used to investigate. When Fang Yuan killed Jia Jinsheng, he had only been at rank 1. Even if he knew a lot of methods, he couldn't use them. In his memories, Tai Shui Lang had a profound cultivation and wouldn't even tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes. He followed the thought of punishing evil and rewarding the right throughout his whole life. He had an extremely rich sense of justice and his thoughts were meticulous. He was very good at finding subtle traces from any clues. Divine Investigator has a high reputation, I have also heard of him. But when will this Lord Divine Investigator arrive at Qing Mao Mountain? Fang Yuan put on an anticipating look and directly asked. That, Jiafu awkwardly smiled, Divine Investigator is very busy. From his reply, it might only be the year after the next. Fang Yuan immediately felt relieved, he had a lot of time to prepare. Brother, I think highly of you. I hope you can carefully consider my proposal. Jiafu made attractive offers. Fang Yuan tactfully refused. Now is not the best time to leave Qing Mao Mountain. If he went to a strange environment without enough strength, he was bound to be bullied and pushed aside. The caravan was also full of unwritten rules on bullying and pushing aside. That is really a pity for your talent. How about this, I will give you this token. If there comes a day where you want my help, this token will be the proof that I will always welcome you. Jiafu had failed in recruiting Fang Yuan, but he didn't feel surprised. He had a deep understanding towards this type of clan's cohesiveness. If he was to know now that Fang Yuan was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, who knows what his expression would be. Fang Yuan apologized in shame as he received the token handed by Jiafu along with the Red Steel Relic GU. He kept the two items close to him and backtracked his way out. A young female GU master was caressing the leaves on the wall, when suddenly she cried out in shock. The branches and leaves suddenly parted and revealed a door. The door was pushed open from inside and Fang Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You. The young girl widened her eyes and blankly looked at Fang Yuan brushing past her. Among the surrounding GU masters who saw this scene, some were familiar with this, some gave a knowing smile and some threw amazed looks. Fang Yuan paid no heed to these gazes and walked down to the second floor. Some GU masters were still waiting there, excitedly discussing who the Red Steel Relic GU went to. Some people brazenly made guesses whereas some people gave some little news. Mo Yan had a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse, Kai Shan's face was ashen, and so on. And to top it all, some people pledged that so-and-so had bought the relic GU, even making an oath. Fang Yuan went past this bored group of people. No one knew that at this moment, the Red Steel Relic GU was so close to them. When Fang Yuan walked out of the treehouse, he bumped into Kai Shan. His face indeed looked unsightly, and at his side, Kai Cheng was asking about the whereabouts of the Red Steel Relic GU. After seeing Fang Yuan, Kai Cheng snorted and turned his head, intentionally not looking at him. Kai Shan silently nodded his head towards Fang Yuan as a greeting. Fang Yuan also nodded his head as a reply, his face carrying a wisp of smile. The last of the sunshine shone on this young boy's face, he was indeed happy. With the red steel relic Gu, his cultivation would instantly advance by a level. And there was also the token. A year ago, Fang Yuan wanted to build a friendship with Jia Jinsheng and rely on him to take part in the future large-scale Gu fighting competition, reaping benefits in that period of upheaval. Unfortunately, life was unpredictable. The final outcome made Fang Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. Unexpectedly, he ended up killing Jia Jinsheng with his own hands. No matter, without Jia Jinsheng, relying on Jia Fu also worked. This token was equivalent to the admission ticket to the future large-scale Gu fighting competition. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 114 to 114, Monkey King in the Cave. 1966 words. 3 days after the caravan left the village, in the rock forest inside the mountain, filled with dark red light. Huge stone pillars extended down from the ceiling, resembling long and gigantic tree trunks, forming into a majestic gray-colored stone forest. Fang Yuan was retreating from battle in the rock forest. Chirp chirp chirp. A bunch of stone monkeys stared with their green circular monkey eyes, chasing after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Moonglow Gu, Fang Yuan called in his mind, his right arm chopping towards the direction of the monkey gang. Pew, an eerie blue moonblade as large as a face formed into a crescent and pierced through the air, cutting into the monkey gang. A jade-eye stone monkey was jumping in the air. With no foothold to escape on, it was hit directly by the moonblade. Before it could scream, in the next moment, its entire body was split into two from head to toe. It had lost all its remaining life force and was enveloped in a deep aura of death. In a split second, its lively eyes became a pair of jade pearls. As its body descended, it turned into a rock statue. Bam! With a crisp sound, the statue fell onto the ground, smashing into pieces. The moonblade only dimmed a little, and after killing this stone monkey, its force remained as it rushed for the monkeys behind. Catchak! After a few cries, 5 or 6 stone monkeys were killed on the spot. Chirp chirp chirp. Their companions' death fueled the monkey gang's rage as they screamed furiously, their influence doubling, imposingly leaping at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was unfazed by the danger, his heart remaining as calm as ice. He fought and retreated appropriately. As the stone monkeys neared, he attacked with the moonblade. The moonlight Gu in the past, even with the boost from little light Gu, each moonblade could only kill 1 or 2 monkeys. But now, with one attack the moonglow Gu could kill 5 or 6 stone monkeys. But there were positive and negative impacts. The moonglow Gu, to the current Fang Yuan, had a huge cost. Each moonblade used 10% of his red steel primeval essence. Fang Yuan only had 44% primeval C in his aperture. This meant that he could only use 4 moonblades in one go. If I can successfully fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm and refine my primeval essence, I would be able to shoot 8 moonblades. What a pity, even though I have the second liquor worm and 3 out of the 4 flavors of wine, I am lacking the final one, I'm stuck at the final step. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. 3 moonblades later, his aperture only had 14% light red primeval essence left. To play safe, he no longer used the moonblade, but activated the white jade Gu. The stone monkeys encircled him, the closest monkey jumping to Fang Yuan's leg and going into a frenzy. From down to up, it used its monkey head to hit Fang Yuan's chin. Fang Yuan snorted, he wanted to use his fist to crush this overconfident monkey. But suddenly he had a thought and stopped his hand, using his chin to receive the blow instead. A moment before the point of impact, his chin shone with white jade cold light. A loud bam sound resounded. The force of the attack caused Fang Yuan's head to tilt back. But that monkey laid on the ground, hugging its head and rolling around the ground screaming in agony. Without the white jade Gu, Fang Yuan's chin would have been smashed. But now, Fang Yuan only felt slightly dizziness with no injuries. But, even with the white jade Gu's defense, he still had to withstand the impact of the attack. Fang Yuan took a few steps back before recovering and seeing the scenery clearly before his eyes again. He had intentionally withstood the monkey's headbutt earlier, it was to have this body get used to such attacks and get used to the slight dizziness. This way, in the future when he falls into a life and death crisis, encountering such an attack, he would be able to recover much more quickly and fight for a survival chance. Fang Yuan was always ruthless with his methods. This ruthlessness was not only towards enemies, but also himself. He came here to kill stone monkeys almost every 3 days. His motive was not just the flower wine monk's strength inheritance, but also another motive, to utilize the stone monkeys to train his own fighting ability. A Gu master's physical stats, physical combat proficiency, aperture primeval essence, battle experience and every Gu worm, they were all elements that affected the overall battle strength. Only by gathering all these elements tightly together can one exert the greatest fighting strength. The stone monkey group was like a hammer, and Fang Yuan was the ingot that had just came out of the cauldron. With every hit of the hammer, he would become more sturdy, more refined, and more compact. 15 minutes later, this battle ended. On the ground, there were rock fragments all over the ground, and within those were dozens of jade pearls. I killed 41 jade-eyes stone monkeys this time, Fang Yuan counted in his heart, and every time he would collate the battle results. From each battle, he'd reflect upon himself and improve upon what he did not do properly. At the same time, he would feel his own improvement speed. In the earlier battle, the Moonglow Gu was the most contributing factor, with 3 moonblades killing at least 17 or 18 stone monkeys. That is about half of the entire battle results, the remaining monkeys were all killed by my close combat. Moonlight Gu's effect on the stone monkeys was not very obvious, but after advancing to Moonglow Gu, it jumped to being Fang Yuan's most powerful attacking method. Not only was its attack power strong, but more crucially, its efficiency was very high. Fang Yuan utilized 3 moonblades only in the span of a few breaths' time, but when he used his fists and kicks to smash the stone monkeys, that took over 10 minutes. These stone monkeys were very agile and had swift movements. When the stone monkeys were on the ground, there was no point thinking of hitting them physically. With a jump, they could easily leap away and avoid Fang Yuan's attack. The only weakness was that when they jumped in midair, they couldn't change their moving direction. Fang Yuan being able to kill them was due to this weakness. But this was owing to his rich fighting experience. If it was any other rank 2 Gu master, even Kai Shan, Mo Yan or Qing Shu, they would not be able to catch the weakness every time like Fang Yuan. His previous life's memories could allow Fang Yuan to sensitively catch the opportunities in battle and seize them. He could meticulously use every ounce of his strength. Even though he was rank 2, he could already utilize his fighting strength to the limit of his abilities. He was definitely not like Fang Zhang, having the jade skin Gu, but on the arena after being overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's aura, could not even display his supposed strength. Of course, Fang Yuan's cultivation was still very low, and against the monkey group, he could not overwhelm them by brute force. Every time, he had to fight while retreating. Luckily, the monkeys did not have high intelligence. They could not adjust their attack patterns, and even after seeing Fang Yuan crushing them in midair many times, they still leapt towards Fang Yuan while attacking. At the same time, every time they chased Fang Yuan, if it was too far from their homes, their longingness to their homes would overwhelm their anger. Many monkeys gave up on the chase due to this. Gu Yue are the essence of heaven and earth, humans are the spirit of all living things. Fang Yuan is relying on the intelligence of humans to understand the stone monkey's habits and using the correct fighting methods to get deeper into the rock forest. At this point he was already near the central area of the rock forest. After many attempts, Fang Yuan finally exterminated the monkey group on this rock pillar. Right now, in front of him, was the final pillar. It was the largest and thickest rock pillar in this rock forest. The pillar extended downwards from the ceiling, almost touching the ground. It emitted a majestic aura amidst the silence. Fang Yuan counted the number of rock caves on the pillar, getting an estimation of at least 500 stone monkeys. This was the largest monkey group he had encountered up till now. But no matter how many jade eye stone monkeys there were, to Fang Yuan, it was just a small bit of trouble. At most he'd have to exert more effort and waste a few more trips. What caused his gaze to become serious was the rock cave at the most upper level. The entrance of this cave was larger than any of the surrounding caves, at least twice as large if not more. And below it, the caves were tightly cluttered together, forming and resembling a position where they were worshipping and revering. It seems that there is a monkey king in this rock cave. Fang Yuan frowned. This was where the problem lay. As long as a beast group is large, there would be a beast king created. There was a wild boar king in the wild boar group. Obviously there would also be a monkey king in the monkey group. The threat of a beast king was multiple times higher than a normal wild beast. The reason was that their bodies had 1 or 2 Gu worms inside. These Gu had a mutual partnership with the beast kings, and once the beast king is attacked, they would come out and assist. This jade eye stone monkey king should not be very strong, at least weaker than the wild boar king. Otherwise, the surrounding monkey groups would have been under his control already. Fang Yuan, using his experiences, gauged the monkey king's strength. Normally, the bigger the beast group, the stronger the beast king. Weaker beast kings did not have the ability to rule over a large number of its kind. According to the beast group's size and classifying of the beast kings, from low to high, they could be classified as 100 beast king, 1000 beast king, and myriad beast king. The wild boar king that sickly snakes group hunted was 1000 beast king. It ruled over 1000 wild boars. The stone monkey king before Fang Yuan was 100 beast king. It only had several hundred stone monkeys under its rule. The culprit behind the wolf tide, the lightning crown wolf, was a myriad beast king. Every single lightning crown wolf ruled over at least 10,000 lightning wolves. The difference in ability between the 3 beast kings were huge. 1000 beast kings needed 3 teams to cooperate together to be able to barely kill it. The sickly snake group was able to deal with the wild boar king, mostly due to it being injured beforehand. A myriad beast king required the clan elders and clan leader to work together to be able to go against it head on. As for 100 beast king, a regular 5-man group would be able to handle it. But for Fang Yuan, who wanted to deal with this monkey king, he could not borrow outside strength and could only rely on his own power. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is ineffective here. It seems it is time to use the red steel relic Gu. Fang Yuan eyed the rock cave deeply, then left the second secret room and closed the rock door. If what stands in his way is 1000 beast king like the wild boar king, Fang Yuan would retreat without thinking. But if it is only 100 beast king, if Fang Yuan had rank 2 middle stage cultivation, he could give it a shot. Of course, the results could go either way. Even with middle stage cultivation, he still had roughly 75% chance of failure, his chances of success not even hitting 30%. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 115 to 115, Advancing to Middle Stage. 1940 words. The translucent light membrane, faint red primeval sea and the surging waves. On the sea surface, 2 fat white liquor worms were absorbing the water. In the air above the sea, a black ladybug like black boar Gu was shaking its wings and hovering around the red steel relic Gu. The pebble-like white jade Gu had sunk to the depths of the sea and was motionless. Spring autumn cicada had concealed itself. It was in a deep slumber to recuperate. It is time. Fang Yuan willed. The sea waves paused, and a portion of primeval essence surged up and poured towards the red steel relic Gu. The red steel relic Gu immediately shook and flew up, giving off bursts of red rays of light. It was like the slowly rising sun, its rays of light shining upon the aperture wall. The rays of light were as hot as fire and as dazzling as a sword. The black boar Gu was soon unable to bear it and fell down to the primeval sea. The 2 liquor worms also sunk down to the depths of the primeval sea. White jade Gu was flashing inside the sea. For Fang Yuan to advance to rank 2 middle stage with normal methods, he could only use the method of grinding, using his light red primeval essence to cleanse the light membrane aperture wall. But now, red steel relic Gu gave off majestic red light which replaced the light red primeval essence and poured directly into the aperture wall, giving astonishing results. Fang Yuan could see the whole light membrane thickening at an astonishing pace. The light on the light membrane condensed into streams of light, gradually changing to a water membrane. The white shimmering rays flowed continuously, becoming clear one moment and dark in the next. Right now, Fang Yuan had advanced to middle stage. However, the relic Gu was still bursting with red rays of light. The rays of light filled the whole aperture. It replaced the primeval essence and continuously injected its essence and foundation into Fang Yuan's aperture. The water membrane accepted it all and the shimmering rays of light on it was like water as it flowed freely. This continued on for about 15 minutes. Red steel relic Gu had thoroughly exhausted all its energy, its body turned transparent and disappeared in the red light. The penetrating red rays of light also suddenly dissipated with its disappearance. The aperture recovered its tranquility once again. However, the water membrane had become much thicker. Using the red steel relic, Gu Yue had saved Fang Yuan from wasting a lot of time and effort. A thread of scarlet red primeval essence appeared in the primeval sea. This was the rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. It was more condensed than the light red initial stage primeval essence. It sank to the depths of the primeval sea and lingered around the white jade Gu Yue. A red steel relic Gu Yue could directly strengthen the foundation of the aperture. To a Gu Yue master, this meant advancing by a small realm. This type of Gu Yue worm was naturally better if used early. To a Gu Yue master, higher cultivation meant stronger fighting force, better survival rate, more mission completions and also more primeval stones earnings. It had a great influence on every aspect. After reaching the middle stage, Fang Yuan took several primeval stones and started recovering his primeval essence. He stopped only after the 44% primeval sea in his aperture had completely filled with middle stage scarlet primeval essence. Half an hour later, he once again stepped into the stone forest, heading towards the central area. He stepped into the warning zones of the monkey groups. Immediately, furious jade-eye stone monkeys came out of the stone pillars. They screeched and pounced upon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change. Most of his attention was on that cave at the highest layer of the stone pillar. When encountering a common jade-eye stone monkey, there was no need to be nervous as long as you weren't surrounded by them. The main problem was the stone monkey king. What Gu Yue worms resided on it? Fang Yuan didn't know. Fang Yuan slowly retreated while cautiously observing, but the stone monkey king didn't appear. Fang Yuan was baffled. Is there no monkey king in this monkey group? If there was a monkey king, then it would no doubt be the first to come out if someone infringed on its territory. Hold it, maybe it has already come out. Just as he thought of this, the sleeping spring autumn cicada in his aperture suddenly floated into appearance. Its body was trembling as it gave a weak startled cry that resonated only within Fang Yuan's mind. The vital Gu's warning. This appeared only when the vital Gu Yue felt there was an intense threat against the Gu Yue master's life. In that split second, Fang Yuan's hair stood up. Without thinking twice, he directly used the white jade Gu Yue. A layer of bright white jade light covered his whole body. In the next instant, the stone monkey king, who was 3 times bigger than a normal stone monkey, suddenly appeared on the left side of Fang Yuan and fiercely struck out with its sharp claws at Fang Yuan's left shoulder. Bang! The stone monkey king's attack was blocked by the white jade Gu's defense. Its attack failed. In the instant Fang Yuan received this attack, the white jade Gu Yue in his aperture suddenly lit up and consumed 5% of the scarlet primeval essence. If it was when Fang Yuan was at the initial stage, 10% of light red primeval essence would have been used up. From this, one could see how sinister and vicious the stone monkey king's sneak attack was. Despite Fang Yuan having a calm character, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat at this moment. If it were not for him sharpening himself these days and polishing his condition to a peak combat state, he might have really been hit by the stone monkey king's attack. Had his reaction been just a bit late, his left shoulder would have become crippled and unusable. Fang Yuan would then end up miserable just like Gu Yue Manchi not long ago. There is actually a wild concealing type Gu Yue worm residing in this stone monkey king. Fang Yuan hurriedly retreated. He had no way to detect a concealing Gu Yue worm and ended up in disadvantage all of a sudden. The stone monkey king seemed to be more cunning than normal stone monkeys. After its attack missed, it again hid itself away. This undoubtedly was a huge mental pressure on Fang Yuan. He used the white jade Gu Yue to form a defense around his whole body. Such a method used primeval essence every moment and it was impossible for him to maintain this defense. Even when he had fought with the stone monkey troops before, he would only use the white jade Gu Yue at the crucial moment. If he continued to maintain this state, then his primeval essence would completely dissipate not long after. Over 500 stone monkeys encircled Fang Yuan aggressively. Fang Yuan used his greatest speed to retreat and pull some distance. Some stone monkeys' momentum became weaker, whereas some stomped on the ground and began to head back to their homes. Chirp! Right at this moment, the jade-eye stone monkey king appeared and commanded in a loud voice. Chirp chirp! The stone monkey groups immediately responded. Their confusion and hesitation disappeared and again started their chase after Fang Yuan. Over 500 jade-eye stone monkeys were persistently chasing after him, but Fang Yuan didn't panic, his lips revealing a cold smile on the contrary. This accident was already in his expectations. He had chosen the easiest route towards the central area of the stone forest, opening up a passage. In the surroundings of the passage were large numbers of stone monkey groups. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this passage. However, with the low intelligence of these stone monkeys, how could they know? Under the supervision of the stone monkey king, they stormed through the stone forest, infringing on other monkey groups' warning zones and resulting in counterattacks from the other monkey groups. The stone forest was in a great chaos. Countless jade-eye stone monkeys stood at their place, starting a massacre to defend their homes. In 10 or more years, the stone monkey king might even advance to become a 1,000 beast king and completely unify the stone forest. But now, it was only 100 beast king and didn't have the ability to control so many stone monkeys. The different groups of stone monkeys fell into a chaotic battle with each other. For a moment, all Fang Yuan could hear was the screeching and screaming sounds of the stone monkeys. Those 500 stone monkeys that were chasing him were quickly entangled with the other stone monkey groups. But the stone monkey king still persisted on chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was attacking and retreating. In this period of time, he suffered many sneak attacks from the stone monkey king and every attack would consume great amounts of his primeval essence. Luckily, he had advanced to middle stage before this. Otherwise, with the initial stage primeval essence, he wouldn't have been to handle this consumption. Fang Yuan landed in absolute disadvantage. He had not found any weakness in the stone monkey king. The only chance to attack lay in the moment the stone monkey king was about to attack. But even if Fang Yuan was able to react, he had no time to even make an attacking movement. The stone monkey king possessed a concealment type Gu Yue worm and firmly held the initiative. It could attack Fang Yuan whenever it wanted to attack. Even if Fang Yuan injured it, it could use the concealment type Gu Yue worm to safely escape. It was in an invincible position. Without a stealth removal Gu Yue worm, the probability to win this battle is extremely low. If I had a wide area attacking method, maybe I could give it a try. But Moonglow Gu Yue, I will only be able to hit this stone monkey king if I am lucky, but the probability is too low. Fang Yuan clearly understood the battle situation and immediately retreated. However, the stone monkey king seemed to be determined to kill him. Fang Yuan retreated to about 100 meters from the rock door when he suddenly stopped. I only have a bit over 10% of my primeval essence remaining. It won't be enough to cover this 100 meters of distance. And even if I am able to enter the second secret room and close the rock door, this Stone Monkey King might just break the door. Fang Yuan had thought that the Stone Monkey King would give up after chasing him for such a long period of time. Yet who could have thought that it still persisted on chasing him? He was already out of the stone forest now, and around him was a patch of empty ground. Countless stone monkeys were fighting chaotically in the stone forest, causing an uproar. Their noisy sounds kept on echoing within this empty space. Fang Yuan didn't budge. His battle intuition told him that the Stone Monkey King was hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show a gap before making a fatal attack. Fang Yuan knew he had already fallen into an impasse. Normal rank 2 GU masters would have already fallen apart from this fear, unable to endure this formless pressure. But Fang Yuan was still calm. This situation was also within his expectations, though its probability was very low. According to logic, the Stone Monkey King should also possess the Stone Monkey's habits and be reluctant to leave its home. But for some reason, this Stone Monkey King was hell-bent on chasing and killing Fang Yuan. If you choose to take a risk, you need to be willing to risk your life. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then took off his upper garment. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 116 to 116. Killing the Monkey King and getting new GU. 1915 words. 11% primeval essence. This means 2 moonblades or sustain the Monkey King's sneak attack twice. Relying solely on the Moonglow GU or White Jade GU will not do. My only chance is the instant where the Monkey King attacks me. I have to grasp the opportunity and shoot the moonblade, instantly killing it. Fang Yuan's thoughts sparked like flint, thinking of the most optimum strategy. Stone monkeys did not have outstanding defense, and since the Monkey King chose a sneak attack approach, it revealed that defense was its weakness. One moonblade could slaughter 5 or 6 Jade Eye stone monkeys. Even if it couldn't kill the Monkey King, it can still heavily injure it. But do not think that this is easy. Getting to this point is difficult. Even if a group of GU masters came, without a stealth removal type GU they would still lose their lives. This monkey is cunning, choosing not to attack. Is it waiting for my primeval essence to be used up? Never mind, I shall trust the spring autumn cicada once and bet on this chance. Fang Yuan instantly decided, his eyes shining with a cold and ruthless light. He stood on the spot, both hands hanging beside him, holding the collar of his shirt. At the same time, he closed his eyes, only leaving a slit of visibility. What is more shocking is that he removed the defense of the White Jade GU. The expenditure of the primeval essence in his aperture finally stopped. At the same time, he was no longer under the protection of the White Jade light. The rock forest continued to reverb with the cries and anguish of the monkeys, but Fang Yuan could feel that these noises were getting closer and closer to himself. A type of calmness enveloped his heart and mind. He was silently waiting for the Stone Monkey King's attack. When it attacks, that is when the match is decided. Waiting. Suddenly, the spring autumn cicada vibrated in the aperture. Pew! The very next moment, Fang Yuan heard an explosion and the Stone Monkey King appeared on his left. White Jade GU. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as the White Jade light covered his entire body. Bam! The Stone Monkey King hit Fang Yuan's body with a strong force, almost causing him to topple, his primeval essence dropping by 5%, only left with the other half. Seeing that his attack did not finish Fang Yuan off, the Stone Monkey King tried to escape. Fang Yuan had no time to counterattack, but it was enough for him to flick his upper shirt. Suddenly, he felt that there was someone on his upper shirt, tugging towards the outside direction. The shirt was not made of steel, and to prevent it from tearing, Fang Yuan let go of both hands, seeing the floating shirt fly around the place at a shocking speed. Now, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light as the battle's outcome would be decided with this moonblade, his heart cold and calm as ice. The Monkey King was after all a wild beast, and after having its face covered by a shirt, it flew into a panic. It emitted a shrill scream, calling its stone monkeys to help. At the same time the shirt continued to move around, changing directions and going all over the place. An eerie blue moonblade flew out and hit the Stone Monkey King. The Monkey King cried in pain as its camouflage was exposed. Its appearance was the same as a normal stone monkey, but its body size was 3 times bigger, and at the same time its eyes shone with a bloody red light. A long and deep wound stretched from its chest to its left leg, blood continuing to pour from it. Although not dead, it had already suffered a heavy injury, and the aura of death permeated its entire body. It covered its wound in shock, going invisible again. Fang Yuan's upper shirt was cut open by his moonblade, falling onto the ground. But the blood traces exposed the Monkey King, and it hurriedly retreated, no longer having the idea of killing Fang Yuan. With such a grave injury, if it did not deal with it, it would lose its life. At this time, Fang Yuan also retreated to the rock door. After activating the moonblade, his aperture only had a little bit of primeval essence left, and his battle strength dropped drastically. Although it looked like a draw, Fang Yuan had won. The Monkey King's injury could not be recovered shortly. The more blood it lost, the weaker it felt. But Fang Yuan could use the primeval stones to recover his primeval essence and recover his battle strength. Even without a stealth removal type GU, nor a wide area attack method, with his rich fighting experience and the will of steel in the face of danger, Fang Yuan could beat the strong in a weaker state. Monkey, fox, bear, these wild beasts have extraordinary intelligence compared to ordinary wild beasts, and are more cunning. Because of this, they lack the wild courage and often retreat while injured. If it were a wild boar or bull, they would go into a frenzy while injured. This Monkey King seems to only have one GU worm. Although the GU worm could grant stealth, it cannot hide blood traces, and if my guess is correct, it should be the rank 1 stealth rock GU. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart, and relying on his memories, the Monkey King had no more secrets in front of him. The results has been decided. Fang Yuan returned to the rock room, closing the door and replenishing his primeval essence. A moment later, his primeval essence went back to its peak state, and Fang Yuan opened the rock door, being in the rock forest once again. The rock forest was still a mess, but better than before. After this chaos, the entire rock forest's forces will be reset. The stone monkeys will relocate and regroup, and the roaming and isolated stone monkeys form into new monkey gangs. The path that I painstakingly created would thus vanish. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He needed to kill the Stone Monkey King before this path is completely gone. If not, opening this path would expend much of his time again, and by the time he got to the center again, the Monkey King would have completely healed. He shall chase after and annihilate lingering enemies with bravery, rather than be easily contented with fame and compliments like Xianxia too. Fang Yuan trailed along the open path, invading the rock forest. The stone monkeys who appeared in his way were all exterminated. 15 minutes later, he appeared at the central pillar once again. The stone monkey king laid on the ground. It had turned into a statue and was already dead. A jade-eye stone monkey was stepping on its corpse, screaming about. Replacing the title of king, with the death of the former king, a new king takes its place. Regardless of the beast group or human society, this was the cruel elimination system. Saved some effort of mine. Fang Yuan slowly got closer. At this moment, a Gu worm slowly floated from the corpse of the stone monkey king, flying towards the new king. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan shot out a moonblade just in time, chasing away the new stone monkey king, then walking up and grabbing the Gu worm. This Gu looked ordinary like a gray rock, with an uneven surface that was not even squarish nor spherical. If this Gu was thrown on the road, no one would notice it based on appearance. But in reality, it was the essence of a rock, a natural Gu nurtured by Mother Nature. It seemed like an inanimate object, a rock. But in fact, it was the real deal, a living being with its own consciousness and thought. As Fang Yuan predicted, it was the stealth rock Gu. Grabbed by Fang Yuan, it desperately struggled, trying to be free of his demonic grasp. Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan called in his mind, and the Spring Autumn Cicada appeared in his aperture, leaking a trace of its aura. The stealth rock Gu instantly went dead, not daring to struggle, like a mouse meeting a cat. Fang Yuan's red primeval essence activated and instantly refined it. Another Gu in the bag. The stealth rock Gu was kept in the aperture and sunk to the bottom of the primeval sea, side by side with the white jade Gu. The stone monkey watched helplessly at the side, and on seeing Fang Yuan keep the stealth rock Gu into his body, it frantically jumped about, screaming incoherently. It had just gotten the new position, so not many monkeys obeyed it. With another moonblade, Fang Yuan took a few more monkey lives. Those that gathered around their new king instantly dispersed. The new stone monkey king gnawed its teeth at Fang Yuan. Scram. Fang Yuan stared at it, saying a word, with his expression cold as ice. The monkey king shuddered, feeling the intense killing intent from Fang Yuan. It stared at Fang Yuan blankly before gulping and turning around to escape, showing its superior intelligence compared to wild beasts. Fang Yuan chased these stone monkeys away and ignored them, getting to the bottom of the rock pillar as soon as he could. As he got close, he found a cave below the rock pillar. The cave was not big, and some rock stairs extended downwards into the darkness. Fang Yuan had no investigative Gu worm, so he could not tell what was down there. With the situation unclear, Fang Yuan did not enter the cavern and walk down the stairs. He had barged his way in earlier, and his body condition was not at its prime. Furthermore, the chaos in the rock forest was disappearing and was stabilizing. He had spent much effort and time to open the path, but many stone monkeys were starting to reside in the pillars along the way. Haste brings no success. Now that I have found the inheritance clue, I have achieved my goal. It is time to return. Fang Yuan controlled the urge to investigate, and returned via the same route. On the way, the pressure intensified but eventually, he endured the pressure as he was chased by hundreds of monkeys, tragically rushing out of the rock forest. Time passed quickly, and summer replaced spring. Unknowingly it was the scorching summer again already. Fang Yuan spent every second of his time cultivating diligently. Using the red steel relic Gu, he instantly caught up to Fang Zheng's cultivating speed. He did not have a special Gu that could hide his middle stage aura. After killing the Monkey King and obtaining the stealth rock Gu, a day later, his cultivation level was exposed. The clansman only knew then that he was the one who obtained the red steel relic Gu, it was actually Fang Yuan. At the same time, he intentionally revealed the black boar Gu. Fang Yuan sold such a huge amount of assets to get the black boar Gu and red steel relic Gu. Many people could not understand his thoughts, calling him a fool, dumbass, maniac, and short-sighted, as they became his new nicknames. With a rise in attention, Fang Yuan had to reduce the number of times he ventured into the flower wine monk's inheritance. He continued to nurture his aperture as he steadily moved towards rank 2 upper stage, while collecting the ingredients to fuse the liquor worm as well as the stealth rock Gu. At the same time, he used the vitality leaf to earn primeval stones, sustaining his cultivation. July, the start of autumn. At the foot of the mountain near the village, a wild rank 5 Gu suddenly appeared, causing a huge tremor at Gu village. 1 Bei, a legendary wolf in Chinese mythology. 2 Chang Yu, Qing dynasty conqueror. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 117 to 117, Bitter Shell Wine and River Swallowing Toad. 2043 words. A solemn and serious atmosphere filled the conference hall. A group of elders silently sat on their seats. Their faces were either indifferent, gloomy or serious. Clan head Gu Yue was sitting on the main seat, his gaze also filled with unconcealed worry. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village by the foot of the mountain. This toad flowed along with the Huanglong River and accidentally reached here. Right now, it is blocking up a river channel and sleeping there. If we ignore it, the village will constantly be in danger. So I would like to ask the elders if you have any good ideas to drive this toad away. The elders looked at each other. For a moment, no one spoke. River-swallowing toad was a rank 5 Gu. It had an enormous might and could spit out a river. If this was not handled properly and it was provoked, over half of the Qing Mao Mountain could be submerged with water and the whole village would be destroyed. After a long silence, Gu Yue Clan spoke. The situation is grave, and we need to resolve this as quickly as possible. If this news gets leaked, we can't say for sure if those with evil intentions might not secretly go and intentionally provoke this river-swallowing toad to entrap our Gu Yue Clan. Elder Clan is right. Gu Yue Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Although he and Gu Yue Clan were political enemies, but at such a critical time for the village, he let go of his past prejudices. He continued speaking after a moment. There is another more serious problem. If the river-swallowing toad floods the Qing Mao Mountain, the wolf lairs will be submerged and for their survival, the wolf hordes will move up the mountain. At that time, the wolf tide will break out before its time. And we will have to fight with countless wild beasts to fight for the space at the top. The elders' complexion turned pale when they heard this. Gu Yue spoke with heavy tone. Everyone, don't forget the foundation of our village. The first generation ancestor set up the village in this place because of the underground spirit spring. If Qing Mao Mountain gets flooded, this spirit spring might also be destroyed. What should we do? Sigh, even if we withstand the beast tides and survive at the mountaintop. After the flood subsides, the spirit spring will have disappeared, many beasts will have died, our surroundings will turn to a wasteland and we will be lacking cultivation resources. If we are to die, then why not ask help from Shang and Bai villages? We are 3 boats tied with 1 rope, I don't believe they won't help. The elders whispered to one another with panic hidden inside. Some had already started thinking of asking for reinforcements. It is too premature to ask for help now. Ji Yubo shook his head and denied this idea immediately. It is not the most challenging period now. When the first generation ancestor had just established the village, a rank 5 blood river python attacked the village, but the first generation clan had killed it. Compared to the blood river python, the river swallowing toad is just so much more adorable. It has a warm temperament and is harmless to ordinary people. Only if it senses the aura of other GU will it be alert. If it receives serious injuries, it will be angered and spit out a river. By chance, I heard the previous clan head talk of a rumor about the river swallowing toad. Gu Yubo's composed and calm voice resounded within the conference hall. The group of elders listened attentively, their nervous and panicked expressions eased up. He is really worthy of being the clan head. He calmed their hearts with just his words. Gu Yaoji sensed the change in the atmosphere. She gave a profound look at Gu Yubo and praised him inwardly. If we follow what clan head said just now, chasing away the river swallowing toad wouldn't be a difficult thing, an elder spoke. We can't say that. Gu Yubo shook his head. These are only rumors, I haven't personally seen it or even put it to use. The important thing is that we can't be careless. I suggest we first send a group of GU masters to test it. All the elders agreed. Gu Kai Lian spoke. Then how about I send a member of my Kai family? If he can't do it, then no one among our clan might be able to do it. Everyone knew who Kai Lian was speaking of, and they approved of it one after another. Clan head Gu Yubo smiled. Since it is so, then we shall just assign it to the Kai Shan group. It was early autumn, the weather was gradually turning cool. On a table by the window of the tavern, Fang Yuan was sitting alone, calmly tasting some wine. The tavern shopkeeper was standing beside him, bowing his head. Shopkeeper, is there progress on the matter regarding bitter shell wine that I asked you to look into a few days ago? Fang Yuan asked. Fang Yuan was lacking a bitter wine for the liquor worm fusion. However, bitter wines were difficult to find, and because of the matter regarding the red steel relic GU, people had been focusing on him. Wherever he went, people would point him out. Thus, it was not easy to make inquiries of bitter wines. The disturbance had settled down only recently, and maybe because extreme sorrow turns into joy, Fang Yuan had accidentally found a clue regarding the bitter wine. The old shopkeeper promptly replied, Young master, the bitter shell wine you wanted me to look into, someone had drunk it in Bai village. The raw material of this wine is a type of conch found in deep ponds. This type of conch is completely black, with circles of white lines on its shell resembling a tree's growth rings. We call it a bitter shell. Normal conches can form pearls. The bitter shell swallows the sands and stones in the water, dissolving them and forming bitter water instead. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water, using it to brew wine, making the bitter shell wine. Its taste is very unique, bitter and fragrant. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows upon hearing this. Does that mean Bai village has this bitter shell wine? The shopkeeper hurriedly bent down. I don't dare to guarantee it, I have only heard people talking about it occasionally. However, the truth is Bai village is famous for its white grain liquid. This wine along with our clan's green bamboo wine and Shang village's bear gall wine are called the 3 wines of Qing Mao. Bitter shell wine, I think even if the Bai village possesses it, there wouldn't be much. Even if there's little, I have to find it, Fang Yuan said in his mind. But this matter was troublesome. Bai village had been gradually showing signs of coming to emergence these years, starting to shake the GU village's position as the overlord. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter the Bai village without permission, the patrolling Bai village's GU masters might kill him before he even sees the village gate. Even if it was so, Fang Yuan still wanted to attempt it. After all, getting this bitter shell wine was more reasonable than the green eye wine that was immeasurably far away. As he broke away from his contemplations, Fang Yuan found that the old shopkeeper was still standing beside him. He waved his hand. All right, you can leave, there is nothing for you here. The old man didn't leave, his face revealed hesitation, not speaking out what he was about to say. He finally summoned his courage. Young master, can you please take back this tavern again? All the waiters and I want to work for you. You don't know that when the old landlord came back, he deducted most of our wages. With such little primeval stones each month, it is really difficult for us to support our families. Fang Yuan shook his head, his face without any expression. I have already sold this tavern to him. I can't take it back according to the contract. Moreover, I don't want to engage in this tavern business. You can leave now. But, young landlord, the old man still didn't move. Fang Yuan frowned in annoyance. Remember, I am no longer your landlord. He had previously increased their salaries, only to arouse their passion for their work. It was all for himself. However, these people mistook it for his tolerance and wanted to push their luck. Right now, by selling the vitality leaves, he could only fulfill his own needs. On top of that, he was feeling vexed due to the bitter wine. So why would he take back the tavern for these people? But young landlord, we really can't keep on living like this. Please show mercy and have pity on us. The shopkeeper knelt on the ground and implored. The sound immediately attracted the surrounding guests. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He picked up a wine jar from the table and smashed it on the shopkeeper's head. Catjack. The jar shattered, the wine splashed all around and blood flowed from the old man's head. Did you think I won't dare to kill you? You tactless fool, get lost. Cold light flashed out from Fang Yuan's eyes. The old shopkeeper's whole body trembled from this killing intent. He was startled and hurriedly left. No matter which world, there will always be a group of weak people who will brazenly and indiscreetly ask charity from the strong. As if helping them was the manner of the strong and not helping them was wrong. The weak should have the manners of the weak. They should either resign to their fate and act like slaves or try hard while keeping a low profile. The strong helped the weak only as a charity when they were in a good mood. The weak refused to work hard, shamelessly begging from the strong, and even demanding definite results, acting like a leech. They deserve getting rejected. People who were content with being weak, who don't put their own effort and only think of begging from the strong, simply aren't deserving of sympathy. Shopkeeper, quick, bandage the wounds. The waiters hurriedly surrounded the old man whose face was covered with blood. The old shopkeeper was only immortal, it wouldn't be a problem even if he was killed on the spot. Such an ending took away the interest of the surrounding guests. They turned back and continued with their discussions. Do you know, something big happened recently? Are you talking about that river-swallowing toad? Right now, who wouldn't know of this? This is a rank 5 GU. If it isn't dealt properly, the village might fall into crisis. It is said that this river-swallowing toad's food is water. When it is hungry, it opens up its large mouth and directly sucks a river in. If it is angered, it can release the water into the Qing Mao Mountain. Its power is extremely horrifying. We might die. Then what should we do? Sigh, we just have to see how the clan's higher-ups will deal with it. After all, we can't escape. Where can we escape to? Bewilderment and confusion pervaded the air in the tavern. River-swallowing toad. Fang Yuan inwardly smiled when he heard this. Fear was infectious. It increased the more it is spread. Actually, the river-swallowing toad was very gentle and was not dreadful. Its natural disposition was to sleep and people would often see it flowing with the river. The toad would lie down on the water surface with their white bellies facing up, and sleep soundly. When it wakes up, it would swallow the river water up to its fill and return back to sleep. They had no interest towards fighting and killing. If they meet an enemy, their first reaction would be to flee. Only if they fall into an impasse and couldn't escape will they make fierce counterattacks. They were very powerful and could release torrential river from their mouths, engulfing the lands instantly and turning them to marsh. This river-swallowing toad probably fell asleep, then drifted along the Huanglong River and accidentally entered a tributary, reaching the foot of the Qing Mao Mountain. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. One Huanglong River, the name means Yellow Dragon River. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 118 to 118, Legend of the River-Swallowing Toad. 2,155 words. It is said that every single river-swallowing toad's stomach carries a river. Fang Yuan did not use the river-swallowing toad in his previous life, but he has a strong impression of this GU because of one person. A normal person, a family servant. Around 200 years later in his previous life, a very special GU master will appear, Zhongfan. His existence shocked numerous GU masters, and his story would be spread around by the mortals. Once he appeared, he became a legend. His entire success was attributed to a river-swallowing toad. Zhongfan was a mere family servant, single-handedly taking care of a fishery for his master. One day, a river-swallowing toad arrived at the coast with its belly side up, lying in the water, asleep the entire time. Zhongfan was initially scared and shocked, but slowly, he felt that this toad was dead. Why was it not moving at all? The toad corpse blocked the upflow of the river water, and this caused many problems for Zhongfan who was taking care of the fishery. Zhongfan tried many different methods and ways to move this toad corpse away. But he was just a mere mortal. How could he move something as heavy as the river-swallowing toad? His master was stingy and cruel, and if he could not meet the monthly quota, his head will be decapitated. Zhongfan did not dare to report it, as someone not too long ago did not manage to fulfill his quota and reported it with a proper reason, but ended up getting killed on the spot. Seeing that the due date was getting closer, and the corpse still remained there blocking the water, it greatly affected his revenue. Gradually, Zhongfan became more frightened, and his temper became more abusive and frustrated. Although he knew that he could not move this corpse away, he would still go to it every day, to punch and kick the toad corpse, crying and making a din. Letting go of all the fear and anger he had in the face of death. But one day, the river-swallowing toad woke up, and with its half-open eyes, stared at Zhongfan. Zhongfan's legs went soft from the shock. The river-swallowing toad was half asleep and half awake, but it still lay there like it was a corpse. After some time, Zhongfan regained his composure. He was not afraid, he was going to die anyway, what is there to be afraid of? He climbed to the top of the river-swallowing toad's belly, and lied down face up. Staring at the sky, Toad, oh Toad, you are the same as me, with only one last breath left in you, you're about to die too huh? He did not know about the characteristics of the river-swallowing toad. Looking at its half-dead state, he thought that it was going to die. After saying so, Zhongfan's face flooded with tears. The river-swallowing toad squinted its eyes, listening to Zhongfan's words while staring at the sky. For the next few days, he continued to lie on the river-swallowing toad's white and soft belly, crying while talking, complaining about the pain and the repressed feelings of a mortal. Finally, the deadline was here. The person in charge came down from the village to the fishery to collect the fish. Where could Zhongfan find fish to meet the quota? Left with no choice, he could only give an excuse that he needed to do some packing, and ran to the river-swallowing toad to bid farewell. He patted the river-swallowing toad's belly. Old toad, to think that I'm going to die first. It must be affinity that led to me knowing you. I hope that in your remaining days, you will have a better life. At this moment, the river-swallowing toad started move. Zhongfan was taken aback. Seeing that the river-swallowing toad's actions were becoming larger, he quickly jumped off. Plop, the river-swallowing toad turned around, with its belly side down and back facing upwards. It had fully woken up. Zhongfan's body was drenched, and on having seen this scene he became angry and stomped his foot. Old toad, oh old toad, so you can still move. Ah, you have caused my death. If you had moved a few days ago, I would not have to die. The river-swallowing toad ignored his words. It had just woken up and felt hungry. Half of its body was submerged into the water as it opened its mouth, starting to suck in the river water in order to sat its hunger. Seeing this, Zhongfan was dumbfounded. He shockingly saw that the water level was receding, dropping at an observable pace, rapidly falling. Large amounts of river water were swallowed into the toad's belly, but its belly did not even expand a bit, it was almost like a bottomless hole. A moment later, the river-swallowing toad stopped its meal. The river water had already dropped to an extreme level, and the bedrock was exposed. If a person stood in the river, the water would only reach their knees. Zhongfan stood at the coast, at a loss for words. The river-swallowing toad glanced at him and suddenly burped. Its stomach expanded and contracted, its mouth opening wide as it vomited out a large amount of seafood. Fish, prawn, turtle, crab, snails, eels, everything. The river-swallowing toad only ate water as its food, but did not consume these seafood, hence it vomited all of them out. At this point, it seems like it was raining seafood. In the blink of an eye, the seafood gathered into a mountain, and Zhongfan upon seeing this, was overwhelming exhilarated. He screamed loudly, I'm saved, I'm saved. These seafood is enough for me to hand up for 3 months. Old Toad, oh old Toad, it is all thanks to you. He packaged those seafood, and quickly handed them to the person in charge. The person in charge was both shocked and suspicious. How could there be so much? He quickly reported it, and the GU masters in the village also found out that the water level had changed drastically. After investigating, they found out about the river-swallowing toad's existence. It was a rank 5 GU. The village fell into a panic and they formed into large groups, trying to expel the river-swallowing toad. Zhang Fan did not want the river-swallowing toad to be harmed. These days he had treated the river-swallowing toad as his only friend. He kneeled in front of the GU masters and pleaded hysterically. But why would GU masters care about a mere mortal? They kicked him aside and were about to murder him. But at this moment, the river-swallowing toad arrived. Nobody knew if it had treated Zhang Fan as its friend, or felt that being with Zhang Fan was interesting and could cure boredom. The point is, it struck. It carried Zhang Fan and vomited out a stream of river water that engulfed the whole village and drowned half the hill. This battle startled the entire southern continent. Thereafter, Zhang Fan's name spread throughout the 100,000 mountains. With the river-swallowing toad staying by his side, it meant that he owned a rank 5 GU worm. After all, even a rank 5 GU master might not have a rank 5 GU worm. Rank 5 GU masters were rare. Even in the Gu clan's history, there were only 2 people, the 1st generation clan leader and the 4th generation clan leader. But Zhang Fan did not have an awakened aperture, yet as a mere mortal he had a river-swallowing toad. His existence stunned the entire Gu master world. After that, Zhang Fan built a hamlet at the village's location. He was endearing to people and sympathized with mortals, aspiring to reach equality among all people. It was a village without oppression. He became a flag, and the mortals in the surrounding villages came to him and wanted to depend on him. But eventually, he was still assassinated. With just a river-swallowing toad, it could not make him truly powerful. He was not a Gu master after all, and after his death, the river-swallowing toad left. Gu masters razed his hamlet to the grounds, and slaughtered the mortals who dared to oppose them. With his mortal self, Zhang Fan challenged the entire system of society, and that brought forth the rage of the Gu masters. I wonder if Zhang Fan will still appear this time after my influence. After his recollection, Fang Yuan laughed. But Kai Shan could not laugh. His face was grim as he returned. The villagers at the mountain foot were waiting for the Gu masters to deal with this problem. But the great Gu Kai Shan arrived and still could not solve the issue. This caused the villagers to panic, and the panic spread and reached a high point. They dragged their families, brought big and small bags, and rushed up to the village. They naturally did not dare to step inside, thus more and more villagers kneeled outside the village's doors, begging the Gu masters to have mercy and let them in. In the hall, what? These lowly commoners dare to surround the main gate. Atrocious, they are getting more and more daring. Kill them all. The Punishment Hall clan elder screamed. Medicine Hall's Gu Yao Ji's face was also grim. Although these lowly commoners deserve death, killing a few is enough to threaten the rest and chase the group away, but it would be like a joke for the other villages to observe. Gu Kai Lian said, the important thing now is not this. If even Kai Shan cannot wake this river-swallowing toad, who else in our clan can? It seems we have to get reinforcements. The Shang clan specializes in strength. He sighed and continued, for the safety of the clan, we should get them to do it. Even if we have to pay a price, it is worth it. These words got the consent of the other clan elders, and even clan leader Gu Yubo was moved. Clan leader and the other clan elders, this junior has something to report. Gu Kai Shan had been standing in the hall, listening to the clan elders, but suddenly he bowed and spoke. Gu Yubo nodded. He had an appreciative attitude towards Gu Kai Shan. Kai Shan, if you have any ideas, you might as well say it. Kai Shan asked instead, elders, to push this river-swallowing toad awake, does it really need one person's strength? Gu Yubo said, according to the previous clan leader's words, the river-swallowing toad has a mild temper and loves to sleep. Even if it is awakened by someone pushing it, it would not rage. Thus, we asked you who has the greatest strength in the village to wake it. But it ended in failure. Kai Shan said, then can clan leader grant me a brute force longhorn beetle Gu? With one bull's strength and my inborn strength, I would be able to push this river-swallowing toad awake. You definitely cannot use a Gu worm's strength. Just as Kai Shan finished speaking, a clan elder denied his request. A Gu worm's aura will invite the vigilance of the river-swallowing toad. If this causes it to feel threatened and rampage about, who would face the consequences? That's right. Gu Yubo nodded. By using a Gu worm, even if we wake up the toad, we cannot get its approval. It has to be a single person, using his own strength to wake it and get its approval. Gu is the spirit of heaven and earth, but it behaved more like wild beasts. Wild beasts have their territories, and roaming wild beasts when encountering the king of a territory would have a battle. The victorious takes the territory and the loser roams. The formation of a beast tide is also based on this wild beast instinct. Strong beast groups will invade and conquer neighboring land. Weaker groups would be exiled and this forms the beast tide. To chase the river-swallowing toad away, they have to abide to its habits. River-swallowing toad has a mild temperament, not enjoying conflict, and as long as the territory's beast king can be recognized, it would leave. Thus, using Gu worms is a no-no. The Gu worm's aura will be sensed and cause the river-swallowing toad to take unpredictable actions. Using everyone's strength was not possible too. Once there are many people, even if it is moved, the toad would not leave. That is because everyone acting together was not fair, and would not be recognized by it. Thus, the clan leader got Kai Shan to go ahead, as he had the greatest strength in the village. So that's it, I understand. Kai Shan finally understood the situation. He cupped his fists. In that case, I will recommend someone to the clan elders. He has greater strength than me. Oh, who? There's such a person. Why did we not know? Kai Shan, don't keep us waiting. Quickly say it. This person is Gu Fang Yuan. Kai Shan said a name. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 119 to 119. This lad is stubborn. He needs more polishing. 1986 words. Gu Fang Yuan. The elders couldn't help but look at each other upon hearing this name. They clearly recognized this name. In fact, from the beginning, Gu Fang Yuan's name would occasionally reach their ears. Especially after the awakening ceremony, when his GU master cultivation started, this lad had been getting restless, he frequently caused some disturbances that attracted attention. Ah, I remember him. Isn't this kid the one who sold his family assets and bought a red steel relic GU? An elder came to realization. Gu Kai Lian and Gu Mo Chen's faces turned ugly. If Kai Shan or Mo Yan had used the red steel relic GU, they could ascend to rank 2 peak stage and be equal to Gu Qing Shu. This would reflect towards the higher-ups, whether it was the Mo faction or Kai faction who got the relic GU, it would be a political victory. But to think that this prodigal kid had ruined it all. Returning to the main topic, this kid is truly strong. At the arena previously, he used his bare fists to shatter Jade Skin Gu's defense and pummeled Fang Zheng down, achieving the championship, an elder recalled. This time, it was the clan head Gu Bo's turn to be embarrassed. He had especially nurtured Gu Fang Zheng, thus Fang Zheng's defeat, in some sense, was his, the clan head faction's, defeat. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled with factions. There were neutral political factions, but absolutely not a person without any faction. But in terms of power, his strength shouldn't be comparable to yours, right? Kai Lian doubtfully asked Kai Shan. Kai San respectfully answered, Elders, perhaps you might not know, Fang Yuan not only bought red steel relic GU, he also purchased a black boar GU. These few months, he has been buying pork to nurture the black boar GU and increase his strength. Once, I even saw him moving a huge rock in the mountain to measure his strength. I am not sure how much strength he has, but from what I have seen, his strength absolutely doesn't lose to mine. So it was like that. To think this kid, Fang Yuan has grown to this stage. Gu Bo nodded his head. Then let's assign Fang Yuan's group to give it a try. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder awkwardly stood up from his seat. Lord Clan Head, this Fang Yuan is a loner and hasn't joined a group. What is that supposed to mean? Gu Bo frowned. The thing is, after the first beast tide, his group was completely annihilated and the only survivor was him, alone, the Internal Affairs Hall elder replied. Even if it is so, why was he not considered during the group reorganizing? An elder curiously asked. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall elder gave a heavy sigh. I also urged him about this, but he didn't have any intention to join any groups. Honestly speaking, I don't approve of this kid. He is very good at goofing around. It might be that he has lost the will to fight after inheriting that inheritance. Goofing around? How can that be? He hasn't joined any group, so how could he complete the monthly clan missions? An elder doubted. The Internal Affairs Hall elder's face sank. Every month, he receives the compulsory mission but the results are all failure. I haven't seen records worse than his. Almost all the missions are recorded as failures. I have already tried talking with him several times, but he still wants to continue in his way, without any repenting. However, he hasn't violated the clan rules, so I can only give light punishments to this unruly and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen such a younger generation who didn't want to advance forward. Mission failures represented a narrower career progression within the clan. This kid has become muddled. HMPH, he is too unruly. He is destroying his own future. If I had such an indolent child, I would directly slap him to death. Enough. Gu Bo raised his hand, putting a stop to the elders. Private chats, one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Gu Bo's gaze moved around and finally stopped on the Internal Affairs Hall elder. Send a compulsory command. Let Gu Fang Yuan try his strength on river swallowing toad. This kid is stubborn, rebellious and unruly. He needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this pretext to give some punishments. It will be as Lord Clan Head says. The Internal Affairs Hall elder promptly agreed. There was a racket in the tavern. Do you guys know, the clan sent the Kai Shan group to the foot of the mountain but they ended up returning in defeat. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain are all kneeling in front of the clan's entrance, blocking the gate. HMPH, these lowly commoners don't even have a bit of knowledge. River swallowing toad is a rank 5 GU, do they really think they will be safe in the village? Although this was said, the air was dense with panic. These GU masters were all forcefully calming themselves. Fang Yuan listened for a short moment before no longer paying attention. This was no longer fresh news. He stood up and was about to leave when a person entered the tavern. This person was tall with a thickly built body. The upper half of his body was naked and his muscles were the color of bright red, seemingly wanting to erupt. It was Gu Kai Shan. The chatters within the tavern immediately stopped. Countless gazes landed on Kai Shan. Kai Shan ignored these gazes. He glanced around and found Fang Yuan. You were here. Under the numerous gazes, he walked in front of Fang Yuan. Let's go, the clan has already given a compulsory order. Let's head to the foot of the mountain. I will tell you the details on the way. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He couldn't refuse a compulsory order. Moreover, there was not much danger when facing the river swallowing toad, thus he agreed. Only after Fang Yuan and Kai Shan left the tavern did the racket start again in the tavern. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look at this, such a quick karmic retribution. That is a rank 5 GU, even other Lord GU masters are helpless facing it, whereas he is so young, isn't this just losing his life in vain? We thought young Master Fang Yuan was different from other GU masters and would empathize with his mortal's pain and sufferings. HMPH, to think he would also be of the same mold. Screw him, we wouldn't have any regrets even if he dies. Shopkeeper, you didn't suffer this wound in vain, getting a GU master's life for it is absolutely a profit. The old shopkeeper's head was bound with circles of white bandages. Right now, he continued to groan, leaning weakly against the corner. Several waiters were by his side, consoling him. The old man's eyes flashed with resentment, but his mood slightly eased up upon hearing these words. However, after a while of listening, he hypocritically berated them in a low voice. Shut your mouths, is this something we can talk of? Aren't you afraid of losing your lives if the other GU masters hear it? The waiters giggled. Shopkeeper, you are too worried. It is so noisy in the tavern, who could have heard our whisperings? They had just said this, when a GU master sitting nearest to them spoke. I heard it. The shopkeeper and the waiters, complexion changed greatly, they were extremely terrified. Lord, the old shopkeeper ignored the dizzy feeling in his head and hurriedly walked towards the GU master to ask for forgiveness. This GU master raised his hand and stopped him. You all spoke very well, I liked what you said. Fang Yuan, this bastard, even if he dies, it shouldn't be regretted. Speak more, I will give you great rewards if I like what you say. The GU master took out a primeval stone and slammed it on the table with a bang. If Fang Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. This person was that healing GU master of the previous small beast tide. Fang Yuan had used the girl this GU master sought after as a shield to cover his body. Thus, this GU master had a deep hatred towards Fang Yuan and it was irreconcilable. The waiters looked at each other. One of them with more guts started staring at the primeval stone on the table with wide eyes. The GU master's 3 companions frowned, but didn't stop him. They could only listen to the waiters scolding Fang Yuan as if they were in a competition. It was early autumn and the scenery was good. In the forests, some leaves were of dark shade and some were of light. Green leaves had started changing to yellow and yellow leaves faintly showed red. In the paddy field, fields of yellow-orange rice crops waved along with the autumn wind. In some lush vegetable fields, the vegetable leaves were fat, tender and pleasing. Fang Yuan sped all the way from the middle of the mountain, following the Kaishan group down to the foot of the mountain where he saw the rank 5 river-swallowing toad. It was huge and resembled a small hill. It lay belly-side up in the riverbed and blocked the river channel. The upstream of the river was already filled with so much water that it was almost spilling to the riverside. And there was almost no flow of the river downstream, only a shallow moist riverbed could be seen. The river-swallowing toad's belly was exquisite snow-white and was covered with a layer of luster. Its back was clear sky-blue color and also had a glossy shine to it, with no warts like the ones found in common frogs and toads. It was sound asleep at this moment. But there were no sounds of snoring, it was sleeping very quietly. Sensing its aura, the 2 liquor worms in Fang Yuan's aperture curled up into a ball. The black boar Gu's lively appearance seemed to have been wiped out as it flew down. The moonglow Gu that resided in his right palm hid its glow. Only the spring-autumn cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fang Yuan withdrew the moonglow Gu into his aperture. As long as he didn't take the initiative to use these Gu, their aura wouldn't leak out. Putting them in the aperture was very safe and reliable. Fang Yuan, it's your turn next, Kaishan spoke from the side. He had already explained most of the details on the way. Fang Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest way was to use spring-autumn cicada. Once a rank 6 Gu worm's aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would be frightened and immediately flee. This was also because the river-swallowing toad didn't like fighting. If it was a vicious Gu like the blood river python, spring-autumn cicada's aura would instead cause it to go berserk and retaliate madly. Fang Yuan stood at the riverside, trying out to push it first. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, making one feel that his strength has been nullified. In addition, it was extremely heavy, one simply couldn't even budge it. Can you do it? Kai Cheng sneered from the side. Fang Yuan ignored him and said to Kaishan, although I have the increased strength from Black Boar Gu, my strength is probably only a little more than yours. As for pushing this river-swallowing toad, it is not hopeless, but I need your help. What help? Kaishan immediately asked. Fang Yuan slowly explained it. Kaishan was doubtful, if we do this, wouldn't it be teaming up? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and then willingly leave? Fang Yuan smiled, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you guys keep a distance and not let it detect you, it will be possible. After all, it is a GU, don't think it is too intelligent. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 120 to 120, literally effortless. 1908 words. At the height of autumn, the air was refreshing, and the breeze moderately flowed under the beautiful sun. The blue dome of heaven was clean and clear like a crystal. The wind blew gently, brushing Fang Yuan's appearance into motion. Looking from afar, the nearby villages had little people. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was slumbering, blocking the river bed. Fang Yuan, who was standing at the river edge, looked like a tiny monkey beside a large elephant in comparison to this rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan's heart was calm as water, without a trace of nervousness, thinking internally, I use the white boar GU and the black boar GU to enhance my body and raise my strength, having the strength of 2 boars. Together with my own strength, I have around the strength of 5 or 6 adults. But to push this river-swallowing toad, I need to have around 2 bulls' strength. With just my current strength, it will not do. But, if I borrow the power of the tides, it's here. Swish swish swish, Fang Yuan turned his body around and saw that waves were crashing and approaching, causing a huge movement in the peaceful river water. The tides got bigger and continually crashed against the river-swallowing toad, causing the waves to fly high into the sky. Fang Yuan only stood for a while before he got drenched. He did not mind it, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with vigor. The river-swallowing toad was still dead asleep. It was originally a GU worm that lived in the rivers and sea, and to it, the force of the waves was normal and could not awaken it. With the force of endless waves, Fang Yuan tried for some time and finally managed to push the river-swallowing toad away from its original location. The riverbed was wider as the river got downstream. Along with the flow of water, it made Fang Yuan's pushing easier. After about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of deep green eyes, in its sleepy state, gradually contracted and stared at Fang Yuan, who was beside it. Fang Yuan was fearless as he matched its gaze. From its dark eerie eyes, Fang Yuan could see his own reflection. Zhangdong, river-swallowing toad raised its head, suddenly opening its mouth and emitting a strange croak. The cry spread out and reverbed throughout Qing Mao Mountain. At once, Fang Yuan could feel his ears going deaf from the ringing noise. River-swallowing toad lowered its head, its mouth sucking at the river water that was approaching. Swish swish swish, the river water flowed at 10 times the original speed as it was all sucked into its stomach, and the water level could be seen decreasing at an observable pace. Fang Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, clearly seeing a large amount of seafood also being sent into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river water. Sensing the river water's change, the Kaishan group also hurried over, and as the 3 observed the river-swallowing toad who was ingesting water, they were stunned. What a spectacular sight, Kai Cheng observed, unable to hide his shock. You succeeded, Kaishan looked at Fang Yuan. Seems so, Fang Yuan nodded lightly. The water level decreased until the water stopped flowing, and the river-swallowing toad raised its head once again, its stomach expanding and contracting, vomiting out numerous fish, prawns, turtles, etc. At once, a large amount of seafood fell onto the ground, emitting a crisp sound. A fish splashed on the ground, a turtle fell on its back confused, the crabs walked away horizontally, and then they were smashed by the falling seafood. Fang Yuan did not mind it and only looked casually, but suddenly he smelled some wine fragrance. Strange, why is there a wine smell? Kai Cheng sniffed, a face of surprise. It should be the 100-year bitter shell, the female GU master in the group said and pointed at a disc-sized broken black shell. This shell was black as ink with white round markings on it, like the rings in a tree trunk. That's right, bitter shell can turn the sand and rocks into bitter water juice. 100-year bitter shell's bitter water, after the accumulation through time, can turn into wine. Bai Clan's current clan leader loves to drink this bitter shell wine, Kai Shan added on. He needn't go into detail. Fang Yuan had already long taken up this seashell, starting to collect his bitter shell wine. Not too long ago, he was still worried about how to get this bitter shell wine, but to think it appeared in front of him like this. Truly the phrase, spending lots of effort looking for something fruitlessly, but it appears in front of you when least expected. The river swallowing toad had pretty much swallowed all the water in this river. Deep in the riverbed, there had been some 100-year bitter shells buried in the soil, and because of the river swallowing toad, the shells were exposed. Fang Yuan quickly collected 6 little 100-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were broken, but the other 4 were intact. I finally collected the bitter wine. This way, I can start refining the 4-flavor liquor worm. This moment, Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but had no one to share the joy with. Zhongdong. After the river swallowing toad vomited the seafood, it croaked again, and then looked at Fang Yuan once before moving its large body to swim downstream along the river. He really succeeded, Kai Shan muttered, his heart feeling relief. He observed the river swallowing toad leaving until its shadow was completely gone, away from his vision. What? He scared it away so easily. If I knew this earlier on, we could have done it ourselves, but now we let Fang Yuan become a hero so easily. Kai Cheng pouted, his tone full of jealousy and indignance. Fang Yuan, no matter what, this time you have done a good deed, you are the Gu Yue Clan's hero. Kai Shan stared at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. Oh, Fang Yuan replied absent-mindedly, giving a half-hearted feeling. At the same time, his gaze shone as he continued to rummage and search for 100-year bitter shells among the seafood. What hero? It was merely a title. Between praise and slander, they were all views and expressions of others onto oneself. What opinions others had of him, Fang Yuan did not give a damn. You can think all you want, I live my own life. Hero, 0, hee, I rather have a bitter shell. News of chasing away the river swallowing toad reached the village at once. Gu Yue both said, good, 3 times continuously, and the solemnness in the hall was swept away at once. Only the internal affairs elder's face was complicated, he did not think well of Fang Yuan. Not too long ago, he even criticized Fang Yuan, but now that the village was in danger, Fang Yuan was the one who resolved the issue. With these 2 issues coming together, wasn't it a slap in his face? Gu Yue Fang Yuan has the credit of chasing away the river swallowing toad, we'll make an exception to promote him to team leader and reward him 500 primeval stones. Gu Yue both thought, before giving the order filled with a special meaning. In the wine tavern, what, Fang Yuan actually succeeded? Strange, he's just a newbie, how can he chase away a rank 5 Gu worm? Even Kai Shan failed miserably, but he did it. The news spread, and everyone was filled with shock. Fang Yuan became the savior of our clan. This, the male Gu master who had animosity with Fang Yuan was lost for action after hearing this news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the clerks in the tavern, you mere mortals, you dare to slander our clan's hero, you deserve execution. Even before finishing his words, he shot a moonblade. The elderly shopkeeper did not expect that such a life-threatening situation would occur, and after being hit by this moonblade on his neck, he was beheaded. Lord, spare us. The clerks upon seeing this were first stunned but quickly kneeled on the ground, begging for mercy loudly. Group leader, what are you doing? The male Gu master stood up. What am I doing, huh? His group leader moved his brows, sighing solemnly, times have changed, ah hi. Fang Yuan has turned into a hero suddenly, the higher-ups will pay attention to him. If words of our slander towards him spread, what do you think will happen? There are lots of detection-type Gu masters around, and if someone wants to harm us and said several bad things to the clan elders, our future would be ruined. The male Gu master broke out in cold sweat from fear. It was indeed like this, clan relationships ruled above all. Fang Yuan had gone and dealt with a rank 5 Gu worm, risking his life to defend his clan. At the same time he was slandered and insulted by them. What mindset was this? This was ungratefulness, coldness, emotionless and utter disregard for relationships. Like history on Earth, Yu Fei fought in the battlefields, defending his country, but Qin Wei framed him as a spy in court. Although these Gu masters did not go as severe as framing, but if this matter was spread out, would the higher-ups feel safe with these people around? If it was Mo Yan or Kai Cheng, people with tough backgrounds, that would still be alright. But these few were people without backing. Trying to climb up the system's ladder, it was push and shove, stepping on each other. If others used this incident and attacked them, to their future, it had a destructive influence. It is still not too late to salvage the situation, we just have to express our attitudes, and outsiders won't say much. These mortals have cheap lives, so be it if they die. But they can be sacrifices for us, and this is their honor. You guys should immediately strike, each one of you must kill one each. After killing you should praise Fang Yuan and express our stand. The group leader shouted, damn it, the male Gu master cursed. Between hatred and his future, he unhesitantly chose the latter. With a moonblade, a clerk died on the spot. Lord, please spare us. At once, all the other clerks were paralyzed on the ground, scared until they peed their pants. The male Gu master did not care about them, and under everyone's watchful gaze, he pointed at these pitiful clerks righteously, shouting, you lot deserve death. Gu Yue Fang Yuan is a hero, and with his own strength, he defended the clan, what gave you the courage to slander him? The male Gu master said this while frowning. This was his true emotion. Fang Yuan was someone he deeply hated, but he had to praise him in public, he felt a strong sense of disgust and irk for himself. Lord, didn't you ask us? Ugh, a clerk felt feelings of injustice deeply, shouting out loudly. But he could not finish his sentence before he stopped. A moonblade went flying, splitting him in half. A bunch of lowly slaves, not only slandering Fang Yuan, but also wanting to implicate us. A female Gu master struck, her expression cold as she shouted fiercely. Other Gu masters seeing this, felt like they were watching a soap opera. Some smirked, some were indifferent and some continued chatting, but nobody stopped them. So what if a few mortals died? Just compensating a few family servants would do. Everyone was part of the clan, they were family. No one would interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, causing conflict for themselves. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 121 to 121. 4 Flavors Liquor Worm. 2,263 words. Gu Yue Clan. Xianxia stood at the mountainside and gazed at the distant Gu Yue village, a complicated expression on his face. Cool autumn wind was breezing gently. The color of autumn dyed the mountain. Tree leaves were a mix of yellow and red, with wild fruits growing all over the place. Only the Qing Mao bamboo remained green and erect. Not long ago, Gu Yue Clan was like these Qing Mao bamboo, evergreen all the year, the overlord of Qing Mao Mountain. Now, they are actually falling behind. Xianxia's lips curved with a cold mocking smile. But quickly, he thought of the Bai village and the curve of his lips smoothed out, his mood turned serious. Bai village's uprising had already broken the old balance of Qing Mao Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Gu Yue Clan had weakened, Xiang village's operations were not running properly, all these were pushing the situation in the Qing Mao Mountain towards an upheaval. Xianxia knew this upheaval hadn't erupted yet because of the pressure from the wolf tide. The 3 villages needed to collaborate if they wanted to overcome this wolf tide, thus they tacitly maintained peace and threw away grievances for the time being. Once the wolf tide is gone, Qing Mao Mountain's old structure will be shattered. Bai Ningbing has already reached rank 3 in only a couple of years. It's really terrifying. Xianxia recalled the figure of a white-clothed youth, and he felt stifled as if he was pressed down by a huge rock. He, Xianxia, was the top amongst the Xiang village's rank 2 Gu masters. He had fought all sorts of battles and won most of them, establishing his name. He held the Grand Bear Gu Yue and could erupt with a bear's strength. He was also known as the strongest person in Qing Mao Mountain. He had already made his debut and had personally seen the rocket-like emergence of Bai Ningbing, so he was clearer than others regarding the terror of this youth. Group leader, that is Gu Yue village. It's still far away, why are we stopping here? From the side, Xianglin raised his 2 hands and clasped them behind his head as he curiously asked. In this 5-person group, Xianglin was the youngest and was a newbie who just made his debut. He was the same age as Fang Yuan and was this year's top genius of Xiang village. His stature was short and he had shaved his head which seemed to shine under the sunlight. Xianxia looked at this new talent of the clan, his heavy mood eased up a little. He answered in a deep voice, we are here on a diplomatic mission and not on a scouting mission. This area is already the warning area of the Gu Yue clan, and we will probably be treated as enemies if we boldly enter. Oh, so it was like that. Xianglin realized, we have 2 objectives this time. One is to hand the clan head's personal letter to Gu Yue's clan head. Another is to investigate the matter regarding the river-swallowing toad. Gu Yue village is not our area, so make sure to keep your temper in check when we get there. However, you absolutely can't degrade the prestige of our Xiang village, understood? Xiangli's gaze swept all around and shouted. The rest of the Gu masters' expressions all turned serious and silently nodded. Group leader, someone's here, the scouting Gu master in the group suddenly spoke. We have revealed our movements for so long, they should be here by now. But who would it be? So it was Kai Shan. Soon after, Xianxia also discovered Kai Shan group, his eyes flashed. Wow, that person is so tall, is he Kai Shan? He is even taller than the group leader. Such muscles, piece by piece, group leader, isn't he the guy born with super strength who has been trying to seize the title of the strongest person of the Qing Mao Mountain? Xianglin immediately looked straight at Kai Shan. HMPH, it had to be him. Shang Zhang spoke gloomily and twisted her lips in disdain. Xianxia, Kai Shan, the 2 groups were 50 steps apart from each other. The 2 group leaders came face to face, their gazes clashed in the air and seemed to form sparks. Looks like you are Xiang village's special envoy this time, Kai Shan snorted coldly, he had fought many times with Xianxia. That's right, has the special envoy from the Bai village arrived? Xiangli's expression steeled up. Why ask so much? Follow me, Kai Shan cautiously turned and invited. Meanwhile, in the second secret room, 4 wine jars were in front of Fang Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter and spicy, 4 flavors of wine. Sweet belonged to golden honey wine, spicy was white grains liquid, sour came from red berry wine, bitter was from bitter shell wine. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. He then willed the 2 liquor worms to fly out of his aperture. The fusion process of 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusion. The 2 liquor worms followed Fang Yuan's will and entered the red berry wine jar. They started the fusion within the red berry wine. A white ball of light formed in the wine jar, its majestic light pierced out of the wine jar and shone on the wall. Fang Yuan threw primeval stones in the wine jar, 1 piece, 10 pieces, 50 pieces. When it reached the 100th piece, the light ball shrunk to a fist size and floated in the wine jar. The red berry wine was completely used up. Fang Yuan picked the second wine jar, golden honey wine, and poured it into the jar. The white ball of light was immersed in the honey wine, suddenly swelling up to its original size. Fang Yuan's head was soaked with sweat, he was constantly maintaining the fusion of the 2 liquor worms, consciousness, and such multitasking was extremely taxing on the mind. He continued to throw primeval stones towards the wine jar. Every piece of primeval stones caused the ball of light to shrink by a bit, until it condensed to a fist size again, reaching its limit. Fang Yuan followed the pattern and successively poured the bitter shell wine, then the white grains liquid. When the 4 types of wine were completely used up, the light in the wine jar suddenly flourished before disappearing completely. Success. Fang Yuan knew he had succeeded without even looking in the wine jar. He willed and a Gu shakingly flew out of the wine jar. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Comparing it with the liquor worm, there wasn't much change in its external form, except that it was slightly bigger. It also resembled a silkworm and had a tiny pair of shiny black eyes. The difference was that the liquor worm's body was completely white, but this 4 flavors liquor worm's body continuously flickered with 4 colors, red representing spicy, blue representing bitter, green representing sour and yellow representing sweet. Fang Yuan couldn't help but associate it with the neon lights on Earth. Huff, Fang Yuan let out a big sigh of relief. His luck was good this time and didn't encounter failure, succeeding the first time. If it failed, the liquor worms could suffer serious damage and one of them could even die, or the bitter shell wine might be used up. Either of these outcomes would be troublesome. Fortunately, this situation didn't occur. A Gu master needs to use, nurture and refine Gu, none of them were easy. And in the aspect of fusing Gu worms, many Gu masters would go through a lot to look for recipes and collect materials. There were various recipes and they might not necessarily be suitable. As for collecting materials, Gu masters might even spend over 10 years of efforts on it. Even if they find the recipe and collect all the materials, if the fusion failed, the materials would be used up, and all their previous efforts and preparations would go down the drain. GU Master's cultivation is difficult. Fang Yuan sighed. Fusing GU worms were easy at the beginning stage of the cultivation. But the success rate for rank 4 and rank 5 fusion would often not reach even 1 in 10 times. Rank 6 fusion success rate was even as low as 1%. Every failure when fusing high-rank GU worms meant a loss of a great sum of resources. However, once succeeded, the benefits would be extremely high. Taking Fang Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm into account, it could refine rank 2 primeval essence and increase it by a small realm. Fang Yuan used a red steel relic GU to advance to middle stage. Now, with the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would have upper stage primeval essence. His fighting strength was now doubled. At the same time, the 4 flavors liquor worm would nourish his aperture, which meant faster cultivation speed. However, with advantages comes disadvantages. Using the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence would definitely lead to an increased consumption of primeval stones. Just by relying on the income from selling vitality leaves was already not enough to maintain his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to fuse the stealth rock GU into stealth scales GU. This will add on to another expenditure. Fusion, whether success or failure, used up primeval stones every time. Fang Yuan had used up over 400 primeval stones earlier for refining the 4 flavors liquor worm. The clan had awarded him with 500 primeval stones for chasing away the river-swallowing toad. 500 primeval stones was enough for other GU masters to spend for a long while, but Fang Yuan had almost used it completely. Fortunately, from the reselling of the assets, after using up most of it to purchase the red steel relic GU, some of it still remained. There was no need to worry for a short period of time. But it was necessary to refine the scales stealth GU. Fang Yuan had obtained the stealth rock GU after he killed the stone monkey king. However, it had no practical use. It could only conceal the body. That meant, once Fang Yuan used it, his body would be concealed and be invisible to people. But the clothes on his body, his wrist guards, leg wrappings and bamboo shoes would still be visible to the naked eyes. The stone monkey king had no worries about this. It was a wild beast and didn't need clothes. But Fang Yuan would be in an awkward situation. To use the stealth rock GU to the best of its ability and be invisible, he would need to take off all the clothes on his body. Otherwise, even if he concealed his body, others would see a set of walking rank 2 GU master's uniform. Stealth rock GU was a rank 1 GU worm. Once it advanced to rank 2 stealth scales GU, this problem would be resolved. Stealth scales GU could conceal even the clothes. If the stone monkey king had stealth scales GU, then even if Fang Yuan's shirt covered its body, the shirt would also become invisible. Supposing that the stone monkey king had stealth scales GU, then the matter of whether Fang Yuan could defeat it was rather suspenseful. Refining a stealth scales GU naturally required other materials other than the stealth rock GU. These materials were quite common and Fang Yuan had already requested Zhang Ya's help to gather them. If I could refine stealth scales GU, it will become very convenient for me to enter the secret cave. Moreover, during the wolf tide, I could easily attack and retreat with this method, Fang Yuan pondered. It was getting late. He retrieved the 4 flavors liquor worm into his aperture and exited the cave, walking towards the village. He had instantly attracted a lot of attention after successfully chasing away the river-swallowing toad. It was not easy moving about these days, so he was slightly worried that if he stayed for long in the secret cave, people would harbor suspicions. At the village gate, a bout of strength contest had concluded. Shangli's group was proudly standing whereas Kai Shan's group along with the GU masters guarding the gate had heavy faces. Shangli wasn't as tall as Kai Shan but his gaze seemed to be overlooking everything at this moment. He slowly spoke, Kai Shan, you are indeed blessed with super strength. But I have brown bear innate strength GU and I possess the strength of a bear. You saw from the battle just now that you are still not my match. HMPH, wanting to get the title of the strongest in Qing Mao Mountain, dream on, Shangjiang sneered from the side. Kai Shen's face was ashen. He knew the other party had intentionally challenged him and their conduct was filled with political intentions. His loss now was no longer just his personal affair, rather, it was tarnishing Gu Yue Clan's name. What are you being proud over defeating me? You don't know that I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have skills, then speak after defeating Fang Yuan. Kai Shan had no choice but to mention Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan, I heard an A-grade genius emerged in Gu Yue Clan and his name was Fang Zheng. But who is this Fang Yuan? Shangli asked, doubtfully. Kai Shan sneered, Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. He is also blessed with innate super strength and similarly possesses a strength-increasing GU worm. Previously, he alone pushed the rank 5 river-swallowing toad over 100 meters, finally driving it away. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone in the village. Shangli Group's expressions couldn't help but change. Rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Fang Yuan, this name was instantly engraved in their minds. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 122 to 122. There are many blizzards in life. 1911 words. Whiz. 3-face-sized moonblades slashed through the air, carrying an eerie blue light. Screech. Instantly, 16 to 17 jade eye stone monkeys were killed on the spot. The stone monkey groups chasing after Fang Yu were instantly cut down by a small half. Fang Yuan stood on the spot and didn't retreat. Instead, he lifted his right hand and slashed the air 3 times. 3 moonblades ran through the stone monkey group, beheading any stone monkey in its way. The corpses of the stone monkeys fell on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Their eyes turned into jade pearls and rolled on the blood-filled ground. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture. He still had greater half of dark red primeval essence remaining. The Moonglow GU required 10% of light red primeval essence to use a moonblade. Fang Yuan could only use 4 moonblades repeatedly at rank 2 initial stage. The number increased to 8 when he reached the middle stage. And at the upper stage, the number doubled once more, reaching 16. Fang Yuan wasn't really at rank 2 upper stage, but with the 4 flavors liquor worms refining of upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered to be at false upper stage. His fighting strength was rising sharply. Before, he would have needed to fight while retreating when chased by these 70 or 80 stone monkeys. Now, he just attacked with the moonblades, rapidly killing most of them. The remaining stone monkeys had escaped. I cleared up 3 stone pillars within just 2 days. This speed is many times faster than before. If this goes on, I will be able to reopen a path to the central area in about half a month, Fang Yuan pondered. From the flower wine monk style, the underground cave in the central pillar should be the next barrier. It is very likely that there will be another earth treasure flower Gu at the barrier. I reckon the flower wine monk's strength inheritance is almost over. After all, he was seriously injured and his state was far from good, thus he hurriedly set up this inheritance. At most, there will probably be 2 more obstacles remaining. Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the image wall, the blood-soaked flower wine monk on his last breath. With his previous life's deep experience, he reached this conclusion. Flower wine monk had too little time to set up this legacy, there was no way for him to do more. However, this was a special case. Gu masters normally used years to set up their legacies. There were some large-scaled legacies that would only open once every 10 or more years. Some legacies were even divided and scattered across different areas and could even be at the different ends of the world. The latter generations would need 10 or more years or even decades of time to go through all the tests of such legacies. Some legacies might not even be explored completely throughout a Gu master's life. The Gu master would often leave this incomplete task for their descendants. Flower wine monk's inheritance can be classified as a micro-scale legacy, its shortcoming being the small amount of inheritance items. But this also has its advantage. The first barrier is arranged according to the local conditions and is thus simple. I have successfully obtained white boar Gu, jade skin Gu and liquor worm from this inheritance. Stealth stone Gu can be barely considered as the inheritance. Next, there are probably only 2 more earth treasure flowers remaining. I hope that the Gu worms in them will be related to scouting or movement type. Time passed quickly, autumn went and winter arrived. Early winter, the first snowfall had come. The sky was gray, snowflakes floated and fell on Qing Mao Mountain. Fang Yuan was moving alone through the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the stone crack and was hurrying towards the village. Over 2 months have passed, but my progress in clearing the stone pillars has not been good. Fang Yuan's countenance carried a dark scowl. It was not because he hadn't put in effort, but rather the prelude to the wolf tide had already shown its signs. Food was scarce during the winter, the growing wolf pack started to increase their hunting scale to gather enough foods to eat their fill. The wild beast groups in the surroundings were purged due to this. Small beast tides frequently started to occur due to the disorder. Similarly, there were also the crippled wolf packs. These crippled wolves were expelled from the nest. These wolves gathered together and formed a group. They had started making frequent movements near the village. It hadn't reached the wild stage of attacks on the village yet, but the hunter families no longer went up the mountain to hunt. Similarly, there were occasionally some villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Gu village mobilized many Gu masters to carry out a cleanup operation. Due to this, there were many people moving about, along with a lot of scouting Gu masters among them. Thus, Fang Yuan sensibly decreased the amount of times he went to the secret cave inside the stone crack. No doubt, this caused the speed of his progress in the stone forest to fall steeply. The cold wind was getting stronger, snow was also falling heavily. Hoo! A deep beastly howl suddenly spread through the wind and snow. Fang Yuan swiftly stopped and looked around, alert. A small-scale wolf pack with about 20 or more lightning wolves quickly appeared in range of his sight. Here we go again, Fang Yuan muttered. This was already the 8th beast group he had encountered this month. However, this time was somewhat different. The wolf packs are starting to make their moves so near to the village. Next, the clan's Gu masters will make their moves more often. The stone-cracked secret cave is not far away, looks like I can't go there for some time. Fang Yuan's heart sank upon this thought. The journey was difficult, there would always be some obstacles preventing people from progressing. The wolf pack closed in on Fang Yuan. Hoo, 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 they howled before charging at Fang Yuan, coming at him one after another. Moonglow Gu, Fang Yuan willed, a moonblade flew out from his hand. The eerie blue moonblade slashed through the wind and snow, going through the sickly wolves. It instantly beheaded 3 wolves, but when it reached the 4th wolf, the wolf suddenly rolled and cleverly dodged the moonblade. Although most of these crippled wolves were handicapped, blind or missing their tails, they had plenty of battle experience and were very cunning. A normal rank 2 middle stage Gu master would be in intense danger if they ran into such a group of crippled wolves and especially if they were surrounded by these wolves. But Fang Yuan was calm. His plentiful battle experience and the refined upper stage dark red primeval essence were the source of his confidence. Kill, kill, kill. He nimbly moved under the joint attacks from the crippled wolves, calmly dodging and decisively attacking. The wolves continued to die by his hands. After a short while, the number of the lightning wolves in the pack had sharply decreased by half. Hoo! A wolf gave a mournful howl. The wolf pack immediately stopped their offensive attacks and began retreating. This was the cunningness of these wolves. When they discovered that Fang Yuan was a tough bone, they decisively retreated, giving up their plan to hunt Fang Yuan. These old, sickly and injured wolves weren't in a perfect state but being able to live till now showed their survival wisdom. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, calmly looking at these crippled wolves disappearing into the wind and snow. If he could hide his strength, then he didn't feel it necessary to reveal it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, he promptly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, teeth and so on were all valuable. Although their market price was on the low end, it could be made up by the quantity. In these 2 months, Fang Yuan had made some earnings from the spoils of war from eradicating these crippled wolves. The blood flowing from the wolf corpses were still warm. There were some crippled wolves who still had some breath left, their eyes showing a trace of vigor. In this world, not only humans but all living things are struggling to survive. This world is using life and death to unfold a brilliant stage. Fang Yuan sighed before ruthlessly killing off these dying wolves. A crippled wolf's fighting strength was higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. Under the coordination with the pack, their fighting strength would double. I can still deal with these small-scale crippled wolf packs, but it would be troublesome to handle large-scale crippled wolf packs or a small-scale healthy wolf pack. Fang Yuan could feel a faint pressure. The wolf tide will break out soon and the whole clan will be mobilized. I won't be able to act aloof. If I want to hunt the lightning wolves by myself, I must have a scouting or movement type Gu. Otherwise, I will fall to the wolf tide. Fang Yuan clearly recognized his shortcomings due to his ample experience. His fighting strength had increased sharply after getting the 4 flavors liquor worm. With the Moonglow Gu and Jade Skin Gu, he had both offense and defense. With his previous life's deep accumulation, he could totally be ranked along with Qing Shu, Kai Shan and Mo Yan. One could say, he was barely, but already able to stand in the top ranks among the rank 2 GU masters of the clan. Why it was barely, was because he was not truly at the upper stage, and at the same time his aptitude was also only C grade and was thus very limited. Being able to accomplish this much with his fighting strength was already the best result, but fighting strength was only one aspect in surviving the wolf tide. I must have a scouting method. If I have a scouting GU worm, I will be able to sense the movements of the wolf pack and quickly retreat or move through another route. Or use movement type GU worms to quickly run and escape from the wolf pack's besiegement, Fang Yuan pondered. His survival rate would greatly increase if he had just one of these 2 GU worms. If he had both, then he would be able to move about easily. I hope Flower Wine Monk's legacy contains such GU worms. It's not a problem even if it doesn't. From my memories, the 3 clans would jointly establish contributions list during the wolf tides and put their stored GU worms out for exchange. There were many precious GU in the list. At that time, I can use my contributions and exchange them for Buyer Shang Village's GU worms. Fang Yuan planned in his mind and stood up. He had swiftly arranged the spoils of war in a short period and packed them in a bag which he then carried on his back. The snow continued to fall and soon froze the wolf blood, covering their corpses. Look, Fang Yuan is back. He is carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt the crippled wolves again? It was him that saved our village. Hey, it was only by a stroke of luck. We both know how it went. If I had such great strength, I could also do that. It's no big deal. As Fang Yuan walked through the village, the people made way for him. There were praises, curiosity and also envy. Fang Yuan, Kaishan suddenly appeared from a corner and shouted. Note, the blizzards, in the chapter title, there are many blizzards in life, is a metaphor for obstacles. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 123 to 123. I travel alone through heaven and earth. 2031 words. What's the matter? Fang Yuan looked at Kaishan. Even if it was winter, he continued to be topless, his red skin emitting a warmth that made people feel like they were near a heater. The white snow that landed on his body instantly melted. This is because his aperture had a double orifice stove GU. The stove GU was a rank 2 GU worm. It could store internal heat that could be used for attacking. Subduing the cold was just a side effect. Kaishan's expression was complicated. He stared at Fang Yuan and said gravely, do you know that these days, Shangli from the Shang clan has been finding you for a contest of strength? I know, Fang Yuan nodded. Kaishan sighed. Shangli finding you for a contest of strength is not a mere competition, but it involves the interest allocation of the 3 clans, alliance. Under the wolf tide, non-alliance means destruction. But after forming an alliance, the biggest problem is how to distribute the interests and profits. These days, the 3 clans have been at a stalemate due to that. Fang Yuan looked at Kaishan, instantly understanding why he had looked for himself. Negotiation was the hardest thing to do. For their own interests, the 3 clans would not give way automatically, and they would have to fight for their best interests. The negotiation table was long filled with gunpowder and smoke, battling wits. In this world's system of values, first was strength, second was kinship. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were individual clans, having great conflict towards each other since a long time ago, each bearing old and deep grudges. Of course kinship cannot be used to alleviate their tensions. So to break the tension, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there are military exercises to display one's strength. In this world, it worked similarly in that there are GU contests to display the strength of one faction and achieve greater benefits for themselves. Shangli finding Fang Yuan for a contest to compete strength was due to this. As expected, Kaishan said next, I have competed with Shangli. He has the brown bear innate strength GU and already possesses the strength of 1 bear. He also has the grand bear GU, and can increase his strength by another bear. Together he has 2 bears' strength. I am far beyond his match, as much as I want to deny it. But as Qing Mao Mountain's #1 strongest person, the title belongs to him no doubt. He paused for a while, then continue, let's talk business. Your strength is around mine, so you are not his match either. But you cannot lose, as you were the one who woke up the river-swallowing toad, the hero that saved Qing Mao Mountain. Once you lose, our Gu Yue clan's interests will be compromised. So for the clan's interests, discard your personal honor and avoid battle. Fang Yuan stared silently at Kaishan. Kaishan looked down, I know that this matter towards you is very difficult. After all, avoiding the competition has a disastrous damage towards one's own reputation. But it is for the interests of the clan. If you lose, the clan would have to give up much more. The clan has nurtured us, we naturally have to contribute to the clan, right? The clan needs you. Sacrificing your own reputation for the clan is only natural. But this matter started due to me, so in my personal name, I will compensate you for it, as part of my goodwill. Saying so, Kaishan handed Fang Yuan a large money bag. Fang Yuan weighed it, and chuckled, so my reputation is only worth 200 primeval stones. Kaishan could hear the sarcasm in his words, his gaze sharpened as he said solemnly, Fang Yuan, please do not have any indignant feelings. Earlier, I tried to console you with kind words, but the truth is I'm here with a mission. Avoiding the competition is the clan higher-ups' orders. Regardless of what you think, this is an order. I hope you understand your position. Saying so, he turned around and left, leaving deep footprints in the snow. Fang Yuan looked at Kaishan's back as his eyes revealed a sign of understanding. In order to get the greatest benefits, the clan has already used the event of me chasing away the river-swallowing toad as a chip in the negotiation. After all, the river-swallowing toad was a danger to the entire Qing Mao Mountain. In order to get rid of this chip, the Shang clan sent Shangli to challenge me. To the clan, I am but a chess piece. Shangli is the same, and Kaishan is also a chess piece. What is sad is that these people are willingly being pawn pieces, even basking in its glory and finding it natural. This is truly a successful brainwash by the clan. But I originally did not want to compete with Shangli anyway, the so-called reputation is merely praises from others. This chain that binds people has captured many heroes and geniuses in the past. But to me, what loss is there? Hee, I have to thank Kaishan for sending me 200 primeval stones. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smirked. Why did he attract Shangli's challenge? Merely because he had the glory of saving the village. Why did Kaishan challenge Shangli? It was merely for the reputation of Qing Mao Mountain's #1 strongman. The so-called reputation is merely a superficial carrot. It has tempted many people and trampled many others, manipulating countless people. Sad, how sad. Snow continued to descend slowly. The entire Gu village was silently erected in the snow. The people beside him rushed through the streets. What's laughable is that these people have had their bodies trapped by this fictitious glory. Fang Yuan's eyes drooped down as his eerie dark iris was half covered by hair. The light reflecting from the snow shone on his face. The young man's face was pale and had a sort of coldness. Suddenly laughing, Fang Yuan recited a poem, "White snow blankets the land as I travel alone through heaven and earth. Alone without any attachments, my solitary shadow travels freely." He took a large step and continued traveling. While others rushed, Fang Yuan walked alone. Whether it was clansmen, snow or the village, they were merely a blurry background. A moment later, he reached his rental apartment. The bamboo buildings in the wine tavern, he had already sold them all away. He continued to stay in the rented flat, and although it was very simple, Fang Yuan did not ask for more, he just needed a shelter over his head. Sitting on the bed, Fang Yuan began to cultivate. Gu masters in cultivating to break through a large realm, needed ability and talent. But to break through a small realm, it was merely the accumulation of time. With enough time, the aperture would be continuously nurtured, and it can continue to elevate. According to agreement, when it reached evening, Xianxia came to Fang Yuan's residence. "Lord Fang Yuan, these are the primeval stones this time, please inspect it." He walked into the room, handing over 5 money bags respectfully, filled with primeval stones. There was more than 400 primeval stones inside, and as the wolf tide approached, Gu masters had an increased reliance on the vitality leaves. This caused Fang Yuan's sale price to continuously go up. Fang Yuan handed Xianxia 9 vitality leaves, asking, "The thing I asked you to purchase, have you done it?" Xianxia showed a look of disappointment, shaking his head. "Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad timing. The wolf tide is coming, and the clan has increased its control on resources. Other things aside, that fish scale Gu is only slightly less valuable than the jade skin Gu. I have already tried my best, but it is difficult to have results immediately." Fang Yuan frowned. Fish scale Gu was used with stealth rock Gu to create the stealth scale Gu. Without the fish scale Gu, he couldn't refine the stealth scale Gu. Even with resource control, it does not mean we cannot find a fish scale Gu. The root of the problem is Xianxia's ability being too small. It seems that fusing the stealth scale Gu would have to drag on. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. 9 out of 10 things in this world will not go according to plan. This is life, and the phrase, "smooth sailing," is only a beautiful greeting. Bai clan produces the fish scale Gu, and our clan also has them, although less in number. It seems this matter has to wait after the formal alliance. Fang Yuan was not in a rush, he knew that once the 3 clans form an alliance, they would create the battle merit board. This would encourage Gu masters to proactively hunt wolves. By then, he would be able to use his merit points to exchange for the 3 clans' resources. Of course, Gu clan's Moonlight Gu, Shang clan's Bear Strength Gu and Bai clan's Stream Gu were the clan's signature and would not be exchangeable. But the fish scale Gu was definitely inside. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. To Gu masters, the wolf tide was a strict examination, but also an opportunity to rise up. Under the attack of the wolf tide, numerous famous Gu masters died while many Gu masters gained fame due to it. The older factions in the clan would weaken due to this, but new factions would rise up into the political stage. At night, unexpected guests arrived. Gu Qingshu and Gu Fang Zheng. Qingshu got to the main point, mentioning his previous objective, wanting to buy the liquor worm from Fang Yuan. At the same time, he also wanted to buy the black boar Gu, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. 9-leaf vitality grass was a no-brainer. Liquor worm had long become the 4-flavor liquor worm, even if Fang Yuan wanted to, he couldn't even produce it now, thus he rejected them. But the black boar Gu, I have already gained the strength of a boar, so the black boar Gu has little value to me anymore. Black boar Gu's best advancement path is the steel mane Gu. Although it is a Gu with both offense and defense, to me who already has the white jade Gu, it has little use. I might as well exchange it into a fish scale Gu. Fang Yuan thought of this, and mentioned it. Fish scale Gu. Qingshu frowned, then nodded. I know, you lack a defensive Gu worm. The fish scale Gu can be fused into the rank 2 scale armor Gu. It can provide good defense. Using the fish scale Gu and stealth rock Gu to create the stealth scale Gu, the recipe would only be discovered 200 years later, so it was natural that Qingshu had no clue. Fang Yuan did not expose himself. The black boar Gu is more valuable than the fish scale Gu, so if we exchange it, you have to compensate me the difference in price. Naturally, Qingshu nodded then asked, never mind about the 9-leaf vitality grass, are you really not selling the liquor worm? It is useless to you already, raising it for nothing is just a waste of your primeval stones. Fang Yuan shook his head, don't mention the liquor worm, it is not for sale. Qingshu rubbed his nose, laughing bitterly, Fang Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know Gu Yue Clan? She is the granddaughter of Medicine Hall elder Gu Yue Clan, a new student this year, and has B grade aptitude. Gu Yue Clan loves her granddaughter and once tried to buy a liquor worm in the treehouse but did not succeed. You've used the liquor worm before, I'm sure you know the benefits it has. I won't say any more, but Lord Yaoji really wants this Gu worm for her granddaughter. An elderly's affection for her grandchildren is completely understandable. Thus, she has come to you, she is serious about buying it and has offered a high price. She even promises that if you got injured in the wolf tide, you'd get special attention from the medicine hall. I hope you consider it thoroughly. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 124 to 124. I don't need your understanding. 2051 words. So that's it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, then shook his head. This liquor worm is not for sale. Since Yao Ji is insistent, why isn't she finding that Gu master who bought the liquor worm? Hearing this, Qingshu looked like a dark cloud was looming over him as he sighed deeply. Sigh, we do not know which clansman has it. After buying this liquor worm, there has been absolutely no news. We cannot find anything, and we cannot simply inspect apertures right. That is a taboo, the biggest taboo among Gu masters. For a small matter like the liquor worm, causing public rage is not good. But it is understandable that this clansman is keeping a low profile on his treasure, this is also human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real person who bought the liquor worm was sitting in front of him. But Qing Shu never suspected Fang Yuan, since in his perspective, Fang Yuan had the liquor worm already, he wouldn't need to buy a second one. What's the use of it? If he knew about the 4-flavor liquor worm's recipe, he would definitely suspect Fang Yuan. But now, this recipe was solely Fang Yuan's secret to keep. The only one who knew that Fang Yuan was the buyer is Jia Fu. But to Jia Fu, Fang Yuan could be helping another person to buy it. Whether it be a relative or a lover, something like this is natural. Yao Ji is the same right, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter. No matter what, I am not giving way for this liquor worm matter. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm without any loosening, as he smirked in his heart. This was the system made one strong, but it was also a restraint. Gu Yu Yao Ji was a rank 3 Gu master. She was much stronger than Fang Yuan, but due to the system she could not snatch it from him. Due to the rules of the system and minding her own reputation, she cannot forcefully purchase it either. Fang Zheng, who was at one side, suddenly urged, "Brother, the liquor worm is useless to you, why cling on to it? Granny Yao Ji is very kind. I've met Sister Yala many times too, she is a good person, I am sure she will take good care of the liquor worm. And the liquor worm is very helpful to her. Kindness begets kindness, brother, you saved the village and I am happy for you. This brings honor to our family as well. But why are you being so stubborn now, isn't this too petty?" Fang Yuan's expression stiffened as he said coldly, "My good little brother, are you lecturing me? The liquor worm is my business. Even if it rots in my hands, you have no rights to dictate what I do." He was not really angry, but attitude is the mask of the heart, and by expressing his attitude, it would allow Qing Shu to see his determination to reject. It seems Fang Yuan is bent on rejecting. Bringing Fang Zheng here on purpose was a bad move. These brothers have a poor relationship and are always at odds. I've shot myself in the foot. Gu Yu Qing Shu's gaze shone. Fang Zheng, go out and shop around. Fang Zheng wanted to say more, but he was stopped by Qing Shu. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, but still obeyed Qing Shu's command. Either way, I cannot understand you in this matter, brother. He opened the door, leaving his last sentence. What I do, does not require your understanding, Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan was expressionless. Fang Zheng's movement of opening the door stopped for a moment, but he quickly walked out of the room without turning around, closing the room door with a bam. This movement caused the room's atmosphere to become even more awkward. If there is nothing else, brother Qing Shu can take your leave. Fang Yuan instantly evicted his guest. He. Qing Shu laughed dryly, trying to alleviate the tension, but Fang Yuan's face was cold as ice, showing no signs of change. But his temper was mild, and he did not get frustrated. Touching his nose, Qing Shu laughed awkwardly. There is another matter, regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. I know, Qing Shu nodded. It is regarding the vitality leaf, this is the personal business of my group. I hope you can supply the produced vitality grass to us. Of course, we will pay you an appropriate compensation. Seeing business approaching, Fang Yuan naturally did not reject. Then, 65 primeval stones per leaf. Qing Shu, on hearing the price, was tongue-tied. According to market rates, the clan's original sale price is 55 primeval stones. Although the vitality leaf is an expenditure type rank 1 GU, gone after one use, this was something to save lives, and nobody would mind more of it. Especially with the wolf tide nearing, the clan is also raising prices, and each leaf is sold at 60 primeval stones. Actually, not just the vitality leaf, but also resources are also getting pricier. This is the volatility of the situation, and GU masters have to live with it. But what Qing Shu did not expect was, Fang Yuan's price was even higher than the clan's. Finding it expensive, you don't have to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will tightly control resources, and the vitality leaf would have excess demand. By then, the prices will soar again, there might not even be stock, what do you think? Fang Yuan's tone was calm as he safely evaluated his pricing. Qing Shu was stumped, his tone turning helpless, you sure are clear of it? But your price raising is slightly overbearing. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you reduce the prices, you can use the opportunity to build relationships. But if you raise prices like this, the clansmen will keep a grudge on you for earning profits this way. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, the wolf tide is nearing, I am but a small fry, I can die any day. How can I bother with these trivialities? You have long gone past the stage of a small fry, and human relationships are not trivial either. Qing Shu stared at Fang Yuan deeply, then lightly shook his head, but everyone has their own thoughts and choices, I will not force you. However, do be more careful, Lord Yao Ji will not let go so easily, goodbye. Qing Shu no longer mentioned the matter of purchasing vitality leaves, Fang Yuan's prices had scared him. He was a smart person, and when a smart person buys things, they do not act on impulse but only after intelligent consideration. A smart person would have an evaluation in their heart, and once the prices exceed their worth, they would calmly pull out. Fang Yuan seemed to have only increased the price by 5 primeval stones, but Qing Shu was not just buying one vitality leaf, and the wolf tide would be going on for at least a year, he would be expending a lot of vitality leaves. If this accumulated, it would be a heavy cost. Thanks for your advice, take care, I shall not send you off, Fang Yuan said, watching Qing Shu leave. His heart was clear as he knew that Qing Shu would definitely be back. That is because he had underestimated the wolf tide's severity too much. Under such a wolf tide, death might instantly befall anyone, and the vitality leaf had no lack of customers. In his memory, the price rocketed to over 100 primeval stones. Of course, this price was also during the period when the wolf tide was at its strongest. Right now, what Fang Yuan wanted to do was to accommodate to the time period, gradually raising prices. As time flowed, the winter wind grew more cold and harsh. This year's winter winds were evidently colder than previous years for Qing Mao Mountain's 3 villages. Taking the Gu village for example, more and more crippled wolves appeared near the village surroundings. The clan sent out large amounts of missions, and almost all of them were about exterminating the crippled wolves. During December, when the crippled wolves amount reached its peak, this caused the situation to worsen quickly, reaching an atrocious level. In fact, there was even a situation where a hamlet at the mountain foot was slaughtered by a large group of wolves. Good thing was, the dozen GU masters in the village retreated in time. The clan higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief secretly, as the death of a GU master would cause them to feel pity for over half a day, but for mortals, they were all slaves anyway, so be it if they die. In this world, there are no human rights. A GU master's life is more valuable than 100 mortals, this is the viewpoint of everybody. However, death and injury would definitely not be little, thus, the village had sounds of crying and sniffing from morning to night. The village emanated a sense of grief and suppression throughout. The crippled wolves were only the prelude, the true wolf tide was even more horrifying. More and more people started to realize that the wolf tide this year is exceptional. Under such pressure, the negotiation that had been under a stalemate obtained quick progress, and the three-clan alliance was formed. A month later, at the end of winter, Alliance Slope, three-clan alliance meeting. Little snowflakes that were like soft white fur slowly drifted down. Hundreds and thousands of GU masters gathered here, forming a grand scale. The Alliance Slope was originally an ordinary mountain slope, but throughout history, the Gu Yue Clan's second-generation clan had managed to create the first three-clan alliances at the slope. Thus forth, all future alliances were held there. After many years of refinement, the current Alliance Slope had already expanded tens of times, becoming a giant town square. The town square was along the mountain wall, and there was a huge rock erected there. On the huge rock, there were rock carvings of buildings, and in the buildings there was rock furniture properly assembled. The three clan higher-ups were sitting inside, closely discussing. Below the giant rock building, the three clans' GU masters had their respective standings, forming three large groups. GU masters wore similar battle clothing, and along with a belt, their respective cultivation levels were apparent. Fang Yuan was within them. He secretly observed the situation. The GU masters below the stage were all rank 2 GU masters. Most rank 1 GU masters were allocated to support, and only rank 2 GU masters were the true mobile troops. As for rank 3 GU masters, they were clan elders, and for a mid-sized clan like the Gu Yue Clan, even after each generation's effort they only had a little more than 20 clan elders. Fang Yuan was observing, and the other GU masters were also watching. Countless gazes intersected with hatred, curiosity, and alertness. Gu Yue Clan's GU masters were on the skinny side. Xiang Clan's GU masters were strong and robust, and from appearance their strength could be shown. Bai Clan's GU masters, maybe due to living by the waterfall behind the mountain, had whitish skin and had a yin aura around them. That long hair guy is Gu Yu Qingshu, rank 2 peak stage, and is the Gu Yue Clan's number 1 rank 2 GU master, some pointed out. Mo Yan, HMPH, this wrench caused me to lose an arm. After the wolf tide, I must get revenge. Someone snorted in their heart. Whoa, that girl riding on the giant bear, she should be the Xiang Clan's Xiang Jiao man. Don't be deceived by her appearance, she goes battle crazy when fighting. Do you see that white fat girl? She's Bai Clan's Bai Zhang Shui, a rank 2 upper stage fighter, who has the waterboard GU. She is very promiscuous and very lustful towards men. You newbies be careful, don't get fucked by her. The three clans' animosity and grudges had long been deep-seated. Alliance Slope's discussion noises became louder as it turned into an uproar. Many GU master seniors were pointing around, introducing the strong people from the other two clans to their juniors, reminding them to be careful of them. 1 Yin aura, this is a bit hard to explain. Yin is associated with females, dark energy, water energy. Reminder, Xiang Clan, Bear Clan, Bai Clan, White Clan. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 125 to 125. Oh, then I admit defeat. 1902 words. The traditional overlord Gu Yue Clan, the newly rising Bai Clan, and the never underestimated Xiang Clan. Fang Yuan's gaze flew across the people as he stood in the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gu Yue Clan has Qingshu, Kai Shan, Mo Yan, Xiang and Bai Clan also had their outstanding rank 2 elite GU masters. Together with the different clans' heads and elders in the rock building, the Alliance Slope can be said to be filled with elites. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing, the man who symbolizes the Bai Clan's rise. Bai Ningbing is already rank 3, he is definitely not among the rank 2 GU masters. It seems he isn't in the rock building either. Gradually, the discussions gathered on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already suppressed all the GU masters below the rock building. I remember that 3 years ago on the Alliance Slope, it was Bai Ningbing who was the first to step out and start the GU battle. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 clan elder, thinking about it makes me shudder. He rose to heaven in one step. When he was rank 2, he could defeat a clan elder in the Xiang clan. This guy has a bright future ahead. The point is that right now he has already grown up, and at this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert and even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 is mortal, while rank 6 is immortal. Rank 5 is already amazing. Rank 6, HMPH, you are all overestimating him. That might not be, who can predict the future? Under such discussions, the 3 clan heads in the rock building stood up, staring down at the thousands of GU masters. Gu Yue Clan head was in the center, Bai Clan head and Xiang Clan head at his left and right respectively. The Alliance Slope gradually quietened down. Gu Yue Bo held the railings, sweeping a glance at the crowd, before saying, the 3 clan alliance will pull together in times of trouble. For the GU battle tournament, in the spirit of competition, competitors shall stop before fatality occurs. Start. The Alliance Slope was dead silent. The crowd looked at each other. The 3 clan alliance would always hold a GU battle tournament. Not only was it to show off the clan's individual strength, it was also to promote conversation and temporarily alleviate their grudges to achieve the aims of working together. But who will stand out first? If the first GU master to stand up failed in public, it would be shameful on their own reputation, and it even shames the clan elders up in the rock building. Last time, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this time, the crowd continued to hesitate. Suddenly at the Xiang clan's side, a group of GU masters stood first. It was Xiang Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 invited numerous people's attention and gaze. The Xiang Li group walked past the Gu Yue Clan's area, and under everyone's watchful eye, he stood at the Bai Clan's territory. It's Xiang Li, Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man. That's right, it seems that not too long ago, the Gu Yue Clan's Kai Shan lost to him in public. His title is unmovable, not even Bai Ningbing can take it away. Damn it, the Gu Yue Clan isn't going over, are they trying to bully our Bai Clan? At the Bai Clan territory, there was a mild disturbance. Many people knew Xiang Li's strength, and felt a sense of pressure. But Xiang Li looked around, and did not move from his spot. Instead, Xiang Zhang who was beside him stood out. Xianxia had a thin body, and at the Xiang clan's area with lots of burly men, he was very striking. He took a few steps forward, facing the Bai clan's Gu masters, cupping his fist. Xiang clan Xiangjong challenges brother Bai Bingyi. Once he spoke, astonished noises could be heard below the rock building. Bai Bingyi's status was around the same as Kaishan and Xiangli etc. Among the Bai clan's young Gu masters, he is only inferior to Bai Ningbing. For Xiangjong to challenge him, he was evidently trying to overcome the stronger foe. But could he? Bai Bingyi stood up with a grim face. His body was small and his face was pale. He was like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, giving off a feeling of being weak and sickly. But no one dared to underestimate him. You, Xiangjong, dare to challenge me, you have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I'll accept it, he said to Xiangjong. Xiangjong laughed darkly. I specialize in defense, and you specialize in attack. How about this, I defend and you attack. I'll give you 3 attacking opportunities, and we'll compare the results. This was not a life and death match, it was only sparring. But Xiangjong had such confidence, he was obviously prepared, and this caused many people to mutter among themselves. Bai Bingyi raised his brows. Xiangjong, no matter what Gu worm, you are still a rank 2 Gu master, your cultivation is like that. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? If I injure you, don't complain. Xiangjong snickered, we wouldn't know unless we try right. Come. Saying so, he activated the Gu in his body and his body changed color, becoming dry and green like a dead block of wood. At the same time his teeth turned sharp and long, and 4 fangs were exposed out of his lips. His iris also turned green. This was the rank 2 Gu, roaming zombie Gu. Once activated, it could turn one into a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are better at resisting punches and kicks and have greater regeneration, but is afraid of fire, lightning and light, although it has greater resistance towards water, wind and poison. At the same time, zombies when fighting under the sunlight are not as strong as in the night, and thus are weakened by the time of the day. Even so, I am not afraid, Bai Bingyi laughed coldly, raising his right arm. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he gathered his 5 fingers at one point and contracted his fist. First, a droplet of water formed on his 5 fingers, then in the blink of an eye, the droplet expanded, turning into a fast-flowing current, and from his fingertips the water coiled around his palm in a spiral manner. In 2 breaths' time, Bai Bingyi's fist was already covered by a light blue-colored spiral drill that rotated non-stop. Rank 2 water drill Gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel with very strong attack power, barely any Gu worm could defend against it. Receive my blow, Bai Bingyi coughed, throwing out his fist. Xiangjong raised both arms, forming an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and a large amount of water splattered. The two were at a deadlock for a few breaths when suddenly the water drill's rotation intensified, and Xiangjong flew 5 to 6 steps back. Xiangjong laid on the ground, but quickly did a belly flip, standing again. One could see that the muscles on both his arms were torn by the water drill, showing his pale white bones. Bai clan's Gu masters upon seeing this scene uncontrollably cheered, but a small number frowned. He. Xiangjong laughed slyly, not minding his injury as a zombie, his pain sensors had been reduced to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but suddenly his pale face changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai clan Gu masters' cheers ended. What happened? Someone exclaimed. It's the shadow bond Gu. Bai Bingyi stared deeply at the ground, where Xiangyang's shadow was distorted at a creepy angle, pasted on top of the snow. It connected both Xiangjong and Bai Bingyi together. It seems I win, brother Bai. With this shadow bond Gu, no matter how much injury I suffer, you will take 10% of it. I specialize in defense, but you are a pure attacker, and you have poor health, so even 10% of the damage is deadly to you, Xiangjong said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood traces off his lips, staring deeply at Xiangjong for a while before saying, good. Very good, you planned well with such great tactics. I lost. He admitted defeat on the spot. Too unscrupulous, absolutely cunning and shameless. To think he had a shadow bond Gu, senior Bai Bingyi was completely outplayed. Bai clan's Gu masters exploded into a series of discussions. Xiangjong cupped his fist. I'm flattered. If we really fought, the final winner would still be brother Bai. The shadow bond Gu's range is limited, it can only bully close-range Gu masters. I hope brother Bai can take good care of me in this upcoming wolf tide. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression softened a little, and nodded. Bai clan's Gu masters also started to quieten down. Standing on the rock building, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been observing, nodded discreetly at this scene. The Gu fighting competition was only for sparring and not ruthless assault. Xiangjong exposing a trump card also increased each other's trust and understanding. Whether it was Xiangjong or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were good. Resolving it like this, the Bai clan's Gu masters, even if they did not admit it, felt admiration towards Xiangjong. After all, the strong were respected. Xiangli's group had a good start, Gu Yue lightly praised. Xiang clan head beside him laughed lightly, Xiangjong had given him face. Bai clan head at the other end had a tough expression. But Xiangli's group did not quit while they were ahead. The 5 left the Bai clan's area, and came to the Gu Yue clan. After challenging the Bai clan, they are challenging the Gu Yue clan now. Oh no, Xiangli himself is stepping up now. Gu Yue clansmen were slightly nervous, many of their gazes were gathered on Kaishan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu. But who knew Xiangli shouted loudly, who is Fang Yuan, please stand up. I heard you could chase away the river-swallowing toad alone, why don't we have a contest of strength? Instantly, the crowd exploded. Xiangli stood up, yet he did not challenge Qing Shu, Kaishan or Mo Yan, but instead pointed out a newbie junior. Fang Yuan, who is Fang Yuan? Some of the other village's Gu masters had never heard this name before. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad alone, oh my god, that's a rank 5 Gu, is he so absurd? Some shot glances of shock and curiosity. Gu Yue clan's Gu masters took the initiative and opened up a path, and Fang Yuan who was among them was exposed. Without anything hindering their vision, Xiangli and Fang Yuan stared at each other. Xiangli's lips curled to an angle, saying with a very manly elegance, I hope Fang Yuan would generously teach me. This Fang Yuan, who in the world is he doesn't have 3 heads or 6 limbs anyway. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad is also by coincidence and luck, it is nothing hard. Hey, being targeted by this muscled man Xiangli, he is in big trouble now. Fang Yuan, you can't avoid it anymore. Sigh, in that case, just hope for the best and go ahead and battle. Kaishan sighed in his heart. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan shrugged with a plain expression, then I admit defeat. The moment he said so, the crowd all went dumbfounded. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 126 to 126, Demise of the Wood Charm. 2006 words. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still lingering in the crowd's ears. Instantly, almost all the rank 2 GU masters below the rock building looked at Fang Yuan with surprise. Fang Yuan ignored them. He held his arms and stood on the spot with an indifferent expression. Admit defeat. He directly admitted defeat. Did I hear that wrongly? He is Fang Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to come out. Haha. We recognize Xiangli's power. He is indeed strong. But even if you want to admit defeat, at least do that after the formalities. By directly admitting defeat, he is not only showing that he is a coward, he is even tarnishing the clan. The whispers were like ripples in a calm lake. The GU masters' gazes turned from surprise to despise, scorn and gloating. Many GU clan GU masters felt unease. The gazes from the Shang and Bai clans GU masters were like invisible needles, piercing their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a member of the GU clan. With him directly admitting defeat, this made them feel absolutely humiliated. How could you admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a man of GU village. Stand up and fight bravely with Xiangli. Even if you lost, it wouldn't be anything serious. If you don't even have the guts to go out, then that would really be throwing away our dignity. Some GU clan GU masters shouted and urged Fang Yuan to take the challenge. Fang Yuan was indifferent. To him, these words were like dogs barking. The so-called name, face and honor was only a pie painted on a paper, shackles used by the higher-ups to bind the organization members. These GU masters were also dogs on a leash. Xiangli gazed at Fang Yuan and suddenly laughed. I am truly disappointed. Is this how a GU village's bravery looks like? GU clan GU masters looked unsightly when they heard this. Hoots of laughter came from Shang village's side, and even Bai village's GU masters looked at GU clan with mockery. The people around Fang Yuan started moving away. Everyone made some distance from him. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood alone. My way or the highway one. His expression was calm as opposed to the surroundings. Others fancied a courageous reputation, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This made others loathe him. Because Fang Yuan loathed fame, he was rejecting the society's values. Denying this system of values was rejecting the people who live their lives following these values. Others naturally wouldn't deny their own values, otherwise they would feel that they were living in a wrong way. Thus, they had subconsciously started to reject and boycott Fang Yuan. A weak-hearted person would be defeated by such rejection and they would change themselves to suit the public. However, Fang Yuan needed such rejection. He had too many secrets on him and so he needed to be solitary. At the same time, these people weren't worth being friends with. In his memories, Qing Mao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but the accident 2 years later would totally destroy them and turn the entire Qing Mao Mountain into a desolate area. What Fang Yuan needed was to use this time to improve himself as much as possible, then leave the clan and avoid the fatal disaster. Gu Qingshu, the number 1 ranked 2 GU master in the Gu clan, couldn't help but stand up seeing this situation. Xiangli, how about sparring with me? Hee, what will we compete on? Xiangli was smiling, but his expression was serious. Gu Qingshu didn't look at Xiangli. He slightly raised his palm and silently moved his primeval essence. His eye watchfully looked at the green vine that was slowly growing out from his palm. He calmly said, let's compete on your strength. If you can break away from my green vine's binding, I will admit defeat. Is that okay? Hee, good suggestion, let's do it that way. Xiangli grinned, his eyes revealing a bright light. He inwardly thought, I already have the strength of a bear and combining it with the strength increase from Grand Bear Gu, I possess the strength of 2 bears. Although green vine is tough, I have absolute guarantee of breaking it away with the strength of 2 bears. Shang Zhang won against Bai Bingyi and if I defeat Qingshu, it would give us great reputation. Qingshu gently smiled. Without speaking, he extended his 2 hands. 2 green vines grew out from his palms. Like 2 nimble green pythons, the 2 vines climbed up Xiangli and twisted around his body. Xiangli's hands were at his waist. The green vines coiled around both his arms and instantly made a dozen circles around them, tightly binding his hands with his back. The GU masters on the scene couldn't take their eyes off this contest. Please, Qingshu said to Xiangli. Xiangli opened his eyes. He tightly clenched his fists and started putting strength. Every muscle on his body seemed to stand out like lumps on a huge rock. Strength of a bear. Boom. The green vines started to snap under his enormous strength. Ha ha ha, brother Qingshu, it seems the winner of this contest belongs to me. Xiangli was using his strength to break free, but he still had enough energy to make a conversation. Senior Qingshu, Fang Zheng was nervous and his hands were sweating. The other Gu clan's Gu masters were also the same. Gu Qingshu was the number 1 among them and if he lost the contest, the Gu clan would have thoroughly lost their face this time. Not necessarily. Gu Qingshu smiled, his eyes showing confidence. When he finished speaking, the green vines on his hands started changing. The originally green-like jade color suddenly changed to a dark green color. At the same time, the vines also became thicker and green wide leaves started growing on it. Xiangli's face changed, he sensed the green vines' coiling strength had increased by more than 10 times. What made him more apprehensive was that those green vines which he had broken away from started growing and reconnected with the broken areas. Grand Bear Gu. He sensed the situation going bad and immediately used the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair started stiffening up like steel needles. The muscles on his whole body enlarged and he seemed to have become much taller and bulkier. Strength of 2 bears. The green vines gave creaking noises but it was still able to resist this terrifying strength, firmly confining Xiangli. Xiangli's face became very red, and he brought out all his strength to break the green vines. But finally, he was only able to snap 1 green vine and couldn't continue anymore. I lost. He released the supporting strength of Grand Bear Gu and said while gasping. You let me win. Qingshu cupped his hands and retrieved the green vines. Senior Qingshu, you are the best. Gu clan's Gu masters were jubilant. Senior Qingshu really deserves his name. Brother can't compare to him at all. Fang Zheng stood beside Qingshu and looked at the latter with reverence. Xiangli's gaze was complicated as he looked at Gu Qingshu. He had progressed and obtained brown bear innate strength Gu, but Qingshu had also progressed. Although he didn't know what the latter used, but this was his true rival. As for that Fang Yuan, he was only a newbie and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu, Fang Yuan thought as he observed Qingshu from afar. Shangli hadn't discovered anything when facing Gu Qingshu. 2 emerald green leaves had grown on Gu Qingshu's hair. This was the sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu could let one battle as a tree spirit. The tree spirit was an unusual creature. It could directly absorb the natural essence in the air and use it. Gu masters couldn't do this, they could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. When one used the wood charm Gu, they could become an embodiment of a wood charm tree spirit and would be able to directly absorb the natural essence in the air and replenish their primeval essence. It was the same as absorbing the primeval essence from primeval stones. When normal Gu masters battle, they are unable to divide their mind and absorb primeval essence from primeval stones while fighting. But as an embodiment of the tree spirit, the absorption of natural essence is an instinct and does not need one to divide their minds. This meant that the Gu masters who used wood charm Gu were experts in war of attrition. Although one couldn't say that they could use the natural essence endlessly, they could fight for as much as 3 times longer because of the continuous replenishment. And once one became an embodiment of the tree spirit, Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu would also have their strength amplified. Fang Yuan instantly connected the dots. Wood charm Gu's fusion advancement can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes. It is a rank 3 Gu and needs to fuse with a 100 years lifespan Gu to advance to a rank 400 years wood charm Gu. The 100 years wood charm Gu needs to fuse with a 1000 years lifespan Gu to advance into a rank 5000 years wood charm Gu. Everyone knows this fusion route, but Gu masters rarely use this recipe. The reason is due to the preciousness of the lifespan Gu. When the Gu masters finds lifespan Gu, they will usually use it directly to increase their own lifespan. In this world, a human could live for at most 100 years if they didn't encounter any accidents or illnesses. 100 years was the lifespan limit of the humans. But a lifespan Gu can increase lifespan. 100 years lifespan Gu can increase the lifespan of a person by 100 years, and 1000 years lifespan Gu could increase it by 1000. Lifespan Gu were extremely rare and everyone sought after them. Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life because he used 500-year lifespan Gu in his previous life, thus adding 500 years to his lifespan. His 100 years lifespan had turned to 600 years. But in the end, halfway through, he was attacked by the righteous factions and had no choice but to self-detonate and die. Lifespan Gu represented long life and could let people live for long, but it didn't mean undying. The wood charm Gu is powerful but has its weakness. Gu masters can't use it for a long period. If they use it for too long, the wood charm Gu's strength will affect their body and will transform their body to that of wood, finally changing the body into a wooden corpse. In my previous life, Gu Qingshu had died in this way. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Ordinarily, powerful Gu worms had huge side effects and needed to be used with other Gu worms. Otherwise, there would be harmful influences on the Gu master's body. Xiangyang's roaming zombie Gu was best used with the bloodline Gu. If not, the blood in his body would decrease when used for too long and he would change into a true zombie. The Shangli group returned to their camp. They first won against Bai Bingyi, then met defeat against Qingshu. Even so, the group still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yan, I challenge you. Come, Shang Jiao Man, I will fight you. After the Shangli group, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Many Gu masters continuously came out and challenged the powerful opponents in their minds, demonstrating their bravery. The alliance slope turned chaotic, and all kinds of brilliant and varied Gu battles were occurring. The true Gu battle had started. One not entirely sure how to fit this into the passage. It is an idiom, but it just means he does whatever he wants to persist in whatever he is doing no matter what others say. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 127 to 127, so-called morals and relationships, long chapter. 2,740 words. Only until evening did the Gu tournament come to an end. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from all 3 clans were no longer as divided as earlier. Gu masters plastered the slope and only 3 densely packed groups could be vaguely seen remaining. Gu battle sparring was both a form of venting and also compromise. In this world where the greatest value is strength, only with strength comes respect, and that forms the basis for cooperation. After Shangli challenged Fang Yuan, no one else came to look for him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie and did not have much interaction with the other 2 clans' Gu masters, not to mention any animosity. As for his own clansmen, they would not challenge someone from their own clan in this situation. Especially after Fang Yuan admitting defeat, it caused other Gu masters to lose interest in him. Towards this lazy, cowardly opponent, what value is there in winning? Not wanting to be trampled on, there are 2 ways. One is to become strong until no one dares to step on you. Another is to turn into dog shit, something no one would want to step on. Fang Yuan did not care about dog shit, or the reputation of the strong. He always acted unscrupulous, and only cared about the results. Without anyone challenging him, it made his life easier. The surrounding people's contempt and disdain, he treated it like air. If he could not endure even these gazes, what right did he have to pursue the demonic way? The alliance gathering ended successfully, and Gu Yue Clan, Bai Clan, and Shang Clan all reached an agreement. First, declaring the rules. The 3 clans will temporarily put aside their grudges and resist the wolf tied together. In times of danger, they will assist each other. At the same time, internal killing is prohibited, and an investigating battle group will be set up. Once they find any murders, the murderer will first be chased out of the clan, then the 3 clans will bring judgment together, making them pay with their lives. If the murderer escapes outside, their families' lives will be forfeited. Even if the Gu master dies, Gu worms retrieved from their corpses have to be given to the clan, and if it is used secretly, they will be charged with murder. After the Gu worm is submitted, they can exchange it for merit points. Secondly, setting up the battle merit board. With a small group as a unit, every moment will be showing the battle achievements of the groups from all 3 clans and their rankings. A lightning wolf's eyeball is exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points can be used to exchange for Gu worms, primeval stones, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally inspired the hot-bloodedness of the Gu masters. The result of the Gu battle sparring could not explain the true strength of both parties in actual combat. For example, in the case of Shang Zhang and Bai Bingyi, other than the water drill Gu, Bai Bingyi naturally had other attacking methods, but Shang Yang's shadow bond Gu only had an effective range of 10 meters. Furthermore, the results of any battle are swayed by many external factors. Gu battle sparring lacked a convincing element, which the battle merit board can provide as a fair method of competition. The Gu masters from the 3 clans wasted no time in hunting lightning wolves, fighting for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This was not just for one's own glory, but also for the reputation of the clan. Especially the top 3 positions in the merit board, it showed intense competition. Almost every day, the top 3 would have some sort of change. Very quickly, a month passed. Winter left and spring came, causing all living beings to grow once more. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the remaining snow, regulating his breathing as well as observing the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were over 10 lightning wolves, all dead. Wolf blood and minced corpse could be seen everywhere, and the air emanated a smell of thick blood. Howl. At this point, wolf cries could be heard from a distance not too far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a pack of wolves were heading this way rapidly. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, without enough primeval essence in their aperture, they might have thoughts of retreating. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He squatted down and began to gather the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were fluid and highly efficient, but even so, after he was done extracting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a mid-sized wolf pack with around 100 crippled wolves, their greenish wolf eyes showing a ruthless expression as they stared at Fang Yuan firmly. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes well before standing up with a smile. Next, his body flickered like water ripples, and he vanished on the spot. The wolf pack that had come to assault him were instantly riled up, and some of the crippled wolves stood in their tracks, showing their hesitance. After all, they were wild beasts. Seeing such a magical scene was incomprehensible. But, this is also because the lightning wolf king uses its wolf eyes to observe, and not its nose. Lightning wolves are fantastical creatures of this world. Their vision is sharp like an eagle, but their sense of smell is no better from humans. My stealth scales Gu counters these lightning wolves perfectly, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart. Stealth scales Gu was successfully refined by him before the Gu battle tournament. It was like a fossilized carp, gray throughout, lying in Fang Yuan's primeval sea, letting the liquid essence flow around its very realistic fish scales. The fish scale Gu that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally obtained by trading the black boar Gu with Qing. With this stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan could retreat from under the lightning wolf's nose. In these few days, this situation had already occurred many times. Normally, wolves or hounds had very sensitive noses. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, but without a clear vision, they would knock into a tree or the mountain rocks. But nature is fair, as when it bestowed the lightning wolves with its sharp vision, it also took away their sense of smell. However, the lightning crown wolf was different. Even with the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan could travel freely among the normal wolf tide, but in front of a myriad beast king like the lightning crown wolf, he had nowhere to hide. That is because the lightning crown wolf's eyes had the lightning eye Gu residing in it. This Gu allowed the ability to see through all sorts of cloaking. Other than the lightning eye Gu, there are actually also many other Gu worms that can detect the stealth at Fang Yuan. For example, the snake communication Gu, it can detect heat. The beast language Gu can allow a Gu master and wild beasts to converse and obtain information. The clairaudience Gu can allow a Gu master's hearing to be extremely sensitive. Thus, even with the stealth scales Gu, it did not mean Fang Yuan was completely safe, but it was at most a good life-saving trump card. When he returned to the village, it was still afternoon. The day in spring was bright and beautiful, and there were many people passing in and out of the village door. What was different from previous years was that people on the road were mostly Gu masters, while there were very little mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. Hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and farms were almost abandoned. On the streets, Gu masters were high in morale, each returning with blood traces all over, or enthusiastically leaving. They were either talking about the battle merit board's ranking, or discussing their experiences in killing the lightning wolves. Some were talking about the well-performing Gu masters from the other villages. Fang Yuan was among the crowd that walked into the village, and he went to the village square in front of the family head pavilion. The square already had a stage. The merit points were exchanged here. A large amount of Gu masters gathered here, and rank 1 Gu masters were doing administrative work. Some rank 2 Gu masters squeezed around, using the blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for merit points. There was also a portion of them that were using their merit points to exchange for primeval stones, Gu worms or food ingredients, etc. In the middle of the village square, a large banner was erected, and on it there was the written language of this world. It was constantly changing. This is the battle merit board, and on it there are over a dozen swimward Gu. Rank 1 swimward Gu, after being manipulated by rank 1 support Gu masters, can freely convert the contents of the writings on the banner. HMPH, why is the number 1 still the Bai clan's Bai Bingyi's group? Some stared at the battle merit board, frowning. Let me see, Bai Bingyi is number 1, our clan's Qing group is number 2, and Shangli group is number 3, my group is the 137th. A Gu master counted. This time, someone suddenly said, it changed. Qing group is now number 1. They pushed Bai clan's Bai Bingyi to number 2. On the battle merit board, the symbol showing the second ranking Qing group suddenly moved, crawling its way upwards and pulling the Bai Bingyi group down with its hands, ascending the position of number 1 itself, even using its leg to trample around. Such a human reaction, it was naturally due to the Gu master manipulating the swimward Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu masters in the village square laughed heartily, pointing a thumbs up towards Qing group, praising non-stop. The rank 1 Gu master controlling the swimward Gu had a red face as he showed an expression of excitement. Lord Qing, you are indeed our number 1 rank 2 Gu master. Good job, Lord Qing. Gu Yue Qing walked among the crowd, smiling faintly. Gu Yue Fang Zheng who was behind him clenched both fists, following closely with an excited expression on his face. The praises from all over the square filled the young man's strong materialistic desire. This made Fang Zheng feel like he was walking on a bright path, unknowingly increasing his recognition towards the clan. Brother, he saw Fang Yuan standing among the crowd, observing with his arms folded. Brother, you are still alone, all by yourself. No wonder you have been at the bottom of the ranking ever since the start. Only by removing your prejudice and fusing into the masses can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fang Zheng sighed, feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and pathetic. People who were like Fang Yuan, always fighting alone without any companions, could not feel any kinship from the clan or friendship forged from fighting together with your teammates. Facing everything alone is not only dangerous, but mundane. A person living without friendship, love or kinship, what is the meaning of being alive? Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, staring at the tall merit board. Without doubt, the last position on the ranking was written in large letters, Fang Yuan Group. Other GU masters upon seeing this, felt extremely shameful, but Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, not minding it one bit. After being promoted to group leader, he had never recruited any members. He was a loner group leader, the most special group in the entire Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans. With only him alone, of course his daily hunting results could not compare to other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current abilities, if he tried hard he would definitely not be in last place. But this was pointless to Fang Yuan. He did not need much merit points, living resources or GU worms food, he had stock for everything. He had planned to exchange for a fish scales GU earlier, but now he no longer needed to. Right now he was hunting lightning wolves daily just to put on a show to fulfill the quota, and secondly accumulate some merit points to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his moonglow GU needed this food. Half a month soon passed, and the spring atmosphere intensified. Trees started to grow leaves, and wildflowers on the roadside bloomed. Under the warm spring winds, GU masters sang in battle, and the battle situation was getting better and better. Fang Yuan walked on the pavement, seeing everyone's happy faces, their exchanges of praise like courageous acts and the likes. Of course, there were also some GU masters who were in deep worry, showing an unhappy expression. These GU masters were mostly the elderly, as with their rich life experiences, they knew that the real wolf tide was coming in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan realized in his heart, what caused this current situation is due to the 3-clan alliance, thus people have reduced their caution of each other, and this enabled GU masters to be more invested in resisting the wolf tide. Secondly, the lightning wolves exterminated were only the crippled wolves. Thirdly, with the coming of spring, many wolves are busy mating. When summer comes, the truly energetic and healthy wolves would attack from all directions, causing great damage and deaths to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. In this year's wolf tide, the intensity was like never before, it reached a danger level that was unforeseen. Even the clan higher-ups greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In his memory, most of the GU masters died, and the trump cards of the 3 clans were nearly fully expended. Fang Yuan had never thought of warning the higher-ups. One is that even if he did, they might not listen to his suggestion, and even emphasize on where he got the information, which he is unable to explain. Secondly, there was no point in telling them, it is a fundamental difference in strength. Thirdly, and the most crucial reason, warning the clan did not fit his biggest interest. I would rather let the world down, than be let down by the world. What kinship, friendship, love, these were but an ornament in life, how could they compare to a man's great ambition? On Earth, Xiang Yu wanted to cook Liu Bang's father, and the Han Dynasty ancestor Liu Bang even laughed and said, go ahead, don't forget to give me a piece of meat. Tang Dynasty Li Shiming killing his brothers, Cao Cao's army having no rations and cooking people to turn them into dried meat as food. Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou but never returning. The higher-ups praise the values and morals, but those are just tools to maintain their rule. If one is restrained by these, how can they achieve anything? Amongst those who stepped into high society, who didn't have blood-stained hands as they stepped on corpses along the way. In a capitalist's initial startup funding, the process was always bloody. Any politician's hands were stained dirty, and so-called philanthropists were merely using money to gain recognition in society. It was just that the successful were apt in hiding their past acts, and those who believed the stories of the successors were truly fools. These fools are everywhere, restrained by emotions and morals, they deserve to be stupidly manipulated by rules. What's sadder is that when they see others not being restrained, they would jump out and criticize, trying to impart these morals to the people, not allowing others to have more freedom than them. In this process, they would even enjoy this ridiculous moral superiority and bliss. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the GU masters walking past him. These people, they had a body full of abilities, and some even had higher cultivation than him, but for what? They were just pawns, merely restrained dogs. What truly stalled a person's success was not talent, but mindset. Any organization, once a person is born, would impart their morals and rules, constantly brainwashing. Those that want to surpass humanity's achievements have to break this restraint on their mindset. Sadly, most people are trapped by this their entire lives, using this to move forward with motivation and even use their chained collar as a symbol of pride. Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Walking out of the village door, he retracted his thoughts. There was something important today, he was preparing to enter the rock-cracked secret cave again. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 128 to 128. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? 2,000 words. A faint red glow pervaded the stone forest, the petrified growth sprouting out from the ceiling towards the ground like upside-down trees. It was a sight to see. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fang Yuan thought helplessly. After the 3 clans united, they had commenced a crusade to continuously eliminate the surrounding wolf packs. Because of the constant traffic for the war effort, GU masters made up an almost ever-present flow moving nearby the stone-cracked cave. In such a situation, even if Fang Yuan possessed stealth scales GU, there was a danger of exposing himself. Despite the risk, Fang Yuan was very careful in the way he did things. 500 years worth of life experience had nurtured enough patience in him, he kept rein over his desires and made sure not to make movements around the stone cave during this period. When spring came, the crippled wolves had been successfully rooted out and there were few GU masters left roaming around. Only then was he willing and Fang Yuan circled around the village before using the stealth scales GU to come back. A month had passed by, allowing some stone monkey groups to repopulate and they had moved to the stone pillars he had cleared before. Fortunately, the number were quite few. Fang Yuan spent some time killing the monkey groups and advancing towards the central area of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillar, an obvious artificial cave entrance appeared before his eyes. Some crude rock stairs extended downwards from the cave mouth into the darkness. Fang Yuan used the white jade Gu to cover his whole body with a layer of faint jade light and carefully descended down the stairs. His left hand held a fire torch, whereas bright moonlight shone on his right palm. The moonglow Gu was already activated. It was completely dark underground and even the fire torch could only illuminate 5 steps ahead. An illumination type Gu would be a lot helpful in such situations. Unfortunately Fang Yuan was not so affluent. Step by step, he walked on for a long while before reaching the end of the stairs. A crude artificial stone door was in front of him. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan lifted his fire torch which illuminated some characters carved on the stone door. Earth communication, Golden Centipede. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed, comprehending the meaning. If this is what I think it is, he crouched down and touched the ground. The soil was wet. There's something. He was happy. He began to dig the soil and indeed, he found an earth treasury flower. He carefully uncovered the petals and took out a Gu worm from the heart of the flower. This was a special Gu. It resembled a human ear, but much smaller. It was yellowish-brown, and looked shriveled and dull. He felt it in his palm. It was shriveled like marinated radish and carried some warmth. Dozens of roots like the ginseng roots grew out from its sides. This was a rank 2 grass Gu, Earth Communication Ear Grass. Looking at the Earth Communication Ear Grass, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. This Earth Communication Ear Grass's usage was to scout. It had appeared in a great time and was perfect for Fang Yuan. Earth Communication Ear Grass had a great advantage. It could scout up to 300 paces. This range was among the best of rank 2 investigative Gu worms. It was easy to feed too. Its food was the ginseng roots. There were many forested mountains in the southern border. There were far more ginsengs here than in Earth. Hunter families would occasionally pick some when they went to hunt in the mountains. Especially when ginseng is easy to store, as long as it is completely dried and sealed up properly, it could be kept for a long time under room temperature. Moon orchid petals wilted in a few days, but ginseng could be stored for a long time. Gu worms need to be nurtured, used and refined. These 3 aspects are broad and has many mysteries within them. Earth Communication Ear Grass is easy to nurture, but using it is rather troublesome, Fang Yuan pondered. He held the Earth Communication Ear Grass and poured primeval essence, instantly refining it. Earth Communication Ear Grass was very outstanding and could compare with many rank 3 investigative Gu worms. However, heaven was fair, and using the Earth Communication Ear Grass didn't end with just refining, it still needed a certain price. Just like the zombie Gu and wood charm Gu which needed to be used with other Gu worms, there was a consequence. If used for a long time, the Gu master's body would slowly corrode and turn into a true zombie or tree man. Many Gu worms can't be used by merely refining them, they still need some special prerequisites. This Earth Communication Flesh Ear Gu is also the same. By using it to ascertain the situation, I can truly move about freely in the wolf tide and even achieve some of my goals during this wolf tide. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this Earth Communication Flesh Ear Gu. As the gains would be greater than losses, even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the sake of his future. No matter which world, how could one gain anything without paying a price? Fang Yuan coldly smiled and put the Earth Communication Ear Grass in his aperture. He gazed at the stone door deeply then turned around and left. If he didn't guess wrong, there would be a great danger in the other side of the stone door. Only by using the Earth Communication Ear Grass could he be able to avoid it. Fang Yuan exited the secret cave and leisurely circled the village. After making several rounds, hunting several lone wolves and taking their eyeballs, he returned. He was still the last in the battle merit board. As he walked through the street, the Gu masters who recognized him laughed at him or threw a contemptuous look. Fang Yuan didn't care and still went his own way. After several days, he used small battle merits to exchange for ginseng roots, properly feeding the Earth Communication Ear Grass and recovering its vitality. Most of the clan's attention was on the wolf tide. No one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, uncle and aunt might have brought him some troubles, but they had made no more movements ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets to them. Difficult to do openly, easy to do secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan smoothly completed some preparations in the dark. Tonight, the moon was bright and stars were few. The moon hung high above like a jade plate and the gentle darkness of the night was like a yarn, covering Qing Mao Mountain. From time to time, wolf howls could be faintly heard from afar. Fang Yuan securely closed the door and windows. He stood inside his rented room, his whole body naked. There was a table in front of him and a basin filled with warm water was laid on it. Beside the wash basin was a white towel and a sharp dagger on top. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a layer of thick cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks in the windows and shone upon the table. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the dagger. The dagger was sharp and had a cold shine to it. It could even be used as a mirror. Under the faint light, the young man's indifferent face was reflected on the dagger. Right now, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of a martial arts skill book from Earth called the Sacred Sunflower Scroll. The first sentence in the first page of Sacred Sunflower Scroll was, castrate yourself to train this skill. One needed to give up or pay something if they wanted to receive quick strength. So what if you needed to castrate yourself? If you don't have such ruthless decisiveness and aren't willing to let go, how could you accomplish your ambitions and become a lord ruling over everything? Wanting to receive without paying anything was only fairy tales to deceive children. Back to Fang Yuan's current state, to use this Earth Communication Ear Grass, the price he needed to pay couldn't amount to anything. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan coldly smiled. He used his fingers to lightly caress the cold blade and softly hummed. Moon like the frost-filled night, the dagger shines with a cold light. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? He quickly moved his hand. The hand rose and the dagger fell. Blood burst out. A piece of flesh fell on the table. Fang Yuan had cut apart his whole right ear and blood was spurting out of it. He first felt a little cool before an intense burst of pain suddenly attacked him. He gritted his teeth and sucked in breath through his teeth. He resisted the pain and called out Earth Communication Ear Grass from his aperture. He had nurtured this Earth Communication Ear Grass back to its full vitality. It was now completely different from how it looked back when he just got it. Back when he had taken it out of the Earth Treasury flower, it was shriveled and dull. Now, it was plump and warm, fat and big and had grown up to an adult palm size. It was highly elastic and resembled the Buddha's drooping ear of earth. Fang Yuan pressed the Earth Communication Flesh Ear Gu on his wound at the right side of his head and immediately poured red steel primeval essence towards it. The earth communication flesh ear Gu's roots immediately came to life and rapidly began to grow, taking root in Fang Yuan's wound. Another burst of pain came. Fang Yuan felt like dozens of earthworms were drilling towards his brain from his wound. This feeling was painful and also nauseating. Generally speaking, Gu masters would use some Gu worms to numb their nerves in this stage. But Fang Yuan wasn't in that situation and could only rely on his iron willpower to forcefully endure it. In the end, his body was that of a youth's, and Fang Yuan who endured this pain couldn't help but feel his body starting to sway. More and more roots extended, entered his wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass glued together with the bloody wound, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. Finally, there was no more blood flowing out of the wound, there wasn't even a scar. However, Fang Yuan's face was pale, the pain had only slightly decreased, it was still tormenting him. Veins bulged out from his head and his heart thumped rapidly. At this stage, Fang Yuan was already finished for the most part, but some time was still necessary for his body to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He picked up a mirror and looked at it under the faint moonlight. He saw his pale face and frowning brows in the mirror. His right ear was bigger than his left by over 2 times and looked like a deformity. Fang Yuan didn't mind it. After looking at the mirror for a moment and seeing no problems, he felt satisfied. He put the mirror down and picked up the towel. He dipped the towel in the warm water in the basin and wiped the bloodstains on his body. He had no clothes on, so it was very easy to clean the bloodstains. Some blood had flowed down his foot but were absorbed by the cotton cloth spread on the floor. Fang Yuan cleaned the bloodstains, then picked up his right ear from the table. He coldly snorted, then used the Moonglow Gu, slicing his own right ear into meat paste and completely destroying it. Fang Yuan held the basin filled with the watery blood and put it under the bed before throwing a piece of coal in it. Only after doing all this did Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had weakened for the most part but was still tormenting him. Fang Yuan felt the pain in his head along with his heartbeat. He did not know how much time had passed, but he finally fell into a deep sleep. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 129 to 129, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. 1,842 words. When Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the second day. His headache was gone, and the intense pain had vanished completely. He touched his ear subconsciously, the sense of touch no different from before. It was as if the cutting of his ear never happened last night. He climbed down from his bed, finding a mirror to look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was shown. He was not handsome, but his dark abyss-like iris made him stand out from mortals, showing a special unique coolness and charisma. The young man's ears were the same as any others. Last night, when he planted the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan's right ear was plump and big, his ear drooping till it nearly reached his chin. But now it was completely normal from appearance, there was nothing different. This is because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's thought moved, and from his aperture a little red steel primeval essence flowed along his body, moving up towards his right ear. At once, his hearing improved multiple times, and numerous footsteps could be heard. Although he was on the second floor, he had a feeling of stepping on earth. Fang Yuan paid attention and listened as his primeval essence continued to be used, and his hearing improved as well. In the mirror, roots started to grow out of his ear. These roots were like the roots of a 1,000-year ginseng, extending from his ear towards the outside, constantly growing longer and moving towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear had the notion of becoming fatter. Fang Yuan stopped using the earth communication ear grass, and a second later, the roots growing out of his ears retracted, and his right ear became normal again. Of course, his hearing also went back to its initial state. This way, I have a recon type Gu. Fang Yuan wore his upper shirt, taking out a water basin from under his bed. Last night, the bloody water had turned into blackish dirty water due to the charcoal tossed in. The bloody towel submerged within was the same as well. There was still some white in the red color initially, but now it was all covered by the black soot. It was easy to make people assume that it was a cloth for wiping grease in the kitchen. This basin when brought out, even if it was poured in front of someone, nobody would notice. Summer was coming, and many clansmen were trying to clean the stove that they used in winter. Often they would end up with a basin of dirty water just like this. While the iron was still hot, Fang Yuan entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. This time, he did not enter empty-handed, but caught a deerling outside and tied its 4 limbs together. He used a steel contraption to bind its mouth, and then used the stealth scales Gu to hide his presence and brought it to the rock door. He did not open the door in a hurry, but activated the earth communication ear grass. The roots extended from his ear, and his hearing ability amplified. Dong dong dong. Firstly, he heard a light sound, the sound of slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer, the heartbeat became louder, and the sources of sound also increased. Fang Yuan did not need to think to realize that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eye stone monkeys in the rock forest. He shut his eye and he could imagine in his head, the owners of these sounds hiding in their caves, curling into a ball and sleeping. But this was not what he wanted to find out. He continued listening, his right ear already becoming slightly fat, the ginseng limbs growing out of his ear almost half a meter long, the roots having sentience. They extended to the rock door, and stabbed in rather shallowly. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had a gigantic boost. With him as center, he could hear the numerous noises of a 300-step radius. This was the earth communication ear grass. True usage, what he did in the village was merely a test. If the earth communication ear grass, roots did not touch the ground, for a rank 2 recon Gu, it was at a very average level. But once the roots are in the ground, its range would drastically improve. This was understandable. On Earth, the theory was that sound travels at a speed related to its intermediary. Sound in the earth or in water, the speed of transmission was far greater than through air. In ancient China, some soldiers in war when sleeping, would use a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once any cavalry attacks, the soldiers would hear the noise from the earth and be awakened in time. If they waited for sound to travel by air, they would not have time to react. The roots grew into the rock door, and Fang Yuan could instantly hear the commotion behind it. It was a very scrambled and confusing noise, but very frequent. Compared to this noise, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the sound of drums. If a newbie was using this earth communication ear grass for the first time, upon hearing this they would be thinking of all the possible guesses. But to Fang Yuan, this noise was expected, and he only listened for a while before frowning. He pushed open the rock door. The rock door was heavy, but with his strength of 2 boars now, it was easy. The rock door opened, and a dark long tunnel appeared in front of him, stretching on at a straight line, towards the unknown. Fang Yuan untied the deer he had caught, and tossed it into the tunnel. The deerling was very smart. Sensing the dangers of the dark path ahead, it did not dare to move forward. Its huge eyes stared at Fang Yuan, showing fear and a begging intention. Fang Yuan snorted and threw a moonblade. This moonblade was controlled to be small, slicing vertically and inflicting a light wound on the deerling's body. The blood gushed out from its wound, and under the pain, the deerling's fear towards Fang Yuan won and it rushed into the dark tunnel. Darkness soon engulfed it. Fang Yuan activated the earth communication ear grass again, this time the roots grew into the walls. His hearing amplified, and first he heard the deerling's footsteps, its heartbeat, and some other noise. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious, earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that these noises were the movement sound of a centipede. In his ear, he could hear the deerling's cries. Evidently, it had gone into the cave and met the centipede. Fang Yuan could see the image in his mind, the flustered deerling attacked by a centipede swarm, completely engulfing it. The deerling turns around in fright, and as it kicks its young hooves it felt the sense of death approaching and gave cries for help. Uncountable number of centipedes climbed onto its body, and the deer laid on the ground, rolling and struggling. Only after a while later, its heartbeat stopped. The centipede army started to consume the deerling meat on its body. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he heard a special sound. This sound was like a buzzing, like the turning on of a chainsaw. It was full of arrogance, dominance, and wildness. If a newbie heard this, they would be confused. But with Fang Yuan's experience, he could guess the identity of this sound at once. Rank 3 Wild Gu Worm, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. This was the Worm King in the centipedes, the true killer in the centipede cave. Fang Yuan could completely imagine, a meter over in length, the breadth of 2 fists, coiling and slithering around the cave. On the 2 sides of its body, there is a row of sharp saw-like teeth. As it moved, the chainsaws also moved around rapidly, just like an electric chainsaw. The chainsaw Golden Centipede's arrival caused the centipede army to quieten. It came ferociously, and wherever it went, the centipedes gave way, showing the half-body remains of the deerling. It climbed to the deerling's body, opening its mouth and consuming the deer blood and deer meat, and when it got to the bones, it coiled its body up and used the chainsaws to lightly grind against the bones, turning it into powder easily. Even the white jade Gu's defense cannot endure this chainsaw Golden Centipede's attack. It seems that the Flower Wine Monk's intention is to make me use this earth communication ear grass and avoid the centipede. But I have the Spring Autumn Cicada, so to subdue this chainsaw Golden Centipede, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan had a thought in his head. He was overjoyed at this prey. The chainsaw Golden Centipede was an outstanding Gu worm. If it was his to use, it would be another strong method of attack. Only that, in order to subdue this chainsaw Golden Centipede, even a rank 4 Gu master would have to expend a lot of effort. Catching and killing are 2 things, the former is way harder than the latter. Wild Gu worms were all crafty, and if the chainsaw Golden Centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a Gu master did not have a burrowing method, how can he give chase? But Fang Yuan had the Spring Autumn Cicada, thus as long as he caught this chainsaw Golden Centipede and released a hint of the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura, he would make the Gu worm cower and not dare to move. Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6, its aura was extremely powerful against rank 1 to rank 4 Gu worms. But against rank 5, it had less effect, and towards other rank 6, there was no deterrence force in it. This phenomenon is very interesting, but actually human society is just the same. Towards someone outstanding, people would envy, worship and admire. But to someone who was only slightly better performing, they would dare to offend, and was mostly competition and jealousy. I am only at rank 2 middle stage now, hence to subdue this rank 3 chainsaw Golden Centipede, it is possible but still too early. Fang Yuan assessed. Rank 2 Gu masters should use rank 2 Gu worms, which is the most appropriate and most useful. Of course, rank 2 Gu masters can also own rank 3 or even rank 4 Gu worms. But this was not common. Firstly, the higher rank the Gu worm, the more expensive it is to feed it. Secondly, they become harder to use and require more cost when activating. Like a baby trying to wield a large hammer, if it forcefully tried to, it might pull a muscle due to the hammer's weight and smash its own leg. The deerling has already alerted the entire colony, it would take 10 days to half a month for these centipedes to calm down. After my testing, the thought in my heart has been affirmed, but I have no chance to strike yet. Why don't I slow down and give it some time? This matter cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan left his thoughts here and closed the rock door again. He then left using the stealth scales Gu. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 130 to 130. Clansmen are still more reliable. 2078 words. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting shadows over the entire Qing Mao Mountain, seemingly signifying the coming of a storm. On a remote mountainside, a dozen robust lightning wolves drew back the corners of their mouth and made low roars. They had surrounded Fang Yuan. These wolves had a healthy body and were not like the crippled wolves. Any other rank 2 Gu master would be desperate if they were caught in such besiegement alone. However, the situation was quite opposite right now. Fang Yuan was standing on the spot, his expression calm. Instead, these lightning wolves that were surrounding him were slightly nervous and afraid. The battle had already continued for a while and the ground was soaked with blood. Several lightning wolves had collapsed on the ground, and the silence showed Fang Yuan's battle accomplishments. Kill, Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. He took the initiative to attack even though he was the one surrounded. His foot pushed the ground as he pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left side. This lightning wolf immediately shrunk back a small step in fear, but then its vicious personality was stimulated, it made a powerful jump and attacked Fang Yuan. It opened its mouth in the air, revealing the many sharp wolf teeth that filled its mouth. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He didn't evade but just swung his right arm. Whoosh, an eerie blue moonblade flew horizontally through the air and struck the lightning wolf's open mouth. There was only a ripping noise. This unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut apart into 2, from its mouth to tail, by this moonblade. Boiling blood spurted out and poured like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's whole body flashed with white jade light as he charged through the blood rain and rampaged within the wolf pack. The lightning wolves reacted, they attacked him from all sides. They opened their mouths and tore at him but were blocked by the white jade Gu's defense, causing their own teeth to be broken. Their claws were also of no use. Fang Yuan punched and kicked, and the lightning wolves were sent flying under his enormous strength of 2 boars. Some lightning wolves had their skulls directly smashed and died on the spot. Fang Yuan grasped the upper hand in this battle. But good things don't last forever, for his primeval essence was being used quickly. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only C grade and his cultivation was at rank 2 middle stage currently. The primeval essence in his aperture was not even 50%. He looked at his declining primeval essence, but there were still several lightning wolves remaining. He had no choice but to use stealth scales Gu. His body gradually disappeared like the ripples in the water. In a blink of an eye, there was no more trace of him. The lightning wolves were at their wits' end, and they gave off furious howls and started searing the area but didn't find anything. Fang Yuan had not gone far. He gazed at the lightning wolves' movements while absorbing primeval stones to recover his primeval essence and also maintaining the concealment of the stealth scales Gu at the same time. Lightning wolves had extraordinary eyesight but their sense of smell were not sharp. The stealth scales Gu just so happened to be their bane. When Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovered to 30%, the lightning wolf pack finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement Gu worm, so if the lightning wolves really retreated, he would definitely not be able to catch up to them with his speed. Thus, he removed the concealment of the stealth scales Gu and became visible. Ho! The lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan and as if he had killed their fathers, they rushed at him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waited till the lightning wolves were in front of him, then he suddenly struck with his right hand. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light which was extremely hard. The punch ferociously struck a lightning wolf's lower back. Crack! A crisp sound was heard immediately and this unlucky lightning wolf was sent flying by Fang Yuan, its lower back fractured. It fell on the ground and crazily struggled while letting out miserable howls, but it could no longer get up. Fang Yuan had recovered sufficient primeval essence and with his formidable fighting strength, he killed 4 more lightning wolves in a few moments. The remaining several lightning wolves lost their fighting spirit and looked at Fang Yuan with fear. They whimpered and then tucked their tails and escaped. Fang Yuan didn't chase after them. He couldn't compare to these lightning wolves in speed, chasing was pointless. The ground was filled with wolf corpses and they were all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious, he didn't hurry to take out the lightning wolves' eyeballs. Earth communication ear grass. He got down on his hands, his right ear close to the earth. Roots grew out from the ear and pierced the soil. His hearing strength amplified instantly, he could scout anything within a 300-step radius. Many sounds entered his ear, but there were no sounds of wolf packs or the sounds of other Gu masters moving about. It is safe for the moment. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief. He took out a dagger and began to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. He only handed over a small part of these eyeballs and hid the rest. If he handed all of them, it would no doubt attract suspicions and even result to secret investigations. Fang Yuan wanted to prevent such inconveniences as much as possible. Fang Yuan immediately left after digging out all the eyeballs of these lightning wolves. When he had killed 2 more wolf packs like this, the sky was already covered with thick dark clouds. Strong wind blew, blowing through the pine forests, creating a green wave in the mountain along with the rustling of the leaves. Ho! Faint howls of large numbers of lightning wolves echoed within the wind. Fang Yuan's expression slightly paled. According to his previous life's memories, today was the day the wolf tide truly broke out. He used the earth communication ear grass again but didn't hear the rapid advancement of the lightning wolves. He wasn't surprised, but instead became calm. This meant that there was at least over a 300-step gap away between him and the lightning wolves. This distance along with his own speed and the knowledge of the topography, sufficed to let him reach the village safely. These lightning wolves are cunning, choosing to attack in such weather. The noise from the strong wind and the sounds from the pine forest will mask their movements to a great degree. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, then ran towards the village with his greatest speed. After running for hundreds of meters, he bumped into a 5-person Gu master group. Hey, you are Gu Fang Yuan. A young Gu master in the group raised his eyebrows when he saw Fang Yuan and greeted him in an odd way. This Gu master was Gu Peng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During the academy period, he had suffered from Fang Yuan's bullying and extortion. Fang Yuan indifferently glanced at him before brushing past him without pausing, not giving him a chance to speak again. Bastard. Gu Peng was stunned, then a stifled feeling rose up in his heart and his speed slowed down. He didn't get the chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. Little Peng, don't slow down. We need to hunt at least 50 lightning wolves today to preserve our rank in the battle merit board. The group leader spoke. Gu Peng immediately restrained his furious expression and quickly followed the group members. My group is ranked 75 in the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is ranked at beyond 200. This difference is like that of heaven and earth. I am also quite fortunate to have such a caring senior as the group leader. From the start of the wolf tide till now, I have exchanged part of the battle merits to get a Gu worm. My future is bright. How could Fang Yuan compare to me? Gu Peng calmed down a lot when he thought of this, even feeling blessed at that. In this world, what can one accomplish by fighting alone? Many hands make light work. Unity is the greater power. It is still the clansmen that are reliable. Borrowing the clan's strength, we newbies can safely grow up. That Fang Yuan is an idiot. He really thinks he is a hero. He resolved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad only by luck and he is putting on airs. Although he has become a group leader, he hasn't recruited any group members, serves him right to be ranked last. Haha, anyway, with his eccentric personality, how will he recruit any group members? Gu Peng's movement became more relaxed. Strangely, all along the way, they hadn't run into any wolf packs. Gu Peng raised his head to look at the sky. It was afternoon but the sky was already dusky as if it was evening. The wind blew, and the dark clouds densely covered the sky and moved rapidly, brewing thunder and rainstorm. However, Gu Peng was not afraid, a mocking smile appearing on his mouth as he thought, ha ha ha, so Fang Yuan was hurriedly rushing back because he was worried of this rainstorm. What a coward, what is there to be afraid of a rainstorm? Right at this time, the group leader's face suddenly paled, he opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. Sir Group Leader, what happened? Other 4 members naturally noticed this. In this Gu Master group, the group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu Master, his scouting Gu worm didn't have as great a radius as Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. His face was deathly white right now and he had no wish to give detailed explanation. Run, quick, he shouted with terror, and amidst other group members' astonished gazes, he turned around and ran. Follow the group leader. Other group members were not foolish, they quickly reacted and broke into a run. Howl, wolf howls came from behind them continuously. From these noises, they knew there was more than 1,000 lightning wolves. Everyone in the group was pale, they breathed heavily and used all their strength to run. Wait for me. Gu Yue Clan sprinted with all he had but was still the last. He lost his composure and started screaming for help. He felt the breathing sounds of the lightning wolves behind his back. But what made him despair was the group leader, who normally showed great consideration to him, didn't even turn his head back. The teammates who used to pat their chests and speak of brotherhood and sentiments ignored his shouts. Hou! Gu Yue Clan suddenly heard a wolf howl right next to him. In the next moment, he felt an enormous force pressed on his back and knocking him down. He tumbled on the ground. The fall had made him dizzy. He subconsciously turned around to try to resist. Boom! A lightning snake flashed through the air. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure immediately became visible. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the hair in its body erect. It opened its mouth and revealed its silver-white sharp fangs. Gu Yue Clan's pupils shrank to a needle size, a thought echoing within his mind, 100 Beast King. The wolf pack scale in the wolf nest was enormous. Not only were there 3 myriad Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level bold lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level frenzy lightning wolves. In the very next second, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth and with a crack sound, Gu Yue Clan's whole head was gnawed off. Fresh blood and brain matter splashed. The bold lightning wolf lowered its head and began to swallow the blood from Gu Yue Clan's neck and gnawed at his fatty meat. Countless lightning wolves came from behind it and rushed ahead. Rumbling sounds continued incessantly. Pitter-patter, heavy rain also started pouring. The true wolf tide had begun. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 131 to 131. Loneliness is the deepest darkness. 1,959 words. The rain poured heavily from above, and snake-like lightning danced in the sky randomly. This sustained for the entire night. Fang Yuan lay on his bed, hearing the shouting of GU masters outside his house and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, visions of his past life flashing in his head again. In his previous life, when the wolf tide attacked, he was still a rank 1 GU master, and being part of the support group, he hid within the village and managed to escape the disastrous fate. But this time, he was already a rank 2 middle stage, and he had the 4-flavor liquor worm, currently moving towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like other GU masters, resisting the wolf tide in such a dark night. The rain is pouring outside, and they still have to fight the large amount of lightning wolves in this poor vision. This is truly torture. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. He did not sleep in the rented apartment, but instead he was at the inn. If Fang Yuan was at the rented house, he would definitely be forced to participate. The clan higher-ups have definitely underestimated this wolf tide's severity. The correct method would be to hide in the village and defend to the end. Unfortunately, they are blinded by past experiences. Fang Yuan flipped around in his bed while thinking about this. Outside the window, the rain splattered all over the place. It was definitely a storm. Sounds of thunder constantly entered his ears. On the streets, GU masters hurriedly moved about, the sounds of their footsteps and furious bellows never having a pause. At once, the cries of the wolves reached the village. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the GU masters who were risking their lives fighting, or the mortals hiding in the village shivering, or even Fang Yuan. After sleeping until the midnight hour, they naturally awoke. He did not get up, but opened his eyes in the darkness while lying on his bed. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. People's life and death battles, he could imagine, along with the thunderstorm outside the village. GU masters and wolf packs formed an extraordinarily lively stage. No matter which character, they were displaying the essence of life. Life was like a show. This was a good show. But Fang Yuan had no intentions of joining the act. On the contrary, he felt a sense of unexplainable loneliness. A loneliness with boundary. This was not because he was a transmigrator, reincarnator, or the fact that he carried an unspeakable secret. But because everyone was born lonely. Humans are like isolated islands, floating in the sea of fate. Human encounters are like the collision of these lonely islands, and once they touch, there would be an effect. Sometimes, the islands would stick together, in the name of interest, kinship, friendship, love, and hate. But eventually, they would separate, walking towards the path of destruction. This is the truth behind life. Unfortunately, people are always afraid of being alone. They crave the liveliness of human crowd, and they refuse to do nothing with their time. Because once they face loneliness, it meant facing pain and hardship. But once they can face this pain, people would obtain talent and courage. Thus, there is a saying, high achievers are definitely lonely. This is the feeling of being lonely. Every time I savor this, it strengthens my resolve to pursue the demonic way. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of the story of Renzu. Legend says, Renzu had obtained the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, and without a heart Renzu couldn't wear it. Because before this, Renzu had given his heart to the hope Gu, and from then on he never feared difficulty. But if Renzu wanted to use the attitude Gu, he needed to have a heart. Renzu was troubled, thus he asked attitude Gu. He said, "Oh Gu, sometimes attitude says it's all. Now that I have encountered a problem, you know it, thus I'm here to seek advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is not hard. Renzu, you lack a heart, thus you just have to find a new one." Renzu was confused, asking again, "Then how can I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed, "Heart is nowhere and everywhere. Finding a heart, it is both easy and difficult. With your situation, you can obtain a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quick, tell me, how?" Attitude Gu warned him, "This heart is called loneliness. Human, are you sure you want it? Once you obtain it, you will face endless pain, loneliness and even fear." Renzu did not listen to his warning, he continued asking. Attitude Gu could not defy Renzu's orders, thus he said, "You only have to stare at the sky on a starry night, and say nothing. Once you reach daylight, you will obtain the heart of loneliness." That night, it was a star-filled sky. According to Attitude Gu's instructions, Renzu sat alone at the mountain peak, staring at the night sky. Before this, his life was very difficult, constantly struggling for survival. He had no time to admire this beautiful yet mysterious sky. But now, as he stared at the starry sky, his thoughts began floating. Constantly thinking about himself, such a meager and weak being like himself, living a life of constant fear and insecurity. Sigh, although I have hope Gu, strength Gu, rules and regulation Gu, and attitude Gu, to survive in this land, it is still difficult as ever. Even if I die tomorrow, it is not shocking. If I die, will the world remember me? Will anyone rejoice over my existence, and grieve over my death? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human, how can there be others? Even with Gu accompanying him, he still felt a strong sense of loneliness, heart of loneliness. At this moment, when Renzu felt lonely, his body suddenly had a brand new heart. The sun rose from the horizon, and shone on his face. But Renzu felt no happiness, and instead felt an endless pain, despair, confusion and even fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, for all he felt was the advent of darkness and apocalypse. Thus, he painfully cried, stretching out his fingers and digging out his eyes. His left eye fell onto the ground and transformed into a young man. He had golden hair and a strong body. Once he appeared, he kneeled at Renzu's feet, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great son." At the same time, his right eye turned into a young girl, and she held Renzu's hand, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate ancient moon." Renzu laughed loudly, tears flowing out of his empty sockets. He said, "Good," 3 times and continued, "I have children now, I can finally endure the pain of the heart of loneliness. From now on, there will be people celebrating my existence, and grieving for my death, even if I die now, you will remember me." Only that, finally, he sighed. "I lost both my eyes, and can no longer see the light. From now on, you too shall observe this world for me." It rained the entire night, only at dawn did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn. Along the streets the passers-by carried heavy and sad expressions. This night, the clan suffered great losses. The truth was, for the 3 clans on Qing Mao Mountain, none of them escaped this fate, all had suffered heavy losses. Fang Yuan could tell from seeing the merit board. After a night, the battle merit board lost 25 small groups, all sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. The group Gu Yue Clan was in, was among this. The dozen over days after this, the situation worsened by the day. First, the 100-beast king bold lightning wolf had appeared, and then soon after, reports came in that there was the 1000-beast king frenzy lightning wolf. Information like this caused the rank 2 Gu masters battling to be frightened. If they met the frenzy lightning wolf, they would need at least 3 groups to cooperate to deal with it. This is not including the normal wolf groups together with the frenzy lightning wolf. The 3 clans had to send out their rank 3 elders to deal with the situation. In this situation, the Gu masters' daily lives became very dangerous and long. Even with the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan had to be careful and meticulous. After all, he might encounter a beast king class lightning wolf with a lightning eye Gu. The good news was that he had previously paid a price to be able to use the earth communication eargrass. This investigative Gu's range was very large, allowing him to avoid the large-sized wolf packs. Eventually, the weather got warmer as July was at its end. Even though the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 clans, the situation was under control. Somewhere near the mountainside, 3 Gu masters who had already experienced an intense battle were facing against a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The aura of death was impending. Damn it, insufficient primeval essence. If I had 60%, no just 30%, we would not have to be chased like this. Group leader Xianxia stared at the slowly approaching bold lightning wolf, like a cat chasing a mouse. He vomited a mouthful of bloody water. The mountain cliff is ahead, there is no path left, what do we do? A group member asked with a pale expression. What can we do? We can only put our hopes on the reinforcements. I heard Lord Bai Ningbing from my clan has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is rushing into battle. The 2 original groups, from both the Shang clan and Bai clan, faced the wolf tide together and cooperated, but now only 3 people were left. Rather than relying on the Bai Ningbing who was nowhere to be found, I'd rather fight for a chance to survive. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The reason why a beast king is so dangerous is because of the Gu on its body. I have a plunder Gu, it can forcefully steal a Gu worm from my enemy. But it needs to be sustained when activated and I cannot move. During this period, you have to protect me. Okay, the other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xianxia, helping him block the bold lightning wolf. Even though they knew that there was little hope, no one was willing to resign themselves to death. If the plunder is successful, we have a chance to live. Heaven bless us. Xianxia's face was determined as he raised his right arm. Life and death depends on this. The 3 humans and 1 wolf did not know that, high up on the cliff, a white-haired young man wearing a white shirt was staring at this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand propping himself up, while the other was pouring liquid from his wine bottle. What he poured out was not wine, but sweet mountain spring water. He did not drink wine, but only liked water. As this young man drank, he stared at the show before him. Fight, and die. Such a mundane life is too boring. Only with an intense battle like this, can your lives have a hint of excitement and color. This way, your life has some meaning. He laughed lightly in his heart, not showing any inclination to help. Even if he had the ability, even if his Bai clan member was there. So what? To him, loneliness is the deepest darkness, and the light of kinship is just a facade. He Bai Ningbing would not do something as boring as saving someone. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 132 to 132, 3-Step Fragrant Grass. 1861 words. On the cliff, Bai Ningbing watched with interest. As he sat at the cliff, a life and death battle was on full display. The bold lightning wolf took its move, slowly approaching. 2 Gu masters blocked its path with a grim expression. Behind them, Xianxia was half kneeling on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in the shape of a claw, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Gu. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, all the primeval essence in his body gushing towards the plunder Gu. An invisible grabbing force exploded from within. Xianxia's right hand grabbed the air, and a sense of illusion made him feel that he had grabbed onto a Gu worm. But this Gu worm continued to struggle, contesting with him. This force was very large, his center of gravity had already been very low, but he still felt a very strong force dragging him forward. Plunder Gu's success rate is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise we're doomed. He gritted his teeth, veins popping up on his forehead as his expression turned ferocious, contesting with all his ability. Xianxia had no other way. Failure means death. Under the pressure of death, he infused the Plunder Gu with all the primeval essence he could muster. With the infusion of the primeval essence, the Plunder Gu residing in his right palm also increased its sucking force. The bold lightning wolf felt something amiss, and started howling, attacking in a frenzy. The two Gu masters could hardly block it. Just when Xianxia felt that his plunder was going to succeed, his expression changed. Damn it, not enough primeval essence. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his state of health being at the worst. Once a plunder fails, he would face some backlash. This was a flaw of the Plunder Gu. Howl. Without the Plunder Gu's restriction, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, and started to howl. The Gu worm that lived within it used its ability, and made its teeth shine with lightning. Eerie blue lightning discharged and finally shot out from its mouth. The lightning shot through the middle of both Gu masters, aiming for the half-kneeling Xianxia. Xianxia did not even have time to cry before he got hit by the lightning, turning into a piece of charred black cooked meat, instantly dead. Run. The remaining two Gu masters no longer had any fighting spirit as they ran in two directions. The bold lightning wolf chased up to one of them, pouncing on him and biting the throat. The final Bai clan Gu master was blocked by the bold lightning wolf, and could only retreat towards the cliff. Ah, I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he roared in despair, venting out the fear in his heart. But suddenly his voice came to a stop. He saw Bai Ningbing on top of the cliff. Lord Bai Ningbing, is that really you? He was stunned but then started shouting, overjoyed. Oops, you found me. Bai Ningbing laughed, and raised his right hand. His right index finger pointed downwards and an icicle instantly formed, shooting downwards. The icicle hit the Gu master crying for help, penetrating his skull, all the way to his chin. Ah, his face was still fixed with intense joy after finding hope, but then fell to the ground with a plop. The bold lightning wolf was shocked by the event. It stared at Bai Ningbing, its mouth opening. Within, lightning coiled around its teeth. Ignorant beast. Bai Ningbing stared plainly, jumping down lightly from the 5-meter cliff. In the air, he clapped his palms together, and icy mist instantly formed. Next his palm splitted, and an ice blade appeared. This ice blade was around 1.7 meters, like the katana on earth, with a transparent icy body. The handle was grabbed by Bai Ningbing. Bold lightning wolf shot out electric light from bottom to up, and Bai Ningbing laughed while 2 lines of white water vapor poured out of his nose. The water vapor swirled around, wrapping around his body into a layer of water barrier. The water ball continued to rotate on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning dissipated upon hitting this barrier. The water ball burst open, and the white-clothed young man appeared from within. Die. The young man's iris turned from black to pure blue, like 2 pieces of blue crystal, devoid of feelings and emotion. The light of the blade shone. Bai Ningbing landed lightly, and from his half-transparent white ice blade, a drop of blood fell. Meanwhile, the bold lightning wolf stayed still like a statue. A breath later, fresh blood poured from its neck as the large wolf head fell on the ground, rolling several times. As for the body, it collapsed on the ground. The lightning current Gu that resided in its body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing flicked his wrist, and a light shot out from his blade. The lightning current Gu, under his sword, exploded into a ball of eerie blue lightning current with a bang, perishing instantly. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xianxia's corpse. The other Gu worms, they are all ordinary. But this plunder Gu was slightly interesting. From Xianxia's corpse, he extracted the plunder Gu and held it near his chest. Even though the 3 clans have an agreement, after a Gu master dies, if anyone after that obtains a Gu worm that has lost its Gu master, they need to hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if they found out, so what? He was the symbol of the Bai clan's rise, and the clan would definitely protect him. This, he was very sure of. Only, this wolf tide is really boring. He used his hand to caress his ice blade, feeling the intense freezing sensation. Come to think about it, it is more fun competing with someone. He yawned, suddenly smiling. I wonder how Qing Shangli and the others are doing, how much have they grown? After cultivating behind closed doors for so long, maybe they can give me a surprise, maybe. Days later, at the square where it was overflowing with people, Fang Yuan stared at a giant flag. On the flag, words were formed by the swimword Gu. The content was about the resources co-supplied by the 3 clans. These resources were very broadly categorized, from food used to feed Gu worms, rice and condiments for humans, oil and other living necessities to Gu worms themselves and primeval stones. But behind these resources, there was a number attached to them, corresponding to the amount of merit points needed to exchange for them. A wolf's eye was 10 merit points, and 5 merit points was for a bag of 500 grams of rice. Using 25 merit points could let a Gu master exchange for 1 primeval stone. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the wolf tide brought about an opportunity never seen before during peaceful times. The battle merit board and this resource board urged on many Gu masters, making them willingly bath in warm blood, hunting lightning wolves day and night. Especially recently, as the wolf tide intensified, the 3 clans brought out the savings they had and spurred on the Gu masters' battle spirit, also raising their battle capability to help the village survive this ordeal. Thus, the resource board had many things that were not commonly seen. Like now, Fang Yuan's attention was on this Gu. 3-step fragrant grass Gu, he muttered, staring at the description on the large flag. 3-step fragrant grass Gu was a Gu worm Fang Yuan needed, as it could assist with movement, raising Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these days, the resource board had many new Gu worms. But only this 3-step fragrant grass Gu was what Fang Yuan wanted. Except that this grass Gu was not easy to get. It was not only the only one of its kind on the resource board, but the merit points required to exchange for it is also very high. If I use my true ability, I can definitely gather enough merit points to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass Gu. But if I do that, it would invite the suspicion of the clan, and that is not desirable. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to produce a large amount of vitality leaves and sell these rank 1 Gu to the clan, exchanging it for merit points. But this method is slow. By the time I get enough points, someone might have exchanged it already. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. This method had a flaw that would lead to failure. Then what should he do? He stared at the resource board and the merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards the merit points, he had a clearer and deeper understanding of it compared to all the surrounding people. Merit points are basically a kind of emergency currency. During peacetime, primeval stones are the common medium of exchange. They were hard currency and had high commercial value in themselves, thus would never devalue. But with the wolf tide, the need for primeval stones surged, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to take over. Thus, merit points were born. With an alternate currency like the merit point, it can prevent the economy from collapsing temporarily. Like on Earth, when there's a war, the government would print large amounts of paper money. Of course, that causes inflation and rising price levels. The merit points are the same. The more it drags on, the more it devalues. But during the time of the village's life and death situation, without merit points and using only primeval stones is not sustainable. Thus, they can only pick the lesser poison. Hence after the wolf tide, the economy always has signs of depression. Sigh, this rough form of an economy is nothing worth mentioning. If I am a rank 3, I can easily play around. But unfortunately, I do not have enough strength, so I'm unable to handle the risks. If I push on, it is equivalent to playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not sufficient. Without strength, only having wisdom, it is useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to deal with the strength Gu, obtaining strength and giving up on wisdom. That is because, strength is the foundation. Fang Yuan was still thinking deeply when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Do you guys know? Bai Ningbing struck again. What, which unlucky Gu master is it this time? It's Shang Clan's Shang Li, that dejected looking one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time, injuring Kai Shan, and now attacking Shang Li. With the wolf tide coming, he is still fooling around. He's always does what he wants. He is already a rank 3 Gu master and is still finding problem with rank 2 Gu masters. For fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his own cultivation to rank 2. He is really bored and hard to understand. Bai Ningbing HMPH, a person halfway into the coffin. But that reminded me of something. Fang Yuan upon hearing this felt something in his heart stir. He knew how to get a large amount of merit points quickly. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 133 to 133. Thanks for letting me kill you. 2029 words. Sprinting rapidly, the trees before Fang Yuan looked like they were crashing into him, and he quickly avoided them nimbly, pushing off with his legs. His right ear had roots swaying around, and behind him was a bold lightning wolf angered by him on purpose and several hundred healthy ordinary lightning wolves. The lightning wolf's speed was faster than him, especially the bold lightning wolf. Its streamlined body jolted around in the complicated terrain, having an extremely fast speed. Seeing Fang Yuan who was about to be caught up, suddenly, his body had ripples of light around him, and he vanished. The bold lightning wolf had to halt its steps and observe the surroundings with bewilderment. Fang Yuan sprinted to a faraway place, before reappearing again. Bold lightning wolf's eyesight was sharp, immediately finding him. It growled angrily and chased after Fang Yuan again. As for those ordinary lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed internally and continued sprinting. Rinse and repeat, he had finally reached his destination. This time, he activated his stealth completely. The wolf pack who came chasing sniffed around the area where Fang Yuan disappeared, and soon after, the bold lightning wolf found its new target. Not far away, on the mountain valley, there were 5 Gu masters fighting with a pack of wolves. Howl, the bold lightning wolf had limited IQ, immediately forgetting Fang Yuan. It turned its head and growled, and the lightning wolves behind it entered the valley's battlefield like tidal waves. How can this be? The Gu master in battle saw this scene and despaired. Didn't they say that each pack of wolves have their own mobility range? We took so much effort to kill a bold lightning wolf, and here comes a second one. We're screwed. Quickly send the distress signal to the clan. This new pack of wolves joined in and the Gu master's pressure intensified, their tone showing a panicky and flustered emotion. The investigative Gu master shot out a Gu worm from his hand. This Gu worm was like a golden round ball, but had a pair of colorful feathered wings. It flew into midair and exploded, turning into a rainbow flame, observable from a 50 kilometers range. This was the signal Gu, a rank 1 expendable Gu worm, often used to send signals. The signal has been sent. Everyone hang in there, wait for reinforcements. The group leader shouted at an appropriate timing, slightly raising the morale and stabilizing their fighting spirits. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared at a high point on the cliff, staring downwards, his heart smirking. This Gu master group situation was already well investigated by him. The nearest group in the vicinity was also deep in the wolf pack's encirclement. That pack of wolves was also lured over by Fang Yuan, to restrict them. Killing lightning wolves, each eyeball is 10 merit points. But on the battlefield, reclaiming Gu worms and bringing them to the clan higher-ups is worth at least 1,000 points. This kind of thing, after doing it 2 or 3 times, I will be able to exchange the 3-step fragrant grass Gu, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Under his scheme, the Gu master group's fate was sealed. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I shall lure the lightning wolf pack away and come back here to collect the Gu worms. Fang Yuan walked to a nearby tree and sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Gu masters put up a strong resistance. Fang Yuan did not risk it to lure 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, but instead chose the bold Lightning Wolf, so this gave them the opportunity to struggle for a longer time. Especially when among them, there was a defeated opponent of Fang Yuan's. Gu Manchi. He had the monolith Gu and had strong defense, thus he alone could block many Lightning Wolves' attack. But, this was also why Fang Yuan chose their group. The more precious the Gu worm, after returning them, the more merit points are awarded. After bringing back the monolith Gu, Fang Yuan can get around 3,900 merit points, and that can let his position on the battle merit board rise by at least 20 positions. Of course, Kai Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu's Gu worms were more precious than the monolith Gu. But Kai Shan's group had Gu Yu Kai Shi, who possessed the snake communication Gu, able to rely on heat to detect living beings. Fang Yuan's stealth had no use against him. As for Mo Yan, she had an even stronger investigative Gu master than Kai Shi, with even more methods. She had single-handedly completed wolf den investigation missions given by the clan many times. Qingshu Group does not have a strong investigative GU master, but because of GU Fang Zheng's existence, the clan has definitely sent a clan elder to follow and protect him, thus if Fang Yuan lures them, it is courting death. For the GU masters in the other two clans, Fang Yuan was not familiar with them. Setting up others was not easy to do. After choosing left and right, he finally decided on a few groups, and after following them for a long while, he managed to find an appropriate chance. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when sounds of battles entered his ear. He opened his eyes slightly, the slit of his eye shining with cold light. Another boring scene. He was sleeping on the edge of the cliff, and just turning around allowed him to have a clear view of the valley. He was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly saw a figure. Oh, his eyes shone with shock as he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against the tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, staring coldly at the battlefield with no intention to help. Bai Ningbing instantly grew interested. He had never met someone like this. From young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan, and indulged in kinship. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a sense of familiarity, loneliness and aloofness. Who was he? Bai Ningbing's heart developed confusion and interest. The wild fruit was picked on the spot, but with his experience, Fang Yuan could tell it was harmless. The fruit was juicy, sour and sweet. As he ate, his right ear twitched, he heard something, and it was nearby. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher terrain of the cliff earlier, but without making any movements, the earth communication ear grass could not sense him. However, now that he moved, he was instantly discovered. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with lightning as he turned his body to see a white-haired and white-clothed young man, stabbing his ice blade into the cliff and sliding down along it, landing not too far away. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted, recognizing him instantly. Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai clan's rise. Killing a rank 3 clan elder at rank 2, and at this young age he already reached rank 3, a crucial person capable of changing the entire power distribution of Qing Mao Mountain. If it was other GU masters facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would be rapidly changing, either nervous or wary. But Fang Yuan's gaze only stayed on him for a second before looking back at the valley. His expression was calm, almost uncaring. This is because Fang Yuan knew all about Bai Ningbing's trump cards and secrets. Very clearly. Oh, Bai Ningbing walked over, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. His mouth opened, dragging his word. He curiously stared at Fang Yuan like he was looking at an object he had never seen before. He got closer and closer. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more his eyes shone, and the greater interest he had in his heart. On this person, White Eye sense a familiar smell. It feels like I've seen him before. Like long ago, we are already friends, this feeling. Bai Ningbing's heart was turbulent. Friend, this word, he was always skeptical, despising, and even felt disdain towards it. He never thought he would have a friend. Those commoners around him, they only had the right to admire him, they had no right to become his friend. Bai Ningbing always thought, he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This was a mystical feeling, but he was very sure of it. When he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing got slightly too close, and Fang Yuan turned around, staring at him plainly with his deep dark iris. Without a reason, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of his gaze. It was a warning. He halted his steps, slightly stunned, very impolitely staring at Fang Yuan while saying, you really are interesting. If the Bai clan GU masters who were familiar with him heard this, they would go crazy. That is because, since his birth, Bai Ningbing had never praised someone like this. Fang Yuan ignored him, biting his wild fruit and staring at the valley's intense fight. Bai Ningbing circled around Fang Yuan, observing him closely, as if he was looking at the strangest food on earth. He looked from every angle, even squatting down on the ground and looking up at him from the floor. His silky white hair, which was impeccably clean like a crystal, instantly laid on the muddy ground, but he did not care. His white robe dragged across the ground and he paid no heed either. This moment, he was like a pure child, seeing his playmate, curiously staring at Fang Yuan with a longing expression, many times wanting to speak but couldn't. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when he was about to speak, he felt no need anymore because he felt that Fang Yuan understood. After being silent for a while, he asked, the valley's battle is not interesting at all, what's there to look at? Halfway through, his eyebrows raised, showing an expression of realization, I see. You lured this wolf pack, you want to kill these GU masters, but why did you not do it yourself? Oh, afraid of leaving evidence. You are too vigilant, from your aura, you already have rank 2 cultivation. If I were you, I'll just go ahead and do it myself. Suddenly, he chuckled like he had seen the most fun toy in this world as a kid. His eyebrows darted around, you are really interesting, even the things you do are interesting. He, I am starting to like you. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning around and looking at Bai Ningbing. He knew this person, that is because this person is also a natural demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the worldly customs, treating the people of this world with indifference. Engulfed by loneliness, and despising relationships. This person was like Fang Yuan's shadow, except that Fang Yuan was deeper down the path, and Bai Ningbing was more pure. In simple words, they were kindred spirits. In his previous life's memory, after the 3 clans barely survived the wolf tide, this man murdered the 3 clans and caused the lustrous green Qing Mao Mountain to turn into a hellish ice mountain. Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, saying slowly, you're very lonely, huh? Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, squatting on the floor, nodding continuously, empathizing and sighing, yes, these days, life has been super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Shang clan GU master and that was somewhat fun. Getting this GU, look. Fang Yuan looked at the plunder GU in his hand, starting to laugh, so, you want to kill me? Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black to blue crystal color as he jumped up and straightened his body. Ha ha ha, he raised his head and laughed thrice, staring at Fang Yuan with an excited expression, you do know. That's right, I want to kill you, come kill me too. Life and death battles are the most fun, meeting someone as interesting as you, I swear I've never done anything so interesting. He got more and more excited as he suddenly opened both arms, arching his head and sighing, ah. I can feel that my life had never been so colorful. Thank you, although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 134 to 134, Hunting Down. 2,122 words. Do not worry, you are only a rank 2, I will not lower myself and take advantage of you. I shall restrict my cultivation to the same rank for your sake, so come, let's have a fair fight. Bai Ningbing roared with savage laughter. Facing the crazy Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan easily maintained a languid expression. He met the heated glare in an equal manner, responding coolly. Wanna kill me, then come. Nothing left to say, Fang Yuan took the first step, his body drifting away like a falling petal. Bai Ningbing's laugh came to an abrupt stop at this, his voice easily tainted with anguish. Don't you run from me. He instantly ran after, engaging Fang Yuan in a relentless chase. Fang Yuan ridiculed the disheveled master soundlessly, sprinting towards the mountain valley. Disturbed by the two barging into the valley's inner battlefield, the wolf pack reacted with fury, wasting no time in attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The Gu Yue masters who had already been forced into the valley and lost one man noticed the spectacle, the remaining four revealing a relieved expression when they saw the wolves become distracted. Hang in there guys, reinforcements are here. One even shouted loudly, blatantly trying to encourage the wolves against the newcomers. Why is there only two? Another asked, clueless while they saw the muffled figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But as they got closer, Gu Yue Manxi's face turned weird with realization. It's him. It was impossible for him to not remember Fang Yuan, along with a sharp feeling of fear mixed with shame. It was this man that had defeated and publicly humiliated him. Those cold, merciless eyes dug out the deepest nightmare in his heart. He would never forget the terrifying event and the fiendish man who accompanied the memory. He had once sworn to himself that he would buck up and reclaim his pride. But now, faced with Fang Yuan who was here to save him, Gu Yue Manxi felt very complicated internally. Wait, the second person is. They all were able to recognize Bai Ningbing, and showed collective signs of shock at his appearance. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Gu Yue Manxi's eyes widened, he did not expect in the least to suddenly see Bai Ningbing appear under such a situation. Scumbag, stop right there. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was continuing to shout vehemently. Fang Yuan paid no attention, however, and transversed among the wolf pack. His body was glowing with a white jade light, protecting him from the rabid lightning wolf's bites and scratches. But because each assault made contact, his aperture's primeval essence dropped quickly in turn. Not far away, Bai Ningbing's nose had flared and was blowing out water vapor, forming into a round shield of condensed moisture, enveloping his body. As each of the numerous lightning wolves hit this seemingly water shield, though, all of their kinetic force built up by their charge was simply dispersed by the water flow, and they were quickly sent flying away after with the resounding ripples of water. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's performance now wasn't that impressive though. He was already a rank 3, even though according to him, he had already seemed to have suppressed his cultivation personally, using only rank 2 strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Even with rank 2 strength, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and he had more primeval essence, but with the interference of the wolf pack, his distance with Fang Yuan started to increase. The crucial deciding factor was the difference in physical strength between the two. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing's strength was of a slightly lower quality. Fang Yuan could also endure the wolf pack's attacks and continue moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water shield, although it is able to mitigate some of attacks, could not open a path forward for him, unlike Fang Yuan. Howl, one especially bold lightning wolf began to pay attention and was drawn to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves around it to give way, opening a path for it instantly. The lightning wolf wasted no time and spread its limbs, charging towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped Gu Yue masters all showed expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, still behind Fang Yuan, upon seeing this new development, laughed loudly. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's body disappeared right before Bai Ningbing's eyes, vanishing from his vision like a fleeting ripple of water. His laughter cut off abruptly at the sight, the other Gu Yue masters in the valley being left similarly speechless. The bold lightning wolf howled angrily after having lost track of Fang Yuan, but did not reduce its speed while charging towards Bai Ningbing to take its fury out on him instead. This prompted a smile from Bai Ningbing, his lips curving once more in amusement. Hee, this is really interesting, you really are interesting. Ha ha ha, then I shall start my meal with this appetizer. As he finished speaking, his eyes transitioned, changing from black to a shade of blue the same color as that of the sky. Taking a stance, he propped one leg up like a flamingo, holding out the ice blade, and started to rotate. Quickly picking up speed, the ice blade carved out many waves of sword traces, maneuvering and slashing the air to form a scene similar to a tornado. The bright sword waves congealed into a blizzard storm and quickly engulfed the wolf pack. Numerous lightning wolves were torn to shreds by the act, becoming pieces of minced meat flung about by the storm. But not much blood ended up splattering against the surroundings, as it had almost all been completely flash frozen by the icy blizzard storm already. The bold lightning wolf howled, showing its ferocity against the storm. The Gu Yue worm in its body started to work as well, causing golden sparks of electricity to flicker throughout its rugged coat. The hair on its body stood on ends, golden electricity flowed like chains, coiling around its body and limbs. Altogether it formed what looked to be a modest chainmail. Its forepaws sprinted and it streaked like a golden shooting star, rushing into the ice blade storm. Bam! A thunderous explosion sounded through the valley as the ice blade storm came to a stop, a broken piece of the ice blade flying in the air and with a swoosh, stabbed into a mountain rock above. The white mist dispersed around the area. The bold lightning wolf laid on the revealed ground, its heart pierced through by an ice blade. Such a fatal attack ended its life almost instantly. Bai Ningbing laughed as he retracted the ice blade in his hands, gloating in his victory. The ice blade itself was broken from the middle down, the blade that managed to survive full of cracks, seemingly in a sorry state in his grip. But Bai Ningbing did not care as he stretched out his left hand and wiped the blade. The icy mist from before emanated from his left hand at the touch, spreading across the blade starting from the handle before covering it completely. Everywhere it reached, the ice blade was regenerated, the edge being sharpened once again. Soon a new tip was fully grown in place of the broken end. The death of the bold lightning wolf had dispersed the wolf pack, but Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai Ningbing's act of saving us. The few Gu Yue masters that survived went up and gratefully paid their respects to Bai Ningbing. Only Gu Yue Manxi stayed on the spot, his expression being uncertain. Back then, he lost to Bai Ningbing, and was very indignant, but was let off by the latter. Now, though he had already successfully refined the monolith Gu Yue, upon seeing Bai Ningbing again, he did not have any confidence to challenge him anymore. Bai Ningbing snorted. Suddenly his arm moved, and the ice blade drew a few shining traces in the air. The three GU masters were caught off guard, not expecting their savior just moments ago to attack. They carried a look of disbelief as they laid on the ground, forever. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Gu Yue Man, she screamed, shocked and angry at the sudden manslaughter. Murdering, of course. Is something wrong in your head? Isn't this obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Accursed bastard. Gu Yue Man, she tightly clenched his fists out of rage while he gritted his teeth and scolded the other master. Our three clans have formed an alliance, yet you attack our Gu clansmen. This is a violation of our alliance treaty. If you have any problems, come at me, I'm here. Never mind, it is time we settle our grudge from back then. Saying so, Gu Yue Man, she shouted and took a few steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulked up while a thick rock skin formed. His entire appearance had turned into a rock man, courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his blade. The sharp ice blade came down relentlessly, first hacking Gu Yue Man's head, moving down past his brows before carving through his nose, lips and throat. The blade quickly came to a rest after it bisected the Gu master down past his chest in an instant. Rock fragments flew out as the ice blade hit the abdomen, and the blade snapped. But the icy mist had already frozen all the remaining life force left in Manchi's body. Plop, he fell to the ground with a splatter, as dead as can be. The rock skin on his body slowly vanished, revealing his true form. Looks familiar. Bai Ningbing shook the wrist that was hurt by the vibration of the rock. He had pretty much forgotten the incident where he spared Manchi. He shook his head, turning around and facing the wide valley to shout. Come out, the Gu masters you want dead, I've done it for you. Come, let's have a life and death match. Just as Bai Ningbing's words had finished, Fang Yuan appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze became excited, as he raised his ice blade, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed soundlessly at the act, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing shouted in anger that he was still fleeing, once again chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. On the way, Fang Yuan lured Bai Ningbing to the battlefield that was the closest, where the Xianxia group was fighting against another group of wolves led by a bold lightning wolf. This pack was obviously lured by Fang Yuan as well. Everyone put in more effort, the wolf pack is at its limit. The southeast direction sent a distress signal. It's been a while, they need our help. Xianxia urged on his group, but halfway through, he could no longer speak when he saw Fang Yuan, and the Bai Ningbing persistently behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan surrendered, Xianxia no longer cared about him. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Fang Yuan to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, Xianxia's eyes spewed fire upon seeing the white-clothed, white-haired young man, his heart uncontrollably growing with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing had appeared in front of him and attacked without a word, the event still fresh in his mind. And had been purposely suppressing his cultivation to rank 2. Xianxia was caught off guard, and lost the battle. His personal honor, and the clan's glory, was all trampled by Bai Ningbing ruthlessly. This to him, was a big disgrace, how could he not be furious? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing Fang Yuan. Xianglin suddenly noticed. His body was short in stature, his round bald head glowing with light. Xianglin is the same age as Fang Yuan, but having B-grade talent instead, he is the #1 talent among Xiang clan's new Gu masters of age. He was a rank 2 cultivator as well now, and after getting some experience, had grown up. Xianxia suppressed the urge to attack. Fang Yuan was from the Gu clan, not from his Xiang clan. Even though there was the 3-clan alliance, they are still not close. Since it is an outsider fighting, it is best if one does not get involved. The Xianxia group was about to watch on the sidelines, but how could Fang Yuan not expect that? One sentence from him changed their perspective in an instant. Fang Yuan quickly got close to the Xianxia group, shouting in a frightened voice. I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me. Bai Ningbing is trying to eliminate all witnesses. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 135 to 135. Northern Dark Eye Soul, 10 Extreme Talents. 2,351 words. What? Xianglin was stunned. Plunder Gu. There is only one person that has this Gu worm in Qing Mao Mountain, and that is my cousin Xiangzan. Xiang Yang's face turned gloomy. Xiangli closed his eyes, fierce light flickering in them. Others might be afraid of Bai Ningbing, and even he was afraid, but this fear didn't represent his weakness and cowardice. In his heart, long was there already thoughts of sacrificing himself for the clan. He had the resolution to fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your possession? He stepped forward and faced Bai Ningbing, letting Fang Yuan brush past him. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. So what if it is? Xiang Yang's face was as gloomy as water and asked, tell me, how did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands? Xianglin also asked. Bai Ningbing, I respect you as my senior, but you secretly seized our Xiang clan's Gu worm and didn't hand it over. This is an open violation of the alliance treaty. After he spoke, he raised a signal Gu in his hand. With a bang, bright fireworks burst in the sky. The colorful light from the fireworks shone upon Bai Ningbing's face. He laughed. I have never cared about the dogshit alliance treaty. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and thought it was interesting, so I collected it. Xiang Zhong was unable to hold back his anger when he heard this. He gave a furious shout and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you looked while my cousin fought to death and didn't help. You bastard. The 5-person group was an integral whole. For personal or private reasons, the Xianxia group were irreconcilable with Bai Ningbing. The fight was hard to avoid, the scene immediately turning chaotic. On one side was Bai Ningbing facing the Xianxia group's attack. On the other side, they were surrounded by Wolfpack and still had to face their attacks. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and calmly spectated from far away. The Wolfpack moved together like a large millstone, and the 6 Gu masters fought with their lives. The slightest carelessness could land them into the wolves' mouths. Xiang Zhong used roaming zombie Gu, his 2 irises turning gloomy green. Xiangli's 2 eyes were red, whereas Bai Ningbing's pair of pupils were azure-like crystals. The fight between these 3 was the most intense in the battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's ability, Xiang Zhong turned into a zombie. His defense was amplified against water and ice, withstanding Bai Ningbing's attacks. Shangli used Grand Bear Gu, with the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were without rival and even Bai Ningbing's water barrier was destroyed under their attacks. It wasn't easy for the remaining 3 group members to meddle in this fight, they could only do their utmost to fight against the lightning wolves. That bold lightning wolf lured in by Fang Yuan could have been easily dealt with, but it had turned into a huge threat now. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Shang Zhong shouted and charged at Bai Ningbing. HMPH, just with you. Bai Ningbing coldly smiled. He nimbly jumped back, pulling apart some distance and flung out his left hand, throwing out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicles struck Shang Yang's body but Shang Zhong didn't feel any pain whatsoever. When he turned into a zombie, even if his hands and legs were broken, he wouldn't feel any pain. The cold aura in the icicles could freeze and slow down ordinary people's movements, but it only felt cool and refreshing to Shang Zhong. Zombie physique belonged to yin physiques. It had low resistance to fire, lightning and sunlight, but was very powerful against this type of cold aura. Bai Ningbing, you are still playing in this situation. Unleash your true strength, Shang Li furiously shouted. Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation base to rank 2 from the very beginning and was also mostly using rank 2 GU. Shang Li felt like he was being held in contempt, he felt humiliated which caused his anger to burn even more. Ha ha ha, how can you minor characters have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing coldly laughed, his attacks were becoming more powerful but he was still suppressing his strength and didn't use a rank 3 GU worm. Fang Yuan who was spectating from afar with his hands crossed, clearly understood the reason. It is not that he doesn't want to unleash his true strength, but he cannot use it. Bai Ningbing, hey, he has Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. In the oldest legends of this world, all humans are descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 unique sons. There are no 2 absolutely same people, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that is of the biggest concern is aptitude. Those that have the aptitude to cultivate could become GU masters, going beyond ordinary. Those with no cultivation aptitude were just mortals, the lowest level in the society, who could be trampled upon and played with. Cultivation aptitudes were divided into 4 grades, A grade, B grade, C grade and D grade. Everyone knew this, but actually, there were still more outstanding aptitudes above a grade. This was a secret, clans would never carelessly spread this, and only after reaching a certain status in society could one know this secret. Shangli and the rest naturally didn't know, even elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan, who had reached rank 6 in his previous life, shedding his mortal body and becoming a GU immortal, naturally was aware of this. There were 10 types of aptitudes above a grade and they were collectively called 10 extreme physiques. Before Renzu died, he gave birth to 10 children. The eldest son Verdant Great Sun, second daughter Desolate Ancient Moon. Among the 10, there was one named Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legends, whether real or false, alluded to many secrets in GU Master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 kids individually represented 10 types of ultimate aptitudes. Fang Yuan recalled, any one of the 10 extreme physiques is superior to a grade aptitude. The most excellent a grade aptitude can only store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques holds full 100% primeval essence in their aperture. However, everything exists in balance. The 10 extreme physiques which holds 100% primeval essence is too perfect and heavens won't easily allow their existence. For instance, in Renzu's story, his 10 kids didn't have a long life. In reality, it is difficult for the GU masters who hold 10 extreme physiques to grow and mature, almost all dying an untimely death. Of course, if they can really grow to become a rank 6, they will be able to sweep through same stage opponents and even perform miracles such as fighting a higher rank. Bai Ningbing who possesses Northern Dark Ice Soul is the same. With 100% primeval essence, his aperture is too stressed out and has the risk of collapsing any moment. To decrease this risk, Bai Ningbing must cultivate and use primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls and increase its strength to be able to support the 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and shocking. However, high cultivation means higher quality primeval essence which subsequently increases the pressure on the aperture, instead increasing the risk. Bai Ningbing is like a victim in a lone boat in the sea. He doesn't have fresh water and can only drink the seawater to relieve his thirst, but the seawater is salty and will absorb the original moisture content of the body instead, making him even more thirsty. The higher his cultivation is, the nearer he is to destruction. Yet he cannot choose not to cultivate, since being from Bai village and the one upon whom the clan's expectations lies, he will also face assassination from Shang and Gu village. This forces him to continue to grow stronger. Being the possessor of the Northern Dark Ice Soul, he clearly understands his situation. Knowing he doesn't have much time left and his death being certain, he has thus formed this temperament. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. This was clearly an irony. Excessively excellent aptitude didn't lead a GU master to have a meteoric rise, but would be the main culprit behind their deaths. Too much is as bad as too little. People need to drink water and eat food, but if they eat and drink excessively, they could die. From another angle, no matter which world, there is no true perfection. There is no perfect love, no perfect work. Excessively perfect will just lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation inevitably reached rank 4 realm. His aperture couldn't support the burden from the primeval essence and ultimately, it exploded. 10 extreme physiques wasn't tolerated by the heavens and earth, and the self-detonation of such a heaven-defying thing was like the most perfect song, its power outstanding, directly annihilating everyone in the 3 villages and turning the whole Qing Mao Mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately by that time, because of Fang Zheng who had been making things difficult for Fang Yuan who only had an average cultivation, Fang Yuan could only join a caravan to go away, thus luckily avoiding this disaster. To delay his death, Bai Ningbing used GU worms to dilute his rank 3 silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence, of his own accord. He also rarely used rank 3 GU worms at the same time. This was simply because rank 3 GU worms consumed great amounts of red steel primeval essence every time, resulting in the strength waning if it continued. Instead, it was better to continue using rank 2 GU worms which would be of much more help to Bai Ningbing in battles. This was the real reason Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. If not, having strength but choosing to bind one's own hands and feet, landing in a dangerous state, was something only a brainless retard would do. Bai Ningbing was smart and intelligent, he had received great training and education, so how could he do such a foolish thing? Except, such a temperament at his young age was indeed unusual. But as someone who was about to die, why would he have misgivings in his behavior? Such disregard and fearlessness prevented him from being assimilated into the system and nurtured a heart of the demonic path in him. Otherwise, with his living environment, countless expectations, great trainings, holding honor, fighting enemies, bright future, he would have already been assimilated into the organization system and nurtured a leader's temperament. Bai Ningbing was actually a pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had no wish to deal with him before. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan also didn't mind making use of him first before removing this misfortune early. The battle was still continuing. In this while, the situation had already changed. Bold Lightning Wolf was killed by Bai Ningbing and the wolf pack had ran away in defeat. Xiangli Group's healing Gu Yue master fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, but he had paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was viciously punched by Xiangli and it seemed to have fractured as it was hanging limply throughout the battle. However, all of these couldn't hinder him from occupying the upper hand. Xiangli was a top elite amongst rank 2 Gu Yue masters, his strength equal to Qing Shu and Kai Shan. Shang Zhang was a newly rising defense expert. Shang Lin was the genius newbie and now had rank 2 battle power. There was also another Gu Yue master, but even after combining their strength, these four were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing. One should know Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle before which had consumed a lot of his red steel primeval essence. He also killed Bold Lightning Wolf and the healing Gu Yue master, resulting in his right arm losing its ability to move. He could only abandon using his ice blade with his habitual right hand and switch to his left. By doing this, he had to temporarily abandon using his icicles, his offensive power almost reducing by half. He was still occupying the upper hand in such situation and his dominance was even becoming more solid. It is after all the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although he used Gu Worm to dilute his primeval essence and seal the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still maintained. His advantage will continue to increase the longer the battle lasts. Fang Yuan looked at the situation and inwardly sighed. My current battle strength is not enough to defeat him, Fang Yuan calmly admitted this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade aptitude with 44% primeval essence. Even the combined strength of B-grade aptitudes, Shang Li, Shang Lin and Shang Zhang were being suppressed by Bai Ningbing. It was obvious that if Fang Yuan faced Bai Ningbing by himself, his situation would only become more difficult than Shang Li and the rest. However, not being able to defeat you doesn't mean I can't kill you. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the accumulated wisdom from 500 years of experience. Although they had similar reflections, compared to this centuries-old devil, Bai Ningbing was only a little devil forced into it by his cruel fate. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 136 to 136, Clash of Brawn and Brain. 2078 words. Cold air blew all over the place, accompanying ice blades in flight. Steel fists held in the wind, and fangs growled their fury. Shangli and the others' fight against Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. Not that much time had passed since the battle began, to be honest. But as the pressure from Bai Ningbing intensified, Shangli and the others started to feel that time dragged on longer with the difficulty he posed. Shang Yang's face was dim as water, Shang Lin's forehead dripping with cold sweat, while Shang Li maintained a serious gaze. At this point, even Shang Li had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's formidable strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation, and only fought with rank 2 Gu worms, he displayed strength that was able to suppress their entire group. But even then, the truth was that Bai Ningbing had not even given it his all. This was not intentional to prove a point, rather, it was a precautionary measure against Fang Yuan. To Shang Li and the others, their motive was simple, it was to arrest or kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was more complicated. He needed to fight back the Shang Li group on one end, while simultaneously being on guard to prevent Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other end. He had seen Fang Yuan using the stealth scales Gu with his own eyes, thus in battle he needed to make sure to divert some of his attention to prevent Fang Yuan's attack. But till now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave? Impossible. Although it is our first meeting, he is not the type to retreat. He will definitely act. He is just biding his time. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blade and suppressed Shang Li, while his thoughts raced in his mind. Not only did he have to use his brawn to fight the Shang Li group, he also had to compete with Fang Yuan using his wit. Fang Yuan refusing to attack was increasingly putting pressure on himself. A sheathed sword is the most dangerous, because one would not be able to predict where the sword is going to stab. Although Fang Yuan had not struck, and was secretly watching the battle, he had been able to divert Bai Ningbing's attention all this time. If not for this diversion, the Shang Li group would have lost long ago, otherwise they would not be able to hold on for so long. This Bai Ningbing is very meticulous. First he killed the Bold Lightning Wolf decisively, reducing a pawn that I could use. Next he risked getting injured to killing the healing Gu master in Shang Li group. All these actions are the most sensible decisions to make in his situation. Although he is engaging in serious combat with Shang Li group, he is still holding back to prevent my attack, in fact. Under the shadow of a nearby tree, Fang Yuan crossed his arm as he watched, his eyes shining with uncertainty. It was not that he did not want to strike, but he just could not find an opportunity to. He was not anxious though. The longer this dragged on, the more battle strength would be drained from Bai Ningbing. The 10 extreme bodies had a supreme primeval essence recovery rate, much more than a grade, but it still was spent up over time. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence used up in Bai Ningbing's aperture, and the more the scales of victory would shift towards Fang Yuan. If Bai Ningbing's aperture had no primeval essence left, so what if he is the Northern Dark Ice Soul body? One moonblade and he's beheaded. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was aware of this fact as well. Although he currently had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier. I cannot continue like this. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone as he took a large step back, pulling some distance from the Shang Li group. Next he gulped, his throat expanding like something had risen from his stomach into his mouth. His jaw was raised high as he opened his mouth in difficulty. An icy blue-colored small bird popped out of his mouth, its head raising above his white teeth. It looked around and soon found a locked onto a specific gaze. Jumping out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, the small, icy bird flapped its wings strongly, flying towards Shang Li. The small blue bird was cute like a pigeon, but Shang Li and the others' faces lost their color upon seeing it. Rank 3 blue bird ice coffin Gu. Get away from it, quickly. The Xiangli group frantically tried to dodge around, but this blue ice bird was not like the moonblade. Once sent out, it was locked onto the target. Boom! It smashed into the support Gu master in Xiangli group, before promptly exploding. Frosty air blew all over the place, and the piercing blue light from the explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The next second, the blue light dispersed, and a partially transparent block of ice was revealed, a cold watery blue in color. The Gu master was visibly sealed within the ice block, his face still retaining the fear and anxiety before death, but he had lost all signs of life. Even though Bai Ningbing was already a rank 3 Gu master, once a rank 3 Gu worm was used, his suppressed rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be rapidly used up. At the same time, it cannot display the true power of a rank 3 Gu worm. Moreover, once used, during the following period, the enemy can make use of this opportunity to attack. But Xiangli's group of 3 were frozen in shock instead, startled by this blue bird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ningbing did not follow up the attack, and instead turned around and left, attempting to leave the battlefield. This was a wise decision, for if he continued, the situation would become more disadvantageous for him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have guts. Brother Xianxin was killed by him, kill him, take revenge for Brother Xianxin. Xiangli group cursed loudly, but could not catch up. Originally, the 4 of them were barely enough to form an encirclement, but now that they had one less person, their blockade was easily broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this time, a moonblade flew out from among the bushes, and a person leapt out and quickly following after. Bam! Bai Ningbing's ice blade waved, and dispelled the moonblade, but his abdomen was hit by someone, throwing him back by 3 large steps. During this period, Xiangli and the others were sobered from their stupor, getting close and surrounded Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing ignored the 3, staring at the newcomer instead, chuckling. So you finally appeared, it's Fang Yuan. Xianglin's eyes shone, seeing a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, good job. Xiangzhong was overjoyed, shouting. Xiangli stayed silent, although he seemed rash, his thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else. Fang Yuan did not strike earlier, but suddenly appeared, was he watching the battle all along? The thought of this possibility brought him unease. Fang Yuan smiled mildly, showing a victorious appearance, but his heart sank. Bai Ningbing's act of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was clear of his intentions, and saw through it, but so what if he did? He had to show up. Xiangli's expression was also taken into account, and he had expected it. Rest assured, everyone, he opened his mouth, I've informed the clan, just hang in there for a little longer, reinforcements are coming. Xiangli was relieved at once. Xianglin, Xiangyang's battle spirits were ignited, and Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed loudly, haha, so he's called Fang Yuan, such an interesting guy, I only want to kill you even more now. I'm afraid you're not capable enough to achieve that. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, taking a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead, you're finished. Xiangjong gritted his teeth, running into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you are too arrogant, you will pay the price today. Xianglin growled, moving towards Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, stay back a little, back us up and prevent Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiangli said, if Fang Yuan interfered, it would destroy the chemistry the 3 of them shared. Battle continued. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil while he continued to constantly attack, treating Xiangli's words as if they were air. The Xiangli group frowned. Outsider interference would cause the battle formation to be chaotic, and their cooperation would start to fail. But Fang Yuan's every attack was ruthless and decisive, having a strong grasp of opportunity, instead being of great help to them. At first, Xiangli growled threateningly at him, but soon, he shut the fuck up. His frowning face slowly eased, and his brows started to raise instead, revealing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not strike much, but each attack he made had great implications on the battle. Once his master-level methods were displayed, he instantly grasped the battle in his hands. Xiangli's group of 5 originally were at a disadvantage when fighting Bai Ningbing, and ended up getting 2 of their members killed. But once Fang Yuan joined in, along with the 3's combined combat prowess, they managed to suppress Bai Ningbing into a corner. Bai Ningbing, just go and die. Xiangli growled loudly, jumping up and landing heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined to form a punch, slamming toward Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared at that moment, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction where he wanted to leap. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to endure Xiangli's attack. Water shield Gu. From his nostrils, 2 lines of water vapor coiled around his body, forming a spherical barrier of condensed moisture. With a loud impact and a compressed pop, Xiangli's heavy punch landed on the barrier, breaking through it instantly. But this act also caused the punch to lose all its built-up velocity and allowed Bai Ningbing to escape death. Even so, Xiangli took a glance at Fang Yuan, showing signs of admiration. If not for his superb cooperation, this hit would have been avoided by Bai Ningbing. It would not have forced Bai Ningbing to take the hit head-on, expending his primeval essence. Water shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not mind Xiangli's gaze, but focused on Bai Ningbing, frowning. It was this water shield Gu that alleviated Bai Ningbing's predicament. The defensive power of the water shield was superior to even the white jade Gu. But it had a weakness. He needed to form a ball shape and rely on the moving water to draw the force away, dispersing the damage in order to display its full defensive capabilities. If Bai Ningbing was up against a wall, he cannot form a ball shape and his defense power would be greatly reduced. There are many forests on Qing Mao Mountain, but even then Bai Ningbing had been very careful, making sure not to get into a tight spot. As long as I beat this water shield Gu, I can put Bai Ningbing in a tight spot. But how? Fang Yuan was thinking, but suddenly Bai Ningbing's mouth opened, and a new blue bird flew out. Xiangli and the others were fearful of this attack, but Fang Yuan was not flustered in the least. He snorted coldly, shooting a moonblade. With a bam, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing growled in a low voice. He was too close by, and after the ice bird exploded, he was hit by it too. The impact caused him to fly up and then fall onto the ground. At the same time, half of his left limb was frozen, losing its ability to fight. Divine opportunity. Seeing this, Xiangli's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting, go die. And his arms gathered to form another punch towards Bai Ningbing. This hit was too heavy, and as Bai Ningbing was on the ground, the water shield Gu's defensive capabilities were less than half of the usual. If this hit his head, there was no doubt that he, Bai Ningbing, would instantly die. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 137 to 137, Shadow of Death. 1911 words. Seeing that Xiang Li's fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xianglin and Xiangzhong both showed a joyful expression. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, his eyes shining with solemnness. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he commit such a beginner's mistake? As expected, at this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly struck, his right hand and forearm's flesh all turned into a transparent blue frosty ice, from outside his finger bones could be seen. His fingers gathered straight, forming a palm blade and striking like lightning, puncturing Xiang Li's heart. Xiang Li's descending body came to a halt. He stared with wide open eyes, lowering his head and staring at his chest in disbelief. How can this be, Lord Xiang Li? With the sudden twist of events, Xiangzhong and Xianglin could not believe it. You think my right arm was really broken by your punch? Naive. I already used the rank 3 ice muscle GU, and trained a body of ice muscles. This is the ultimate defense. The reason I pretended earlier was to give a certain someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly got up, showing disdain in his eyes, and at the end of his speech, he looked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, staring at him too. Plop. Bai Ningbing. Xiang Li opened his mouth, saying his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand spread out some cold air and froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Scheming scumbag, I will fight it out with you. Xianglin saw Xiang Li's death firsthand, and under the extreme pain and anger, he ignored his own danger and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Xianglin, calm down. Xiangzhong acted in time, restraining Xianglin. Group leader is dead, we are no longer his match, quickly leave, I'll block him. Xiangzhong controlled his sadness and said, Brother Xiangzhong. Xianglin was dumbfounded, his eyes turning red. Xiangzhong shrugged his hand backwards and took a step forwards, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Bond Gu. The shadow below his feet suddenly came alive, distorting creepily, connecting itself to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have the Shadow Bond Gu. Once I get hurt, Bai Ningbing takes the same damage. He won't kill me so easily. Xianglin, you are still young and have better talent than me or group leader, go away quickly. Xiangyang's gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted. Brother Xiangzhong. Xianglin's eyes were teary, he knew the weakness of the Shadow Bond Gu. In the previous battle, Xiangzhong had used the Gu worm too, but once Bai Ningbing pulled sufficient distance, the shadow would split. Xiangzhong saying this was just to console him. Especially now, Xiangzhong did not have enough primeval essence, he had already used up too much, and even the roaming zombie Gu had stopped working. Xianglin's feet seems to have taken roots, as he refused to move a step. He turned around, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why are the reinforcements not here yet? Fang Yuan did not speak, only staring firmly at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right arm, and after a while, his right arm regained its fleshy state. He used a mocking tone, reinforcements. He, they would have come long ago if it was the case, but this is all a lie. Tisk tisk tisk, you are even more naive than the other one. You really think such a cheap method like Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He stared at the shadow in disdain, not giving a fuck. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xianglin clenched his fist, eyes speaking fire as he asked furiously. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but stared at Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a smile. That move earlier, it expended your primeval essence, right? By now, how much primeval essence do you still have in your aperture? Xiang Li used a defensive Gu worm, but it was weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu. The result was that his defense was penetrated, but such an attack is clearly not owned by a rank 2 Gu master. According to the earlier situation, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu's ability was strong, renowned among the rank 3 Gu, but overuse harmed the user. Joint problems were just a light symptom, but if serious, one's muscles could be frozen and damaged, thus it needed to be used with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his muscles had become ice muscles, and could take the cold of the frost. Thus, when used together with the Frost Demon Gu, they complemented each other. This was still Bai Ningbing using rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, so it had to have high consumption, but he needed to use such a method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. The move earlier had caused a great consumption of his primeval essence, and Fang Yuan saw through it. Thus, after killing Xiang Li, he did not strike again, but used the talking time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding, and confessed, not bad, my primeval essence is running dry, I left my right limb unused to lure you to attack. But you didn't fall for it. He, the real battle is just starting, isn't it? Fang Yuan squinted. If Bai Ningbing denied it, he would attack without doubt. But Bai Ningbing confessed, showing a look of fearlessness. Either that Bai Ningbing knew he was going to die, showing no fear towards death, or he probably had other strong trump cards and had great confidence in surviving. Ordinary Gu masters only had 3 to 5 Gu worms, even Qingshu and Kaishan were as such. But there are exceptions. For example, Fang Yuan, with the Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, 4 Flavor Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Ear Grass and 9 Leaf Vitality Grass, he had 7 Gu worms in his possession. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan's hope and had the Northern Dark Ice Soul body, an absolute genius. From the start of his cultivating journey, he had received the full support of his clan, his wealth definitely greater than Fang Yuan. Up till now, he had displayed over 6 Gu worms. Fang Yuan was sure that he had others, and these Gu worms allowed him to be calm despite being in this position of having little primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome kind of opponent is like him, not only having talent, but not fearing death, and having large amount of Gu worms in hand. With these 3, it greatly affected a Gu master's battle in terms of victory or loss. Especially Gu worms, with a strong or special one, it can allow a Gu master to overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm, so even with Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu defending, he could be penetrated. This is also why Fang Yuan had not engaged Bai Ningbing personally. Fang Yuan had used Gu Yu Manchi, Xiang Li and others to fish out Bai Ningbing's secrets. After all, only knowing one's enemy can one be assured of victory. In comparing talent, Fang Yuan was only AC grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was a world of difference. Bai Ningbing started cultivating earlier and had the clan's assistance, and he had more outstanding Gu worms in his possession than Fang Yuan. In terms of temperament, his fearlessness towards death made him almost invulnerable. The difference between the two was that Bai Ningbing was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. This is the truth, he had to accept it and understand it. But battles are interesting because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not always fall. Fang Yuan wanting to win against the odds, it was not impossible, but he had to use all of the methods he had, and make use of all the strength he could gather. Gu Yue Manchi was just the beginning, and Shangli group was not the end. Thinking so, Fang Yuan struck. With a moonblade, a head flew away, and blood spewed. This moment, Bai Ningbing's iris shrunk to pin size, his face changing color. Fang Yuan's moonblade did not attack him, but was aimed at Shang Yang's head. Shang Zhong did not expect Fang Yuan's betrayal. Bai Ningbing's pressure was too great, and all his attention was gathered on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence left, so to conserve them, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, thus getting one-shotted. Bam! Bai Ningbing's face was pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, his ears, nose and eyes had blood traces. Ever since the battle started, this was the most severe injury he had sustained. Shadow Bond Gu. With the shared damage effect, when the Shadow Bond Gu master sustains an injury, the Chain-Link Gu master takes 10% of the damage. Now that Shang Zhong is dead, his injuries were connected through the shadow and transmitted to Bai Ningbing. This injury with a direct effect, even if Bai Ningbing had the water shield Gu, it cannot block against it. Fang Yuan, what have you done? A second later, Shang Lin came back from shock and shouted in a furious voice, heartbroken. Fang Yuan ignored him, his body glowing with white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing getting such an injury, his body was wavering, and his head was dizzy, his battle strength dropped drastically. Seeing Fang Yuan attacking, he retreated immediately. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want a life and death battle? Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, escaping silently. His footsteps were messy, but he forced himself to focus, ignoring Fang Yuan's taunting. Although he knew he was a dying man and did not fear death, he was not stupid, and with such a dangerous situation, his heart grew calmer. Shang Lin stood on the spot, not choosing to help Fang Yuan chase Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with pain and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing, and also detested Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang moved closely, traversing the valley. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries slowly recovered, and his nose and eyes stopped bleeding. Slowly his footsteps became more composed. He did not simply run away, but during this time, used his Gu worm to heal his body's injuries. Fang Yuan's pursued and his heart was secretly shocked. Previously Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was almost fully expended, but during this time, the amount he recovered was enough to heal his own injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Body, 10 extreme talents, what sort of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he knew, the more determined he was to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan sent a moonblade around the size of a face flying, it flew across the sky, emitting a buzzing sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arm still got sliced away. An injury appeared and blood poured out, but the injury was quickly covered by a layer of frost, stopping the blood. Bai Ningbing had obtained the ice muscles, and once this is achieved, it was like the black and white boar goose strength increase, it required no primeval essence to sustain. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. Before his old injuries healed, new injuries would come. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to slowly grind him to death. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 138 to 138. Someone is actually chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing. 1968 words. He, there has never been anyone who forced me into such a state. Fang Yuan, you are interesting. Once I recover adequately, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent from Fang Yuan had him feel suffocated. This to him was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, and it developed a twisted sense of excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was chasing and getting closer. Take this. He suddenly flicked his wrist, and threw a black-colored Gu worm. Fang Yuan's steps came to a halt as if an enemy had appeared, but once he got closer, he found out that this was the plunder Gu from Shangzan. Splat. With a light sound, Fang Yuan caught this Gu worm in his hands. The plunder Gu was a black beetle, and at a normal size, its head had a pair of metal antennae, and its back had white spots. Once the spring autumn cicada revealed its aura, Fang Yuan easily refined this plunder Gu and kept it in its aperture with some use of its primeval essence. He continued chasing. For Bai Ningbing to even use such a method, it showed the severity of his injuries and the desperate situation he was in. But with this action, the distance between Fang Yuan and him had been pulled apart again. Unfortunately, I lack a movement Gu worm. If I had such a Gu worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing already. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder Gu instantly. Bai Ningbing was shocked in his heart. He obtained this plunder Gu and had been refining it for the last few days. Although there were improvements, the process was tough and he did not succeed. This is also because Shangzan's death had an indirect relationship with him. The will of this plunder Gu originated from Shangzan, thus, it had greater hatred towards Bai Ningbing and raised the difficulty in refining it. But Fang Yuan instantly refined this plunder Gu, and Bai Ningbing, who only used his side vision to see this, could feel his heart turn shocked and dismayed. There are a few Gu worms that can achieve this, but Bai Ningbing had never owned one, to think that Fang Yuan would instead. Unknowingly, he had become more wary of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's image in his heart had intensified in a dangerous and mysterious way. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart was the one that sank. The longer it dragged, the more primeval essence would be recovered by Bai Ningbing, and the lesser injuries he has. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become milder and milder. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. According to this development, it won't be long before Bai Ningbing's injury and primeval essence recover sufficiently. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonglow Gu to intensify the injuries on him, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Body's talent is too outstanding, it can be said to be a gift from heaven. The primeval essence recovery rate was even faster than Fang Yuan using primeval stones. Unless, the people in front encountered a wolf pack, and are trapped. Or there will be a Gu master group appearing, and can temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it is a Bai clan group, I'm in danger. Fang Yuan's thoughts flowed like a whirlpool as he started to have intentions to retreat. Their chase was a long road, but in the middle they did not encounter a single pack of wolves or a Gu master group. This meant to say that Bai Ningbing, who is selecting the escape route, also has a recon Gu worm and can avoid danger. Qing Mao Mountain is so huge, he can escape in all directions. Fang Yuan has no way to force Bai Ningbing to run in one direction. Against the wolf tide, the most important thing is to be united and not be isolated by the wolf tide. Once you are isolated, you are in danger, Qing Shu told Fang Zheng as they were rushing on the road. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend using terrain and defeat them head-on. But if it is the frenzy lightning wolf pack, the first thing to do is retreat, then use the signal GU, and wait for the surrounding GU masters to regroup. We need at least 3 groups to cooperate to have a good chance of defeating the frenzy lightning wolf. Of course, opponents in the wolf tide are not just lightning wolves, but also GU masters. Saying so, Qing Shu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Evidently, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing had been challenging people all over, suppressing his cultivation and only using the rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and found trouble with Shangli, Kaishan and the rest. From what he declared, Qing Shu is his next target. If we encounter Bai Ningbing, Qing Shu continued, the best would be to avoid battling. This sentence entered Fang Zheng's ears and caused his heart to feel disturbed. In his heart, Qing Shu, although mild on the outside, had a tough personality and stuck close to his principles. From Qing Shu, he could feel a strong sense of kinship. Towards Qing Shu, he respected and loved him, and naturally was not willing to see Bai Ningbing being superior to Qing Shu. Everyone is discussing Bai Ningbing, what kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The 3 other people in the group became solemn. Qing Shu smiled kindly towards Fang Zheng, he is Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng, listen well. You are still young, and have a great talent, you might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you fully grow up, avoid direct conflicts with him. Remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising it, sometimes, people have to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked towards Qing Shu, and when they made eye contact, he could not help but nod and respond, I understand, brother Qing Shu. Please be rest assured. Good. Qing Shu was still speaking, when suddenly the recon Gu master interrupted, not too far away ahead, there is a Gu master rapidly moving. Everyone's expressions changed. The healing Gu master Gu Yao Hong's expression was solemn, must be a small group that got scattered by the wolf pack, let's go save them. Fang Zheng said instead, could it be Bai Ningbing, doesn't he travel alone usually? It could be him, or not. But if it really is a Gu master that got lost, no matter which village, they are our alliance mate. We have to go save them, Qing Shu said, turning direction and charging towards the Gu master. The 4 around him followed closely. But quickly, the recon Gu master spoke, it is not a Gu master, behind the first Gu master, there is another one. It's actually 2 Gu masters It seems that the situation is just like Sister Yao Hong had said. It should be a group that got separated by the wolf packs, Fang Zheng sighed a breath of relief. Qing Shu's expression was unchanging, but the other 3's expression became more relaxed. At this point, if one was observing from a higher point of view, they would see Qing Shu's group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, getting closer along the mountain road. Oh, Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He had a recon Gu, and he felt that a group of 5 Gu masters were approaching. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had a recon type Gu worm, it could not detect the identities of the people ahead. Every Gu worm had one ability, thus it had pros and cons. Taking Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass for example, it can hear noise and is most sensitive to footsteps, but it cannot discern information like male or female. And if a Gu master uses the silent step Gu, they can conceal their footsteps and he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who it was, to play it safe, Bai Ningbing chose to avoid them. But this time, the situation was different. Qing Shu's group was full of elites, and their recon Gu master was a professional as well. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan detected the existence of Qing Shu group. He was sprinting, and his right ear had roots growing out, but did not go into the ground, thus his detection range was not even half of its peak. Bai Ningbing changed his running direction again, but Qing Shu group followed closely, changing their direction to match. This way, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The 2 were extremely clever, they knew at once, this unknown group is the biggest uncertainty, it would definitely affect the result of the battle. If it is a Bai clan group, I will immediately use the stealth scales Gu and retreat. But if it is the other 2 clans, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with coldness. He knew that this decision carried certain risks. If it was a Bai clan group and the Gu masters among them had a detection method, he would be chased into a dead end. But if he lost this prime opportunity, he would probably never have another shot at killing Bai Ningbing. Furthermore, whichever clan the Gu masters are from, Fang Yuan had a 66% chance, while Bai Ningbing only had 1/3, so Fang Yuan had reason to gamble. As they sprinted, the 2 parties continued to get closer. We can almost see them, right behind that turning point. The recon Gu master pointed at a curve along the mountain path. They could not help but slow their footsteps, awaiting the meeting further ahead. A white figure turned around the corner, and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing, Fang Zheng shouted in dismay, he had obviously seen Bai Ningbing's portrait before. The other 4, even Qing Shu's expression sank. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, he must have encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. HMPH, he deserves this, traveling alone in the wolf tide, what airs is he trying to put on? Everyone at once, did not go up and meet with him. Bai Ningbing's movements and expression, showed signs of escaping, this caused Qing Shu group to feel happy internally. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from over the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I must kill you today. Saying this, he was trying to test water. Using the earth communication ear grass, he knew that around the corner, there was an unknown group of 5. If it is a Bai clan group, this proclamation would invite their intense rebuttal. Around the corner, Qing Shu and the others heard this and their eyeballs rolled wide. What's going on? There's actually someone chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing. Did I get it wrong? Something like this is happening. Getting Bai Ningbing into such a pathetic state, who in the world is behind him? Gu Yao Hong could not help but look at each other, a look of shock all over their faces. Fang Zheng was shocked and suspicious, this voice, why is it so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan turned around the corner. What? Ji Yu Qingshu's serious expression turned into dumbfoundedness. The other four stared with their eyes wide opened. After seeing Fang Yuan appear, their eyeballs almost dropped. This. Ji Yu Yaoji opened her mouth wide, big enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother, Fang Zheng was tongue-tied. It's him. Even Ji Yu Qingshu with outstanding composure, was shocked beyond words. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 139 to 139, Broken Arm. 1947 words. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain, someone who could single-handedly change the structure of the three clans, whose cultivation speed left everyone dumbfounded, dimming the luster of even a grade geniuses. No one doubted his future accomplishments, even his enemies had no choice but to accept the fact his talent was unparalleled. However, now someone was actually making this genius flee in such a wretched state. No one among the Qingshu group expected this. What was even more astonishing was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was actually from their clan, Fang Yuan. Regarding their impressions of Fang Yuan, they were mainly based around the arena battles and chasing away river-swallowing toad. And since the moment Fang Yuan had admitted defeat to Zhongli, his true strength was widely underestimated. When did Fang Yuan become so powerful? The Qingshu group found this difficult to accept. Fang Yuan turned around the corner. Ji Yu Qingshu. His mind jolted when he saw the Ji Yu Qingshu group. I won the gamble. Bai Ningbing, today will be the day you die, Fang Yuan thought. He shouted, little brother, you were here. Great, quickly stop Bai Ningbing. He is a heinous murderer who killed the Zhongli group and even our clan's Ji Yu Manchi group. What, but our clans have signed a treaty. No, nothing is too excessive for Bai Ningbing. So it was like that. No wonder Fang Yuan was able to chase Bai Ningbing. The Qingshu group was shocked and came to a realization. It seemed that after Bai Ningbing had fought several intense battles, his fighting power had fallen to its lowest state, allowing Fang Yuan to luckily seize the upper hand. Am I really going to die here? No, I have just enough primeval essence to self-detonate the frost demon Ji Yu. I still have hope, Bai Ningbing thought in his mind. In front of him was the Qingshu group and behind him was Fang Yuan. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Actually, there was a rift in Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng's relationship. Fang Zheng naturally wouldn't heed Fang Yuan's words. However, Bai Ningbing didn't know of this. As an outsider, he only saw the similarity in appearance between Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan, and firmly made a choice. He lifted his right arm, pouring all the hard-earned primeval essence that he had recovered into the frost demon Ji Yu in his right palm. The muscles in his right arm transformed into a light blue ice. One could clearly see the white bones of his arm within the ice. Bang! With an explosive sound, Bai Ningbing's whole right arm suddenly self-detonated. Steam and mist arose, and an intense chill started to crazily pervade the surroundings. Snap, crack, pure, white frost spread onto the narrow mountain path in the blisteringly hot summer, covering the soil and the trees. The temperature abruptly dropped. He sacrificed his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was aghast by Bai Ningbing's ruthless move. Quick, retreat! Ji Yu Qingshu grabbed Fang Zheng and hurriedly ran away. Great amounts of frost rushed towards them like the wolf tide. It would be very troublesome if they actually got frozen. Fang Yuan retreated to a distance of 100 steps along with the Qingshu group as the onslaught of frost gradually dwindled. Originally, the mountain path had been full of lush trees, filled with the fragrance of wild plants. Now, it had become a world of ice. The trees were all frozen and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Fang Yuan stepped onto the snow and approached the middle of the mountain path. Bai Ningbing's whole body was frozen in ice like an insect in amber, his expression still showing the malevolent decisiveness and ruthlessness of his personality. He, suicided, Fang Zheng muttered. The Qingshu group had quickly followed after Fang Yuan. No, Qingshu's expression was very heavy. Bai Ningbing has already formed ice muscles. This layer of ice crystals won't freeze him to death and will instead act as his armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared closely at Bai Ningbing and threw a moonblade. Screech. The moonblade produced a crisp sound when it struck the ice crystals. On the 3 meters high and 2 meters wide ice crystal, there was only a shallow scar. But in just a moment, the cold aura within the ice crystal filled the injury and the scar disappeared. Fang Yuan, is what you said earlier true? Qingshu turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Of course, only Xianglin remains of the Zhongli group and he can testify for me. We can't stay here for too long, the details will have to wait. We must quickly leave this place. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He had made up his mind to leave. He knew he was unable to destroy this ice crystal. Even if they were to combine their strengths to destroy it, it would waste a lot of time and primeval essence. If Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their fighting strength would have dropped and his fighting strength would have recovered, making it a bad situation if a battle started. Leave, why should we leave? Fang Zheng couldn't refrain from asking in a loud voice. Bai Ningbing has already destroyed his right arm and with the battles he went through, he is tired both mentally and physically. We can break open this ice crystal and activate the signal Ji Yu for the clan's reinforcements to eliminate him. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Everyone's hearts were moved by these words. Since Fang Yuan could chase Bai Ningbing and try to kill him, why can't we do the same? Several Ji Yu masters looked at each other and they couldn't help but have such thoughts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will become great heroes of the Ji Yu clan. But if we kill him, won't the Bai village start a war in their anger? And now, there is the wolf tide. No, it is exactly because there is a wolf tide that even if we kill Bai Ningbing, Bai village will just have to swallow their bitterness. Right, a dead genius isn't a genius. The group members discussed, their minds set on the fame and glory. Truly stupid, how can you imagine the power of the northern dark ice soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes while sneering inwardly. He was not going to accompany these people if they wanted to look for death. Ji Yu Qingshu also hesitated. He, no doubt, had a much deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing than the rest of the group. He didn't know of the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, but he didn't have much yearning towards the fame from killing Bai Ningbing, either. He was indifferent towards fame and profits. He had once been nurtured by Ji Yu Bo as the next clan head, but he willingly gave up this position to Fang Zheng. His true concerns lay within the interests of the clan, and his heart was intricately linked with the clan's well-being. Bai Village's emergence is completely due to Bai Ningbing. If we kill Bai Ningbing, our Gu clan will remain the #1 clan of Qing Mao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing is a rank 3 Gu master, I have the wood charm Gu and the ability to fight with him. Moreover, he just lost his right arm and he will certainly need some time to get used to the absence of a limb. This can be the greatest disadvantage in a life and death battle. Qing Shu thought. Qing Shu's gaze turned resolute. Fang Yuan was observing Qing Shu's expression the entire time. He realized what the latter had chosen to do when he saw Qing Shu's expression. If Qing Shu uses the wood charm Gu without any regards to the consequences, he will be much stronger than the average rank 3 Gu master and even have the power to surpass levels in fight. However, the one he is facing is Bai Ningbing, who possesses the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. The battle definitely won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally restore his rank 3 cultivation. Right now, he has enough time inside the ice crystal to remove this restriction. Once he breaks out, he will very likely be as a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was extremely talented and Fang Yuan had needed external help to fight against him even when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was suppressed to rank 2. Once Bai Ningbing enters rank 3, his fighting strength would rise by several times. Fang Yuan was the main cause of the loss of his right arm. When the battle begins, Bai Ningbing's ruthless temperament will definitely target Fang Yuan. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some concerns and didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of Qing Shu. Thus, Fang Yuan immediately expressed his intention to leave and left the battlefield, ignoring the urges of others to stay. He really left. Such a coward. HMPH, him leaving is good. If he were to meddle, it might instead destroy our tacit teamwork. Ha ha ha, it really frightened me when I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing. Now, it seems Fang Yuan is indeed Fang Yuan, a coward who admitted defeat in the Gu battle competition. Quit it, everyone has their own ambitions. At least, he gave his intel on Bai Ningbing before he left. Moreover, he will inform the clan who will send reinforcements. As Qing Shu gazed at the departing figure of Fang Yuan, his brows slightly furrowed. Group leader, you are too kind. There is no need to justify for cowards like Fang Yuan. Right, although Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother, the way I see it, one is earth and the other is heaven. I have already stopped talking with Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng's face grew red, he felt ashamed at Fang Yuan's running away before battle. Fang Zheng, you leave too, Qing Shu suddenly spoke. What? Fang Zheng's eyes were wide open. As the clan's only a great talent, we can't lose you. Bai Ningbing may have lost an arm, but the following battle will definitely be very dangerous. For the clan, we can die, but you, Fang Zheng, must not die. The other 4 members were all moved. Well said. A bright laughter echoed and an old Gu master appeared. Lord Elder. Fang Zheng promptly paid his respects. He recognized this man as a very senior clan elder. The elder drew near, looking at Qing Shu with praise. Gu Bo raised a great adopted son. With such feelings of fighting to the death for the clan, why would we have to worry about our Gu clan not expanding? Fang Zheng was still growing up and after the Wang Er's assassination attempt, the clan had sent an elder to always follow Fang Zheng and protect him. Fang Zheng, you don't need to take part in the fight. But don't leave, you can just observe from a distance. Isn't it just a Bai Ningbing? I've always heard about how outstanding he is and how he has the strength of an elder. HMPH, now it seems he is only just a kid. How much battle experience can he have? Mutilating himself, he is really amateurish. The elder snorted in disdain. Qing Shu still wanted to persist in his own viewpoint, but it wouldn't be good to refute the elder's decision. As a junior, he needed to respect the old and take care of the young. How could he so easily refute and question his elder? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 140 to 140. Qing Shu vs Bai Ningbing Part 1. 1995 words. The time Bai Ningbing took to break out of the ice was shorter than anyone had imagined. With a loud crack, the ice crystal began to fracture, the cracks intensifying until it completely broke from within. The clan elder, Qing Shu, Yao Hong and the others, totaling up to 5 altogether, had surrounded him. Fang Zheng was standing far away on the mountain slope, staring at the battle from a higher ground while staying vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appears, he has to send out a warning immediately. Bai Ningbing, you dare to kill the Gu masters in our clan, breaking the 3-clan alliance openly. Paying a life for a life is natural law. What else do you have to say? The clan elder said with a haughty snort. Bai Ningbing did not pay him any mind, staying quiet and staring at his right arm instead. His left arm floundered in vain, grasping nothing as it was reaching for something that wasn't even there in the first place. He started to frown, his face dim like water as lightning started to nurture between his eyes. Actually forcing me to lose off my right arm, this guy is called Fang Yuan, right? Listening to Shangli and Qing Shu's words, he had already learned Fang Yuan's name. Muttering, Bai Ningbing's pair of crystal blue eyes was filled with extremely callous killing intent. His body emanated the oppressive aura of a rank 3 Gu master. As Fang Yuan had predicted earlier, with the capabilities to seal his own cultivation, Bai Ningbing was also able to release the restrictions on it. It was just that in the battle earlier, he did not have sufficient time to unlock it. Now, the white-silver primeval essence of rank 3 filled his aperture fully. The dense primeval essence placed great pressure on his surrounding aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew that he was moving towards the path of destruction. A Gu master's aperture produced primeval essence, and the primeval essence in turn, nurtures the aperture. The truth being, as long as the primeval essence exists within the aperture, it acts as a form of nurturing towards the aperture. It is just that this effect is not very evident, far less effective than the Gu master using the primeval essence to do so. This was similar to how a still seawater would still have a corrosive effect towards surrounding rocks, but this effect is less evident than the waves hitting on the rocks. But to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, after attaining rank 3, even if they do not expend primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence is stored in the aperture, the nurturing effect would be the same as if a Gu master was actively using the primeval essence to nurture their aperture. This is the secret behind the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's ability to raise a Gu master's cultivation at rocket speed. Moreover, this nurturing effect would become stronger as the primeval essence is refined. At rank 4, as long as primeval essence exists within the aperture, they would nourish the aperture and the effect would be several times better than a regular GU master using primeval essence to nurture their aperture. With ordinary GU masters, the higher their cultivation, the slower the speed of cultivation. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the opposite. The higher the cultivation, the stronger their aptitude and the faster their cultivation, until they explode into oblivion. As an analogy, it is similar to a person in free fall. Dependent on the posture and qualities of that person, they would continue to accelerate as they descended, albeit dying a horrible death once they reach the ground. The 10 extreme physiques, cultivation technique is falling from the highest point with the most suited conditions to fall faster than anyone else. As their cultivation gets faster and faster, it only gives them the temporary glory that they attain before they face the threat of death approaching. Like a meteor landing on Earth, moving toward its own destruction, the point where it shines the brightest comes only at the very moment where it burns up completely in the atmosphere. Earlier, the reason Bai Ningbing had diluted his white-silver primeval essence into red steel primeval essence was because of this. Right now, his aperture was completely filled with white-silver primeval essence again, and he could feel that every second, his cultivation was steadily rising and improving. Actually forcing me to use the white-silver primeval essence, and even making me go as far as to sacrifice the Frost Demon Gu. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing's killing intent intensified as he asked. His blue iris swept across the surroundings, but could not find a trace of Fang Yuan. The Frost Demon Gu that he sacrificed was a rank 3 Gu worm, one that he only managed to refine after 3 failures and consuming a large amount of resources. Now that it was gone, it is truly a waste. Although Bai Ningbing is rank 3, it only happened recently, and even with the clan's support, he could not hog all the resources to himself. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 Gu worms. Now that the Frost Demon Gu is gone, he only had the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu left. The more he thought about it, the more he felt angered. Since the start of his youth, he had never suffered such a loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he'd have attacked in a frenzy with no one able to stop him. Bai Ningbing's disregard caused the Gu Yue Clan elder to feel greatly humiliated. Arrogant young lad, eat my moonblade slash. He shouted, and jumped. HMPH, Bai Ningbing's left arm swept, and the frost air that gushed out formed into a long ice blade. The original ice blade he created was only over a meter long, but now it was 2 meters in length, with an even deadlier edge and greater frost energy. Qing, the clan elder raised both hands shining with moonlight to collide with the ice blade, emitting a metallic noise. The clan elder's face was full of shock however as he took a step back, and both his palms clapped together and slashed out. Golden Moon Slash, a curved moonblade, over a meter long with a golden body, emitted a dominating aura as it flew out. The golden moonlight reflected on Bai Ningbing's pale face. He laughed as he raised the ice blade in his left hand, attacking head-on. Clank, moonblade and ice blade colliding, the golden moon disappeared, and the ice blade broke into small fragments of ice. This is a battle between rank 3 GU masters. Really strong, not only the ice blade, but also the golden moonblade, I cannot block either. Far away, Fang Zheng watched in fascination, with his lacking knowledge. How can this be? A rank 2 ice blade GU, managing to block my rank 3 moonhand blade, as well as the golden moon. Clan elder stared with bulging eyes, disbelief in his tone. The northern dark ice soul physique had a strengthening effect towards ice GU, a variation of water type GU. In addition, this boost grew stronger as the GU master's cultivation rose. Bai Ningbing, at rank 3 in cultivation, can make a rank 2 GU worm display rank 3 power. When he is rank 4, if he used a rank 4 GU worm, it would have an effect that can even surpass rank 5. Firstly, he suppressed his cultivation, thus only the effect of recovering primeval essence remained. Now that his limiter was off and he was back to rank 3, the northern dark ice soul physique's true ability was starting to show up. HMPH, old man, you don't know a lot of things. Bai Ningbing's feet paused, holding his ice blade horizontally, as he started to rotate. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the intense sound of the wind enveloped him as he became faster and faster. Howl, the wind seemed to have transformed into a beast howl, a 5-meter sword storm forming after a matter of minutes. The tornado-like winds were white in color, whipping out and causing the people nearby to have numb senses. Quickly dodge, even a clan elder, upon seeing this, did not dare to challenge it, he quickly avoided. But the other rank 2 GU masters could not manage to dodge in time. The ice blade storm came at once, with a speed 3 times or even greater than before. As soon as the 2 male GU masters were caught up in the storm, their cries came to a stop. In a matter of seconds, they were already minced to a paste by the ice blades and lost their lives on the spot. Save me, Gu Yu Yaohong screamed in fear, seeing that she was about to be swept into the tornado and perish. Green vine Gu Yu Qing shot out green vines, which quickly coiled around Gu Yu Yaohong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to drag her back, the ice blade storm had already reached her, devouring her in one shot. Swish swish swish, the ice blades instantly went to work, cutting this female GU master into 5 or 6 pieces. The icy air had already frozen her blood before she could bleed. Soon after, these pieces were further cut into smaller pieces, forming palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong, seeing this scene, Qing Shu grieved with sorrowful eyes. Sister Yao Hong, on the slope, Fang Zheng could not take such an intense scene, kneeling on the ground with a soulless gaze, tears overflowing from his eyes. Damn it, steel shirt Gu. The clan elder took a deep breath as his body glowed with black light, looking as he was covered in a steel armor. He used both arms to cover his face as his legs sprinted, charging towards the icy blue ice blade storm. Chink chink chink, he charged inside bravely. In a few breaths' time, the ice blades hacked on his body numerous times, emitting a crisp sound. A moment later, the storm ended. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder faced each other. Old thing, you are asking for death. Bai Ningbing's blue iris were purer, complementing his white hair and white clothes while standing still in the cold winds. His left hand's ice blade had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from penetrating the elder's heart. Ha! Clan elder lowered his head, staring at his left chest, his mouth emitting a sound of helplessness and shock. Bai Ningbing let go of his right hand, abandoning this ice blade. He walked past the clan elder, steadily approaching. Behind him, the clan elder's face was covered with a light blue frost, and soon he collapsed onto the ground to never get up again. Far away, Fang Zheng saw this scene and his irises shrunk to the size of pins, intense fear spreading throughout his body. This was out of his wildest dreams. A grand rank 3 clan elder actually died like this. This Bai Ningbing is so strong. Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can let you die peacefully. Bai Ningbing walked towards Ji Yu Qingshu. Bai Ningbing, Ji Yu Qingshu sighed deeply, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought over 10 times, you are getting stronger, and right now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot cause me to betray my clansmen. Come, fight me, just you, hee hee. Bai Ningbing snorted in disdain, turning around to look at Fang Zheng, raising a brow. That is Fang Yuan's brother. Ji Yu Qingshu's expression changed, taking a big step out and blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's face sank. You are quite an interesting opponent, keeping you alive can add some color to my life. But my mood is very bad now, don't take my patience for granted. Tell me nicely, which direction Fang Yuan went? Ji Yu Qingshu replied him in the most direct way with action. He closed his eyes, and opened them again. Would charm Ji Yu, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 141 to 141. Ji Yu Qingshu vs Bai Ningbing Part 2. 1847 words. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu worm, Qingshu's eyes turned into a jade green color. At this moment, his aura changed. From a vibrant human, it turned into a deep serene forest feeling. Oh, Bai Ningbing showed slight shock unknowingly. He pouted in dissatisfaction. It seems that after a long time, you've gained some interesting new skills. Icicle Gu. He willed the Gu, and 5 sharp icicles appeared out of nowhere. Go. Bai Ningbing's ice hand pointed, and the icicle shot out. Pow pow pow. From Qingshu's palms, 2 vines grew out. The vines danced in the air like 2 snakes, dancing agilely, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicle changed directions, only scraping Qingshu's shoulder, and stabbed deeply into the ground, the hard mountain rock, and the forest that stood like a statue. Qingshu easily broke through the attack, causing Bai Ningbing's attack to be futile. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whipping skills got better, but I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a mild blue light. 10 icicles appeared immediately, floating in front of him before shooting towards Qingshu. After that, 10 more were created. Like this, over several times, it turned into an icicle rain. Swoosh, the icicle tore through the air, emitting a sound that shocked people's hearts. Qingshu dodged while manipulating his green vine with both hands, dancing like a shadow. His whipping technique after countless practices, had gotten to a level where he could command them like his fingers, fully in sync. But there was too many icicles, Qingshu was bound to miss some, and his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle penetrated his right shoulder, and the tip appeared from behind him. Pin needle Gu. Qingshu controlled the pain, sweeping his long hair. From the tips of his hair, numerous jade-colored pin needles shot out. The pin needles engulfed Bai Ningbing, but he managed to activate the water shield Gu in time. It had gotten stronger too, and was much thicker than before, being no weaker than a rank 3 Gu worm's defense. The pin needles entered the water shield and slowed to a halt, before being purged by the water currents. But this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop his icicle attack. Seeing this opportunity, Qingshu ignored the pain and pulled out the icicle from his shoulder by force. There was no blood dripping out, one was due to the icicle's cold air, and the other was because his body was gradually turning into wood. Bai Ningbing kept the water shield Gu, his gaze attracted to Ji Yu Qingshu's injury. From the opening on his torn shirt, he could see Qingshu's injury, revealing the rings of the tree trunk, and his flesh could be seen recovering at an observable speed, and on the newly grown muscles the tree's ring lines were formed. At the same time, both his ears started to become longer, and his hair turned jade green, with green leaves growing within. Both his hands, from the fleshy color of a normal person, turned darker and more reserved. His skin became harder, and turned into the brown tree bark. This was the first time he had used the wood charm Gu without considering the consequences. The wood charm Gu was causing him to turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Ji Yu Qingshu could feel the rich natural essence in the air. These essence could not be felt by ordinary Gu masters. Only special lifeforms like tree spirits could feel, absorb and use them. Ji Yu Qingshu felt that he was soaking in his mother's liquid, thick essence enveloping him, giving him a strong sense of fulfillment. On his body, the moonwheel Gu did not change, but the green vine Gu, pin needle Gu and the vitality grass all showed signs of growth. With Qingshu's identity as a tree spirit, when he uses these wood attribute Gu worms, their power is amplified. Ji Yu Qingshu breathed deeply, he had never felt so strong before. The rich natural essence gave him an almost infinite source of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But in his heart, a deep sense of fear also rose. He knew that if he was greedy over this strong and comfortable feeling, and used the wood charm Gu without restraint, he would eventually turn into a dead treeman. Anything had its price. Ji Yu Qingshu soon suppressed this fear. He stared at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, let's fight. Thus, the intense battle started. Green vine versus ice blade, icicle versus pin needles. One was the northern dark ice soul physique, with insane primeval essence recovery rate, and the other was the wood charm tree spirit, using all the natural essence as his own. This battle had far surpassed the realm of ordinary rank 3 Gu masters. Fang Zheng stood on the slope, watching dumbstruck. He had never seen such an all-out intense fight. Normally speaking, Gu masters have limited primeval essence, and they always have to keep 10% of it as reserves. Carefully using them, like thin ice. But now, be it Qingshu or Bai Ningbing, both were using it without constraints as if they had an unlimited supply of primeval essence. The entire path was wrecked by their battle. Huge trees fell and were destroyed, mountain rocks smashed to bits. After a long time, blue bird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ningbing grabbed an opportunity and opened his mouth, and from within, an ice blue bird flew out. The flying bird chirped, its body like a pigeon, but under the boost of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually turned into the size of an eagle while flying, and after circling for a while, flew towards Ji Yu Qingshu. Ji Yu Qingshu could not dodge in time, so he faced it head-on. Bam! A sound explosion later, Ji Yu Qingshu was frozen in an ice crystal as large as a room. It's over, Bai Ningbing sighed as he had not fully enjoyed himself. He saw the immobile Ji Yu Qingshu within the ice crystal, and muttered, thanks for providing me such an interesting experience, this battle is the most exciting one I've had thus far. Qingshu, your death has meaning, I will remember it clearly. Lord Qingshu, on the slope, Fang Zheng shouted loudly. Why are you shouting, you mere ant, the next one will be you. Bai Ningbing snorted, walking towards Fang Zheng. At this point, the sound of the ice crystal breaking entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that within the ice crystal, Qingshu had undergone a massive transformation. His body became bigger, and his rank 2 GU master outfit was almost ripped. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized leaves grew on it endlessly, turning into a thick greenery. His fingers had turned into sturdy wood, his limbs turning into thick tree branches, only having a rough form for his arms and legs. With a sound, the ice crystal broke completely. Gu Yue Qingshu stood up. He had already changed in appearance completely. The original delicate and handsome human face turned into a sharp-nosed, huge-eyed tree spirit face. He was 3 meters tall with a strong body, wearing tree barks as his armor, and on them were large amounts of leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing stared at his transformation in shock. Compared to this Qingshu, he was like a child beside an adult. This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is way harder to refine than my frost demon Gu. Bai Ningbing found the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can use the essence in the air, no wonder Gu Yue Qingshu had such ample primeval essence. He realized at once, but got more confused. He asked the question in his heart, Qingshu, using the wood charm Gu like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead treeman? So what if you win me? You're destined to die. Bai Ningbing, Gu Yue Qingshu's voice became low, I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, adopted by the clan leader. Yet we walk on such different paths. A tree dying in a forest is nothing, for as long as the forest exists, numerous trees will continue to grow and rise up. Let's have our final battle, my nemesis. Saying so, hundreds of green vines assaulted Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan, what a fool, Bai Ningbing retreated in a rush. But the green vines, speed was faster than before by several times, quickly chasing up to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing controlled his body and dodged nimbly. Green vines thick as an arm swept near his body, hitting the soil or the mountain rocks, causing the soil to fly and the rock fragments to scatter. Water shield Gu. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time, and created his shield. Qingshu had seen through the weakness of this Gu worm. He did not attack forcefully, but manipulated the vines to wrap around the shield. Next, he pulled back his strength, and the water shield came into contact. The surface water current moved quickly as it hit the green vines, causing water to splash everywhere. The water shield could not endure the strength of the green vines, restriction, and shrunk in size, on the verge of collapsing. Not good. If the water shield breaks and I get entangled in the green vines, I will get killed by Gu Yue Qingshu. Bai Ningbing in the water shield was sure of his situation. In the next moment, the water shield exploded. Bam! An ice blade storm exploded from within, becoming larger and larger. Bai Ningbing purposely withdrew the water shield Gu's defense. Since defending couldn't work, he had to fight offense with offense. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. The white ice blade storm flew towards Qingshu. The vines could not stop this tornado, and were cut into numerous segments by the ice blades. Nice timing. Gu Yue Qingshu had no fear, his large body bravely entering the ice blade storm. With a bam, he knocked onto the white color tornado. He opened both hands, wrapping around it. Crack crack, the sharp ice blades cut through his body, and numerous leaves and tree bark were sent flying. The delayed sense of pain assaulted him as Qingshu growled in pain, but did not let go, using all his strength to grip the tornado. The ice blade storm was actually shrinking under his strength. Damn it, this maniac that doesn't care for his life, Bai Ningbing scolded internally. In this situation there was no other way, he could only create more ice blades and rotate faster, competing with Gu Yue Qingshu. The ice blades slashed on Qingshu's body and gradually became blunt, but under the ice blade Gu's power, they sharpened once again. The battle was at a stalemate, out of their control, and no one could hold back and stop. Either Gu Yue Qingshu kills Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing kills Qingshu. Pitting offense with offense, the battle was filled with bravery and intensity. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 142 to 142. Gu Yue Qingshu vs Bai Ningbing Part 3. 1944 words. Fang Zheng stood far away, not even daring to take a deep breath as he watched. The battle had reached the climax, the winner and the loser decided from this showdown. Lord Qingshu, hang in there. Fang Zheng was so nervous his body was shaking, he knew that going over would only cause trouble, thus he could only cheer for Gu Yue Qingshu loudly. As if he heard Fang Zheng's voice, the ice blade storm got smaller, forcefully suppressed by Qingshu. Damn it, I can actually get into a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, rotating slower as his primeval essence recovery could not keep up with his expenditure, getting into a helpless situation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery was very fast, but the recovery speed at rank 3 was still slightly inferior to the tree spirit's ability to extract natural essence. If Bai Ningbing could cultivate to rank 4, his recovery speed would greatly surpass the wood charm Gu. Except, in life and death battles, there were no ifs. No matter who was the victor, the results had to be accepted. Eventually the ice blade storm stopped, but Gu Yue Qingshu also paid a heavy price. His arms were large like a horse carriage, and at the moment on his left arm he had 2 fingers left and 3 on his right. Both his palms were sliced off by half due to the ice blades. But when his palms gradually gathered together towards the middle, new tree branches grew again rapidly from his palm, interweaving together. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing within. Damn it, Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. His primeval essence was running dry, he could only be at Qingshu's mercy. We won. Far away, Fang Zheng jumped at this sight. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart, his eyes widening as he saw the 2 palms approaching. When both palms clasped together, he would be smashed into a bloody meat pie. But the palm's speed became slower, and slowly stood in midair. Bai Ningbing was stunned momentarily, before realizing that Gu Yue Qingshu's body had developed problems, instantly being overjoyed. Damn, I was so close. At this moment, Gu Yue Qingshu's heart was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all senses, completely turning into wood. At the same time, he gradually lost the connection to his intestines and lungs. The wood charm Gu's ability had corroded his entire body, bringing him to the brink of death. No, it cannot end like this. I can still use the green vine Gu. Gu Yue Qingshu forced himself to focus and activated the green vine Gu Yue. Numerous thick vines appeared and attacked Bai Ningbing through the openings of the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged quickly, but he had undergone several battles, and his stamina was greatly depleted. Furthermore, there was little space in the cage, and he could not move much, thus eventually a vine entangled onto his right leg and tripped him. It's over, Qingshu sighed in relief, as he quickly moved tens of green vines to follow up. At his moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing's aperture finally recovered enough primeval essence for his usage requirement. He used all the primeval essence without further thoughts, sending it all into the ice blade Gu Yue, and formed a new ice blade. The ice blade was sharp and cut off the green vine on his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled in a sorry state, managing to avoid tens of vines. The green vines hit the ground and penetrated the thick earth. The soil flew around, and the green vines attacked once again. Bai Ningbing breathed heavily as he used the ice blade to defend desperately. The green vines attacked from all directions, as if he was walking on thin ice. A single mistake by Bai Ningbing would cause him to be instantly killed by the vines. But he was after all a top-tier genius. With the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all the potential in him, and his evasive actions became quick and clear. Although he was tripped sometimes by the green vines, he managed to avoid the danger and eventually kept his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blades, and their amount became less and less. It was not that Qingshu did not want to activate the green vine Gu Yue and produce more vines, but it was because the surrounding natural essence had been almost fully absorbed by him. Although outside, there was still essence in the air gathering, the diluted essence in the air was no longer able to fulfill the green vine Gu's needs. There was an even worse piece of news: the wood charm Gu's strength had completely corroded Gu Yue Qingshu's body and was starting to take over his consciousness. Gu Yue Qingshu's consciousness started to become dazed, and he had intermediate blankouts. The aura of death was blowing on his face. Is it going to end? No, he was indignant, forcing his mind to focus and put in a last-ditch effort in killing Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see anything, for the wood charm Gu Yue had taken over his eyes, and he could not hear any longer either, his ears merely an accessory now. He only had a meager sense of touch. Relying on Bai Ningbing's retaliation, he judged the distance and position, and attacked. His efforts were rewarded, as Bai Ningbing was finally captured. A vine wrapped around his neck and raised him up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing could feel difficulty in breathing, it was no use even if he opened his mouth. Along with Qingshu, they was progressing towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, an intense battle had ended. On the floor lay 5 corpses with opened eyes, they were all by clan Gu Yue masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu Yue to sneak attack, with the advantage of the moonglow Gu Yue and the strength of 2 boars along with his 500 years of experience, he displayed shocking abilities. Although he told Qingshu he was going to return to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu Yue to hide himself, moving around the battlefield and going to the area where Manchi and Xiangli died. He collected the Gu Yue worms in Manchi and his group mates' corpses, and when he got the Xiangli's corpse, he found that the corpse was missing, not to mention their Gu Yue worms. It seems that Xianglin collected their corpses. What a waste, I wanted to get Xiangli's brown bear innate strength Gu Yue. Fang Yuan sighed, leaving Xianglin alive was not what he wanted. But back then, after he had killed Xiangzhong, Xianglin was already vigilant, thus killing the latter would expend much effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was close by. If Fang Yuan and Xianglin fought, Bai Ningbing would be overjoyed. But the brown bear innate strength Gu Yue might not be on Xiangli's body. He already has the strength of a bear, he might have given the Gu Yue back to his clan already. Fang Yuan focused his gaze and escaped the mountain path battlefield. Qingshu and the others fighting against Bai Ningbing would cause a huge commotion, and it will be detected by the surrounding wolf packs and Gu Yue masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qingshu's group, he had seen firsthand the power of the wood charm Gu Yue in his previous life. Against Bai Ningbing, there would at least be an intense struggle. He was unwilling to give up such a chance, thus he chose to wait at the surroundings. At times, Gu Yue masters were attracted by the sounds of the intense battle, so Fang Yuan lured some wolf packs over and restrained them. Those that he cannot stop, Fang Yuan would strike with his own hands. The mountain path battlefield's noise has come to a halt, it seems they are deciding the victor already. His right ear had roots growing out, digging into the mountain walls, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some things from the battlefield. Honestly speaking, Qingshu's performance was better than expected. After Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the effect on his battle strength was much greater than Fang Yuan had expected. But soon, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard large amounts of footsteps from 2 directions, heading towards the battlefield. One direction was from Gu Yue village, while the other direction was from the Bai clan village. Each group had at least 20 people. It was not something a bold lightning wolf pack could block, and Fang Yuan could not lure 2 groups of wolf over anyway. It seems the news about this battle has been found out by someone, so these are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I have to enter the mountain path immediately. Fang Yuan's distance was shorter, thus being the first to enter the mountain path. The battlefield scenario was not out of his expectations. From the cage's opening, he could see Bai Ningbing hanging by the vines on his last breath, but was still barely alive. The ice muscles defense are stubbornly sustaining Bai Ningbing's life. HMPH, unfortunately, you have encountered me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged as he took a few steps forwards, sprinting towards Bai Ningbing. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, a flurry of pin needles surrounded Fang Yuan like rain droplets. It was Gu Yue Qingshu's pin needle Gu Yue, attacking Fang Yuan. What's going on? Fang Yuan retreated immediately, avoiding the pin needle rain. He focused the gaze at the large tree, realizing at once, it seems that Gu Yue Qingshu's consciousness had been blurred to the point where he can no longer differentiate between friend or foe. He's merely relying on his will and attempting to kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone that intrudes the battlefield would be regarded as an interferer by him. At this moment, Bai clan Gu Yue masters appeared from the mountain path. Seeing such an intense battlefield, their faces showed a shocked expression. The lad over there, don't make any unnecessary movements. A rank 3 Gu Yue master shouted towards Fang Yuan, his tone full of warning and threat. This Bai Ningbing is such a cockroach. Fang Yuan seeing this scene, laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that he could not have the last strike. Firstly, Qingshu's consciousness was blurred, a green vine was insufficient to kill Bai Ningbing who had the ice muscles. For Fang Yuan to get close to Bai Ningbing, he had to break through Qingshu's trap, but this way, it would divert much of his attention and might even help Bai Ningbing in escaping his predicament. Even if they broke through by force, Bai clan's rank 3 Gu Yue masters and rank 2 elites were not for show, they would definitely stop him. Furthermore, fighting against Bai Ningbing had danger as well. Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered primeval essence sufficiently to at least use the blue bird ice coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan managed to kill Bai Ningbing, these Bai clan elites would not let go of him, they would definitely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, the distance is too long, there are at least 20 steps to get to him, and my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Furthermore, to kill this Bai Ningbing who is destined to die anyway, I would need to put my life at such risk, greatly interfering with my rebirth plans, it is not worth it. Thinking so, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This was evidently a weak and cowardly movement, causing the Bai clan Gu masters to breathe a sigh of relief. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 143 to 143. Answer. 1908 words. Soon after, Fang Zheng rushed over as well. Lord Qingshu, he had an exhilarated expression, stupidly running towards Gu Yue Qingshu, but soon was forced to retreat by the pin needles. Group leader, it's me Fang Zheng. He shouted in shock, sensing something amiss for the first time. But how could Gu Yue Qingshu answer him? Brother, what's wrong with Lord Qingshu? Fang Zheng, under confusion and shock, could only turn to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, squatting down and grabbing with his right hand, making a claw shape towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu, quickly sensing that he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out of Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing never used it as he quickly reached rank 3 cultivation. Now, it became Fang Yuan's loot. Seeing the red steel relic Gu coming out of Bai Ningbing's body and flying away, landing in Fang Yuan's palm, the Bai clan Gu masters were anxious until their eyes turned red, starting to scream. Scumbag, if you don't want to die, stop right now. Stealing our Bai clan Gu worm right in front of us. It's a red steel relic Gu worm. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Once the red steel relic Gu was obtained, he used the spring autumn cicada to instantly refine it but did not keep it in his aperture, putting it in his clothes instead, giving the impression that he had not refined them yet. He grabbed once again, this time a grey-colored beetle flew out. Stone aperture Gu, Fang Yuan recognized this Gu immediately. As his eyes shone, he refined it once again and kept it in his arms. Damn it, yet another Gu worm. Stop him, he dares to do so openly, he does not hold any regard for our Bai clan. Save Bai Ningbing, kill these guys. The Bai clan Gu masters growled, running furiously from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing had the full support of his clan, so every Gu worm in his possession was outstanding. Now that they were snatched away by Fang Yuan in public, they all could feel their hearts bleeding. This felt worse than killing them. Seeing these people approaching with their imposing aura, Fang Zheng took a step back in fright, but Fang Yuan was unfazed. In the current scene, he and Fang Zheng were at the east side of the mountain path while the Bai clan Gu masters were at the west, and in the middle of the two sides were Gu Yue Qingshu and Bai Ningbing. Whoosh whoosh, pin needles rained like cats and dogs. Damn it, Bai clan Gu masters started scolding, as they were blocked by Gu Yue Qingshu. Gu Yue Qingshu is going to die anytime, the remaining time only allows me to use the plunder Gu once, what would it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down, using the plunder Gu again. Every time the plunder Gu was used, it expended a large amount of primeval essence. It depended on how strong the target Gu worm was. The harder the process, the more primeval essence is expended. If the plunder fails, the Gu master would even face a backlash. Thus, the plunder Gu was a rather unreliable Gu, with little usage. But at this moment, Bai Ningbing was almost dead, his consciousness was hazy and he was almost at his limits. Plundering his Gu worm was not hard at all. Among the Gu worms in Bai Ningbing's possession, the most valuable is the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was on par with the Wood Charm Gu, allowing a person to transform into the Frost Demon. But if used for extended periods, it would cause the Gu master's life force to dwindle, turning into an ice statue. Bai Ningbing knew this weakness, thus he had never been like Gu Yue Qingshu, using the Gu to such an extent. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable is the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it resides in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he can plunder the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, it is the best scenario. But the plunder Gu is only a rank 2 Gu, even if the Gu master wills it, it does not have the ability to do so. Eventually, Fang Yuan caught Bai Ningbing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad at all. The Water Shield Gu together with the White Jade Gu could provide Fang Yuan greater defensive power. The tree spirit that Gu Yue Qingshu turned into was eventually felled by the Bai clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and saved the Bai Ningbing who had fainted after losing his right arm. Just as they were about to slaughter Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, the Gu Yue clan reinforcements arrived. The two were at a stalemate for a while, before both retreated in mutual understanding. Qingshu's death and Bai Ningbing's injury, with the threat of the wolf tide, such a loss is already horrifying. If a large-scale fighting broke out, for each clan their pressure for survival would intensify greatly. Regardless of which world, people always compete for their own benefits. And the greatest benefit in the world is undoubtedly survival. Eventually, Gu Yue Qingshu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by the Gu Yue clan's Gu masters. The two sides held caution as they retreated from the battlefield. The sky was raining, and the entire area was gloomy. A group of people stood at a slope behind the village, this was the graveyard. Every now and then, there would be a few more gravestones erected here. In this world, it was tough for people to survive, and whether it is due to external threat or internal cause, there would always be a few sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was low as it entered everyone's ears, making them feel even more down. We have the same surname, we come from the same clan, the same blood flows in our bodies. We are so close together in distance, yet we are forever separated by life and death. This pain aches in my heart. Wait for me, someday in the future, I will lay beside you as well. Let us turn into ash and soil, as we support our future generations. On a newly erected gravestone, a group of people hung their heads low. Some were crying softly, and some were staring at the name on the tombstone as they were filled with sadness. The cruelty of death was like a white bony arm, slashing a bloody injury on everyone's heart. Except that some were already numb from the pain, while others were still too inexperienced. Ji Yu Fang Zheng was among these people, his drooping eyes staring at the tombstone with, Ji Yu Qing these 4 words. Dead. In his eyes, there was endless uncertainty. Yesterday's battle, the entire process and situation was still imprinted deep in his heart. His experience was limited, he did not understand Ji Yu Qing's moving and tragic bravery as well as his sacrifice. But now that the truth was in front of him, he could not accept it suddenly. Dead, that kind Lord Qingshu that always smiles, advises, shows concern and takes care of me. Is actually dead. Why did this happen? Why is it that in this world, good people die easily, while bad people live long? Is this a dream? Am I having a dream right now? Fang Zheng clenched his fists, and the realistic feeling of touch caused him to feel ever more upset. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Sigh, I can't believe that this time, even Lord Qingshu sacrificed himself. Humans will eventually die, but it is too much of a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had a breath of vitality left, he was eventually saved. May he rest well underground, and bless us with the hopes of surviving this wolf tide. The crowd slowly dispersed, until Fang Zheng was the last one left. The young man's lonely shadow, facing the graveyard full of tombstones alone. Lord Qingshu, he suddenly kneeled on the ground, his tears falling on the ground. He was lost, he was regretful, he was in pain. Drip, drip drop, drip drop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting on the ground, causing the leaves and tree branches to bend. The smell of the earth rushed into Fang Zheng's nostrils, and he wept in painful grief. The sound of his crying and the raindrops mixed together, his 10 fingers grabbed the soil, trying to retrieve Qingshu's life, but eventually he only had 2 handfuls of soil. It started raining, and Bai Ningbing lay upon a soft bed, staring at this rain blankly. His right arm which was broken was already taken care of, wrapped with a white bandage. His eyes also returned to black, but his cultivation was rank 3, he had no longer suppressed it to rank 2. When he woke up from his slumber, he suddenly lost all spirits, feeling extremely empty. He laid on his bed peacefully, his eyes open for over 10 hours. He let the rank 3 white silver primeval essence nurture his aperture, he couldn't bother to care about it. This rain triggered the deepest memories in his heart. It was under such a summer rain that he was officially adopted by the Bai clan leader. The clan leader's benevolent and hopeful gaze fell on him, as the surrounding clan elders gave their words of congratulations, gushing in like tidal waves. The young him stood on the icy ground barefooted, and he stared at the rain outside the window, but all he felt was being lost and lonely. What is the meaning of living? This question troubled him for 20 over years, and could continue to trouble him, until the problem of his self-explosion surfaced again. Is it for kinship, for the clan? Bai Ningbing unavoidably thought of Ji Yu Qingxu. From young to adulthood, he had seen such a sacrifice many times, sometimes it is a Bai clansman, sometimes they were from Ji Yu clan or Shang clan. He could not understand these fanatics, he was born as a cold and emotionless person. Ji Yu Qingxu could not give him answers, thus Bai Ningbing thought of Fang Yuan. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was sitting by a tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, emotionlessly starting at the battle below. He was excited until his body shuddered, shivering with excitement. The reason was that he saw himself from Fang Yuan's similar eerie abyss-like iris. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze had something more than him. That thing is the answer to his questions. The rain got heavier and thunder rumbled while lightning flashed in the sky. What is the meaning behind living? In the dark room, Ji Yu Fang Zheng asked the same question. Ji Yu clan leader, Ji Yu Bo sighed. He stared pitifully at the young man who had lost his soul, and then looked outside the window, at the rain. Fang Zheng's doubt was understandable. An unavoidable death always urges people to think behind the true value of existence. You know something? More than 10 years ago, there was another young man with a similar situation as you, and asked me the same question. Long after, Ji Yu Bo started to speak. That person is your clan leaders, my adopted son, Ji Yu Qingxu. Fang Zheng was momentarily stunned, raising his head. A pair of swollen red eyes, showing an intense urge for answers. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 144 to 144. Sacrifice is common, and faith is undying. 1947 words. I said to him, a person has 1001 reasons to live. Why are you alive? I cannot answer that, only you have the answer. Go find it yourself, Ji Yu Bo said. Then clan leader, what is your answer for yourself? Fang Zheng blinked in confusion, asking. Ji Yu Bo laughed. In his eyes, Fang Zheng and Qingshu's images were overlapping. Ji Yu Qingxu had asked the same question in the past. Clan leader thought for a moment, recalling the past, then repeating the same answer he gave back then. An organization is bound to have sacrifices. From the moment a person is born, death is imminent. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but one thing can warm the heart and shine upon our souls. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifice is common. Ji Yu Qingxu is he, Ji Yu Bo's adopted son, and after raising him for so many years, his current sacrifice brought great pain to this foster father. But as clan leader, he had seen far too many sacrifices. When one has the resolution of life and death, pain and grief becomes more acceptable. Fang Zheng lowered his head, keeping silent, it seems he was thinking. Clan leader laughed, taking a letter from the drawer in his desk. He handed it to Fang Zheng. This is Ji Yu Qingxu's letter. It records the answers to questions he's been thinking about for years. I am handing it to you now, you can take a look. This is his answer. Undoubtedly, Fang Zheng's current heart had intense attraction to this letter. He opened it on the spot, and after seeing the first line, his tears could not help but flow out. It was Ji Yu Qingxu's familiar handwriting, in his words there was his unique amicable aura. The starting paragraph recorded his perplexity and pain. Next was the situations that had given him some ideas through continuously thinking about them these past years. Fang Zheng looked at the letter, and felt like he had experienced Ji Yu Qingxu's entire life. He followed Ji Yu Qingxu's footsteps, until he finished the entire letter. At the end, this was recorded. The clan is like a forest, and we members are like the trees in the forest. The old trees extend their branches and shelter the young from rain and wind. When the young trees grow into large and tall trees, the old trees will turn into the nutrients in the soil, fertilizing the land and nurturing new trees. People will always die, and heaven and earth will not remember us. But new trees are the proof that the old trees have existed. Under this continuous testament, the clan forest becomes larger and spreads further, walking towards the path of prosperity and flourishment. People are bound to die. As GU masters, we cannot hide from impending death. Even rank 7 and 8 GU masters can merely live a little longer. Towards death, I feel fear as well. But I understand deeply, eventually, one day GU Qingshu will die too. I might die of old age, illness, or the battlefield. But at that moment, I can leave peacefully with no regrets. At the end of the letter, Lord Foster Father, the question I asked you before, I think I have found the answer. After seeing the letter, Fang Zheng wept soundlessly. In his mind, it was filled with memories of Qingshu. When he committed a mistake, Qingshu did not blame but instead comforted him. When facing trouble, the gaze of encouragement was given, and when in a loss, the hands of Qingshu would warmly touch Fang Zheng's head. Gu Yubo kept the letter and said, in future, when you think of the answer, you can also write a letter and tell me. Go, return and have a rest. The danger of the wolf tide is not over, we need you to contribute your strength as well. No, Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What? Gu Yubo asked. I've found my answer. Fang Zheng's tone was filled with indescribable determination as he continued, I want strength. To protect my family, and protect them from any harm. I want to protect the clan, and strengthen the clan. I want the wolf tide to no longer be able to torture us, I want to see the happiness of joy of my companions. This pain, I do not want it to repeat. I want to use my pair of hands, my body, my soul, to protect those around me. Gu Yubo showed an expression of surprise, and at this moment, he felt that he saw Gu Qingshu. Qingshu, you did not die in vain. Seeing Fang Zheng's shining eyes, clan leader sighed emotionally in his heart. An old tree has fallen, and just as it gradually decays away in the soil, a new sprout is already starting to grow rapidly. Ellipsis. Renzu was unable to endure the heart of loneliness, thus he dug out both eyes, turning them into a son and daughter. This alleviated his sense of loneliness. But good things do not last, for his children started to crave the scenery of the outside world, forgetting all about their father Renzu and always going out to play until they forgot the time, and even forgot to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything, it was total darkness. But at time, he could see a little bit of light. To this, he felt perturbed, and asked the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu told this to him, oh, this is the eternal light given out by the faith Gu. Faith. Bai Ningbing seeing this, laughed and threw the book that recorded the ancient legends out. The door was opened at this moment, and the person entering was almost hit in the face by the book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The one entering was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling, I know your mood is bad, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal such an injury. In the past, I got the clan elders to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected it, and even attacked the clan elders. You finally suffered a loss this time, huh? But this is a good thing. Since young you've had too smooth of a path, but as long as it is not death, such a loss is no big deal. Your injuries are already healed, but the wolf tide is getting more ferocious, the clan needs your strength. A bunch of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing shut his eyes, lying on the bed and answering nonchalantly. Clan leader's face showed a serious expression, the situation is not looking good, or rather, it is pessimistic. According to our reconnaissance, there are already 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs moving near the village. Your failure brought a great influence to our clansmen. I hope that tonight, you can come out and show yourself. As long as you are standing, it can greatly motivate our clansmen. Do you understand? I get it, I get it. It's a small matter, Bai Ningbing responded, showing impatience. If it was any other person acting like this to the clan leader, they would have gotten heavily punished, but Bai Ningbing was different. Bai clan leader sighed helplessly, closing the door and leaving. When the room had only Bai Ningbing left, he opened his eyes, showing a gaze full of loneliness and perplexity. He did not tell the others about the problem with his body, and the premonition of death that he was feeling. From the clan's ancient records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. In that limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the absolute death talents, for when the aperture walls reach their limits, the self-destructive power would be extremely great. It is true that the Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing for many years, being so lenient to him. However, if the matter of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was exposed, Bai Ningbing had no doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What's the point of a person being alive? In the past, when he considered this question, Bai Ningbing would feel lost, feeling emotions like boredom, frustration and anger, all these negative emotions. But now, his heart felt a sense of peacefulness. People would grow up, not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he was going to die, thus in his despair he longed to live, and he felt a sense of fear towards death deep in his heart. But now, after he had almost died, he had gotten over it. Allowing the rank 3 white silver primeval essence to nurture his aperture, he was no longer worried. After all, he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer was. This answer was already in Fang Yuan's heart. This feeling was indescribable, it was like an instinct, but he was clear of it. Moreover, the stone aperture Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan, we will meet again, he lightly muttered, his eyes shining with a brilliant light, like the glimmer of a diamond. Stone aperture Gu, in the rented house, Fang Yuan held the Gu worm in his hands, falling into deep thought. Stone aperture Gu was like a dice, cubic and had a grey-white body, extremely sturdy. This Gu was an expenditure type Gu, gone after one use. Its use was to turn a Gu master's aperture wall into a sturdy rock wall. This act completely squeezes the aperture's potential and growth dry, allowing the Gu master to reach peak stage cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 middle stage, so after using the Gu, he can instantly become rank 2 peak stage. But the price is, Fang Yuan would no longer have the possibility to advance to rank 3. At the same time, he would lose the ability to regenerate primeval essence, thus he would only be able to use primeval stones to replenish them. The stone aperture Gu was for some Gu masters who were at their wits' end. For some Gu masters' aperture that suffered an unrecoverable injury, developing cracks and can't be healed, they would have to use this Gu. Or in special situations, the Gu master has no hopes of advancing and need to raise their cultivation quickly to live. Thus they will use this Gu. The cost of refining this stone aperture Gu is very high. Seeing that Bai Ningbing refined this Gu worm, he probably wants to convert his aperture into a stone aperture to prevent the imminent death. Unfortunately this method can only delay his death, but cannot stop his destruction. If the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is so easily broken, how can it be called a 10 extreme physique? This stone aperture Gu was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic Gu he got from Bai Ningbing's body as well as the water shield Gu were very useful. As for the Gu worms Fang Yuan extracted from Gu Manchi and the others' bodies, they were not outstanding, and once he returned to the clan he had them exchanged for large amounts of merit points. Because of the wolf tide, the issue of Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing's battle was suppressed by all three clans, controlling their urges. The three clans needed each other's power to survive this ordeal first. Xianglin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade Gu. But he used the reason of buying it from the caravan to get through for the time being. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 145 to 145. Sacrifices are encouraged. 2,168 words. As a person involved, Fang Yuan had to go through the clan's investigation. It was not an in-depth investigation. The ever-growing severity of the wolf tide had attracted almost all the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass and stealth scales Gu were still concealed, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could just attribute it to the caravan. In any case, communications had already been severed due to the wolf tide. The caravan won't be coming. Under such circumstances, the clan couldn't obtain the confirmation from the caravan and could only delay the investigation. When the results of any investigation truly came out, Fang Yuan would have already become a rank 3 and left Qing Mao Mountain. Of course, if the Four Flavors Liquor Worm and Spring Autumn Cicada were exposed, it would be a completely different matter. Either of them could cause a huge commotion in the village if exposed. Four Flavors Liquor Worm represented a whole new fusion recipe and had extremely significant meaning. Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to explain it even if he pushed it onto the caravan, and would be thoroughly investigated by the clan. And Spring Autumn Cicada, if it was discovered, the wolf tide would be greatly sidelined. This is a rank 6 Gu after all. Even the clan head Gu Yubo would immediately dispense with the civilities. The nonsense of kinship and the clan head position could all be given up. There was no doubt that it would be forcibly seized. July was month of a scorching hot summer, and the hot air was filled with the iron smell of blood. The wolf tide was growing more serious and fights were becoming more intense. Many had begun to realize that the wolf tide this time was of a rarely seen enormous scale among all of past history. Bold lightning wolf packs had fallen to a supporting role now. Thousand Beast King frenzy lightning wolf packs had started to roam nearby the village. Mankind's living space had shrunk down to an extreme level. Even Gu Yue Clan headquarters were as such. There was no need to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty and a portion of fortunate villagers were living in the clan by utilizing all kinds of connections. But the majority of the villagers could only leave their homes and make an arduous journey to evade the wolf tide. Their destination was another mountain village. But the fierce beasts, wild Gu and the lightning wolves that filled the whole mountain reduced their hopes to an almost negligible amount. This was a hopeless journey. Gu Yue Clan could only give up on these mortals. They would all die before they even reached halfway to their destination. Either because of the fierce beasts or due to attacks from insects. No matter if it was mortals or Gu masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders who usually had a high position, had no choice but to don their armors and go to the battlefield. The Gu masters that had retired were enlisted again. When the wolf tide ends, those that managed to live on would definitely not surpass even 1/10. The cruelty of nature was displayed in all its glory at this moment. It was the survival of the fittest and in no way could it be avoided by speaking words of warmth. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes were closed as he looked at his aperture. In his aperture, 44% of red steel sea waves were surging up and down. These primeval essence were all dark red. It was the rank 2 peak stage dark red primeval essence. Rank 2 primeval essence were collectively called red steel primeval essence. But it had 4 different small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. There were also slight differences in the red steel primeval essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red, middle stage primeval essence was scarlet, upper stage was crimson and peak stage was dark red. Many days ago, Fang Yuan had advanced to upper stage. His crimson primeval essence went through 4 flavors liquor worms refinement and along with the replenishment from primeval stones, it had completely changed to the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, the aperture wall was no longer a watery membrane with the flowing light, but it was instead a thick stone membrane formed by layers upon layers of piled up white light. White jade Gu and stealth scales Gu were in the depths of the red steel sea. 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring autumn cicada slowly showed up, it immediately sunk towards the depths of the sea. Under the aura of the spring autumn cicada, the surface of the whole primeval sea became as calm and smooth as a mirror without the slightest wave. Spring autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings were completely recovered, appearing like a pair of tender leaves. Only its main body was still withered. Fang Yuan would check on spring autumn cicada every so often. He could clearly sense the recovery speed of spring autumn cicada increasing rapidly. The spring autumn cicada was like a dying patient before, one who couldn't even open their mouths to eat and could only take in liquid food to preserve their life force. Now, this patient could get off the bed and eat much more food to nourish itself. The recovery speed would naturally become faster. Besides the spring autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both taken from Bai Ningbing. One was water shield Gu, which looked like a jellyfish as it floated in the sea. Another was red steel relic Gu. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because of the purified primeval essence by the 4 flavors liquor worm and continuous nourishment of the aperture wall, causing a qualitative change. Fang Yuan hadn't used the red steel relic Gu. Just based on cultivation level, Fang Yuan would already be the 3rd highest person among rank 2 Gu masters of Gu Yue Clan. Xiangli and Qing Shu were dead. Fang Yuan was in the top 5 even among the whole Qing Mao Mountain. As for Kai Shan and Mo Yan, they originally were at rank 2 upper stage but had advanced to peak stage not long ago. This could be said to have aroused the morale of the clansmen who were down after Qing Shu's sacrifice. Fang Yuan was progressing and others naturally were also progressing. Kai Shan and Mo Yan had been in upper stage for quite a bit of time and had continuously been pressured by the peak stage Qing Shu. The intense stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide caused Gu masters to have a deep thirst for power, squeezing out their potential and leading to cultivation advancement. But if we count fighting strength, I am the number 1 among the rank 2 Gu masters of the whole Qing Mao Mountain. Now, after I use this red steel relic Gu, my cultivation will rise to peak stage, and when combined with my deep experience, I can even battle rank 3 Gu masters to a certain degree, Fang Yuan calculated. His low profile and patience had brought him plentiful gains now. He could advance to this stage with just C-grade aptitude. The whole clan would be shocked if they knew this. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Zheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Naturally, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan couldn't win against rank 3 Gu masters. Bai Ningbing was able to surpass levels and kill a rank 3 Gu master because of his northern dark ice soul physique. Gu Yu Qingshu also could do that because he had the wood charm Gu, a powerful and special rank 3 Gu worm. In actuality, Fang Yuan had a much stronger trump card than them, Spring Autumn Cicada. However, this rank 6 Gu was very special, and Fang Yuan forced himself to not use it. Spring Autumn Cicada hadn't fully recovered, and if it was forcefully used, whether it could rebirth would be a huge question mark. The red steel relic Gu was only effective to rank 2 Gu masters, there was no value in keeping it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Gu when there came a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Lord Fang Yuan, it is me, Gu Yu Zhangya, a voice shouted after the knocking. Fang Yuan frowned. This Zhangya was getting more overbearing recently. He would repeatedly look for him to ask for vitality leaves. The number of deaths and crippled people were increasing, causing the price of the vitality leaves to become increasingly higher and even becoming a situation of high demand but no supply. How many times have I told you that I don't have more vitality leaves? Get lost. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for trifle primeval stones earnings? Outside the door, Zhangya had a flattering smile on. Lord Fang Yuan, please appease your anger. You are aware of the current situation. What choices do I have? Many Gu masters know I sell vitality leaves and they all look for me. It is not easy for the little me to pass my days. How about this? I will pay 10% more. Lord Fang Yuan, please be kind and give me a dozen vitality leaves. After speaking, he started begging and his sound carried some sobbing. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That is your affair. What does it have to do with me? HMPH, your guts are getting bigger these days. You forgot the agreement between us and actually brought someone else. Ah, Zhangya gave a bitter smile outside the door. He looked at the old Gu master beside him. He had no other way. This Gu master was very powerful and had stubbornly followed him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this old Gu master spoke. I am Gu Yi, I believe you have heard of me. I came to purchase some vitality leaves and hope you, little friend, can show me some respect and give a little time to produce some. Give you respect. Hey, what reputation do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Gu Yi was somewhat famous. He was a retired Gu master but had been brought back by the clan due to the wolf tide. At his peak period, he had reached rank 3. However, because of injuries, his cultivation dropped down to rank 2 peak stage, and now due to his old age, his cultivation had further dropped down to rank 2 upper stage. Although his cultivation was the same as Fang Yuan, his fighting strength could not be compared to the latter. Gu Yuyi's expression was ashen. He had long heard of this eccentric loner Fang Yuan, a lad with a vicious and stubborn temper, arrogant and rude, considering everyone beneath him. He had prepared his heart before he came here, but to think that he had still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to use his reputation, but this usually successful method had no effect on Fang Yuan. He felt his face burning and his heart filled with anger. He had lost all his honor right now. This disrespectful son of a bitch. He cursed inwardly, but didn't leave. He needed the vitality leaves. He was an experienced man and deeply knew the importance of the vitality leaves. In times, a vitality leaf could mean the difference between life and death. As one gets old, their courage starts to shrink. Back when he was young, he was hot-blooded and easily excited. He wanted to protect the clan's people, he wanted to change the world, he wanted to become a great hero. In those times, he had the resolution to view death as a return home. However, right now he was old and was much more cool-headed. He had seen through many aspects of life in these years and could be said to have reflected on himself. Especially after several of his children died, his heart had grown more cold. Any organization needs sacrifices. Resources are limited. Although they are produced all the time, they are also consumed. As such, this add and decrease limits the total amount. Humans need food, clothes and lodging to survive. These are resources. Gu masters need Gu worms, primeval stones and food to cultivate. These are also resources. Becoming strong requires even more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, then where can I get more resources? I rather compromise others than sacrifice my benefits. Protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, they are all honorable reasons for sacrificing. There are no organizations that do not encourage self-sacrifice. However, the higher-ups would never say that. They would instead talk of protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, happiness and so on, and give all kinds of material benefits. However, the material benefits are just nonsense once one dies. What could a dead, great hero, enjoy? Look at Gu Yu Qingshu. He, blissfully, died and was buried in the soil, his name carved in the gravestone as his spirit continues to influence future heroes. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 146 to 146, Oppressive. 2039 words. Zhangya looked at the Gu Yu whose face was grim, the former secretly feeling happy in his heart. This old man had forcefully made Zhangya bring him to this place. Zhangya only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior, thus he had to lower his head to Gu Yu and bring him here. But now that he had been humiliated, Zhangya's heart was envious of Fang Yuan's unrestrained personality. Gu Yu wanted to give Fang Yuan a few tight slaps to lecture this arrogant junior. But for the vitality leaves, he had to control himself. Junior Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young, you don't know the importance of human relationships, there will come a time when you need to beg others. Just think, in future when you come to ask me for a favor and I treat you like this, how would you feel? Bullcrap human relationships. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain in his heart. The so-called unity was just because they were individually weak. Human relationships, it was important on Earth. After all, there was no difference in personal strength among people. But in this world where people cultivated, things were inherently different. Human relationships were just a byproduct of strength. If one is strong, their human relationships would thrive. But for those who pursue relationships, they definitely have something to ask others of. As for not needing relationships, if one is overly powerful, they can snatch anything they want, give it away or die. Why would they need people's relationships? These were demonic path thoughts, and Fang Yuan would naturally not advertise them publicly. But since he was disturbed like this, Fang Yuan might as well do this business. Thus, he said, it's not that I can't sell it either. 1 vitality leaf for 68 primeval stones. How many do you want? Ha, Gu Yue outside the door was shocked by this price, quickly saying, Junior Fang Yuan, this price is too expensive. Fang Yuan snorted, then don't buy it. Among the resources provided by the clan, there are also vitality leaves, you can exchange it with merit points. Gu Yue laughed bitterly, how would I not know that, but these vitality leaves are all sold to those with relationships, the Medicine Hall clan elder Gu Yue Yaoji has complete control over it, how can I interfere? Junior Fang Yuan, sell me a favor, I will definitely repay you. From what I see, 60 primeval stones is a just price. I do not anticipate people's repayment, you have wasted enough of my time. 70 primeval stones, if you don't want to buy it, leave. Fang Yuan responded. Gu Yue was furiously stomping, Junior Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fang Yuan snickered, times are different, it is 72 primeval stones now, every sentence you say wastes some of my time, and when I feel unhappy I will raise the price, I hope you can make the right decisions. Hearing this, Gu Yue's face became furious, he wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, no words came out. His hag face was green and red, and Xianxia who was beside him saw this and cheered internally. Finally, he gritted his teeth, saying, okay, I'll buy it, I need 5 vitality leaves. You can hand the primeval stones to Xianxia. As for the vitality leaves, collect them from him 3 days later. Fang Yuan said, this was overbearing, trading goods and money was the most basic fairness. But Gu Yue still paid the money, handing multiple bags to Xianxia on the spot. His movements were slightly trembling, for this was his meager savings, the savings from him scrimping throughout the years, and now they were all taken by a shrewd merchant. Finally, he walked out of this bamboo building with an endless feeling of indignance. Lord Fang Yuan, what you did was really cool revenge, but I'm afraid you have completely offended Gu Yue. This old man, when he was young he always took revenge on people, he would not let go of this easily. Outside, Xianxia said carefully, let him be, an old man relying on his seniority, he is bound to get eliminated by the clan. Fang Yuan opened the door, and Xianxia handed him the bags. The clan wants to resist the wolf tide, so that requires large amounts of resources. With less resources, they cannot maintain the large organization structure, thus they would need to get rid of members. These old men being alive were wasting precious scarce resources, they were destined to go. The wolf packs eliminated the old and sickly, expelling the crippled wolves. In human society, they would not be so obvious, always masking their evil with a shield of light, thus they called these old Gu masters to fight. So what if Gu Yue understood the intention? Being in the system, a person in society, they had no choice. The clan uses the reason of protecting their family and clan to call them to fight and sacrifice, how can they refuse? On Earth there is a sentence, if the emperor wants the subjects to die, they cannot do otherwise. But still countless people fight for the positions of being the emperor's subjects. This was the allure and cruelty of the system. Every round of the wolf tide in the past, those old Gu masters who come out to fight, how many can survive? Let's not say 5 vitality leaves, even if we give this Gu Yue 50 pieces, he might not make it out alive. Fang Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. When Xianxia heard this tone, his heart was freezing. He could feel an aura from Fang Yuan, full of coldness and frost, like the northern winds blowing until he cannot raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia, his eyes dark and black, continuing, from now on, other than the arranged timings, you cannot look for me. If you break my rules, be prepared to face the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves for me, is on account of your brother. But respect is given by others, and thrown away by own self. Think over your own actions. Xianxia heard Fang Yuan's lecture, not daring to speak. Thinking of Gu Yue's sad state, sweat poured from his forehead. Also, from now on, raise the price of the vitality leaves to 70 primeval stones. Fang Yuan said again, 70. Xianxia was shocked as he gulped, his eyes shining, as if he can see an endless supply of primeval stones. But he was also rather afraid, asking meekly, Lord Fang Yuan, raising prices like this, will it cause others to think that we are growing a fortune through the misfortune? Would we have the suspicion of taking advantage of the clan's state? If we do this, we might incur public outrage. Public outrage, HMPH, what can they do? Do what I order, don't talk crap. If someone finds trouble, tell them the vitality leaves are sold by me. Fang Yuan snorted, yes, yes, yes. Xianxia nodded furiously, Fang Yuan's words were what he wanted to hear, he was going to do this as well. He was just a rank 1 small fry, he cannot offend too many people. Throwing all these problems to Fang Yuan, he had already started doing so. A small fry also has his own survival methods, and towards Xianxia's intention, Fang Yuan was clear at heart. But cultivation difference and era difference, results in Fang Yuan living a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic Gu, he would be rank 2 peak stage, near to rank 3. That means he has finally grown past the initial step, and having this strength means his life and future would be different. In the past he needed to lay low, but now he needed to be oppressive. Only when he is oppressive can he obtain the biggest benefit. As for this Xianxia, he still has some value to make use of. Even with his petty acts, as long as it does not infringe on Fang Yuan's benefits, he can tolerate it. Even revealing some unimportant trump cards is not a big deal. During peacetime, those higher-ups have nothing to do, thus they might find problems. But now that there is the wolf tide, who has the energy to care about such minute details? After the wolf tide, it is not guaranteed that the Gu Yue village still exists. Half a month later, lightning wolves attack like tidal waves, causing the Gu masters to retreat in a hurry. Zhen, you must hang in there. Gu Yue village is not too far away. Shang Jiaoman stared at the clansman on the ground, her eyes turning red as she shouted. Leader Big Sis, I can't take it anymore. I have something in my heart I want to tell you. Shang Yuan Zhen was at his dying breath, his injuries were severe and his face was full of death. Okay, speak, Shang Jiaoman sobbed. She knew in her heart that although this Shang Yuan Zhen was normally quiet, but he was secretly in love with her. At this moment, she knew what he wanted to say. But when Shang Yuan Zhen opened his mouth, he did not manage to confess and say, I love you. He had died of blood loss, injuries too severe to cure. His body was full of injuries, all from the bites of the lightning wolves. The most fatal blow was at his chest, from his right shoulder all the way to his belly button. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big Sis, the situation is bad. Another bold lightning wolf group came. The Rakan Gu master shouted, his voice filled with panic. Shang Jiaoman's cries ended, placing Shang Yuan Zhen's body down. She was the group leader, her group members need her. The dead has passed, and those alive has to continue facing the cruelty of this world. These goddamn wolves, is there an end to them? Shang Jianman cursed fiercely. Her body figure was hot and she had a nice pretty face, so when she said these swear words there was a unique flavor about her. Hearing her words, the others calmed down internally. As Shang Jianman cursed, she observed. The investigation result made her slightly distressed. She could kill a group of bold lightning wolves, fight her way out of 2 groups, but against 4 bold lightning wolf groups, the wisest decision is to retreat to the valley behind her and use the signal Gu, hoping for reinforcements. Retreat to the valley, Shang Jiaoman shouted as she activated both her giant bears to protect them. These 2 giant bears were well raised by her, one brown and one black, with smooth and shiny fur, but they were both full of injuries all over their bodies. When Shang Jiaoman and the others successfully retreated to the valley, these 2 bears were left with one. The black one had been engulfed by the lightning wolves pack after killing tens of lightning wolves, having run out of energy. A Gu worm shot out from the bear corpse, returning back to Shang Jiaoman's hand in an instant. This was the bear enslavement Gu. It can be planted into bears to allow the Gu master to manipulate giant bears. Of course, it can only be an ordinary bear, for the bear enslavement Gu is a rank 2, it cannot enslave a bear king. If it can enslave a bear king, they would be strong. Because a bear king, even if it is the weakest, has at least 100 bear subordinates. If a Gu master can enslave a bear king, it means they have a beast group to manipulate as well. Now we wait for reinforcements, hopefully they can get here soon. Shang Jiaoman panted as she sighed. They had retreated to the valley, thus the area they had to defend against greatly decreased, causing the pressure from the wolf packs to also decrease. But it also meant they had no way out, and the blood and continual battle would attract more wolf packs. The crisis was not resolved. At this point, from the cliff above their heads, a voice was heard. Everyone raised their heads to look, and saw that there was a young man. It's him, Gu Yue Fang Yuan. The 7 Shang clan Gu masters were first invigorated, but then showed a complicated expression. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 147 to 147. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. 2,100 words. Ever since Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu's intense battle, Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing the entire way, had become well known, and his popularity rose. These days, Fang Yuan had shown his strong side in the wolf tide, heading alone to hunt lightning wolves and showing shocking results. He was the new generation's rising star. If not for his strange personality and bad reputation, his status would be on par with Kai Shan and Mo Yan. But to the Shang village members, Fang Yuan was also Shang Yang's murderer. Thus, when Shang Jiaoman and the others saw Fang Yuan, they showed a complicated expression. Fang Yuan stared at them from above, waving his tree vine, saying slowly, you can continue to wait for reinforcements, or escape using the vine in my hand and climb up the mountain. Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Matters on the battlefield were ever changing. Shang Jiaoman and the others obviously chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan actually asked them for remuneration. This caused the Shang clan Gu masters to be furious. Fang Yuan, we are alliance mates. How can you do this? Someone shouted furiously, asking for the bear enslavement Gu. How shameless can you be? Someone sneered. Fang Yuan calmly retorted, 1 bear enslavement Gu and 700 primeval stones, in exchange for all 7 of your lives. This is a cheap price. You can reject me, and I will go back to the clan to report your circumstances. Hee, but when will the reinforcements come? Will they encounter a wolf pack on the way here? That I cannot guarantee. Everyone became quiet. Their expressions were ugly. Alright, I promise you. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation. Finally, Shang Jiaoman chose to give way for the sake of everyone. Her words were full of spite towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. The result was as expected. He threw down the tree vine, and laughed coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He wanted to wait for them to die before retrieving their Gu worms and get a huge amount of merit points. But their signal Gu had attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of Gu masters, and they were all rushing over to help. To not waste his effort, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement Gu master for once. Shang Jiaoman and the others used the tree vines and successfully escaped from the wolf pack. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived, and one of them was the Kai Shan group. This caused the 7 Gu masters to become even more upset. Shang Jiaoman was extremely regretful. Not long ago, she had withdrawn her consciousness from the bear enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fang Yuan in refining the Gu worm, thus even if she wanted to go back on her words now, it was impossible. Fang Yuan, I will remember you. Shang Jiaoman stared at Fang Yuan fiercely in the eye. Remember or not, that's your business. Fang Yuan laughed plainly, turning around and leaving. Miss Shang, we meet again. At the other end, Kai Shan group arrived, speaking with a courteous tone. Ever since the Bai Ningbing incident, Gu Yue Clan lost to Qing Shu, and Shang clan's Shang Li died, thus the 2 clans got closer. Politically, Bai clan became resisted by the other 2 clans together, even though the alliance was still in place. Little sister pays respects to elder brother Kai Shan. Shang Jiaoman lifted her frowning brows, cupping her fists towards Kai Shan, continuing, this time, we are asking the Gu Yue clan for some reinforcements. Shang clan has been surrounded by wolf packs for 6 days and 6 nights already. These days, the wolf tide was getting more severe. The lightning wolf packs have already started to surround the villages with the intention of attacking. Xiang clan had the lowest position among the 3 clans, situated at the mountain foot. They would be the first to get attacked by the wolf packs. In fact, this is the 3rd time they had gotten surrounded, and they needed reinforcements. With the coordination of offense from the outside and inside together, they would then be able to scatter and defeat these lightning wolf packs. The matter about reinforcements is not issue. Didn't we cooperate well the last 2 times? But this matter, I have to report to the clan leader first. Come with me, Kai Shan said. Shang Jiao Man and the others followed Kai Shan group, coming to Gu village. Gu village already had layers of defenses. The outer walls were strongly reinforced with dozens of towers. Below the village walls were trenches dug and filled with sharp bamboo poles. The village walls had been planted with the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. At one glance, the walls were covered in sharp vines and the beautiful poisonous flowers were all budding, over hundreds or even thousands of them. Entering the main door, one could see that the surrounding buildings, whether it was a residence or tavern, had been all transformed into temporary forts. Shang Jiao Man and the other 6, after leaving the Shang clan, their journey was filled with difficulty. Traversing through wolf packs, they all had different injuries. Thus, they were led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. There was over 10 healing Gu masters in the bamboo building, mostly rank 1 Gu masters, but also a few rank 2 Gu masters. But what caused Shang Jiao Man and the others to be shocked was, the person in charge was not a rank 2 healing Gu master, but a young girl. Put this unconscious one on the vine chair. The one here has a fracture on his leg. Gu Yuxing, come here and give him treatment. Superficial injury. Ah Feng, come here and stop the bleeding. Ah Xing, come here and apply the disinfectant. Xiaohua, go place a fracture board on that leg fracture, then come here to bandage the injury. The young girl had black hair, a peach-like small mouth, both eyes shining like crystals and her face was slightly chubby, with a alluring voice. But when she handled the patients, she was very experienced, causing others to look in amazement. Shang Jiao Man suddenly thought of one person, asking, this little sister, are you Gu Yaola? Shang clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know of my name. After assigning the Gu masters to their stations, Gu Yaola walked over and introduced herself. Sister Yaola, you are a famous character. Inheriting Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart, and also extremely talented in medical skills, even with your rank 1 cultivation, you are known as the top 10 rising stars in Qing Mao Mountain. Even at the Shang clan, there are numerous people admiring you, sister. Seeing her strong background, Shang Jiao Man politely praised as she was on a trip to ask the Gu clan for help. I'm flattered, sister Jiao Man. Gu Yaola is still young, and her face turned red as she looked down in embarrassment after being praised. At this time, a Shang clan Gu master complained, although you're both the top 10 rising stars, that Gu Fang Yuan seriously cannot compare to you, little sister. Don't mention Fang Yuan, my blood boils thinking of him. Times without heroes, lad gains fame. Sigh, this person's morals are lacking, to think he is also a top 10 rising star, and even the number 1 position. Thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby, including the Gu clan's Gu masters. Gu Fang Yuan, what did he do this time? Someone curiously asked. HMPH, he took one of my bear enslavement Gu, and even 700 primeval stones, as a reward for saving us. I've never seen anyone so shameless, and corrupted by greed. Shang Jiao Man snorted, venting her unhappiness. This is nothing, there are worse things. His heart is blacker than coal, selling a vitality leaf for 80 primeval stones. He is taking advantage of the situation. This person is greedy and extremely shameless. He is too arrogant and proud. My friend wanted to join his group, however not only was he rejected, but he even got insulted in public. What's his deal? He's merely AC grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, wasting the inheritance both his parents left him to buy a red steel relic Gu from the caravan. Next he snatched another red steel relic Gu from Bai Ningbing. If I had these 2 Gu worms, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Gu Yuqingshu is the best after all, humble and kind, too bad he died early. But his brother Fang Zheng has a sense of justice, helping those in need and is kind-hearted, also having Lord Qingshu's humble attitude, he is completely the opposite of his brother. Shang Jiao Man did not expect her ranting to cause so much reaction from the Gu clansmen. She was shocked, to think this Fang Yuan was such a failure as a human, being hated by so many people. She felt strange, asking, since he is so hated, why did no one teach him a lesson? The bamboo building instantly became silent. The Gu clansmen all looked at each other, not saying a word. In truth, many people could not stand Fang Yuan's mannerisms, as well as his act of maximizing profit under such circumstances. Many people found problems with him, but the result every time was that the person finding fault got into an even bigger mess themselves. After many times, no one came to find fault with him anymore. And Fang Yuan also became publicly known as the head of the top 10 rising stars that emerged from the wolf tide. All these statuses originate from strength. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the head. Regardless of how bad his reputation is, or how poor his human relationship is. That Fang Yuan again, Gu Yaoji lightly frowned, muttering. She had never seen Fang Yuan, but had already heard much about him. Towards Fang Yuan, she had a poor impression of him. This Fang Yuan, although my senior, the things he does are unforgivable, and he is so extreme. He dared to extort Sister Jiao Man this time and got the bear enslavement Gu, not giving a hoot about our 2 clans' agreements. No, I must tell Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise our Gu clan will be humiliated. Thinking of this, the young girl suddenly felt that there was a need for a clan higher-up to come out and teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. She naturally did not have this ability, but she felt that her grandma, Medicine Hall's Gu Yaoji could. In her eyes, her grandma was omnipotent. You want me to deal with Gu Fang Yuan? Yaoji looked at her granddaughter, her expression blank, and soon after that she started getting nervous. My dear granddaughter, did he bully you? She hurriedly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it is the Shang clan's sister Jiao Man. He extorted her, getting a bear enslavement Gu and 700 primeval stones. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's reputation would be completely ruined by him, Gu Yala said. Grandma knows this matter. Darling granddaughter, leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you. Yaoji said after deep considerations. Thank you Grandma. Grandma, you do not know, but this person is too wicked, raising the price of his goods and bullying the weak. He is a true villain. After the young girl left, Yaoji fell into deep thoughts. She had wanted to deal with Fang Yuan for a long time, however it was naturally not a naive reason like Yao Li's, but because Fang Yuan possessed enough profits for her to strike. First was the liquor worm. Although previously, Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan, but that was given to her granddaughter Yao La. She herself still needed one liquor worm as an ingredient to refine a rank 3 GU worm she wanted to fuse. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. The clan's 9-leaf vitality grass were mostly in Yao Ji's control, and by relying on selling the vitality leaves, she could consolidate her authority and status in the clan. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. First I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he refused. What guts. This time he raised the price of the vitality leaves and earned a fortune. Does he really think I, the medicine clan elder, is thin air? HMPH, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 148 to 148, Circumstance. 2028 words. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind with a ringing noise. One was the battle merit board. Fang Yuan was now among the top 10 in the list. Another banner listed all kinds of goods which could be exchanged with battle merits. However, most of the GU masters in the crowded plaza had their attention on a newly announced decree. The content of the announcement was, the wolf tide is becoming more fierce and the casualties among the clan's GU masters are increasing day by day. To reinforce the treatment methods, the medical hall orders all the GU masters who possess 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand them over to the clan. The medical hall will organize staff to unify all the productions. There were a list of names in the notification. They were the names of the GU masters that possessed 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan. Naturally, Fang Yuan was also listed. Right now, he was standing in a distant corner looking at this notification. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. At first sight, he had realized this to be Gu Yue Clan's move against him. HMPH, this Gu Yue Clan has been indignant since she failed to purchase the liquor worm from me. I already accumulated enough battle merits to exchange for that 3 steps fragrant grass GU, but she prevented this from happening in the dark. Now, she is actually coveting my 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu Yue Clan's actions were understandable. People of the same trade were natural enemies. By controlling the sale of the vitality leaves, Gu Yue Clan could consolidate her authority, deepen her influence and maintain her connections. However, Fang Yuan sold them in increased price, so this imperceptibly was infringing on her benefits and shaking her influence. I have a lot of GU worms on me now. White Jade GU, Moonglow GU, Plunder GU, Water Shield GU, Earth Communication Ear Grass and more. 9-leaf vitality grass is my most important economy source. If I lose this GU, it will be like receiving a checkmate. Gu Yue Clan made a really fierce move. Fang Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding GU masters entered his ears. Medicine Hall made a truly great decision. There are very few vitality leaves and they simply can't meet our needs. Every time a batch appears in the goods board, they will immediately be purchased by others. Elder Yao Ji is truly gentle and kind. Look at the name list. It includes several GU masters from both Kai and Mo factions. She has no doubt offended many powerful elders with this action. Elder Yao Ji is thinking for the clan. She is worthy of respect. Only Lord Yao Ji has such courage. If it was any other elders, who would dare to take such action? Look, the notification contents have changed. Kai and Mo factions GU masters have handed over their 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd was boiling. 9-leaf vitality grass being consolidated and unified production meant the availability of much more vitality leaves. This was a great news to the crowd. Fang Yuan watched the notice with rapt attention and sure enough saw, beside the name list of these GU masters, there were new words, handed over. His own name had thus become conspicuous. His heart felt increasing pressure. Gu Yue Clan was an old veteran with deep schemes. With this move, she was borrowing the momentum to pressure Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan resisted or disobeyed, that would be attracting even bigger troubles, giving people a hold over him. It was absolutely not a sensible act. This was the power of the system. If the clan wanted you to sacrifice, it won't directly say so. Instead it will drape a shiny cape of righteousness, and give you no choice but to submit. An example was the recruitment of those retired old GU masters and making them sacrifice their lives. How could they resist? The current movement of collecting the 9-leaf vitality grass was asking Fang Yuan and other GU masters to sacrifice their benefits to satisfy everyone, and was basically to Yao Ji's benefits. Anyone that dared to disobey was going against the clan and alienating themselves. They were traitors and rebels. To resolve this, small schemes like delaying tactics won't work and will instead put oneself into an even more passive state. Yao Ji's move carries righteousness in the public opinion. Any small schemes will be destroyed. Only by using an even bigger momentum, fairly fighting back and defeating her momentum openly will resolve this. Fang Yuan already had a solution. This plan was simple but grand. Advance to rank 3. Rank 3 and rank 2 GU masters had completely different status. In the clan, any GU master that advanced to rank 3 would immediately become an elder and join the decision-maker's circle. Even the clan head couldn't lightly infringe upon their benefits. Don't think that the GU masters of the Mo and Kai factions obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, seemingly sacrificing their own benefits. Behind the scenes, Gu Yue Clan should have already completed secret transactions with Gu Yue Clan, Gu Yue Mo Chen and other elders. This was political transaction. However, the majority couldn't see this truth and were hoodwinked by Yao Ji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 GU master, even if he had to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely obtain enough compensation in other aspects. Why was Gu Yue Clan so anxious to deal with Fang Yuan? On the one hand, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits and similarly she wanted some GU worms that was on Fang Yuan's body. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage. If she didn't make any move now and waited for him to become a rank 3 elder, there would be no more opportunities. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. The clan can sacrifice rank 2 GU masters, but rank 3 GU masters are its pillars and each loss would incur a huge damage. Moreover, I have accumulated too many troubles. Qing Shu died but the clan didn't do a careful investigation. I have the Water Shield GU, Plunder GU and other GU worms, but the clan has turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation is advancing so fast, the higher-ups clearly know about it, but are enduring it and haven't examined the secrets on me. Fang Yuan was very clear on his current situation. On the surface, he looked to be strong and well off, but he was actually surrounded by danger. The clan didn't move against him because their attention was completely on the wolf tide. If they can't resist the wolf tide, the clan would be destroyed. In front of such pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was only a minor detail to them. However, once the wolf tide is gone, the clan's higher-ups would regain their energy. How could they not look for him to settle the account? Before in the academy, the clan elders didn't move against Fang Yuan because he was too weak. He was taking small steps and didn't infringe upon their benefits, thus not attracting their attention. But, it was different now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already at rank 2 peak stage. If he took one step further, he would become an elder. Simply this cultivation had already touched the elders' nerves. His every movement was observed and noted by the elders. Any newly advanced elders could influence the whole political situation of the Gu Yue Clan. This resulted in continuous suppression of Fang Yuan. What's more, Fang Yuan hadn't joined the system and entered any factions, thus these made the suppressions become even more intense. Neutral faction was also a faction. No one could tolerate the current Fang Yuan, someone who was roaming beyond the clan system. If I advance to rank 3, the suppression will definitely be much lower than now, though they will still be there. Rank 3 is a point of qualitative change, a threshold. Stepping through it will bring one to a whole new world. Similarly, with rank 3 cultivation, I can freely move about. At worst, I will simply leave the clan. Fang Yuan was clear on this. However, advancing to rank 3 was not an easy thing. Especially considering Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was almost an impossible barrier. In his previous life, he had stalled at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Until afterwards, he paid a painful price to obtain a GU and promoted his aptitude. Only then could he step through this difficulty. In a GU master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms, they only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Especially the difficulty in advancing from rank 5 to rank 6 was beyond imagination, harder than ascending heaven. Fang Yuan already had a lot of difficulties in advancing from rank 1 to rank 2. Now, to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was no possibility of success by following the traditional route. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of life experience and vast memories, there were 2 to 3 methods. Saying it nicely, they were alternative paths, but saying it coarsely, they were demonic practices. This option was very suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. With this option, advancing to rank 3 required one to refine a peculiar and bloody GU, man-beast life burial GU. An ancient devil path sect leader had made painstaking efforts and invented this recipe to strengthen his subordinates' cultivation. The man-beast life burial GU was specialized for rank 2 GU masters to break through to rank 3 realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan explored unknown places and coincidentally found this recipe. It had made a deep impression on him and he had firmly kept it in mind. The crucial point was that the materials required for the fusion were not rare. If it were normal times, Fang Yuan might need 2-3 years to collect them, given his circumstances. However, the wolf tide gave him a great opportunity. He had already collected sufficient primeval stones and GU worms. The only remaining thing was to wait for an opportune moment. Everyone, quickly look at the notice the medicine hall has just issued. They want to collect 9-leaf vitality grass and unify the production of vitality leaves. This is great news. In the bamboo building, a group of GU masters gathered near the notice pasted on the wall. They were all filled with delight when they read it. Ha ha ha, I reckon Fang Yuan is close to tears. HMPH, serves him right for selling the vitality leaves at such a high price, exploiting our hard-earned money. I really want to see what expression Fang Yuan has now, it would definitely be very ugly. Many people were taking joy in the misfortune of others. Hee, this really lets us vent our resentment. We really need to thank Miss Yaola for this. If she didn't persuade Lord Yaoji, how could there be such a day? Right, we are really grateful to Miss Yaola. Miss Yaola is not only beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice and fairness for us. She has the demeanor of Lord Yaoji. As she heard the continuous praises, Gu Yue Yaola shyly lowered her head, she felt happy. Little sister Yaola, right at this time, Xianxia man walked in through the door, I came to say my goodbyes. I saw the medicine hall's notice, I am really thankful to you for letting me vent out my indignance. People like Fang Yuan are black sheeps and need to be controlled. Big sister, you are leaving. Gu Yue Yaola threw a concerned look. Xianxia man put one hand on her hip and pointed the thumb of her other hand to a group of GU masters standing outside the door, saying, I have already asked for reinforcements, I must hurry back. Let's meet again next time. Yao Li's heart was filled with grief. Xianxia man had 10 GU masters when she had left her clan, but there were only 7 left when she reached here. Now, these GU masters were going to step into the cruel battlefield again, how many of them could safely return? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 149 to 149, Wolfpack attacks the village. 2125 words. Yaola sent Xianxia man and the others to the door with her gaze as they got further apart. But this separation was extremely short-lived. Merely 15 minutes later, Xianxia man and the others returned to the bamboo building. We are unlucky, there's a wolf tide, Xianxia man laughed bitterly, explaining. When the GU masters in the bamboo building heard this, their expressions tensed. Xianxia man's group had great numbers, yet they were forced to retreat to the village, it showed the intensity of this wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to assault the village, Xianxia man said. Once she finished her words, sirens resounded in the entire village. The village went quiet for a moment, then in the next instant noise erupted. This alarm, there's a large-sized wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, gather all our group members here, there's a huge battle incoming. Damn it, I just got back, I wanted to get a good sleep. GU masters cursed as some showed a cold expression. At once, in the bamboo building and on the streets, GU masters could be seen moving quickly, gathering towards the 4 doors of the village as well as the outer walls. On the interior side of the village outer walls, there was a large wooden ladder at every interval for GU masters to climb up. And the many defensive towers were made higher than the outer walls, like brave courageous defenders of the village. Fang Yuan was among the crowd, arriving at the base of the outer wall. A GU master was treading on the wooden ladder, and as he was about to head up, Fang Yuan pulled him down and ascended himself. Which bastard, that GU master was about to scold out, but saw that it was Fang Yuan and immediately shut up. Fang Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, then he expedited the white jade Gu and peeked at the front lines. Just outside the village, there were roaming lightning wolves everywhere, thousands of them. Taking a glance, there was an endless number of glimmering green wolf eyes, causing one to break out in cold sweat. These wolves were all starving, and some were so hungry even their bodies were shrinking. The lightning wolves' amount was too much, it became a moving disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and for the wolf packs, they were getting less and less food. To them, a village full of people was a fatal attraction. Wolves were full of wildness, and a hungry wolf is even scarier, more dangerous, and crazier. A lightning wolf that is full would not attack a village. Other than these normal lightning wolves, there was also the bold lightning wolf. Although mixed in with the wolf packs, the bold lightning wolf was still easily recognized. Their bodies were as large as a calf. There was at least 30. Many people upon seeing this, drew in a deep breath. This was the second time Gu village had been attacked by wolves this year, but this size was almost twice or even more than that of the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all at the peak of their health, strong like bulls. Ordinary lightning wolves might not get food, but these 100 beast kings definitely had ample nutrition. Resources were naturally given to the higher-ups first. The benefits of the lower rank members would be stripped, sacrificed and given to the higher ranks. Be it human society or wild beast groups, it worked the same way. These bold lightning wolves are not the real threat. Fang Yuan's gaze moved, continuously finding and quickly saw 3 large wolf shadows at the back of the wolf pack, hiding under the shadow of the trees. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Each Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as large as an elephant. When Fang Yuan saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly, but went back to normal immediately. He continued observing, only finding even more bold lightning wolves coming in from all directions. Fang Yuan did not see the Lightning Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief secretly, for without the Lightning Crown Wolf, the village was relatively safe. In his memory, the Lightning Crown Wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused great damage to the Gu Yue Clan, and if not for the clan leader and elders joining forces to block them relentlessly, along with Gu Yue Qingshu sacrificing his life to raise his strength, Gu Yue village would have gotten wiped out already. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan changed many things. Gu Yue Qingshu had already been sacrificed prematurely, so Fang Yuan dared not be careless. There was even a possibility of the Lightning Crown Wolf appearing now. Thus, he rushed to the site to observe the scenario. Howl! 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads as they howled long and loud. In their cries, numerous lightning wolves received their orders, and started to attack the village. On the village's end, the Gu masters had already prepared themselves, getting into formation. Rank 1 Gu masters were all at the wall's corners, both hands supporting the cold walls. Rank 2 Gu masters, some climbed the wooden ladders while others gathered at the top of the towers. Right behind them, the temporary forts that were remodeled from buildings were filled with Gu masters, some were support teams, some were healing Gu masters from the medicine hall, and recon Gu masters were moving between them providing the battle information to the back-end staff. Some clan elders were at the back end, some ascended the tower buildings, and others watched at the sidelines, reserving their strength and being a pillar of mental support to the clansmen. Here, Fang Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes glimmering. Lightning wolves moved from the entire mountain, forming into a tidal wave and assaulted the village. Rumble rumble, they first fell into the pre-dug pitfalls outside the walls, their bodies penetrated by numerous bamboo spears, like dumplings inside a pot. Some died on the spot, while others had some life remaining, crying out pitifully. The wind blew, and the smell of blood entered everyone's noses, while wolf cries entered their ears. The wolf packs attacked in a frenzy. Not only did they not stop, they were in fact stimulated by the blood and attacked even more furiously. Lightning wolves fell into the trap one by one, using their lives to pave the way for the others. Stepping on their companions' corpses, and crashing up onto the village walls. At once, thudding sounds were heard. A lightning wolf was powerlessly against the wall, but with the endless hordes, the impact caused the outer wall to shake. Rank 1 Gu masters below the outside wall held in their tremendous fear, and risked their lives injecting primeval essence into the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. The village walls, numerous thorns stabbed into the lightning wolf's body. The poison flower Gu gave these steel vines a poisonous touch as the poison invaded the lightning wolf's body. Lightning wolves scratched and attacked the village walls, opening their mouths and biting, but as their injuries intensified and the poison accumulated, their movements gradually turned sluggish. Pew pew pew, rank 2 Gu masters stepping on the wooden ladders, along with those at the tower buildings, shot out moonblades. The moonblade shot into the wolf packs, and instantly blood splashed everywhere, and wolf limbs went flying. The bold lightning wolves began to enter the battle, immediately bringing injuries and deaths to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan's corner, a thin long blue lightning current moved about and hit onto the village walls, instantly penetrating and creating a hole. It electrocuted an unfortunate rank 1 Gu master inside as well. That bold lightning wolf that killed a Gu master quickly received heavy attention. Numerous moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the surrounding lightning wolves to provide cover, thus suffering only minor injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and between its sharp teeth, sparks flew, quickly forming an electric current that flew through the air towards Fang Yuan. Water shield Gu. Fang Yuan snorted, and from his nose, 2 lines of light blue water vapor flowed out. The water vapor expanded, forming a water ball shield, protecting him. The lightning current hit the water shield and caused it to shake, almost breaking. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan kept the water shield, and from his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The moonblade's angle was tricky. The bold lightning wolf dodged the first, but its right front leg was hit by the second, causing its movement to slow down, and the third hit its head, causing a severe injury that crushed its left eye. It cried out in pain, but other Gu masters saw the opportunity and quickly, a flurry of moonblades enveloped it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly pelted, its body bathed in blood, and injuries were so deep its bones could be seen. Its body shook a little before collapsing completely. The surrounding wolf packs went into a panic, like ripples in a pond. But at this point, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves behind holding the fort, and the wolf packs only went into chaos for a while before raising their claws and attacking the village walls again. Fang Yuan shot a few more moonblades out before getting down the wooden ladder. With just this, his deep red primeval essence had already gone below half, needing replenishment. Seeing him coming down, a rank 2 Gu master quickly replaced his position and ascended the wooden ladder. Normally, Gu masters that had long-range attacks would ascend the wooden ladder, or gather at the tower building's roof. Their emphasis was on the bold lightning wolf, as its threat was greater than any ordinary lightning wolf. Some bold lightning wolf had a Gu worm that assisted with jumping in their bodies, allowing them to leap into the village. Fang Yuan walked down the ladder, and continued towards the back. Surrounding him, there was people walking around, similar to him, those that had expended their primeval essence and were recovering. Another group of Gu masters replaced their positions and entered the battlefield, providing their strength towards defending the clan. This was a battlefield. Strength below rank 2 peak stage was meager. Only rank 3 Gu masters were the important pillars, able to control the situation. Fang Yuan came to a bamboo building. This was a modified building and was heavily reinforced. He squeezed his way in, where many Gu masters were sitting inside, holding primeval stones and recovering their primeval essence. Some healing Gu masters moved among the crowd, some squatted on the ground, some bandaged injured Gu masters, and the first aid kits were placed at the side. Fang Yuan found a spot to sit down, and a healing Gu master immediately came over. He shook his head towards her, and she understood, approaching another Gu master instead. Ellipsis. Such a rotational strategy, all the way till 10 o'clock at night. Fang Yuan had already entered battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf packs did not seem to reduce. In fact, they could see even more wolf packs, hurriedly arriving upon hearing the frenzy lightning wolf's call. It seems this wolf tide will sustain through the night, said a clan elder who stared outside the village, his face full of worry. At night, Gu master's vision was poorer, but on the other hand, the lightning wolves had superior vision and were unaffected by the darkness. This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it is already so intense. The situation is not optimistic. Another clan elder sighed. Gu Yaoji's face was sullen. She was the medicine hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters. First-hand injury reports would be sent to her. On that thin piece of bamboo paper, it recorded the injuries and deaths of the day. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling solemn. The death toll was far greater than previous years. But she understood, this was not due to the decline of quality of Gu masters, but because the wolf numbers were too great, and too ferocious. 9-leaf vitality grass, how's the acquisition? Seeing the blood-red sun setting, Yaoji sighed, asking faintly. Her subordinate quickly reported, 3 people had not given up theirs yet, and Fang Yuan was among them. Yaoji listened and snorted, then asked, where is Yaola? Miss Yaola is near the east door, leading the healing team. I've advised her many times, but she refuses to stay at the back, insisting on going to the front lines to battle. Saying so, he kneeled down in horror. Yaoji thought for a while before nodding, waving her hand to send off the subordinate. Near to her granddaughter, there was a clan elder. Shang Jiao Man and the gang were also there, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that the front lines was the safest place. Although Yaoji doted on her granddaughter, she supported her courage as well. The ones in power have their considerations. These experiences will become Gu Yaoli's political advantage when she inherits the medicine hall. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Reverend Insanity. Chapter 150 to 150. I am only helping myself. 2,222 words. The golden full moon hung in the sky, the drifting clouds casting a gloomy shade. There were desperate battles going on outside the village and the bright moonlight was great news to the Gu masters in the dark night. Wolf corpses piled up in the traps and were already reaching the midpoint of the wall. This gave a good platform to move on for the charging lightning wolves. Some ordinary lightning wolves jumped, clawed and even directly leapt across the wall. However, these lightning wolves usually fell or staggered due to the height disparity and were immediately disposed of by the standby Gu masters. At this time, Fang Yuan was standing on top of a tower, along with many other Gu masters. They were endlessly throwing out moonblades and other attacks at the wolf packs. In the whole battlefield, these towers were the most important source of damage. The combination of the Gu masters and the towers had eliminated a large number of bold lightning wolves. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these wolves. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, just a bit more. The clan's safety lies in our hands. The surroundings were a cacophony of noises. Some people were madly screaming, some were shouting revenge, some were shouting in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fang Yuan indifferently stood there, his hand tossing out moonblades occasionally while continuing to observe the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility couldn't be compared to daytime after all. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were at the rear, unmoving, their figures indistinct. As long as they were unharmed, the lightning wolves were just cannon fodders and even bold lightning wolves were only high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf unhurriedly took a step forward, it opened its large mouth and threw a thunderball. Rank 3 Thunderclap Gu. This thunderball was not big, it was only the size of a millstone. However, a large amount of eerie blue electricity was condensed in it and its speed was strangely fast. Almost immediately, the thunderball fiercely collided with the tower Fang Yuan was on. The progress of the fierce battle had been in a deadlock, many Gu masters were mindlessly fighting and they were not able to react to the thunderball. Water Shield Gu, White Jade Gu. Fang Yuan was only able to put up his defense before white light covered his sight. Boom, the huge sound from the explosion nearly ruptured his eardrums. A formless force erupted out from the explosion and sent him flying. The devastating thunder destroyed the water shield within 2 breaths of time. The surplus electric current struck Fang Yuan and even with the White Jade Gu's defense, he still felt bursts of numbness. Bang, he fell to the ground from a height of 3 to 4 meters. White Jade Gu was not the Raymond Gu, it couldn't lessen the force on impact. Fang Yuan's back hurt all over. He quickly got up from the ground, his eyes repeatedly blinking as teardrops fell from it. After 3 breaths of time, he slowly recovered his sight. The tower that had been built with thick stones was half destroyed. There were many burnt black corpses scattered around on the ground. The thunderball attack had opened a huge hole on the outer wall, and an unending stream of wolf packs charged into the village like a tide. The frenzy lightning wolves finally entered the battlefield. 1000 Beast King level strength was extraordinary. The many Gu masters that were around Fang Yuan in the tower just a moment ago were completely dead, some left without intact corpses. Only Fang Yuan alone had survived. The jellyfish-like water shield Gu appeared very dull inside his aperture. If the water shield was continuously destroyed many times, the water shield Gu would also be damaged and could even perish. White Jade Gu was also in a similar state. Gu worms were strong and yet fragile. Take this thunderclap GU for example, its thunderball was very powerful and fast, also difficult to resist. But it also had a weakness, it couldn't be used repeatedly and needed some time before the second thunderball could be shot out. Boom, but Fang Yuan had just stood up when another thunderball flew over. To think this Wolf King has 2 thunderclap GU on it. Fang Yuan's complexion turned pale and he hurriedly dodged. He tried not using the water shield GU and only relied on the defense from the white jade GU. Beast, stop your insolence. At this critical timing, a figure appeared in midair, golden light bursting out from the figure as he resisted this thunderball. The elders had made their moves. However, one elder was still not enough. Soon, the elder was joined with 2 other elders. A frenzy lightning wolf needed at least 3 groups with great teamwork to join hands, or at least 3 rank 3 GU masters to face it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps forward, emerging from the indistinguishable wolf packs, as the surrounding wolves gave way. It gradually started from a slow run, and then got faster and faster, charging at the village wall with its head lowered. Seeing this scene, all the rank 1 and rank 2 GU masters fled in terror. Only those 3 elders still remained on their spots. Everyone tacitly vacated this part of the battlefield and left it to them. The intense battle between the 3 elders and this frenzy lightning wolf unfolded. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also charged towards the village, opening another 2 battlefields. 9 elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed into 3 great battlefields. Thunder and lightning burst out everywhere, destroying the bamboo buildings. Most of the GU masters of the lightning wolves who were caught in these 3 great battles didn't have a good end. Lightning wolf packs were still charging towards the village, but Fang Yuan didn't fight anymore and moved to a corner of the battlefield, observing the 3 great battle stages from a distance. No doubt, the attacks from these wolf packs had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves, one has 2 thunderclap GU and has high offensive power, another has thunder wings GU and can fly for a short moment, giving it very high flexibility in the battle, another holds the thunder roar GU and can kill its enemies with the sound waves. Fang Yuan slowly got the details on these 3 frenzy lightning wolves after observing for a moment. 1,000 Beast King usually has 3-4 rank 2 and a rank 3 wild GU worm residing on it. The GU masters could give proper response as long as they were clear on these GU worms. Once the frenzy lightning wolves suffered targeted attacks, with their low wisdom, they wouldn't change their monotonous attack styles, and the battle outcome was certain. Sure enough, soon the several elders retreated and other elders replaced them. With the mutual coordination between them and superior tactics, they were soon able to occupy the upper hand. After a short moment of intense battle, they controlled the battle situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome is set. Just when Yao Ji puffed out a sigh, a roar sounded out from the eastern gate. A lightning wolf was growing bigger, from the size of a normal lightning wolf. As if air was blown inside it, it swelled up to a size of an elephant. There is actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many elders were alarmed at this scene. Their attention had all been on the 3 battle stages. As their entire battle formation was heavily emphasized on these 3 areas, the forces at the eastern gate was somewhat thin and weak. Not good, Yala is still there. Yao Ji suddenly turned pale, and she immediately shot out towards the eastern gate. To think there was still such an unforeseen event. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 or a restrained GU. It used this disguise to mix in with the lightning wolf packs and deceive the GU masters at the eastern gate. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The situation at the eastern gate was far from good. A frenzy lightning wolf suddenly appeared and directly smashed the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves flocked behind the bold lightning wolves, howling savagely as they charged into the village. Gu Yue Clan was numb with fear as she saw the lightning wolf packs charging in like a tide. Fortunately, she had veterans like Xianxia Man beside her. At this critical timing, Xianxia Man took it upon herself to control the scene and ordered, "Quick, close the doors and the windows. We need to defend this place till the reinforcements arrive, and only then will we have a fighting chance." She had just finished speaking when, bang, the roof of the bamboo building collapsed under the attack of the frenzy lightning wolf. Gu Yue Clan screamed. The abrupt twist in events had caused her to lose her composure. She was after all too young and only had rank 1 cultivation. She had stubbornly stayed here because she felt safe and had never thought she would fall into such a dangerous state. "Brute beast, stop at once." Gu Yue Clan shouted while frantically running. She helplessly looked as the frenzy lightning wolf rammed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in a dangerous situation, but even though she had the power, she couldn't help her because it was beyond her reach. At this dangerous moment, it was again Xianxia Man who stepped forward. She willed in her mind and her remaining brown bear charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf with a roar. The frenzy lightning wolf swatted with its right paw, sending this 400-kilogram over brown bear flying. It opened its mouth and bit the brown bear's head to pieces. How could an ordinary wild beast resist 1,000 Beast King level strength? Xianxia Man took this time when the frenzy lightning wolf was tangled up with the brown bear to rush out with Gu Yue Clan in tow, managing to pull apart a small distance. The frenzy lightning wolf roared. It naturally wasn't willing to see its prey run away like this. It leapt and crossed a dozen meters at once, landing in front of Xianxia Man. Suddenly seeing this frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Gu Yue Clan's legs went soft. Xianxia Man dragged her but didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. She could only change her direction and run towards the outside of the village. The frenzy lightning wolf was just about to pounce on them when Gu Yue Clan arrived and threw a light purple moonblade at the wolf's back. The moonblade quietly changed into a ball of miasma and bore into the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf immediately coughed twice. It was poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison GU. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, and it raised its head and roared. Its fierce roar formed into an invisible force and smashed into the surroundings. Thunder Roar GU used the vibration of the sound waves to kill, but this was not Thunder Roar GU, it was the sound wave GU which formed invisible pushing force. Xianxia Man and Gu Yue Clan were sent flying into different directions by this pushing force. Xianxia Man struck a bamboo building. No more movements could be seen from her, whereas Gu Yue Clan was sent flying past the broken eastern gate and out of the village. The fall stunned her, and as she tried getting up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite her. Ah, she gave a shrill scream, and at this critical juncture, a moonblade flew over and killed this lightning wolf. She hurriedly stood up and saw the benefactor who saved her. He was a young male GU master. The lower half of his body had been buried under the collapsed wall. The male GU master vaguely smiled at her with his blood-drenched face. The next moment, his throat was ripped open by the swarming lightning wolves. Tears flew down Ji Yu Yaoli's face, and she cried as she ran. This part of the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of Ji Yu Yaoli's identity and background, there were Ji Yu masters who helped her out from time to time. But they were powerless to even protect themselves, much less help her out of this predicament. Ji Yu Yaoji was also tangled up with the frenzy lightning wolf and couldn't attend to her. Ji Yu Yaolo was perplexed and fully at a loss within. There were only the images of claws and teeth of the lightning wolves in front of her. In her frantic state, she suddenly heard a voice speak, "Move a step back." She subconsciously followed the voice and was able to luckily avoid a lightning wolf's bite. Roll to the right. That voice came again. Yaoli's consciousness was still blank, but her body had already made the move. There was a snapping sound of a wolf's mouth. She had escaped the bite by a hair's breadth. The voice arrived unceasingly and the young girl meticulously followed them. There were mistakes made sometimes, but at those times a moonblade would fly over from seemingly nowhere and get her out of the trouble. Only when there were no more lightning wolves around her, did Yala discover that she was already safe. It was only when she had unconsciously drifted far away from the village and was in a remote forest. A human figure appeared in front of her. Her eyes immediately opened wide. "Ji Yu Fang Yuan, you were the one who helped me." "No, I am only helping myself." Fang Yuan grinned, revealing an evil intent. "Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs." Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report.